One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 401 to 420. Chapter 401 Catch. Resisting the discomfort in his abdomen, Ace's eyes became even colder, and he glanced at the others who were staring at him carefully. At this moment, his heart became cautious. He didn't expect Blackbeard to have such power. From this point of view, the outcome of this battle is still unpredictable. This guy is really hidden. Ace's eyes were cold, thinking of how many years the other party had been hiding, killing his companions, and robbing the fruit. His heart couldn't help being cold. But at the same time, the killing intent was even worse. Have to kill him, this guy. This scene, the rest of the people who watched it, swallowed wildly. Dark water. Blackbeard struggled to stand up and kept breathing in. The pain he felt was dozens of times that of the other side. Above the right fist, the black vortex formed again. This time, he couldn't give up. Just this one chance, he will never give up. Ace, he must catch it. Achieve Chiwahai, so that his future plans can be fully implemented. He can already see that the road to kingship is getting closer and closer to him. The Emperor's seat is already waving to him. Suddenly, the rest of the Blackbeard pirates rushed up. Ace's eyes changed and he waved his right hand. Yan Shangang. The overwhelming flames were released from his hands, forming a huge isolation zone, so that the faces of the enemies who were about to rush up changed, took a breath, and did not dare to cross randomly. Tiki, here, it's just the two of us now, Ace said coldly, staring at Blackbeard who was also in the sea of fire not far from him. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee hee. Blackbeard gasped and laughed, his eyes full of fierce light. Then come on, Ace. As long as I hold you, my future will be bright. The two roared and ran towards each other. Dark water. Armed color. Bang. Two attacks came out, and the expressions of both of them changed suddenly, and the pain swept their souls. Blackbeard couldn't stand it anymore and yelled. Dark cave. Taking a step back, Blackbeard aimed his hand at the ground. Then, rolling darkness swept over here. The burning flames were swallowed up, the earth was swallowed up, everything was swallowed up. Ace's face changed, and he didn't dare to fight against the strange darkness, and kept running towards the distance. He remembered the last time that Blackbeard's attack could devour everything and then liberate it. The darkness spread at an extremely fast speed, and suddenly, Ace's shoes were touched, making his face change greatly, and he jumped suddenly. The flames shot out and floated in the air. Looking at his bare feet, Ace was shocked. This darkness can devour everything. The soles of his shoes had all disappeared, very suddenly, as if their existence had been obliterated. It spread out 100 meters again, and after reaching the shore, the darkness just disappeared. Blackbeard panted as he looked at Ace who was floating in the air, a stern look flashed in his eyes. Get up! With a loud shout, darkness swept up and engulfed Ace. With a change of face, Ace moved above the sky. After 3 breaths, his eyes became more indifferent, looking at the black beard that seemed to have reached the limit below. With sweat dripping from his forehead, Ace sneered, Tiki, you are really disgusting. It's over. Standing in the air, Ace raised his right index finger. You are darkness, and I represent light. Flame is always the natural enemy of darkness. Boom. The crisp sound resounded, and the sparks became bigger and bigger. In a short moment, a huge fireball appeared on Ace's finger. Flame ring, Great Flame Emperor. This fireball keeps getting bigger, 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 and the big one is like a small sun, releasing red flames and high temperature. The other people's expressions changed greatly, and they ran around in panic. Ace. Seeing the huge fireball in the air, about 100 meters in size, Blackbeard went crazy, and he also let out a loud roar. Darkness can devour everything. Ah! Blackbeard roared, roaring frantically. The sweat on his forehead has rolled down, the blue veins are bursting, and the complexion has become extremely hideous. Darkness comes, and a massive darkness begins to devour everything, light, matter, everything is engulfed by this mysterious dark force. On this island, one side is dark, and the other side is flames, colliding frantically. However, this is not the final blow. They are still saving, brewing, and waiting. After a full 20 breaths, the two of them shouted and finally released. The flame and the darkness collided together at this moment. There was no explosion, only the silent dissolution of each other. Fire brings light, and light dispels darkness. And darkness can also devour light and destroy fire. The two rooms continued to dissolve until, at the last moment, the last flame and darkness dissipated. On the island, restore the previous state again. Liberation. Suddenly, among the two who looked at each other, Blackbeard sneered and roared loudly. Ace suddenly looked up and saw the overwhelming things falling down, and the dark mouth released everything that had just been swallowed. He even saw clearly that the soles of his own shoes were among them. Tiki, it's yours. With a cold snort, Ace's face became hideous, the roar of the fire dragon. Fire Dragon Claw Strike. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Roar. Behind him, a fire dragon roared out, and a huge flame claw lifted up and headed towards the sky. With a puff, a lot of things burned. In this high-temperature flame, it is difficult to resist being burned. This is a flame that can burn even metal, which is terrifying. When the flames burned everything, Ace let out a heavy breath. Then, he looked at Blackbeard on the opposite side. Titch, you die. Blackbeard's whole body was trembling and shaking, and the power he just released made him almost reach the limit. Ha 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 ha, Ace, woohoo, Blackbeard shouted, panting, it's not that easy to want me to die. Suddenly, Blackbeard turned his head and looked at a part of the island. Sea soldier, haven't you seen enough? Now is the best time to grab him. Chapter 402 Give it back to you. Blackbeard's voice was loud, and the whole island heard it along with the gasping sound. Ace narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction Blackbeard was looking at. Sea soldiers, are they really hiding here? His heart immediately became heavy, and he fought against Blackbeard. Although he did not reach the limit, he wasted a lot of physical strength. If the Coast Guard is a powerful enemy, then he may not be able to resist. Just as Blackbeard's words fell, a figure walked out of the house in the center of the island. His face was covered with a lazy look. As he walked, he swept the situation. Seeing the devastation on the coast, surprise appeared in his eyes. I can't see, you still have some ability. Ace, you are a little embarrassed. The arrival of the visitor immediately made Ace's expression dignified, and his heart sank. Chingzi, is the sea soldier he said is you? Ace said in a deep voice, his whole body on guard. Ah, there doesn't seem to be any other marines here besides me, they're all pirates. Chingzi scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, then his face turned cold. Fire Fist Ace, last time around, you left. This time, just stay here. It seems that you are determined to deal with me today. Ace said coldly. Ha ha ha, Ace, this is the trap set for you. Blackbeard laughed. Today, no matter what, I will keep you here. You are the stepping stone for me to achieve the position of Wuhai. Your identity is my Blackbeard's greatest strength. Ace's face became darker and darker, and he asked coldly, Tiki, what do you mean? Ha ha ha, Ace, do you still want to hide? Your identity. Blackbeard laughed. Your sinful bloodline, Roger's bloodline. You are the only son of One Piece, right, Ace? The anger sat on Ace's mouth, and his anger was uncontrollable. Tiki, you are courting death. Roar. The claw of the fire dragon. The flames that covered the sky blazed violently, and a huge flame claws, known to the wind, reached 30 meters. With the huge roar of the fire dragon, it swept away towards the two people on the opposite side. Seeing the redness in front of him, Blackbeard shouted in horror. He had reached the limit, and he did not have enough strength to resist this blow. Ace, don't resist. Chingzi walked, and the cold breath rushed out, towards the hot flame. The blue light flickered, and the red dragon claws were melted away. The two sides began to confront each other, fighting against each other with ice on one side and flames on the other, unable to tell the difference. Aokiji, get out of the way, I'm going to kill him. Ace yelled. No, I was ordered to arrest you this time, Ace. Qingzi refused to give in. One side of the two was red and the other was blue, and the flames and ice were distinct. In front of this color, two people are constantly fighting. Ace was bursting with anger, fists and fists were wrapped in dark-armed domineering, and the domineering burst out from time to time. Qingzi treated it calmly, both of them were battle-hardened characters, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Even if it is 3 days and 3 nights of war, it is still possible that they cannot be distinguished. The only way to win or lose is to see who has the stronger endurance and physical strength. Blackbeard stared at Ace viciously, then ran to the side weakly. He lay on the ground and began to gasp for breath. Q and others rushed to Blackbeard's side and looked at the former nervously. Captain, are you all right? Haha, it's okay. Blackbeard laughed, and then he stared at Poison Q. Poison Q, is there any way you can let me continue to exert the power of devil fruit for the time being? Captain, what do you want? Q was surprised. The battle between these two people is very difficult to tell the winner. I have to admit that Ace already has the level to be able to fight against the general. However, he seems to have forgotten that we are still there. And this battle is not one-on-one. Blackbeard showed a hideous smile on his face, and said ruthlessly, as long as I can exert a little bit of strength, the green pheasant will be able to occupy the absolute victory or defeat, and even the victory or defeat of this battle will only happen in an instant. Poison Q pondered for a while, then nodded, yes. However, it may be a little painful. Pain. Blackbeard's eyes trembled, and after eating the dark fruit, he had a great shadow over the pain. What was most afraid of was the pain, but in the end, he still nodded. Come on, I can hold on. Ahead, the scope of the two people's battlefield continued to expand, and gradually spread to the entire island. The breath of fire and ice encompassed the entire island. Blackbeard and the others stood in the ice, their whole bodies shivering. Once the fruit ability of the natural system is spread, it is an indiscriminate attack, and it is difficult to determine the target. Aoki, do you have to stop me? Ace kept yelling, the flames on his body getting more and more fierce. Qingzi's face became more and more solemn. At this moment, Ace was more powerful than the last time he had to face it. It's not blocking, I said, I want to arrest you today, this is the order of the sea soldiers. Quote. Damn, Ace's face became hideous. The dragon's breath. Fire dragon tail strike. Flame ring, great flame emperor. Meteor fire sea. A variety of skills, Ace all released. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Let go. The range and temperature of the attack were getting higher and higher. Almost the entire island was under Ace's attack, and even the surrounding sea area was covered in thick fog and evaporated. The green pheasant, on the other hand, had a dignified face and kept resisting. Ice Age. Absolute Zero. In the battle between the two, they did their best, and there was no way to stay behind. The power of the natural fruit is terrifying, and if it hits it, it will cause death in an instant. The flesh is strong, but it can't stand the flames or freezing. Captain, all right, try it. On the side, Poison Q suddenly opened his mouth and said. Blackbeard was stunned for a moment, then excited, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, okay, I'm just trying. He felt that the physical strength he had just exhausted had indeed recovered a little, and he could not help but have some confidence. Standing up, Blackbeard turned his right hand towards Ace. Ace, your end is coming, enjoy it. The pain I gave you, the pain you left me back then. Today, I'll give it all back to you. Chapter 403 Who is in the Ice Cube? The black vortex quickly formed, slowly turning, giving off a strange attraction. It was not big at first, but after a breath, the black vortex swirled, exuding more and more attraction, and accompanied by a strange force, it moved towards Ace in the distance. Ace! With a loud shout, Blackbeard laughed wickedly. Ace, who was fighting against Aokiji, heard Blackbeard's voice, his eyes flashed, and he glanced at it. Then, his heart became heavier. Ice saber. Aokiji looked indifferent. An ice blue saber appeared in his hand, and he waved it suddenly. Ace ducked, and out of the corner of his eye kept noticing Blackbeard's movements. The hideous smile on his face and the black vortex on his hands put a lot of pressure on him. Aokiji belongs to the same level as him, and even after careful calculation, he is a little stronger than him. However, with the addition of a black beard, it is associated with his strange fruit ability. The pressure on Ace suddenly increased, and if he was not careful, he would probably fall here. You're hopeless, Ace. Blackbeard's roar came over, and suddenly a great suction was wrapped around his body, and Ace's face immediately became extremely ugly. Dark water. Ace, who fought against Aokiji with a fist at the same time, immediately became stagnant, and the flame on his body went out. The ability of that dark fruit is simply the nemesis of all devil fruits. The cold air rushed up in an instant, Ace's whole body was covered with a layer of fine ice, and his pupils shrank. Armed color. The dark armed color rolled out domineeringly, covering his arms, legs, and then suddenly broke free and jumped towards the rear. Taking a full 10 steps back, Ace stared at the two people opposite him with a solemn expression. One was full of cold air, and the other Blackbeard, who had just exhausted his energy, was back to normal at this moment. Tiki, Aokiji. Ace read out the names of the two, with solemn eyes. If these two people deal with it alone, he still has some confidence, but if the two people are added together and their strengths complement each other, he has a great chance of being planted here. Ace, you're done. Blackbeard laughed, his hands full of darkness. The green pheasant came over step by step, and the icy aura swept over the sky and covered the earth. The ground was covered with icy blue ice, and the cold aura enveloped the entire island. Ace's body moved, and the flames burned again. But at the same time, he was always paying attention to Blackbeard's movements. This despicable guy will always pick his weakest neutral attack. Ice Age. Ice Spear Strike. The ice surface was covered at an extremely fast speed, and along with the ice, there were spears rushing out of the ground, densely packed, with strong attack power. Ace's face was solemn, and he glanced at the two in front of him, feeling a lot of pressure. Meteor Sea of Fire. A little flame lifted into the sky and then fell, and a blazing flame burned in front of him, fighting against the power of Aokiji. Soon, the two face each other again. Relatively silent, act immediately. In Blackbeard's hand, a dark vortex took shape, with a grin on his face, always ready. No, not yet. The time has not yet come. Ace, you are so impeccable, the flaws are so hard to find. In the field, the two armed with domineering looks wrapped in ice and flames once again confronted each other. When the force of this blow was nothing, Blackbeard's eyes flashed with excitement. Haha, it's here. The domineering aura of the armament dissipates, and he can only use the natural ability. Sure enough, Ace burst into flames the next moment. Blackbeard was excited and shouted loudly. It's over, Ace. Dark water. The strange power directly enveloped Ace, causing the flames that just emerged from his body to go out. The center of gravity of his entire body was pulled at this moment. His heart shrank suddenly, and his complexion changed greatly. Not good. Chingzi, don't do it yet. At this moment, Blackbeard's voice roared. Aokiji's face was lazy, and his right hand moved towards Ace, who had lost his center of gravity and could hardly make any resistance. I know what to do. Crack. The moment his right hand touched Ace's body, it froze the latter. The ice that was 1 meter thick tightly wrapped Ace inside. The temperature as low as -0 froze everything in the latter. It's over. Aokiji sighed and gently retracted his right hand. Blackbeard looked at the huge ice cube in front of him and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Ace, didn't expect it. You have this day too. All the members of the Blackbeard pirates rushed over with smiles on their faces. The two people who had been punched by the fire before, did not know what method they had used, but they stood up again, but they were burned in multiple places and needed time to recover. At this moment it was mummified and looked horrible. Then transport them back to the naval headquarters. Qingzi frowned and looked at the Blackbeards and said in a low voice. Of course, this is our trophy. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed. Aokiji didn't say a word, silently took out the phone bug in his arms, and then said in a deep voice. Hey, I'm Aokiji, the target has been arrested, send someone to receive it. In the Marine Corps headquarters, the Warring States period listened to Qingzi's words with a serious face, and hung up the phone bug. Then. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. A smile appeared on his face. Really, let go of a big worry. Then, he turned around and faced several lieutenant generals who were ready. Go to receive Ace, remember, you must ensure the rigor of the news, and don't reveal any trace. This matter, except you, must not let anyone else know. The lieutenant generals looked serious and said seriously, understood, Master Marshal. Go, Warring States waved. Half a day later, a huge block of ice was transported to the Navy headquarters. Next to it stood General Aokiji and 5 lieutenant generals. Many ships approaching the shore of the Navy headquarters all turned their attention to this ship. Among these ships, including the Navy headquarters, Lieutenant General Hiro, and Garp. That kid Aokiji, did you go out to arrest anyone again this time? Seal it with ice cubes, and watch every step of the way. This kid who was caught by Aokiji has a lot of background. Garp bit the donut in his mouth and muttered with a smile. Then, he almost docked with Aokiji's boat. Hey boy, who's in this ice cube? Chapter 404 Seeing Garp approaching with a smile, Aokiji, who had just disembarked, was startled, and then touched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. It's Ace, Fire Fist Ace. Hearing the word, Ace, Garp's whole body was shocked, and the light in his eyes instantly became extremely terrifying. What did you say? The old guy, who was very casual before, actually exudes an unimaginable aura in his body at this moment, which makes the green pheasant dignified. It's Ace, Qingzi said seriously, the order from the Warring States Marshal to arrest him secretly. Why arrest him? Why him? Garp said with almost restraint, gritted his teeth. Aokiji turned his eyes and looked at the Marines behind Garp. Garp understood, then waved his hand, and the Marines behind him left quickly. Aokiji turned around and looked at the sailor who moved Ace. He didn't speak for a long time, as if he was organizing his own language. After leaning for a while, he opened his mouth slowly. This matter is very strict, and the Warring States Marshal has blocked all information. I tell you, teacher, that this was against the order. But since you are my teacher, you have taught a lot, and it can be seen that he also has an inexplicable relationship with you. Fighting with Ace twice, his fighting style is similar to Aokiji in many ways. Aokiji's own style was cultivated by Garp. Aokiji can naturally see that this guy is inextricably related to Lieutenant General Garp. Finally, I'm not so happy to follow orders, so let me tell you. Garp was silent, his fists clenched quietly, and his thoughts at the moment were very complicated. Qingzi glanced at it and realized that something was wrong with his teacher, so he said quickly. It's going to start with the Kibukai meeting not long ago. At that meeting, a guy who called himself the Blackbeard Pirates came. He made a deal with the Marines. Blackbeard, a deal? Garp asked with a heavy expression. Yes, this deal is Ace. Ouchi said. The man revealed Ace's identity and told the sea soldiers, Ace. Aokiji paused, staring at Garp's eyes and expressions. Ace, he's Roger's son. What? Garp was shocked, his eyes showing an incredible look. Also, the Blackbeards made a request to join forces with the Marines to arrest Ace and give the world a great gift. And the Warring States Marshal, I agree. Qingzi said slowly. He already understood that the old sea soldier in front of him did have a deep relationship with the pirate he arrested with his own hands. Because, he has seen that his hands are shaking irregularly. This is a manifestation of a combination of emotions such as tension, worry, and concern. "Excuse me, may I ask, Ace and you?" Aokiji asked cautiously. Carp lowered his head to hide his sad expression. Now that Ace has been arrested, it is conceivable what will happen next. At this moment, the old sea soldier's heart was full of sadness, and he suddenly felt that he was getting old. Really old. He can no longer think like when he was young. He has enough energy to discipline his son and grandson. He also felt that he was too weak, because at this moment, after his grandson was arrested by the World Court, he was unable to take any effective measures to rescue his grandson. "Ace, it's my grandson." Seemingly saying this with sadness, Garp turned and left, heading for the Warring States office. Aokiji looked at Garp's bent waist with complicated eyes. He never thought that the person he arrested himself would be his teacher, the grandson of his old boss. After waiting for a long time, Shinzi came back to his senses. Melting the ice cubes and bringing Huchenglo stone handcuffs for him. "Be careful, melt his wrist first, then put it on, then melt it all. This man is very powerful, you must be careful." After Aokiji cautiously instructed, he just left. At this moment, his heart is also extremely complicated. In all fairness, joining forces with Blackbeard to deal with a master of the same level as himself would have lost his light, not what he wished in his heart. And the fact that he was dealing with the grandson of his old boss made him even more complicated. "I suddenly discovered that after entering the Navy, what I did was against my will. Is this fate?" Aokiji was a little confused. He suddenly didn't know whether he was right or wrong to join the sea soldiers. Headquarters, in the conference room. Garp pushed open the door of the conference room, and several lieutenant generals inside the door were reporting Ace's situation to the Warring States. It can be seen that the brows of the Warring States period have been tightened, and at this moment, there is finally some relief. "Cap." Sengoku smiled when he saw Carp. Carp didn't say a word, and looked at the other people present with a gloomy expression on his face. "You guys go out first." Warring States asked the others to go out, before looking at Garp. "Come here, what's the matter? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Why didn't you tell me when you arrested Ace?" Garp asked with an ugly face when he reached Sengoku. "Ace?" Warring States was a little stunned. The arrest of Ace is a very secret operation, and information cannot be leaked at will. This is one of them, and the second is to arrest him. Why tell you? What? Are you unhappy with this vacation? He was still in the mood to make a joke, but Carp's next sentence made. "This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading." He immediately changed color. "Ace, it's my grandson." A painful voice entered Sengoku's ears, causing his whole body to tremble. Sengoku stared at Garp in disbelief. "You old guy, what are you talking about?" "Ace, obviously it's Roger's son." He even shouted loudly because of his excitement. Because he knew very well what kind of thing this was. The reason why Carp has been a lieutenant general for so many years is not only because of his unwillingness to take too many things, but also because of his son, his grandson. The son is the #1 enemy of the World Court statistics, and the grandson has become a pirate. It is impossible to say that such descendants have no influence on their future. However, at this moment, the old guy actually said that Ace was his grandson, which made the Warring States break out completely. "Ace, when I was young, I took care of him. Roger, please, please," Garp said, with tears in his eyes. "He is my grandson. Warring States, you know." Warring States was silent. This news caught him off guard. Chapter 405 I Won't Die. Confused, tangled, complicated and unspeakable, all kinds of emotions swept through the hearts of Warring States. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. Facing this old friend, he knew what kind of pain he was suffering in his heart. "Cap." In the end, Sengoku just called out loudly. "Is there any way?" Carp asked in pain. Warring States shook his head with a complicated face, and his voice was firm. You are a sea soldier, and so am I. Can I meet him? Garp said hoarsely, knowing the answer. Yes. Warring States nodded. Coming to the Warring States period, Garp only held out a glimmer of hope. But he knew what Ace's identity meant to the Marines and the world. He doesn't embarrass old friends too much. He's optimistic, but he's not stupid. He has been serving as Lieutenant General for so many years, and he has already seen clearly the circles in it. The ups and downs of interests, the decisiveness of major events, and many more. In the naval system, it is always more complicated than outsiders imagine. When Garp walked to the door, Sengoku suddenly spoke. Garp, don't do anything out of the ordinary. We're all Marines, Marines for life. He was reminding his old friend not to be impulsive. Garp was shocked, and said in a heavy voice, I know. Then, the old stalwart figure disappeared in front of the Warring States period. Looking at Garp's back with a complicated expression, a look of pain appeared on Sengoku's face. He slammed his fist on the table hard, and there was discomfort in his voice. Why me? Why is this happening? When the world is big, there will be disputes, and when there are disputes, there will be interests, and there will be death, and people are born with more or less rules. With these rules, there will be many involuntary. Every life exists in this world, and there will be many times when one cannot help himself. Faced with a choice, how many people can choose what to choose? Maybe some people are naturally open-minded, dare and take risks, and can go all out like this. But too many people have suffered a lot of pain that did not belong to them. Sengoku is like this, so is Garp. And this is the world. Born with joy and pain. One day later, in the prison of the Navy headquarters. This is just a temporary prison. The mortals who stay here have only one place to go, and that is the advancing city. Garp stood outside the cage, looking at Ace inside with a complicated expression on his hands and feet. I told you to be a sailor. In the end, he still uttered this sentence. Before the meeting, there was too much unwillingness and too much concern, but after meeting, he still said the things he was most worried about in the past. This is Garp, a loyal, down-to-earth, responsible old guy, a lovely old guy. Haha, old man, you talk about this every time you see me. Ace laughed, without a trace of loss after being caught. Don't you think it's good to be a pirate? Garp shook his head, observed Ace carefully, and was amazed. This kid, after going to sea, really grew a lot. Just in terms of strength, I am afraid that it is already on the same level as the general. What surprised him even more was the aura that Ace radiated from the inside out. As a child, Ace was obsessed with his own identity and suffered greatly. But at this moment, what he saw was that this kid seemed to enjoy his identity. Is it good to be a pirate? You should be a sailor. Garp said angrily, look at you now, do you know what will happen to you? Navy, I won't let you go. At the second sentence, Garp's voice dropped. Old man, pirates are the path I chose. The path I choose, for me, is the most correct one. Don't you know, my father, but Roger. In my blood, I was born with the One Piece factor. I was born to be One Piece. Ha 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 ha. Ace laughed loudly. He didn't have the sense of loss after being caught, nor the fear of being executed. You're about to be executed, what pirate king? Garp said angrily. This kid still looks crazy. Execution. Ace was startled, then laughed, his face full of confidence. I won't die. Garp stared at Ace, wanting to see a little guilty conscience on the boy's face, but he was disappointed. You won't die. You will be sent to the propulsion city, and 3 months later, you will be publicly executed. Within the naval headquarters. You said you wouldn't die. After becoming a pirate, you have become so bold. With a smile on his face, Ace stood up from the floor of the seat. Grandpa, I won't die. Trust me. Sea soldier, you can't kill me. Garp was stunned for a moment, and his heart was a little itchy. Hearing Ace's words, he was inexplicably relieved from the sadness. Crazy. Turning away from here, Garp didn't want to say a word to the crazy kid. However, when he came, his face was full of worry and gloom, but when he left, he walked briskly with a smile. Ace's crazy words still had an impact on his heart. Won't you die? Then let me see, why don't you die? This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. His figure moved forward, farther and farther, and his figure became taller and taller. The old man who has been depressed for the past 2 days, at this moment, his mood finally improves. Haha, old man, don't worry. I've never been alone. Never, never. When Garp disappeared at the end, Ace's laughter came over. This brat. After a pause, Garp laughed. He suddenly understood something, and stepped out of the cage. Then let me see how reliable your partner is. For a long time, he had forgotten Ace's identity. The Death God Pirates, the captain of the 2nd Division, these people have never been so easy to deal with. The sailors want to execute their comrades, so what will be the reaction of the God of Death? In the cage, Ace slowly sat down with a smile on his face. I won't die. I don't want to die either. I can't die. If you die, how can you still become the Pirate King? However, Captain, this time, I'm so embarrassed that I fell into Titch's hands. It's really abominable. Ace, who has a completely different mentality from the original, has hope in his heart, waiting for his friends to save him, without worrying at all. Chapter 406 The War is Coming. The news of Ace's arrest has been blocked for nearly 3 months, and the Marine Corps attaches great importance to this execution. They have made a lot of deployments, and since March, they have begun to recall Marines from all over the world, and they have begun to expand the recruitment of Marines. All of this is to prepare for the coming storm. Ace was caught, but his special identity determined the uproar that he would inevitably cause. Everything the Navy did was to prevent that terrible gang. The Death God Pirates, one of the 5 emperors of the New World. With a huge number of pirates and a powerful group of cadres, their captains are known as the closest candidates to One Piece, and they are also the most powerful men in the world. 2 years ago, he had a draw with Whitebeard. At this moment, no one knew how perverted he was. Warring States is worried. This is also its biggest fear. Ace himself is nothing, but behind him is a huge group. 2 months after Ace was captured, the Chambord Islands. On this day, all supernovae coincidentally converged on this island. Then, the new stars who caused a storm in the New World in the future were brutally beaten by the naval general. The Navy headquarters Kizaru, pacifism, and a large number of sailors. Because of the capture of Ace, a large number of naval elites gathered in the naval headquarters, and the support was quite fast. Luffy and the others were slapped flying by the bear and separated everywhere. The pain of being unable to protect his companions made Luffy feel remorse, and for the first time awakened the domineering arrogance on Daughter Island. Everything is developing according to the original plot. Yang Qing has now returned to the New World. He is standing on the bow of the Death God, his face is gloomy. Recently, all the actions of the Navy have proved that they are brewing a big conspiracy. The Navy from all parts of the world, all those with a little strength, were all recruited and recalled to the Navy headquarters. However, even our spies don't know what to do. Dylan stood behind him and said solemnly. Ace, is there any news yet? Yang Qing ignored the news, he just asked worriedly. Dylan's has an ugly face. For the past 2 months, he has asked the guys from the second team almost every once in a while, but the result, without exception, is one sentence. Captain, it's gone. Not yet, he should be fine. Dylan said hesitantly. Indeed, with Ace's strength, it is difficult for anyone to catch or kill him without knowing it. It's nothing, it's not what you said. Yang Qing's face was gloomy, he shook his head, then looked at the pirates of the Death God Pirates who couldn't see the edge, and said lightly, let the brothers prepare. Quote. War may be coming. Dylan's was startled, then nodded. Yang Qing already had a bad premonition. According to the situation of Luffy and others, it can be seen that the strong inertia of the plot, how terrible the power is, almost exactly the same. So, Has Ace been arrested at this moment? 3 days later, Yang Qing saw an indifferent crocodile, which was different from 2 months ago. At this moment, he was calm, and his face was full of faint confidence. It seems that under Dylan's special training, you have made great progress. Yang Qing said with a smile. He could feel the terrifying aura on the latter's body. I'm only 1 step away. Crocodile snorted coldly, then laughed. I won't give up on challenging you. Yes. Yang Qing smiled and answered naturally. Humph. Crocodile turned and left, leaving Yang Qing behind. In the afternoon, a huge ship sailed towards the fleet of the Death God pirates, causing most of the pirates to be shocked. What is that? It's so big. My God, a ship bigger than our Reaper. It's the first time I've seen it. It's too big. What is that sitting there? Is it a giant? Really a giant? A giant? Come to us. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are more than 20 giants, each of which is hundreds of meters tall. So shocking. On the sea level, a majestic and huge ship was sailing towards the Death God pirates. This ship is extremely huge, and the huge Reaper is still incomparable, but the quality is a little worse. But it is also very spectacular. The length of this boat is more than 1,000 meters, and the width is hundreds of meters. It stands on the sea level like an island. On it, there are giants with exaggerated heights standing or sitting, shouting to each other and smiling. Across the distance, the people of the Death God pirates can clearly see the expressions on the faces of these giants. What are they here for? Someone asked in shock. These huge guys are not easy to mess with at first glance. How could they come to the Death God pirates? Soon, the giant fleet came to the front of the Death God pirates, and then stopped slowly. The giant in the lead seat slowly stood up. As he stood up, the whole ship was shaking. The tall figure blocked most of the light. Where's Lucifer? The giants of the Death God pirates are here to report. The buzzing sound shook the ears of the crew members of the Death God pirates, covered their ears, and stared at the surprises in front of them in shock. Are you from our pirate group? Approaching the pirates in front, a squad leader shouted loudly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yes, I joined the Death God pirates more than 3 months ago. I am the giant Dongli, and I am also the captain of the giant team. Dongli said loudly, waving the wooden stick in his hand, causing the wind to screech. Then, he pointed to the giants behind him and said, These are all my comrades in arms and my clansmen. Likewise, they are all members of our giant clan. All the gods of death stared in shock at the giants who started to stand up one by one. More than 20 giants stood on the huge ship, and the scene was quite shocking. Truly blinding and shocking. After 10 breaths, a figure swept across the sky and landed on the ship at the forefront. It's glass. When everyone saw the person coming, they recognized it and fell into silence. Hello, friends of the giants, I'm the first team captain of the first team. It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome back to the team. Glass said with a big smile. Glass, I know you. Some time ago, you were the one who contacted me. Dongli laughed. Chapter 407 News. Yes, come in first, the captain has been waiting for you for a long time. Glass said politely. Okay, Dongli yelled. The huge sound unique to the giants made the entire sea vibrate, and many crew members of the Death God pirates covered their ears. Brothers, get out of the way and welcome back the giants' brothers. Glass shouted. The densely packed fleet moved slowly, quickly splitting toward both sides, making way for a spacious road in the middle. The ships of the giants are very huge, and this road is just enough for the giant ships to pass through. More than 20 giants, all stood up, and they glanced at the crew of the Death God pirates who were so densely packed in front of them that they were full of shock. Dongli, there are so many brothers in our pirates. At a glance, I can't see the edge. What kind of person is Lucifer you are talking about? He is so powerful. I heard that he is one of the 5 emperors in the New World. It's really awe-inspiring. The giants talked to each other one by one, full of admiration and shock at the large number of crew members of the Death God pirates in front of them. As far as they know, the number of pirates with such a scale in front of them is quite terrifying even for the whole world. In fact, the number of elite pirates owned by the Death God Pirates has indeed ranked first in the world. Different from the original book, the Shinigami group has recruited most pirates since they became the overlord level at the entrance of the New World. These pirates, with a large number and terrifying strength, are powerful forces that cannot be ignored. In the original book, most of these pirates ended up being brutally strangled by sailors. But at this moment, they have all become part of the powerful Death God Pirates. At this moment, the Death God Pirates are sitting on nearly 1,000 pirate ships. The strong cohesion and solidarity will shock the world, and the number of pirates they have has reached an astonishing 500,000. This number includes the pirates here, as well as the pirates who have traveled everywhere. To put it bluntly, the group of death gods at this moment has truly become a climate. They are strong, they have the most powerful men in the world, and they have the most powerful forces. All they need is a war that shocks the world, to let the world know them and their power. The giant ship was driving steadily inward, and soon, Dongli and others saw the huge pirate ship moored in the deepest part. Although this ship is not as big as Dongli's ships, it is also very scary. Compared with other ships, it is several times larger. And just in front of the ship, a figure stood, robes fluttering gently with the sea breeze. There is a faint smile on his face, and there is no sharp aura emitting from his body, but it is not to be underestimated. He is the most powerful man in the world, Death, Lucifer. Lucifer, I finally see you again. Dong Li laughed, and Braki also followed. Yang Qing stood on the bow with a smile on his face. My friends, you are welcome. It's finally time for you. Behind him, the group of Death God, Bucky, Dillons, Drizzt, Luo, and others were all standing on the bow of the boat, smiling and looking curiously at the group of giants in front of them. Some of them have never seen what a giant looks like. It's really huge. It is said that Whitebeard is a family of giants, but compared to these people, Whitebeard looks very small. It's amazing, Captain, where did you get these big guys from? Listening to the comments from the partners, Yang Qing couldn't help but have a black line on his face. Glens, prepare meals. If you want a large portion, just make the Sea Kings one caught 2 days ago, otherwise, they won't be able to satisfy their appetite. Ha 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 ha. Yang Qing laughed and let Zhe Lens was sweating profusely and fell into the midst of busyness. Dylan stood aside, the corners of his mouth shriveled. The Sea Kings, obviously I caught them. Yang Qing pretended not to hear and greeted the giants. Soon, the whole group of Death God held a banquet to welcome the return of the giants. These more than 20 giants were collected by Dongli and the two who had searched all over the world, and even abducted some giants among the Marines. It can be said that it is most of the power of the giants. Although there are only 20 of them, there is no doubt that each of them is a strategic weapon for siege. Huge volume, huge power, like a moving fortress. The Death Pirates have joined the giant team, and it can be said that their strength has leapt again. After the arrival of the giants, some little elves also appeared here to celebrate with everyone. Who invited these little people from Dressrosa? Yang Qing asked curiously, looking at the little people who added drinks to people everywhere. It's Moria. Moria is very popular with them. Bucky laughed. Glancing at the quiet Moria, Yang Qing's eyes were full of admiration. I really didn't expect that Moria had hidden the potential to engage in diplomacy. When Yang Qing and others celebrated, Luffy and Empress Hancock were already mixed up in the daughter country of the Great Waterway. At the same time, an explosive news spread throughout the world. The Marine Corps will execute Fire Fist Ace in a month's time. At the same time, announce to the world that Ace is the bloodline of One Piece Roger. Evil and evil must not be tolerated. To carry out the most thorough justice, the sea soldiers will not. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Give up fighting any enemy. In the New World, this news also spread to the ears of various pirates. Dressrosa, Doflamingo lives in the palace, with a gloomy smile on his face. Duofu, you are smiling so evilly, what do you want to do? A child appeared in front of Brother Doflamingo and asked curiously. I just want to see a good show. The corners of his mouth bloomed cruelly, and Brother Doflamingo's eyes were particularly cold. A group of death gods, he is inseparable with them. The red-haired pirates, Shanks with a smile on their face, suddenly darkened their eyes, and a tyrannical aura emerged from his body. Damn, let Lucifer pay attention. This kid. Has the captain's son, Ace, been captured by the Marines yet? At this moment, Shanks, who saw the news, was in a very bad mood. Chapter 408 _ Shanks, are we going to the rescue? Beckman asked. No, the master hasn't spoken yet, what are we in a hurry? Shanks snorted coldly, his face very ugly. Ace was caught, making Shanks extremely angry. He once said to Lucifer the importance of this matter, but it was obvious that the other party didn't take it seriously at all. Beckman and the others looked at each other, strangeness flashed in their eyes, but they didn't say anything. But in their hearts, they all knew that a huge storm was bound to come in the near future. Where Whitebeard was, he closed his eyes and listened to Marco finishing the information about the Marines. His eyes suddenly opened, and a deep look appeared in his eyes. Roger's son. I didn't expect him to die, but he left a seed to the world. What a worry-free guy. Ace's arrest, the Death God pirates will definitely be completely angry. This will have a huge impact on the entire world. The words are slow, but old and powerful. Compared with 2 years ago, Whitebeard has more water bottles and needles, and his physical fitness is declining. Dad, in this one, Titch also got involved. In other words, he was the main reason why Ace was caught. Marco said heavily. At this point, their Whitebeard pirates have an unclean relationship. Titch. Whitebeard's voice was much more severe. He pondered for a moment, and then said, since it's our fault, we should admit it. Marco's eyes flashed, and he nodded, a little hesitant to say anything. What do you want to say? Just say it. Whitebeard waved directly when he saw it. Dad means, do we want to act together with the Death God? Marco asked suspiciously, and the other members of the Whitebeard pirates stared at Whitebeard. Unexpectedly, this sentence made Whitebeard excited. Bullshit. That hateful boy, how could Lao Su act with him? We are responsible for the troubles we cause, and formulate an action plan for Lao Su. I want to let Titch and the sea soldiers know how good I am. Marco and the others were excited. If they really acted with the Death God, they would definitely be restrained a lot. On the contrary, if they went all the way, it would be much more fun. Yes, Dad. The high voice came out, and the Whitebeard pirates completely entered a combat state. At the Kaido pirates, hearing that Ace was captured, sitting cross-legged on the deck, Kaido, breathing deeply, opened his eyes. A grim smile appeared on his face, and he said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's interesting, it's interesting. The sea soldiers are so bold. That lunatic, dare to provoke him. It's so funny, ha 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 ha. Those guys will definitely get involved, so, should I go? Kaido suddenly pondered, but after only 3 short breaths, he stood up suddenly and roared up to the sky. Roar. Go, why don't I go? Such an interesting thing, so many masters, why don't I go? Little ones, get ready for Lao Su, sharpen your knives, polish your guns, the battle is about to begin. With Kaido's roar, the entire pirate group boiled. As soon as the news of Ace came out, the whole world shook. Countless people are watching the progress of this matter, and Ace's unique identity makes this matter destined to be watched by the world at all times. On the empty island, Ainalu, who was sitting cross-legged and closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of icy coldness and cold light. Ace. The flame-clad, smiling guy appeared in front of him, and Enel's eyes became even colder. Air Force. With a loud roar, Analu's whole body erupted with gleaming thunder. Below, the 100,000-strong army of the Sky Island with wings heard the sound, turned around neatly, and then saluted at the same time, roaring loudly towards Anilu in the high place. Go to the new world with this god, we have something to do. Anilu's voice was full of arrogance, indifference, and deep murderous intent. Ace was caught, and this ruthless guy was also furious in his heart. Then, a group of airmen boarded Nose Ark, and 2 hours later, the huge ark flashed thunder and lightning, and then the huge oars moved. The huge Nose Ark began to fly towards the sky. Like Marines, pirates are always on the move. The pirates everywhere fell into a tense atmosphere, and they could feel the wind and rain coming. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Death God Pirates was arrested, and this guy is still Roger's son, so how big will this matter be? Anyone can imagine it. On the Chambord Islands, ripping off the bar, Riley sullenly poured a glass of wine into his stomach. On this day, he thought of the guy with the sunny smile, the guy who had died. Has his son reached this point too? Shaking his head, Riley was in a bad mood. What are you worried about? Ace, but that guy's crew. Aunt Xiao said lightly. That kid, I can't see through him. So, I can't be sure whether he will send troops or not. This matter is very important. If a bad one is not good, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. It is a terrible thing that can destroy an era. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A battle. Outsiders can't see it, but they can't doubt that this is indeed a crucial battle. Rayleigh's words were heavy. He was drinking, but his mind was constantly spinning. Don't worry, that guy won't lose his crew. Aunt Xiao advised again. Rayleigh shook his head, but stopped talking. As she said, he couldn't see through that guy, and naturally he couldn't express his opinion anymore. Naval Headquarters, Warring States face is not easy. He was about to be executed, and he needed to take care of everything. In the base of the Marine Corps headquarters, a huge transformation is going on. One by one, workers are working overtime day and night to transform this already huge military fortress. Moreover, powerful Marines are also rushing here from all over the world. This is a vital war that must not be lost. The sea soldiers can't afford to lose. They can't lose either. Reaper, what chips do you have? Warring States looked at the military base outside the window. His eyes were very complicated. The closer the war was, the more hopeless his heart became. The breeze blew, and through the gap in the window, it blew a stack of documents behind the Warring States period and turned the pages. On the white paper, the information of the cadres and captains of the various divisions of the Death God's gang is clearly displayed. Extremely detailed, at a glance. Chapter 409 During this time, Sengoku has been preparing for this upcoming war. He made an understanding of the experience, results, strength, and bounty of all the main members of the Death God Pirates. It is conceivable that the number of powerful pirates in the Death God group is almost innumerable, and the entire table is filled with just written information. But even so, the Warring States period was still exhausted to read all of them. However, the more he understood, the heavier his heart became. This war is not just about death. Far away, the Warring States had this hunch. Yes, the Death God group is not the other 4 emperors. If they are in an accident, they will be silent in the conflicting parties. However, this group of people defeated the existence of the 3rd of the 4 emperors. They have unimaginable power and prestige, and they are very likely to affect the whole body, causing a big earthquake in the whole pirate world. Haibing, Chiwahai, is that enough? At this moment, the Warring States began to doubt. But even if it is not enough, there is no way. The war is about to begin, and the Marines must endure. Chambord Archipelago, among the lair of Tianlong people. An old man looked at the newspaper in his hand, his eyes flickered, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Next, let's see if that kid is worth entrusting. Clay Continent, Mary Joa. Wu Laoxing sat expressionlessly in the hall, and they had already learned the news of Ace's arrest. Wait for a good show, that kid, I'm afraid this time I'm going to be completely furious. Don't know what he'll do. Just rescue Ace, or take this opportunity to overturn the game. The three old men said one by one, causing a wave of waves in the quiet hall. If the naval forces are defeated, the next step is the World Court. As soon as the last person spoke, the five old men fell silent. In the New World, this explosive news was sent to the Reaper. Captain, something is bad. Because of the participation of the giants, Crocodile, Lilliput, etc., the Death God pirates have been extremely excited these days, and they are celebrating every day. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. On the Reaper, many pirates on the surrounding ships looked up at the source of the sound, and in the distance of the sea, a small boat sailed quickly. Soon, the boat approached the Reaper. A pirate ran on the Reaper out of breath, then looked at the people present, and took a deep breath. Captain, something is wrong. The scene fell into peace, and looking at the pirate's expression, everyone felt that something must happen. The smile on Yang Qing's face dissipated, and then said solemnly, "You say it." He already had a premonition of what the pirate was going to say, and a tyrannical anger began to grow frantically in his heart, ready to explode at any time. Ace! The pirate shouted loudly, "Ace, he was caught." Bang, 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 bang. A series of voices came out, and the things in the hands of countless people fell on the deck. There were even people whose faces were trembling, and they squeezed the wine bottle in their hands. Yang Qing's face turned gloomy, his whole body was shaking, and his mind was already filled with anger. The entire sea area was still full of lively laughter and singing just a moment ago. At this moment, there was an eerie calm. Tension, anger, and murderous intent, these various auras filled the entire sea level in a short moment. Dylan's clenched his fists and his face became extremely ugly. "What did you say? Say it again," he roared loudly. The frantic aura made the pirate tremble and panic. "Ace, he was caught." The pirate summoned his courage and shouted loudly. He knew the great significance of this news to the entire pirate group. Even if he was afraid, he had to say it. The Marine headquarters has already announced to the world that they will execute Ace in a month's time. Now, the whole world knows that Ace is the son of the Pirate King. The voice of the pirate spread loudly throughout the entire sea, and every pirate with a gloomy expression on his face trembled at the corners of his mouth, and then his eyes were filled with cold light. Quiet, very quiet. Everyone looked at the deepest, most central, thin figure. "Captain," Drizzt said solemnly. Yang Qing's eyes trembled, then looked around for a week, first looking at the pirate who gave the information, and nodded to him. "Very good, thank you very much for the information." Then, he glanced at all the members. Insane killing intent and tyranny appeared in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and only faintly spit out 2 words. "Sail." Immediately afterwards, a violent, overbearing king's breath rushed out from the death god, radiating in all directions. A huge sea area has fallen into stillness. The sea water is swaying slightly, and the fish in it are desperately drilling towards the depths. They were afraid of the momentum. Iron Pillar. With a loud shout, in the sky, a huge giant long appeared in an instant, making a roar that resounded 10 miles. Roar. All the pirates looked up and saw the huge real long in the sky. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Figure. It was a real long, with a long, sinuous body, gleaming scales, erect pupils, and sharp claws, crawling and moving in the clouds, with no end in sight. Woohoo woohoo. The horn sounded, and such horn sounds began to be heard on every pirate ship. This is the horn of war. When he blows it, it represents the death god pirates. This behemoth wants to move his body, and he will launch a most severe and terrifying attack on the enemy. Dong 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 dong. A sound of war drums was hammering frantically, and the sound of the drums spread throughout the sea. Yang Qing stood on the bow with a cold face, staring straight ahead. "What do you want to do?" Dylan stood behind him and asked in a cold voice. At this moment, his heart was also full of anger. "What do you want to do?" Yang Qing asked back. The voice was calm, but it made Dylan's eyes flash. He knew that the guy in front of him was probably using his last reason to control himself to prevent him from running away. What to do? Of course, beat Tamad. The sound of anger that was almost roaring spread throughout the entire Reaper. Chapter 410 Yang Qing's eyes flashed and nodded. You're right, of course you hit him. Sea soldiers, you were really good. Not to mention that Ace is Roger's son. Even if he committed a heinous crime, he is one of my death gods. It's not your navy, it's a prop that you can arbitrarily capture and use for demonstrations. Take my partner as a chess piece, I won't admit it. The cold words made the surrounding space a little colder. This time, fate made me make a choice. Very good, really good. The Overlord domineering arrogance has not been restrained since it was released to this moment. That terrifying aura seemed to be endless, making people fearful, and deeply aware of Yang Qing's strength. The Death God pirates, a densely packed pirate ship, began to move slowly, one after another. The shouts came out at this moment, and the tense atmosphere filled the entire pirate group. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, it's all about him. Hurry up for me, Mad, the Marines have caught Ace. Maid, I'm going to kill the Navy headquarters. An angry scolding came from the Death God pirates, and Ace's arrest made the entire pirates run wild. Captain, he was caught. We have to rescue him. Hurry up, it's all my fault. When the captain left, he didn't go with him. Damn seamen, I will never let them go. The same voice came from all over the Death God pirates. Brother Ace has been arrested. Do we need to say what we are going to do? No need. With a loud roar, the momentum of the entire pirate group was mobilized. The pirate ship in front turned its bow at the fastest speed and began to move. A sound of war drums spread all over the sea, and the domineering war intent rushed into the sky, shocking the sea. Long formation was spread out, and the Death God pirates moved. A group of death gods who stayed in this sea area for a long time and rarely moved. Finally moved again. This time, their target is not pirates, but sea soldiers. Nearly 1,000 pirate ships moved in a mighty manner, occupying almost half of the sea. They set up a long formation and walked towards the front. This scene shocked countless forces. Drizzt, Yang Qing shouted while standing on the Reaper. Boss, Drizzt came over. Estimate the time to arrive at the naval headquarters. Yang Qing said. It will take about 25 days, this is the fastest speed. Drizzt said quickly. 25 days. Yang Qing pondered. 25 days is not slow, but it is not fast either. The Marines will attack Ace in a month, that is, 30 days later, completely in time. However, the problem is that the number of pirates in the Death God pirates is huge, and the targets are also huge. It is really not difficult to grasp the movements of this large number of pirate ships. Therefore, the Marines will be very clear about their actions. This is hard to avoid. The target is too big, we can easily be controlled by the Navy. Is there any way to make our pirate group disappear from the sight of the Navy? Yang Qing said. This question is very important. If it cannot be completed, even if it reaches the naval headquarters, it will be executed by the Marines ahead of schedule because of this. By then, their goal was still unfulfilled. Yang Qing has always maintained a skeptical attitude towards the integrity of the sea soldiers and never dared to trust them. It's hard. Unless the pirates are broken up and divided into countless small sections, small teams. But there is also a disadvantage, that is, it is difficult to appear at the predetermined location at the same time. Dylan said, it is also very easy to do this. Gradually wiped out by the Navy. Quote. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he pondered. After 3 seconds, he made a decision. Just do as you say. Disrupt our pirate group, let them act on their own, set the time and place, and let them do everything for me to accomplish the goal. But you must remember that the premise of this time's goal is completed. Dylan's looked at Yang Qing suspiciously. On the premise of ensuring your own safety, then complete the tasks I set. Dylan's eyes flashed and he nodded. Understood. Then, he stepped forward, disappeared on the Reaper, and began to issue orders. Half an hour later, the long formation of the Death God pirates suddenly stopped. Then in an instant, a transparent film appeared on countless ships and disappeared on the sea. Mad, so many captains have thought of the method of diving under the sea. Yu Chuanzhong was slow to respond and scolded unwillingly. Then what do we do? Captain, asked the crew. Don't learn from them, let's go straight over from the sea. When the time comes, be adaptable. Of course, the best way is to dress up as a Navy soldier. We will go directly from the Red Earth continent to the deployment line of the Navy soldier and arrive at our destination. The captain was obviously bold enough to come up with this method. However, his crew members were only stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on their faces, as they did. The Death God pirates are huge, so many powerful pirates under it, not even Yangqing's cadres, are very clear. It can be said that this pirate group is a real crouching tiger. Giant pirates, because of their huge size, it is difficult for giants to sneak from the bottom of the sea. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Dongli, what should we do? It seems very difficult to go to the naval headquarters. We are too large, and the Marines can easily find us. Dongli frowned, and after a while, he threw the weapon in his hand, which was a new weapon created by the pirates of the Death God pirates for them. There are swords, strong, spears, axes, all kinds, and the force is armed with these massive guys. How did we get here? Called, replied a giant. Then let's fight again, Dongli said simply. Such a direct and arrogant conversation made the captains on the side immediately speechless. However, such a momentum and method are in line with their status as giants. Soon, the ships of the Death God pirates had become sparse on the sea. Moreover, these pirate ships are still disappearing at a fast speed. Dismantling and reorganizing gave the captains great freedom, and these people were very excited. Use your ingenuity and go to the designated place. The Whitebeard pirates are adjacent to the Grim Reaper across the sea. As soon as there was movement here, they immediately noticed it. Father, the Death Gods have already set off. They're so fast. Chapter 411 Ah, I heard that iconic war drum. Whitebeard responded, but in his mind he thought of the little girl in that battle. The times are like this. The old grows old, the new generation takes over, hee hee. With a smile on his face, Whitebeard slowly stood up and pulled out all the needles on his body, making a clattering sound. Little ones, get ready, it's time for us to go too. This time, we will only dispatch the elite, and the rest, don't go. Anyway, in this kind of war, you can't play any role. As in the original book, the Whitebeard group did not dispatch many troops. In this respect, it is completely different from the Death God pirates. Just because Yangqing regarded the provocation of the sea soldiers as a real war. Shanks. Lucifer and the others have acted, all of them are out. Beckman said solemnly. Shanks' face was dark, and after 3 seconds, he stood up with a serious tone. Then we should go too. At the same time, the Kaido pirates also took action. For a time, 4 of the 5 emperors were heading towards the naval headquarters. As soon as one of them moved, the whole world spread wildly. As soon as the shocking news spread, the world was shaken. It is unimaginable that when the Death God pirates move, they actually involve the other 3 emperors and act accordingly. What kind of prestige is this? How majestic. No matter what the other 3 thought in their hearts, at this moment, everyone in the world thought the same. This is a war between pirates and sailors. Before you know it, the battle has evolved into 2 camps. The naval headquarters, the warring states' face sinks like water. Carp, this time, we old fellows, I'm afraid we can all do it. The situation is extremely serious. His tone was very heavy, and his brows were furrowed. The seriousness of the matter, any sailor knows. This time, if one is not good, maybe the sea soldiers are completely finished. Then he warring states, there is no doubt that he has become the sinner of the entire marine. Carp's face was sinking, he was still thinking about his grandson who pushed the city, and it was difficult to settle his position at this moment. Daughter Island. Hancock. The Navy ordered you to set off immediately and participate in this war. This is an order and must not be violated. The 5 lieutenant generals stood opposite Daughter Island, their eyes full of sternness, and their aura was particularly impressive. Luffy hid on Hancock's boat and set off with the latter. The protagonist's eyes are full of firmness and seriousness. Ace, I will definitely rescue you. The world went crazy at this moment, and Sengoku began to look around for support. This is a moment of life and death, and there is no room for relaxation. New World, on the Reaper. On the sea in front of him, the other pirate ships on the Reaper had all disappeared. These elite pirates have their own ideas, so they can act freely and can exert most of their power. What should we do now? Dillons asked suspiciously, feeling that Yang Qing had other ideas. Bypass the naval headquarters, and if they can't find it, we will go directly to the city. Yang Qing's eyes flickered and said lightly. What do you mean? Let's go straight to the city to rescue Ace. Drizzt said with a smile. Sounds like a blow, Captain, your brain is really good. Glancing at Drizzt, Yang Qing said, not only that, I want to make this world run wild. Next, it's time for us to make a big deal. Advance the city, I heard that there are a lot of pirates hidden. As soon as these words were spoken, a smile appeared on the faces of the Death God group present. They looked at each other, wanting to laugh but couldn't. Looks like, Captain, you really want to be big. Luo said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, that's not good, let them know how powerful our death is. Nips laughed. Looks like you are very excited. Yang Qing looked at the crowd with a smile on her face. Hearing the news of Ace's arrest, although he had expected it in his heart, he was still angry and almost lost his mind. In this world, apart from himself, he only has his parents, brothers and these lovely partners. For them, Yang Qing looked at them more than anything else. At this moment, with his companions, the anger in his heart gradually disappeared and he became calm. Of course, we haven't had a big fight in a long time. Also, everyone's strength has improved compared to 2 years ago. Dillons smiled. Where does Robin know? Moria asked. There was news that she would be waiting for us in the Chambord Islands, Luo said. Captain, can I go too? Loli asked cutely. Of course you can, you are a member of our pirate group. Yang Qing picked up Loli and said with a smile, but you have to protect yourself. Big brother, I ate a fruit before, and now it's so powerful, Dillons is no match for me. Loli said proudly. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, and then said dumbly, really? Little Loli is already so powerful. He turned around and asked Dillons, what fruit does Loli eat? It's a coincidence that the fruit of advancement she eats should belong to the time system. Dillons said speechlessly, being able to compare a person's age. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Or the time of things, moving forward. If she's hostile to you, she can turn you into 100 years now. Hearing Dillon's words, Yang Qing was completely shocked. Although the fruit of the time system is only a branch, it has undoubtedly hated change and change. As Dillons said, in the face of a childlike little Loli, if one is not careful, it is really possible to fall into trouble. Very good, really good. Taking a deep breath, Yang Qing said with relief. He was not alone in becoming stronger quietly. At this moment, he felt the reliability of his partners behind him. In this world, he will never be alone. Then let's set off quickly, the target, the Chambord Islands first. Then, advance the city. Brothers, let's completely mess up the world this time. His voice was high and powerful, full of a deep smile. Immediately after, on the Death God, there were loud responses from the rest of the people. Of course, this time, there's going to be a lot of trouble. Woohoo! The Reaper made a humming sound and accelerated sharply forward. Drizzt, you must dare to arrive at your destination before the time your brothers gather. Understood, don't worry, Captain. Chapter 412 Passing Through the Sky. At the entrance to the New World, naval and warships in all directions scattered to block almost the entire sea area. The Marine Corps has already issued an order, and the group of Death God and 3 of the other 4 emperors have disappeared from their territory. The seriousness of this war has reached a critical juncture of life and death. As a result, the garrison here has been strengthened tenfold. It is necessary to prevent the Death Gods and the pirates from entering the first half of the Great Alley and reaching the naval headquarters. This is the first line of defense, as tight as a military fortress. Hurry up, give me a close inspection of the sea areas, and don't let go of any trouble. The naval officer stood at the front of the warship and roared loudly. The dense footsteps began to sound, and the Marines quickly entered the deployment. There are sailors wearing binoculars around their necks, sweeping the sea level in the distance, not missing a trace. 3 hours passed, and a puzzled look appeared on the naval officer's face. According to those people in the New World, the Death God and the 4 emperors have already been dispatched. Why haven't they come out yet? Reaper's gang has such a big target, it can't just disappear like this. So what's the problem? According to the budget time, the Death Group should have appeared long ago. However, until now, on the distant sea level, there was still no sign of trouble. This strange scene immediately puzzled the sailors. Sir, still nothing, the sailor reported in frustration. They are the first line of defense, but looking at the current situation, they don't even see the shadow of the enemy. Continue the search. They may be setting up suspicions. There must be a conspiracy behind this incident, the officer said with a sullen face. Yes. Looking at the distant sea level, the officer was distressed. Conspiracy. What is the conspiracy? He really doesn't know, but according to the current situation, he can only wait like this. Time moved forward slowly, and in a blink of an eye, another 3 hours passed. But until now, no trace of any enemy has been found. The face of the naval officer was extremely ugly at this moment. Nearly 500 warships are scattered in this sea area, and a large number of Marines are watching. Moreover, this is the only way to pass through the New World. He believed that, no matter what, they would meet the enemy here. However, the fact that his face was swollen. There is no sea surface and no sea water. Where is it? Could it be that they will still fail in the sky? The officer was so surprised, he couldn't help but look up to the sky, and then, the next moment, his expression changed to shock at an exaggerated speed. He took a deep breath and looked at the sky, speechless for a long time. With his lieutenant general level combat power, endurance, and restraint, he roared loudly only after 3 breaths. His face was blue, and his heart was full of anger. Heaven, show me the sky. The sound was extremely loud, and it spread throughout the entire sea in the blink of an eye. Surprised, all the sailors looked up to the sky. Then, they saw a shocking scene. Black spots, densely packed with countless black spots. Everywhere, the sky seems to have been obscured. Most of these black spots have already crossed these sea areas. At this moment, what the sailors can see is only a part of it. Heaven, they're all in the sky. It's too far, too high, there's nothing we can do. Maid, isn't there news that they will go to the bottom of the sea? How did they go to the sky? How did they get up there? Countless sailors were shocked to the extreme, and they did not even count them. This exaggerated scene made the sailors never believe it. They didn't expect these people to go to the sky before, but after watching the sea soldiers staring at the sky for a long time, they didn't notice it at all. At this moment, when I saw the pirates in the sky, who had already passed most of them densely, only then did they come back to their senses. Ha ha ha, this new technology combined with the co-captain's space teleportation is simply fantastic. These are just the last remaining ships. The Vanguard, where did they go? How did they get past the Navy? Then we don't have to worry about it. Immediately, we will jump over the sea soldiers. At that time, everyone will spread out. Remember all to Lao Tzu, the naval headquarters must gather, be on time, and don't fail to keep up. In the sky, the pirates of the god of death shouted loudly to each other. Soon, these pirate ships crossed the warship area under the unwilling gaze of the sailors. Then, one by one fell from the sky like dumplings. When they were about to fall to the ground, parachute-like balloons appeared on each boat, increasing the resistance and making each boat land steadily on the sea. Bang 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 bang. A series of voices came out, and water splashed. Under the angry expressions of the sailors, the pirates of the death god pirates laughed and set sail, quickly separated, and dissipated on the vast sea. Damn, this group of people. The naval officer was furious, but there was nothing he could do. In his heart, he was very puzzled. How come these pirates seem to control more advanced technology than the sea soldiers? How did their ships fly into the sky? Moreover, most of the time has passed without knowing it, which is unimaginable. At this moment, on the distant sea level, a huge black spot appeared. His speed is terrifying, with C. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The soldiers noticed and immediately screamed. That's the Grim Reaper. They, one of the 5 emperors, put them on that pirate. The ones who passed by just now were just their squad members. On that ship, they were all cadres. Across the distant sea level, the sailors shouted loudly, their eyes full of horror. The naval officer grabbed the telescope and looked at the huge pirate ship. The huge sculpture on the bow, the iconic sickle skeleton on the sailboat, and the young faces sitting cross-legged on the sculpture undoubtedly confirmed the identity of this group of people. Death god pirates. The officer clenched his fists, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. In the face of such a big pirate, no one can deal with it calmly. Their mission is to block here and consume the combat power of the Death God gang. However, trying to fight against these main members is undoubtedly a nonsense. Tyrants. On the Reaper, Yang Qing said with a smile. Chapter 413. The 4 emperors come out together. Oh, I got it. Dylan's answered and stepped out. After 3 steps, he stood at the bow of the boat and stretched out his hands. A strange force began to radiate out, quickly wrapping the entire Reaper. These seamen are just cannon fodder. I really didn't expect that the Warring States period could be so cruel for the victory of this war. Looking at the fleet of warships in front of him, Yang Qing said with a light smile. We don't need to pay attention to them, so, Dylans, go straight across here, the time is pressing, and there is no room for waste. Dylans didn't respond, he had already started. The power of space wrapped the Reaper, and then the next moment. Buzz. The space trembled, in the eyes of countless nervous sailors. The huge death god had suddenly disappeared. Then, a moment later, the huge Reaper appeared directly in front of the naval fleet. It was less than 10 meters away from them. Hi! The sound of gasping for breath came out, and the naval officer's face was shaking, and his legs began to soften. I can't imagine how much courage it takes to face this group of people. Directly ahead, on the bow, the young man was smiling, but the pressure from his life, the pressure from his powerful strength, still made every sailor nervously unable to move. They were terrified, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Standing on this boat is not just a death god Lucifer. Also, the captains of the other divisions, the powerful cadres. Everyone is famous in the world. That cold-faced man with a spotted hat, his name is Luo, a lunatic who even dared to kidnap the people of Tianlong. This group of people, lawless, is simply the most vicious and daring criminals in the world. Fortunately, the pirates on the Reaper just casually glanced at the Marines present. Their ships disappeared the next moment. Silently, suddenly. In a blink of an eye, it appeared in the center of the naval fleet. Without waiting for the Marines to react, the death god flashed again and disappeared on the spot. Cancel, gone. Some of the sailors said sluggishly, they thought they had hallucinations, but the expressions on the faces of other sailors were clearly the same. Immediately, let these people understand. There. At this moment, a terrified voice came from the back row of the Marines. All the sailors looked there. The Grim Reaper suddenly appeared behind the sea soldiers. This scene shocked the sea soldiers and almost fell over their heads. "It's Dylan's, this guy." The sea-dwelling officer gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. This time, he learned the strength of the Death God and he will remember it for a lifetime. After the Reaper left, the sailors continued to stay in this sea area. In addition to the Death Gods, the intelligence also remembers the other three emperors very deeply. And Redhead, Kaido, and Whitebeard. These guys, this time, are they really going to overturn the whole world? The pressure of the naval officer was very high, and he saw the horror of the Death Gods. For the other three emperors, he was already very afraid in his heart. An hour later, a sailor called out loudly. "It's Kaido. That group, it's Kaido." The terrified voice of the sea soldiers spread throughout the entire sea, and it instantly boiled. After 3 breaths, a huge explosion came from the front of the Navy warship. 5 warships in a row sank, and a tragic cry rang out. "Help! Kaido, Kaido exploded." Among the wreckage of the sea soldiers, a huge figure stood, exuding Ling Ran's ferocious and vicious aura, and the 2 long horns growing out of his forehead, which represented his identity, was undoubtedly Kaido. "A bunch of trash." Standing among the wreckage, Kaido spoke coldly. "Since the war has begun, take you rubbish and warm up first." Bang bang bang. With one punch, Kaido just threw a punch to the right. A series of air waves rushed out, and all 10 warships sank in succession, with constant explosions. This scene caused a huge uproar and panic on the side of the Marines. This time, the highest combat power among them is the Lieutenant General, and it is impossible to fight against the pirates of the Emperor level. If this goes on, the entire army will be wiped out. Unlike the Shinigami group that skipped the sailors directly, the Kaido pirates chose to start a game. The pirates led by Kaido attacked the Navy ships present one after another. This put the Navy in an extremely dangerous situation in an instant. After half an hour, a red pirate ship was heading here. "It's Kaido and the others," Beckman said solemnly. "This guy is really brutal. Don't pay attention to them, difficult guy. At present, I am afraid that only Whitebeard and Lucifer can cure him," Shanks said lightly. Afterwards, under the watchful eyes of Kaido's group and the Navy, the red-haired group sailed past them and quickly disappeared. Soon after, the Whitebeard pirates came here with a boat of pirates. When they saw the sea with smoke and the huge beast in the center, their eyes moved. "Kaido, you are really boring." Whitebeard's voice buzzed throughout the entire sea. He glanced at the tragic pirates. "It's just a group of cannon fodder. You actually have the same knowledge as them." Kaido rolled his eyes and looked at Whitebeard fiercely. "This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading." Then he laughed. "Whitebeard, you old guy, you are going to. The goal is the same. Don't waste your time," Whitebeard said lightly, waving his hand. "Don't worry about him, let's go." The Whitebeard pirates continued to sail, leaving only Kaido and his gang to fight with the sailors. "Captain, what should I do?" Kaido's group also felt uncomfortable after being hurt by Whitebeard's 2 or 3 sentences. Kaido's eyes flashed, and then he smiled. "What should I do? Let's go, the old guy said so. What's the point of us staying here? Besides, this group of people really can't even make me warm up, it's too weak." Soon, the Kaido pirates gathered, passed through the scattered naval camp, and disappeared here. The naval officer lay dying on the deck, his face ugly. "Lord Lieutenant General," the sea soldier ran over and shouted nervously. "Report the news to the headquarters. This time, something is bad." The officer's voice was hoarse and his eyes were desperate. "The 4 emperors come together. What kind of power is that? Anyone, I am afraid, is very clear." Chapter 414 The King. Marine Corps Headquarters. Warring States put down the phone bug, and his face became extremely solemn. "What's the matter?" Garp asked aloud when he saw Sengoku's face. let go of his longing for Ace. 4 emperors, they are all here. The warring state's face was very ugly. Carp was taken aback, and his heart was also shocked. 4 emperors. Which 4 emperors? Grim Reaper, Redhead, Whitebeard, Kaido. These 4 guys are all 4 guys with extremely terrifying combat power. Warring States sighed heavily, but after hearing the news, he accepted it. It turned out to be 4. Carp was shocked, completely unexpected. Have they formed an alliance? At this moment, Garp reacted no matter how slow he was. With the 4 emperors coming out together, it is hard not to doubt. If they really form an alliance, then the only remaining emperor, Big Mum, will either be destroyed or they can only continue to join. And once the 5 emperors alliance, then the pirate world will become monolithic. Like the imperial court in the world, their strength will expand unprecedentedly. The world, it's going to be a mess. Warring States sighed, and then his eyes were solemn, but before this, we have to stand on the last post. Navy headquarters. Garp's eyes were a little complicated, and he had a bad premonition. It may not be able to withstand the impact of the 4 emperors. Warring States nodded. This is inevitable, just 1 emperor already needs the headquarters to stand by. For 4, it's really hard. Carp's face also became ugly, and he fell into silence. It's unimaginable that an ace has become the fuse of the changes of the times. It's really unimaginable. The Warring States had a complicated expression. I really didn't expect it. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye, 3 weeks later. The Death God group's strategy of breaking up and reorganizing turned their complete group into a fragmented organization, and it was difficult for the Marines to find out the location of these guys. The other 3 emperors also mysteriously disappeared from the sight of the sea soldiers. At this point, the naval headquarters had already expected, and they fell into silence. At this moment, the situation before the war has matured. Everyone is waiting for the moment when the wind blows and the thunder rages down. The world will change at that moment. In the Chambord Islands, a group of people strolled along the lively streets with smiles on their faces. The tense atmosphere of the Navy did not affect the ordinary people and the uninformed nobles. Of course, during this period of time, there is one thing worth noting. Since a month ago, the Tianlong people who were active in the Chambord Islands suddenly disappeared. This surprised the public, but at the same time they were relieved. These world nobles are like a sword hanging over everyone's heads, making them nervous and terrified. So, Robin is actually working in a ballroom now. With a weird smile on her face, Yang Qing asked Moria. Yes, she works in the ballroom. Moria nodded. Dillons and Luo looked at each other with surprise on their faces. It's hard to imagine how a woman like Robin could be active in the dance hall. Just to hide your identity. Should not be. Half an hour later, the group entered the dance hall where Robin was in the information. As soon as you enter the ballroom, the dazzling lights and heart-shattering music rang out. Many people swayed their bodies to the music, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. On the stage, a woman with a smile on her face, dressed sexy, but very conservative, with a smile on her face, was dancing. It was Robin. A serious ballroom. Yang Qing looked at Dillon suspiciously, and the latter replied. Nodding, Yang Qing smiled and said, then let's wait for her to step down. 5 minutes later, Robin got off the stage sweating profusely and walked towards the crowd. You guys are so slow, I've been waiting a long time. Nailu is on an uninhabited island next to him. His air force is quite good in combat. As soon as he saw everyone, Robin said. Yang Qing nodded. Yes, we are going to gather. Next, we are going to do a big thing. Robin's face was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions. An hour later, Anilu came here. Everyone finally gathered together, and then boarded the Death God together. Ace, how did you get caught? Anilu asked indifferently as soon as he got on the boat. It's Tiki. Blackbeard Tiki's group, together with the naval general Aokiji, joined forces to catch Ace. Luo said coldly. Tiki. Nilu burst out with thunder and lightning. His eyes were extraordinarily cold. Very good, stupid mortals have such courage. I'll blow him to ashes. Yang Qing glanced at Anilu and said with a smile, don't worry, Ace will be fine. This time, it will only be our enemy. Corazon looked at Yang Qing and asked, Boss, are you so sure? Of course. Yang Qing said, this time apart from us, the other 3 emperors have already set off. What? Yang Qing's information shocked the whole boat. Because Ace was arrested, all the staff were dispatched, and almost everything revolved around rescuing Ace, but no one paid attention to the whereabouts of other emperors. Whitebeard, because of the traitor Tiki. Redhead, because of Ace, and at the same time, it is also to support me in the Thief King of Shanghai City, so I set off. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. And Kaido, this fighting madman, as a pirate, naturally won't stand by. This war, from the moment we dispatched, has long since evolved into a war between sailors and pirates. Dillons was shocked, and then said incredulously, that is to say, boss, you, our god of death, unknowingly acted as the weather vane of the entire pirate system. No, it's not the weather vane, but the king's position. Yang Qing said with a big laugh. His eyes were sharp, with a domineering look, and he glanced at the partners present. My brothers, you know what? This time, if we succeed, I will ascend to the position of the King of Thieves in Shanghai City. And you, will become One Piece's partner. This war is the war of our kings. This is our end, but also a new beginning. Yang Qing's words made the whole boat excited and excited. The battle of the faction can best reflect the position of the pirates. And this time, the Grim Reaper is undoubtedly the leader. As soon as he moved, all the other 3 parties moved. Although the reason was unknown, he had inadvertently established the status of the god of death. The king is about to appear on the sea. Chapter 415 The Truth of History. The fact is, as Yang Qing said, if this time is really successful, their prestige and status will undoubtedly become the real One Piece. The Reaper slowly began to sail, and the excited crew members scattered around. Of course, before that, they didn't forget that the most important goal at this time was to save Ace. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. On the deck, Yang Qing sat cross-legged with a smile on his face, and Robin stood behind him with a hint of hesitation on his face. So, Robin, with that look, you still don't want to tell me what you got? I remember that when you were on the empty island, you already saw the historical text. She asked this sentence in a very relaxed tone, which shocked Robin behind her. After 3 breaths, a smile appeared on her face. So you already knew that, Captain? Robin said with a smile. I'm not that stupid, Robin, come on, what did you see from the historical text? Yang Qing asked. He had this doubt a long time ago. I don't know since when. This doubt is not as simple as a problem. It involves the trust between partners, the reliability of the relationship and so on. I saw the truth of history. Robin's expression was a little complicated, but, I didn't see it all. The truth of history. Yang Qing was startled. The legend lacks 100 years of history, so in the historical text, is that 100 years of history? Through the broken traces, it's basically the same thing. It's a dark history, so dark that the World Court dare not even announce it to the world. Robin sighed. Captain, you are very impressed with this history. Interested? Yang Qing's eyes flashed and he laughed. Of course. Robin, this is a required course for One Piece. Required courses? Robin wondered. Ha ha ha, when you put this piece of history together, give it to me. Can you, Robin? With a stunned expression, Robin laughed. Of course there is no problem, Captain. Then, what about the ancient weapons mentioned above? Do you need it? Yang Qing stood up, looked ahead, and waved his hand. Do you think I need it? I don't think the captain needs it. Robin smiled playfully. Then I don't need it. Ha ha ha, the answer is up to you. Yang Qing laughed loudly, and stood on top of the sculpture. Raising his head and looking at Yang Qing's back, Robin's eyes were full of light, and the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. "Thank you, Captain, for giving me so much confidence." In just a few short sentences, the estrangement between the two has been clearly dissipated. The shocking history disclosed in the historical text is second, and the ancient weapons after that are important. Yang Qing put the decision-making power of these historical weapons in the hands of Robin. What a huge trust. Ancient weapons, powerful, enough to destroy an island with a single blow. In Robin's heart, there was a great shadow over such a terrifying attack similar to the demon slaughtering order. She has never mentioned this point in front of Yang Qing, and it is precisely for this reason. But until this moment, she clearly understood her captain's lace and how much trust this man had in her. That is a kind of true family trust. This man really regards himself as a family member. Ancient weapons, with or without them, have little effect on you, Captain, right? Or, you already know the answer about ancient weapons. Yang Qing has always been a man who relies on his own strength to achieve everything. This kind of character, everyone on the boat can see it clearly, and Robin naturally knows it too. However, the man personally handed the answer to something as important as an ancient weapon into his own hands, but it still moved Robin. This is a silent touch, and a tacit understanding that only the two of them understand. 4 more days passed, and at this point, there were only 3 full days left until Ace was executed. On this day, with the help of the female Emperor Hancock, Luffy finally came to the underwater prison to advance into the city. Hee, my ability can be teleported to anywhere at any time, Dylan said with a smile, and then he looked at Yang Qing. "So, when you are here, what is your plan?" Everyone looked at Yang Qing. They knew that the captain wanted to do something big, so they came here, but what they wanted to do was unknown. The great underwater prison, advance the city. Yang Qing smiled. "There are the most and the strongest pirates in the world hidden here." "You say, what are we going to do?" Dylan's and others flashed shock in their eyes. "So, are you going to release all the pirates here? This is really a bold plan." "No, not only let them go, but also use them." Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and then she said firmly, "Remember, if you don't give in, kill them all. Most of the pirates here are scumbags, you don't have to be polite." "It's exactly what I want," Analu said coldly. "Start from the bottom and get it there, then everything will be easy." Yang Qing stepped up and walked towards the bottom. The group walked in an upright manner, and they did not shy away from it at all. There are also countless Marines stationed on both sides of the prison cage, but when Yang Qing and others passed by, these people looked at themselves in horror. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. However, he couldn't control his body, and he was helping the enemy to open the prison door or clearing all obstacles. When everything was over, these people were all soft to the ground, rolled their eyes, and lost their breath. Here, the Grim Reaper and his party have turned into the real Grim Reaper, and they will never show mercy. Advance into the city, in a dark room. "Magellan, there's something wrong in the prison." Magellan was silent and did not respond. The prison guards on the first floor quietly disappeared with 3 teams. Also, the gates of those important gates also have traces of being opened. According to the route, they went to the 2nd floor. Chapter 416 6th floor. Still silent, Magellan stood up. "I see." Magellan, who was taciturn, just said 4 words and left here. The intruders were on the 1st floor, while Magellan was on the 4th floor. Walking all the way to the upper floor, Magellan's mood did not fluctuate. In this big prison, he is almost invincible. And the other person, although the strength is also very strong, but there is still some gap with him. In the Siege of the Sea Kings in the depths of the city, the building is under the seabed, which can be called an iron wall. Generally speaking, it is impossible for anyone to break into this place. However, there was an accident today. Magellan came out by himself, more because he was really curious. Who the hell could break into this prison? Moreover, there are still people who dare to break in here. Judicial Island, Advance City, Navy Headquarters. The three places are distributed in a triangle, and at their center is a huge undersea vortex. If you want to enter these three places, you must first pass through the gate of justice that is as high as the sky. Otherwise, the ship would only be able to revolve around the whirlpool, and would not be able to pass the first level at all. It is incredible that there are suddenly more guests in the advancing city. While Magellan was walking towards the top, Yang Qing and others were also walking towards the bottom. Soon, the two sides are getting closer. The second floor is filled with countless beasts with powerful combat power. If ordinary mortals escape here, they will sooner or later become food for these beasts. And Yang Qing and others walked in stride, almost without a trace of sluggishness. These irrational animals, in front of Yang Qing, could not even stand firm, and they fell headfirst. The Overlord is domineering, and the effect against these beasts is undoubtedly the best. Soon in the third floor, this floor just came out, and Yang Qing and his party stopped. In front, a sluggish-looking person stood there, exuding a dignified aura all over his body. The intruder, is that you? Magellan stood there. Ru Yuan's aura exuded, awe-inspiring. In the rear, Anilu stood up with a cold face. Let's go. Yang Qing chuckled lightly and walked forward. On the spot, Anilu and Magellan stood face to face. Their eyes were calm and terrifying, and their faces were cold. Reaper pirates, Thor Anilu, Magellan said with solemn eyes. He didn't stop the others, because when he saw these people, he already knew that it was impossible for him to do it. Just this one in front of him made him feel terrifying pressure. At the same time, his heart became heavy. One of the 5 emperors, the group of death gods, actually appeared here. So, will the preparations at the Navy headquarters be all by? There's not much time, so I won't waste it. Anilu's face was cold, the golden long stick in his hand turned, and crackling lightning flashed out. Behind Magellan, a strange smell came out, and a huge poisonous dragon appeared. The next moment, lightning flashed, the scorching high temperature flooded the third floor, and the rumbling sound began to come out continuously. The terrible venom can corrode everything, leaving many potholes in the ground. The two began to fight one after another. The two equally stern, the battle seemed to be organized and clear, and they seemed to be relaxed and freehand. A quarter of an hour later, Anilu faced Magellan face to face. Retracting the golden long stick, Anilu stepped over Magellan. After 3 breaths, Magellan fell to the ground with a painful face, lost consciousness, and his whole body was charred. In front of thunder and lightning, his poisonous gas was burned out, and the huge power gap made it difficult for him to support. Half an hour, it was already Magellan's limit. How could Magellan be an opponent in the face of Anilu's almost general-level combat power? And Yang Qing and his party who left early have reached the 5th floor. Anilu turned into a thunderbolt and quickly caught up with them. The two sides converged and did not say much. 5 minutes later, he entered the last floor of the underwater prison. The 6th floor, here is our goal. Standing in the elevator, Yang Qing said with a smile. Next, don't be polite, those who disobey, kill them all. The rest of them smiled, and their eyes were full of killing intent. Naturally, they all know that these people on the last floor are powerful and ferocious guys. Unruly, cruel and bloodthirsty, there is absolutely no room for mercy. Click. The door opened, and there was basically no light in the dark 6th floor. It looks dark, cold, and uncomfortable here. Da 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 da. The dense footsteps echoed clearly in the corridor. Death, everyone, walk around here. 3 seconds later, a voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Are you here for a shift change? It's not time yet. It's a sea soldier on duty here. Yang Qing raised his brows and laughed. The 6th floor was very dark and it was difficult to see light. Therefore, until this moment, he did not see those sailors standing there. You can only feel the breath of each organism with a keen perception. Ha, yes, we're changing shifts. He chuckled and shouted, his voice echoing clearly in the corridor. It was this sound, like a pebble in the calm lake, that caused the ripples to spread. The prisoners, who were all bored in the cage, raised their heads abruptly, their eyes flashing with light. "This voice is not a navy," a pirate said fiercely in his heart, with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. "This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading." "It's not a sailor, it's someone else. No matter who it is, they will have a chance." And it was the sailors who discovered this together with the pirates. At the same time as their faces changed greatly, they pulled out the weapons around their waists. "Who is it? You are not the one to take over." "Who is it? Ha ha, it's a pirate." Yang Qing's laughter sounded, and then with a snap of his right hand, the flames rose from the front, and a little light made the dark corridors and cages light up. Then, everything present was clearly displayed in front of everyone. There is a long corridor in the middle, and there are closely adjacent cages on both sides. In each cage, there are pirates who are either sitting cross-legged, standing, or lying down with vicious, calm, and hideous faces. Because there was no light for a long time, the sudden light made these pirates cover their eyes. "Death, God of Death! How did you come here?" Seeing the person coming, the sailors took a deep breath. Chapter 417 Destroy the Marines. Totally unimaginable, unimaginable at all. It would be a group of death god who came. How did these big pirates in the New World come here suddenly? After the seamen on duty were shocked, they were terrified. Immediately afterwards, their eyes fell into darkness. One by one fell to the ground and lost consciousness. To deal with these naval soldiers who are not so outstanding in combat power, the death god group is very easy. Yang Qing stood at the front, glanced at the cages on both sides, and a light flashed in his eyes. "People, there are still quite a few. There are indeed a lot of people, and there are at least dozens of people in the city. The 6th floor is the most powerful pirate in the world, and every one of them was a famous character before. There are dozens of people like this, which can be said to be shocking." It was calm, and no pirates made any echoes. "Ha ha." Yang Qing smiled, and he stepped forward. "Although there is no hope in my heart, what if the Marines have not had time to transfer Ace?" Dylan's and others followed behind, and the group quickly came to a position near the end. Here, a fishman in a plate seat closed his eyes, and suddenly opened his eyes when he felt that there were people in front of him. "5 emperors, Lucifer, you guys are actually here," the Murloc Jinbei said in surprise. He was very familiar with the face in front of him, and it could even be said that he was very familiar with the faces of the people behind him. "Among the cadres and members of the Death God Pirates, I am afraid there is not a Murloc unfamiliar with." "Jinbei, why are you here?" Nips said loudly, his face full of doubts. "It's a long story. Are you here to save Brother Ace?" Jinping shook his head and asked. "Yes, we're here to save Ace," Nips said. "Where are the others?" "Brother Ace is locked next to me. 3 days ago, he was secretly taken away by the Marines. At this moment, I don't know where he is." Jinping shook his head. Everyone's faces showed disappointment, and they were a little frustrated with this answer. "Hee, it's alright. When we came, we didn't have any hope. I don't think the sea soldiers are too stupid. This is a normal thing." Yang Qing chuckled. He looked around here for a week, and, pick up, we have more important things to do next. Quote. "Captain, where's the key? I'm going to rescue Jinbei," Nips said loudly. His shout made the eyes of the pirates in the cage light up, and they all looked over. At this moment, a strange aura began to permeate the scene. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he noticed that these messy auras were the Overlord aura. He stared sharply, then laughed. "I am the 5 emperors, Lucifer. Here, as some of you have guessed, I'm here to rescue you." Those 2 words made the pirates present smile. "What do we need to do?" A hoarse voice came out, and a middle-aged man said. "World Destroyer, Waldo." Yang Qing looked at the person who spoke out and smiled. "I know you old guy is as famous as Whitebeard, but I didn't expect that you would stay in this dark place and stay there. It's been so embarrassing for so long. I don't know, how much of your strength can you show? Waldo's eyes were fierce and he said hoarsely, you can try. Ha ha, I will naturally try. Yang Qing laughed, I will release all of you present. But I want you to follow me. Because, next, I'm going to make a big fight in the Marine Corps headquarters, and I need your strength. Of course, you can also resist, but the end result. Yang Qing's eyes became fierce, and his voice was full of coldness. It must be death. Then, fluids and bodies emerged from the air, and then burrowed into the locks in the Jinbei cage. 2 seconds later, with the sound of click, all the prisoners on the 6th floor were shocked, and their eyes showed anticipation. Open, really open. Immediately after, they saw Jinbei come out of the cage and hug the sturdy Murloc. Thank you, Lucifer. Jinping saluted Yang Qing with the most respectful etiquette. Nothing, just next, please stand by our side. Yang Qing smiled. Of course, please rest assured. Jinbei nodded. Those who were detained for many years at the scene were old pirates for many years, and their thoughts were deep. When they saw that someone was really released, their hearts itched immediately. Ha ha ha, boy, let me go, I will follow you, I swear. Immediately, an old man shouted. You've got a bunch of old bones. What does it help us to let you out? Bucky asked loudly. Hey, Roger has to call me senior. I'm 123 years old this year, what do you think I'm good for? The old man laughed, the wrinkles on his face huddled together. Yang Qing and the others shrank their eyes, all looked at the old man, and even the pirates in the cage rolled their eyes. No matter what power this old guy has, just based on his age, everyone present is shocked. Even Yang Qing was shocked and was shocked by this old guy. 123 years old, Nima, this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Is it the age at which the average person can live? Still in this dark prison, it's simply maddening. Okay, I'll let you out. Yang Qing turned his eyes, smiled, and waved his right hand. Crack. The old man's prison door opened, and the Halushi handcuffs on his hands and feet were all open. Then, he smiled and walked out, with obvious excitement in his eyes. Boy, you are very good. Next, what do you need me to do for you? The old man's cultivation was obviously very good, and he asked with a smile, very polite. Recently, I want to destroy the sea soldiers. Yang Qing also laughed, but what he said made the old man's face stagnate. Twice, the old man became embarrassed. You really know how to joke. Captain is not kidding. If you don't do it, we will kill you. Lambus said coldly. The old man shivered, coughed twice, and stood behind the kind-looking Corazon. Ahem, I'm done. Chapter 418 Kill. The old man was so choked by Lambus that he surrendered directly. Standing behind the Death God group, he glanced at the others with a smile in his eyes. In the cage, the prisoners were very calm. Even if they saw the 2 people being rescued, they were still very calm. Freedom is only 1 step away from you. Today, if I leave here, I will not come back. Yang Qing's voice was cold and domineering. Freedom should stay here and die of old age. The answer is yours to choose. Still silent, except for the voice of Death and his group, the pirates in the cage kept their mouths shut. The atmosphere seemed very strange, and the people of the Death God looked at each other in dismay, a little unexpected. They thought that these people's desire for freedom was extremely serious. If they mentioned freedom, they would definitely go crazy. How could they think that it would be such a scene in front of them? The original book is really harmful. Yang Qing shook his head, his eyes flickering. In the anime, it can be said that the IQ of these pirates was forcibly removed, and these people were completely turned into supporting roles of the protagonist, all for the sake of the integrity of the plot. However, it's time to really see these big pirates. However, Yang Qing found that none of the people here are so easy to get along with. Crash. The thick chain rang, and it was unusually clear in the quiet 6th floor. Yang Qing and the others shifted their gazes to look at that place. The King of Evil, Abaro Pizarro. Bucky's eyes narrowed and he looked at the figure standing up. The rest of the people looked at the guy who stood up, and their eyes flashed. This is the first person to stand up. This guy's identity and status are not ordinary people. Save me out, I'll belong to you. The King of Evil Politics said in a cold voice, I've had enough of this disgusting life. Don't you hesitate, Dylan's asked suspiciously. Hesitate. Outside, do what you want, I'm already disgusted by the days here. And a wicked smile appeared on the corner of the king's mouth. I heard that you are going to destroy the navy. Isn't that exactly what I want? The last sentence was so loud that the prison trembled, and it also caused the pupils of the rest of the prisoners to shrink and their hearts trembled. Yes, they were imprisoned here for an unknown amount of time. No one tells them what day it is, and no one tells them what year it is. All they have is endless darkness and coldness. Lonely, dark, crazy. There are many empty cells on this floor, and there are only rotten corpses in them. These dead people were famous people in their lifetimes, but they still can't stand the darkness and loneliness. They used to sing here, suddenly wanting to cheer, hoping to take away that lingering sense of loneliness. However, after the jubilation, there is only a slow feeling of exhaustion. After a long time, calm again, making people crazy. Until this moment, someone finally uttered the long-lost word of freedom. Yes, they were excited. But still retains the last trace of reason. There is no pie in the sky. To gain something, you must lose something. This is the way of heaven, and no one can change it. They are judging, thinking, and waiting for the moment when the opponent's cards are used up. However, someone couldn't wait. Everyone's view and value of the same thing is different. Crash. The sound of the chains kept ringing, and the figures stood up one by one, looking cold, excited, and crazy. Let me out. I agree to your terms too. And me, I promise to. And me, the Grim Reaper, I'll join you. A series of voices began to sound, and Yang Qing's mouth showed a smile. For lost things, people will always burst out unimaginable passion. For these pirates who have been trapped for an unknown time, freedom is their most valuable thing. Ah, I miss the taste of rum, and cocktails, with the strawberry wine from my hometown, that taste. Quick, the gods of death, let me out, let me do anything, I promise. Dylan's and the others all had smiles on their faces, looking at the figures standing up one by one, they laughed out loud. I'll let you out right now. But, you have to remember, don't make troubles randomly, otherwise, you will only have a dead end. Finally, with a word of warning, Yang Qing waved his hand, the water flowed, and the ice was born out of thin air, and got into the handcuffs of the pirates who stood up. With the continuous sound of caca, one after another figure walked out of the cage. On their faces, there were obvious expressions of excitement, and when they regained their freedom, they couldn't help being excited. This is their most precious thing, what they once lost, and on this day, it was finally lost. However, there is also resistance. Ha ha ha, I'm free, I'm finally free, I'm free. Any god of death, die. In just an instant, a crazy pirate rushed towards the group of death gods, and their faces were full of crazy killing intent. Since it's out, who else can stop Lao Su? You little dolls, you want to be my boss, what a fool's dream. The old pirate with a middle-aged appearance, but his actual age is already 70 or 80 years old, laughed loudly. Behind him, the eyes of the pirates who had just obtained their freedom flashed, and they stood still and watched silently. They are all waiting to see what kind of strength this group of people who saved them has. If the strength is weak, they don't mind destroying it directly. Stand on top. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. People, no one is happy. Soon, the old man had rushed to the front of the Death God gang. I don't know whether to live or die. Dylan's eyes were indifferent, he took a step and disappeared suddenly. What about people? This scene caused shock to everyone present. Disappeared. The young man who was still there before disappeared in an instant. The next moment, a dagger appeared in front of the old man's neck. The cold temperature made his running body stop immediately, and all the hairs on his body stood up. Only a pair of hands appeared in the air. In the back, the evil king's eyes narrowed, his heart beating faster. In the air, a hand pressed the old man's shoulder, so that his entire body was imprisoned, unable to move at all. The other arm was already stretched out in front of his neck, and the cold blade of the dagger in his hand suddenly cut downwards. It appeared suddenly and moved quickly. This is the most bizarre assassination. Hard to guard against. Chapter 419 Gusius. The old man's pupils contracted, and his eyes were full of fear. The icy dagger cut through his neck without any hesitation. He could clearly feel his old and turbid blood spraying out from his neck, and his vitality was rapidly draining. He wanted to scream, but the trachea had been cut off, and not even a sound could come out. The dagger quietly left, and Dylan's figure reappeared in the same place, as if he had never left. The pirates at the entrance of the cage narrowed their eyes, and they were quickly judging the strength of the two sides in their hearts. In the field, the old man had lost his breath, and fell to the ground softly, the smell of blood wafting from his nostrils. A large cloud of blood-red liquid dyed the ground red. After 3 breaths, one after another figure began to gather towards the group of death gods. In the silence, the ruthless force killing and killing made these pirates choose to temporarily surrender, and there is no change. Kid Reaper, let me go. Waldo said, I belong to you. The old man has a group of friends outside, and they can all be called back and join you. Yang Qing smiled, and with a wave of his hand, Waldo's handcuffs were released. Then, the old guy who was once as famous as Whitebeard stepped out of the cage, his eyes flashing, but he stood silently behind the group of death gods. By this time, more than a dozen big pirates had already chosen to take refuge with the death god. The rest of the people who were still in the cage also stood up after thinking for a minute. Compared to this dark world, the free air outside attracted them more. Save me out, I surrender to you. Death, I will join you. I can work for you, but be sure to give me the dignity of a pirate. Next, is the peak period for the pirates to surrender. One by one, the pirates walked out of the cage, and then stood behind the group of death gods. 10 minutes later, the cage was empty. In the corridor, there were more than a dozen corpses. These corpses were all pirates in cages before. After they came out, they still chose to resist, unable to tell the difference in power between the two. They committed suicide and were brutally killed. Looking at the dozens of corpses, the pirates' eyes flashed, and they already had a clear judgment on the strength of the Death God gang in their hearts. This group of people can easily suppress the people present. In other words, in terms of strength, the Death God group has conquered them. Since everyone has joined the team, it's time for us to get down to business. With a smile on his face, Yang Qing glanced at everyone, and then walked on. The big pirates number 56 and 60 behind them all followed. These people were once world-famous powerhouses. At this time, joining the group of Death God immediately increased the strength of their group by a lot. Reaper boy, what do you want us to do? Inside the rising building, Valdo asked in a deep voice with a stone thrown in his hand. Didn't you just say it? Destroy the sea soldiers, Yang Qing said. Are you serious? Waldo paused, and all the pirates looked at Yang Qing, with a violent light flashing in their eyes. Of course, do you think I'm joking? Yang Qing squinted. There will be a big battle immediately after going out, so I hope you can improve your strength as soon as possible in this short period of time. That's really interesting. Among the juniors, there are also courageous guys like you. Waldo laughed. It's really good, Lucifer, if you really want to destroy the Marines, we'll be with you, but I'm very happy. The King of Evil Government grinned. Yes, Captain, the lackeys of the Marines, I have long seen them disliked. The huge San Juan Evil Wolf said with a smile. His stature was huge, comparable to a giant, even bigger than Little Laws. What I say is never nonsense. Yang Qing said coldly. Don't talk nonsense, get out of here first. The whole way was unobstructed, and soon everyone went up to the 5th floor. Captain, why don't we completely mess up this place? Bucky laughed. You want to release them all? Yang Qing said. Yeah, that would be much more fun. Bucky laughed. Twinkle in his eyes, Yang Qing's mouth gleamed fiercely. Then do it, it will be a mess. Ha ha. Bucky laughed and walked to the cage on the 5th floor. Soon, the entire 5th floor was noisy. The prisoners here are all pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions, and their strength is very good. As soon as these people came out, the advancing city was thrown into chaos. There are wars everywhere, and the originally peaceful large prison has completely entered the chaos at this moment. The guards who were stationed fell into a pool of blood one by one, and they were quickly cleaned up. The 5th-tier pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million gathered together, and the number was huge. At a glance, there were hundreds of people, and the scale was very grand. They blocked the road tightly, quarreled with each other, and discussed how to get out of here. Suddenly, behind the crowd, there was a big gap. The leader was a young figure, followed by 60 or 70 people behind him. This group of people was so imposing, it seemed that they were not easy to mess with, so that the pirates present immediately quieted down. After a breath, someone recognized the pirate and called out in horror. That old man is Gu Shoes. When I was still wearing open crotch pants, he was a guy with a bounty of 400 million, and he was still alive. Are you kidding me? You are 64 years old this year. If you wear open crotch pants, how old is he? Immediately, the crowd boiled over. They looked at the person standing in the front row opposite. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The old man trembled in his heart. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he swept to the old man beside him. I saw that his face was obviously a little stunned, as if he didn't expect anyone to know him. Ha ha, I didn't expect anyone to know this old man, what a surprise. The pirates in the crowd, the evil king, and Waldo all looked at this old guy. 64 years ago, the old guy who lived to be 123 years old, named Gusius, had a bounty of about 400 million. After connecting these points together, everyone was a little shocked. Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger, the real Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger. They have lived together in this big prison for so long, but who are the rest and what did they do before? There are really many people who don't know, and now, as soon as they are born, their identities are immediately exposed. Let's go. Yang Qing said softly, leading the crowd to continue walking forward. Chapter 420 Empty Shell. A group of people led by Yang Qing, the officials of the Death God pirates and others, followed by the 6th floor pirates who joined in the rear began to walk forward. After only one person recognized the turmoil of Gu Shoes, all the 5th-tier pirates realized that the group of people in front of them were not easy to mess with. With caution and solemnity in their eyes, they consciously moved out of the way and let these people pass by. Then, that's the king of bad politics. And that one, Waldo, the world breaker, and a great man with a great reputation. Big Winebacchus Choate, he's actually in the crowd. I remember it. They are all guys advancing to the 6th floor of the city. The last sentence made the pirates present swallow their saliva, their eyes full of horror. Look at the guy in the middle, that guy, it turns out to be him. Who is it? Nicknamed Red Earl, he was a great pirate in Roger's time, named Baroric Redfield, he was the only one who defeated the former Marine Marshal Sora. Immediately, the sound of countless gasps rang out. Hey! Red Earl Redfield laughed evilly when he heard everyone recognize him, and then, his eyes flashed to the young man in front of him. Captain, called softly. Yang Qing turned back. What? I'm hungry. Redfield licked his lips and smiled. If you're hungry, then eat. Yang Qing said softly and turned around. Ha ha. Redfield smiled, his head began to turn, and he glanced at the pirates on both sides, looking for his target. A group of people walked quietly forward, and after 5 steps, the figure of Redfield suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the crowd of pirates on the 5th floor. A full smile, sharp teeth, like a vampire. Oh no, he's a cruel vampire right now. His mouth was closed, and his teeth were biting hard towards the neck of the person in front of him. Ah! The screams came out, and Redfield burst out laughing, contented laughter. After absorbing the blood of 10 people on his face, his body was already blank. Then, his old face has returned to youth, and his appearance is pale, with a sinister smile, a gentleman's appearance, and has a unique attraction. Walking back to the team with a light smile, Redfield glanced at his companions and let out an unidentified laugh. Soon, Yang Qing led the crowd through here to the 4th floor. Then, go through this floor at the fastest speed to reach the 3rd floor. In the 3rd floor, Yang Qing met an evil guy. Lucifer, the god of death, one of the 5 emperors, is indeed a crazy and frightening guy. Shiliu of the Rain was smoking a cigarette, his face full of evil smiles. Yang Qing glanced at the past, causing Shiliu's body to tremble, and then he said indifferently, "Don't talk nonsense, if you want to join, just stand by yourself at the end. Otherwise, I believe, there are many people here who want to tear you apart." Shiliu of the Rain trembled all over, and his face froze. Looking at the big pirates with different expressions behind Yang Qing, he smiled and walked over automatically. This is a lineup that will change the world. No matter how I think about it, I can't control my desire to join. Yu Ziliu, standing at the end of the team, muttered. It has to be said that the lineup of Yang Qing's group at this moment is really unprecedentedly powerful. The great pirates who have been through the ages have never imagined that one day they will stand together in unity. As they came out, the pirates on the 5th floor also rushed out. As soon as they reached the 3rd floor and saw the lineup here, these pirates couldn't help but take a step back and swallowed. Then, they mustered up the courage to shout. 5 Emperor Lucifer, please let us join. Let us out of the advanced city. The first person bent over, and then the back of the head appeared one by one. Hundreds of pirates with a bounty of over 100 million have chosen to follow death at this moment. Yang Qing's mouth curved, and then said coldly. Then just follow closely, I don't need the trash who can't keep up. When the pirates heard this, they jumped up excitedly. 3 hours later, Yang Qing led the pirates on the 5th and 6th floors to board the Reaper. Behind them, there were rows of sea soldiers lying on the ground, blood flowing. On this day, the sailors advancing into the city remembered their long-forgotten fears. On this day, the advancing city with iron walls was completely captured. And what kind of results will be ushered in the next place of the 3-corner formation? Is this our ship? Standing under the Reaper, looking at the huge pirate ship, the pirates were all shocked and excited. Those who know the goods are looking at the ship, their pupils shrinking. This is Hades. The Reaper was designed and remodeled by Espagu. It combines a variety of elements, powerful attack power, defense power, mobility, and 3 forces in one, creating a weapon of war that is not inferior to Hades. For a long time, Yang Qing and others only used it as a ship, just because it was not time for him to go to the battlefield. But this time, in the Battle of the Top, there is no doubt that this guy who has always been low-key will show his hideous side. New Hades, what is his power like? Ha 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 ha, I already had a premonition that the Marine Corps headquarters was destroyed by us. Baki was at the bow of the ship, laughing loudly, triumphantly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. With so many powerful pirates behind them, the Death God pirates have grown into the strongest pirates. Coupled with the strength of the other 3 emperors, this time the sea soldiers will face a disaster. Drizzt, how long? 3 days. But, Drizzt paused. If the sea soldiers had known that the prison behind them had become an empty shell, they would probably have executed the time earlier without any hesitation. Really, Yang Qing also thought of it, and after a moment of pondering, can you all measure the positions of the brothers? Drizzt was stunned for a moment, then a card after a card appeared in his hand, and he swung it into the air. After a while, groups of golden brilliance bloomed, and a beautiful and mysterious pattern appeared in the void. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, but couldn't understand it. According to the Carol card, 80% of them have reached the naval headquarters. But how did these people hide? The results of his prediction showed that these people had clearly been there for at least a day. But how is such a large number hidden? One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 421-440. Chapter 421 Stupid. Drizzt didn't understand how these brothers were hidden in the naval headquarters, and he still couldn't figure it out. Naturally, other people couldn't figure it out, and the answer could only be figured out after they converged. The pirates behind him were full of excitement because they had just left the advanced city. Take out all the remaining drinks on the boat, I believe our new brothers have gone crazy. Ha ha, take the wind for them. Yang Qing laughed and gave the order. The eyes of the pirates lit up, and where there is any drink in the advanced city, it is not bad to have water. Suddenly, everyone roared loudly. Wow, that's great. A jar of wine was carried out from the warehouse of the Reaper. The pirates slammed the sealed lid impatiently, poured the wine into their mouths, and then let out a very refreshing howl. Ah, it's so cool. This wine is amazing. Quote. Captain, I'll mess with you in the future, just have a sip of wine. These crazy pirates, as soon as they come out to drink, immediately have a surge of adrenaline, which is not cool. Yang Qing and others looked at these guys with smiles on their faces. Among these people, some are heinous, some are cruel and bloodthirsty, but at this moment, they are all simple guys who have just been released from prison. No matter what will happen in the future, but at this time, these people will show the purest and most real thoughts in their hearts. A huge battleship as big as a mountain, a jar of wine per person, too much can't be distributed to him, his body is too huge, he can only relieve his addiction. And people such as Redfield, Waldo and others also had smiles on their faces at this moment. They laughed loudly, clinking glasses with each other, and they were very happy. The Reaper made a hum and slowly drove away from the advancing city. Before and after the gate of justice was forcibly opened by the hands of the huge battleship that stood up from the ship, and then the death god rushed out and left here. Pushing into the city, Magellan looked at the dying Straw Hat Boy in front of him, his eyes full of indifference. The advanced city has been occupied. These guys who broke into this place should be damned. The venom on his body was bubbling, and then he left here step by step. He didn't look at the next few floors. The commotion was clearly visible in the videophone bug. At this moment, what he needs to do is to report this matter to the headquarters as quickly as possible. A minute later, Magellan picked up the phone bug. Headquarters. Hey, I'm Warring States. The serious voice of Warring States sounded. The advanced city has fallen. Magellan said indifferently, it's the death gods. The prisoners on the 5th and 6th floors all fled. In addition, the director, Shiliu of the Rain, defected. The voice of the Warring States was stagnant, and after a long time, it came. I see. Magellan hung up the phone and fell silent. 2 floors have fallen, but there are prisoners on other floors. He can't leave here, he has to stay here well. And at the place where Luffy fell, a few figures appeared quietly, and when the guards were not paying attention, they dragged him away and disappeared for a few hours. 2 days later, Luffy appeared again, and he fought Magellan and won. Roaring, angry, he rushed all the way down to the 6th floor. But when I saw the empty 5th floor, and after the 6th floor, the whole person was sluggish. Empty, what's the matter? Ace, he didn't notice. The 5th and 6th floors were completely empty. The Shemale group behind them are also in a daze. They didn't expect this scene at all. Straw Hat Boy, now is not the time to be in a daze. Ace, he is about to be executed. He must be transported to the naval headquarters. We are going to the naval headquarters. Ivankov said loudly. Luffy reacted, nodding heavily, his face full of awe. You're right, let's go to the naval headquarters. However, we don't have a boat, how do we get there? Stealing Marines. After a few words, a group of people ran towards the top. Because of the actions of the Death God gang, the guards of the advancing city have been very slack. They rushed up easily all the way, and soon reached the entrance. Here, a group of powerful guys must have come. Ivankov said solemnly, "Who will it be?" Luffy rolled his eyes, but he couldn't think of it, but he realized the seriousness of the matter. Sea soldier, so many deaths. Who the hell did it? Along the way, many corpses were placed here, exuding a strong smell of blood. Half an hour later, Luffy's group also acted, and they sat on the Navy warship and headed for the Navy headquarters. Judicial Island, Pushing City, and the Marine Corps headquarters are a huge eddy current. Each of the three parties has a huge door of justice. If the door is not opened, the ships coming and going will only drift along the current until they are finally broken. After the Death God group got out of the advanced city, they followed the current towards the Marine Corps headquarters. Have you contacted the brothers ahead? Yang Qing said solemnly on the boat. It has been contacted, and they said that the Navy is already preparing for the execution. At the fastest, everything can be deployed in 3 hours. That means we only have 3 hours left. Drizzt said solemnly. Drive faster, and be sure to reach the Marine Corps headquarters within 2 hours. Yang Qing said coldly, rescue Ace before the Marine Corps executes. Yes, Drizzt responded loudly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Then run to the rudder. Brothers, get ready, there are only 2 hours left until the battle. Turning his head, Yang Qing said something to everyone present, causing the pirates to howl with excitement. In the Marine Corps headquarters, a large number of Marines were rushing to take their places, and countless warships approached the port. Sengoku stood at the highest point, looking at the soldiers below with a solemn expression on his face. Beside him, behind him are Garp, Crane, and other generals such as Aokiji, Kyabu, and Akainu. Blue blue blue. The phone worm rang, and the Warring States looked changed, and then answered. Hey, I'm Sengoku. I'm empty. Please say it, said Warring States. Warring States, your request was rejected by them. Their reason is that you should deal with the things you caused yourself. Even if it fails, the World Court will not necessarily lose more. They have abandoned you. Warring States clenched his left fist tightly, his right hand suddenly squeezed, and the golden phone bug shattered into powder. Cold, angry words popped out of his mouth. Stupid. Chapter 422 The execution begins. As early as when he heard Magellan's report on the fall of the advancing city, the Warring States period had already requested support from the World Court. However, what he was waiting for with a glimmer of anticipation was this answer that made his heart burst with anger. This is so stupid. The Navy, the Army, and the countries of the Imperial Court of the World call each other an alliance, and the top and bottom are a whole. However, this time, the Navy is facing a difficult situation, and those stupid guys actually said that they caused things to be handled by themselves. This is clearly not wanting to get involved, pushing this mess completely to himself and to the sea soldiers. Yes, the Navy is indeed very powerful, but in the face of this war, he still feels guilty. This group of stupid guys. I don't understand the truth, I really overestimate them. Sengoku gritted his teeth angrily. Warring States, it's not that they don't understand this truth, maybe, they are also waiting for a new round of shuffling. Now it's the general trend. The Death God group is the leader, and the red-haired, white-bearded, Kaido and other pirates are supplemented. The formation of the Pirate Alliance cannot be avoided. This wave is difficult to recede, and it will inevitably erupt in this world. They may have seen it clearly, so they backed off and let the Marines stand in front and take all the waves. After the waves pass, they will come out and see the shape of the world. Hezhong held his hands under his chin and said in a deep voice. There was a hint of understanding on the face of the Warring States. These guys in the political center could not see through the tricks between wars, but the tricks of judging the situation and surviving and resting were extremely profound. In the face of the alliance of pirates, they didn't want to get involved at all, but only let the Navy stand in the front. If the Navy can hold on, then good. The development momentum of the Navy in recent years has indeed been a little fierce, and a war will inevitably weaken it. This time, the strength of the forces will be reshuffled, and continue to serve the World Court obediently. If the sea soldiers were defeated, it would not be so miserable. After all, the foundation was there. At that time, the World Court would accept the whole situation, and it would still not be a loss. This is a question of how to choose, and neither side of the World Court will make a mistake, but it puts the entire naval force into an embarrassing situation. Cap. Warring States looked at the old comrade beside him and said solemnly, "We can't afford to lose this time, you know. Even if you can't win, you can't lose." Carp looked complicated, and finally sighed and nodded. Sengoku finally felt relieved when he saw Carp's statement. He turned his head and looked at the management present. The sea soldiers have always implemented absolute justice. We maintain world peace and eliminate some evils. But today, sin will oppress our heads. We cannot lose, and we cannot afford to lose. Quote. There will be 2 results today, one is victory. The voice became louder, and the generals and lieutenants present listened carefully. If we win, the prestige of our navy will be raised to the highest level, the power of the pirates will be suppressed, and our strength will get a huge leap after the war. Then we have a great chance of ending this chaotic era. And the other result is defeat. The Warring States' voice was low, and he paused before continuing. If we lose today, then, what the world faces, and what the Navy faces, will be endless, more and more pirate groups. Ordinary people will live in the heat of water. The direction of this world will be free from any human control. A runaway, the age of the great pirate will come. And, most importantly, above the sea, a new king will appear. He's more terrifying and evil than Roger. In the mouth of the Warring States period, Yang Qing's group was completely blackened and said to be the most evil people in the world. Of course, he was right. If the sea soldiers are defeated, the world will inevitably fall to the side of the pirates, which is inevitable. Under the rule of the World Imperial Court for a long time, there must be a new group of people who are eager to resist. This is a class-determined contradiction that can never be changed. The world ruled by the World Court is too long and has accumulated too many contradictions. In layman's terms, their luck has come to an end. If there is no change, innovation will inevitably destroy. The pirates' runaway will become the beginning, and with more occurrences, the whole world will fall into chaos. Today, everyone, please accompany me. Even if you die, you must protect it. This sea soldier, the last glory. Final justice. Sengoku's face was serious and his voice was heavy. The sailors behind him, hearing this, every face became extremely cold. For the glory of the sailors, justice. Certainly, give our all. The sailors said loudly, and Sakazuki's face was cold. The justice of the seamen is not something that these scum on the sea can tear up at will. At this time, a figure quickly ran over. Marshal, everything is ready. The people who came to report loudly and watched the big men gathered, trembled all over. Warring States nodded and glanced at the scene below. It was true that everything was in order and preparations were completed nervously and earnestly. Then the execution begins. The soldier saluted, then quickly backed away. Soon after, a high voice came out. The execution begins. Bring the prisoners out and close the door of justice. The sound spreads clearly throughout the sea. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The military headquarters. At this moment, countless seamen clenched their weapons, stared at the direction of the door of justice, and became nervous. This was the most important moment, and the moment they had been waiting for a long time, that the war was finally about to begin. Woohoo woohoo. The huge power began to run, and the door of justice was slowly pushed forward, closing towards the inside, and then it was about to close completely. Calm, the sea is calm, there is no one, not a single figure. Pirates, Grim Reaper, Redhead, Whitebeard, Kaido and others did not see a single one. No, what about them? Countless sea soldiers trembled in their hearts and became suspicious. In the depths of the Marine Corps headquarters, a figure walked out of the darkness step by step with its head lowered. He had unkempt black hair, freckles all over his face, and was naked in shorts, with long shackles on his hands and feet. He is the prisoner of this execution. The only descendant who inherited the evil bloodline of the previous One Piece, Fire Fist Ace. Chapter 423 The Great Change. At this moment, he stepped out of the darkness step by step, and his face was exposed to the eyes of all the soldiers of the Navy headquarters, and also to the eyes of the world. He is Fire Fist Ace, the blood of sin. Is this me? It looks extraordinary. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Death God Pirates, a guy who is as powerful as a general. In front of the world, everything about Ace was exposed. As he walked, the iron chains rattled, and footsteps sounded clearly in this quiet headquarters. Everyone is watching him, his every move. This moment is shown in the eyes of the world. All over the world, people are watching this scene on the big screen. He doesn't look terrified at all. Look, he still has a smile on his face, and he's such a bold fellow. It's not at all obvious that he's about to be executed. Just like Roger at the time, his face and eyes were full of sunshine and hope. On the camera, everything about Ace is very clear. He slowly entered everyone's sight, first his feet, then his body, and finally his face. It is different from the fear, depression, and despair that everyone thinks about. At this moment, Ace had a relaxed smile on his face. His eyes and expressions were all indifferent smiles. Confident, relaxed, and full of anticipation for the future. This is the state of mind he shows. After a while, Ace came to the execution platform step by step. Behind him were 2 tall executioners with grim faces and bayonets in their hands. After a while, when the execution order is issued, the bayonet will stab Ace in both sides, and then stir, completely smashing his body and putting him to death. After using tough measures to force Ace to kneel on the ground, the 2 executioners stood on both sides of him. After Sengoku and others glanced at Ace, they were staring at the door of justice. The door, which is slowly closing, will soon be completely closed. However, until this time, there was still no enemy in sight. Marshal, someone next to him said suspiciously. Sengoku raised his arm to stop him from continuing, and said solemnly, "Be alert, they may appear here at any time." The entire Marine Corps headquarters, Malin Fando, was quiet, and all the Marines were swept around nervously. The voice from the execution platform is slowly drifting away. "Get ready." The 2 words were very sonorous and powerful and spread throughout the audience. Sengoku took a deep breath and prepared to say the 2 words that would determine a battle. His pupils were fixed on the direction of the Gate of Justice, paying attention to any disturbance. But until this moment, there is still no movement. As if the group of death gods, the pirates, really did not come. In an unknown dark place, the figures exchanged eye contact. Suddenly, their faces changed. How is it? The captain has given an order. A low voice murmured in the ears of several people, and the voice was very urgent. What did he say? Go. As soon as the 2 words came out, the voice of the warring states also drifted out. Execution. The sea soldiers didn't wait any longer. They decided to cut through the mess and quickly end everything here. Ace had a happy smile on his face, and at this moment he looked at where Garp was. Garp's face changed, and his heart contracted suddenly. Ace. He felt the pain, and until this moment, those people that his grandson believed in still didn't appear. Execution ... The 2 words are still floating. This is the echo. Behind Ace, the tall executioner had cold eyes and clenched his weapon in his hand. The next moment, they will completely execute this sinful bloodline. The world, the sea soldiers, at this moment, their eyes were all focused on the execution platform. Quiet, deadly quiet. The scene is still calm. Everyone is doubting, is that so? What about the Grim Reaper pirates? A few days ago, what about the pirates who were boiling and making a noise and wanting to cause big trouble? Why is it all gone at this moment? Oh no, the ending certainly doesn't just happen in silence. Ace. Are you ready? Two voices suddenly drifted into Ace's ears, making him smile even more, nodded without hesitation, and shouted loudly. Of course, Mad, get me out of here, you bastards. Ha 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 ha. Like crazy, Ace actually shouted such words at this moment, which made the world and the Marines present startled. Immediately after the next moment, Sengoku's face suddenly changed greatly, and Garp's eyes also showed surprise, and the three generals all moved, ready to stand up. Not good. Where are they? People, right on the execution stand. Lieutenant General Crane finally gave the answer with an ugly face. Bang! The huge execution platform suddenly exploded, and the cracks kept breaking. Immediately after the next moment, the calm naval headquarters suddenly heard a burst of roaring into the sky. Ha 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 ha, I'm here, Ace. Captain, surprise, we're here to save you. Navy, do you really think we didn't come? This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Quote. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions sounded from the sea in front of the naval headquarters, and huge ships emerged from the water, and the transparent coating shone in 7 colors in the sun. These ships, the number of pirates, and the faces of the sailors on the high platform became extremely ugly after seeing them clearly. 10 ships, 100 ships, 500 ships, 700 ships. A total of 938 pirate ships. Mad, where did they come from? There are also those Navy soldiers who have been mixed in with the Navy and have never been discovered. How did they get in? Did all the sea soldiers grow up eating shit? Unknowingly, they let them infiltrate so many people. Sengoku's expression was extremely ugly, and before he knew it, the surroundings of the sea soldiers, in front of him, were already full of guys from the Death God pirates. These pirates, on their bodies and arms, are tattooed with scythes and skeletons, symbolizing their identities. What angered the Marines most was that on the execution platform, the 2 previous executioners had also taken off their guard uniforms, revealing their identities, and they were also members of the Death God group. After the death row collapsed, there were more than a dozen people beside Ace in an instant, and everyone's faces were full of smiles. Ha ha ha, Captain, we're here to save you. Ace stood up slowly, the iron cuffs kept ringing, and his face was full of a domineering smile. Ha, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 424 Desperately Protecting the Captain. The situation changed in a blink of an eye, and the sudden scene made the faces of the sea soldiers extremely ugly. The execution platform was directly destroyed, and there were more than a dozen members of the Death God pirates around Ace, who wrapped them tightly and gave out bursts of hearty laughter. Attack! Sengoku was standing high, his face full of anger, and he roared loudly. Beside him, the 3 generals and lieutenant generals all moved towards the bottom. The war broke out suddenly. Boom boom boom. Above the surrounding steel walls, the cannon rang, and the pitch-black shells pierced through the space and blasted towards the pirate ships above the sea level. At the same time, among the Marines, the pirates hidden in them sneered and launched an attack on the surrounding enemies. In just an instant, countless soldiers fell from the Ministry of Coast Guard, and there was a scream of agony. Where's the key? Hurry up and untie these annoying things for me. Ace shouted loudly, standing between the crew. Don't look for the key, we didn't get it, hurry up, the general is here. One of the crew members said with a big laugh, slamming his feet and running towards himself. When Ace heard this, his face turned dark. This group of people is too unreliable. Come on, come and save yourself, but you can't get the key. Angs, you are carrying Ace on your back, we should go, they have already rushed over. The crew communicated loudly, and one of the tall and strong men heard this, and without waiting for Ace to resist, he immediately hugged him lazily, and then carried it lightly on his shoulders. Okay, let's go. Ace was speechless. After spending a long time with this group of people, the relationship has already reached the point of life and death brothers. Immediately, the three fell behind to block the enemy, and the others protected Ace and began to run towards them quickly. Where's the captain? Why haven't you seen him yet? The wind whistling in his ears, Ace asked loudly. It's coming soon. Our mission is to fire the first shot to rescue you and bring you to our camp, and it's only half done now. One person shouted, and the other looked at the chasing soldiers behind with a solemn expression. The next half is the hardest. The speed of the dozen or so people was unimaginably fast, and the support of the Navy was equally terrifying. After all, this is a place close to the home of the Navy. The Major, Lieutenant Colonel, and various general-level officers had already acted the moment Ace was rescued. There were at least a few thousand soldiers with more than a major marine, and more ordinary marines, and they began to rush towards Ace and his party. At the same time, the Death God pirates who were hidden among the marines were also howling and slashing the enemy and approaching Ace. Suddenly, a golden streamer of shoo shone in front of the eyes of more than a dozen Ace people, causing them to be so dazzled that they could hardly open their eyes, and their faces changed drastically. Kazuna. Get out of the way. In front, a dazzling light flashed, and then a golden light suddenly flashed. More than a dozen people reacted quickly and moved to avoid in all directions. The next second, a big explosion sounded, and everyone who exploded turned several somersaults. Ace, can't let you leave here so easily. Otherwise, the Navy will lose all face. At the same time, an icy figure landed from the sky and landed between the sea, looking at the densely packed pirate ships in front of him, and uttering 4 faint words in his mouth. Ice Age. Crack. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the sea area in front of this figure and within the Gate of Justice was instantly frozen. The cold air permeated the audience, and the deep blue sea completely turned into an ice-blue ice surface. General, Aokiji. On the other side, on the more than 900 pirate ships, people looked at the figure with fear and solemnity in their eyes. Aokiji froze the sea. The ship can no longer move forward. Come on, we must support our brothers. Ace and the others are going to be surrounded. Get off the boat and dash straight across the ice. Everyone could see that ahead, Ace and other companions who had penetrated into the enemy's encirclement, and were surrounded by marines at a very fast speed. If this encirclement is completely formed, then the difficulty of rescuing them will undoubtedly be unimaginable. The pirates are about to rush up. Give them all to me. Kill them. This battle, our Navy. Resolutely do not admit defeat. Behind the green pheasant, a large number of lieutenant generals, major generals, and school-level officers rushed up, the leader of whom roared loudly, his face full of murderous intent. This is a shocking battle for the survival of the Marines, and they are ready to give their all. Roar. The densely packed Marines roared, raised their weapons, stepped on the ice, and chose to face the Death God pirates. Aokiji stood among the sea soldiers, with a complex expression on his face. I don't know how many people will die in this war. He took a step forward and stepped on the cold ice, making a small sound. Pirates, there are so many. He faced the group of death gods head-on, so he could clearly see that pirates were constantly jumping off those ships, and the number was increasing. Let's go to Lao Su. This is a frontal toughness. Our death god pirates will not be afraid. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Captain. The captain's rank is for Lao Su to be at the front, and the others are behind. Don't be eaten by the big fish of the seamen, then you will be tragic. One of the death god pirates roared loudly. The pirates laughed and began to change their formations without knowing it. Ooh! Shouting, excited, the death god pirates dispatched all of them at this moment and went completely berserk. Captain, can you fuck him? This old guy doesn't look easy. The members of the 2nd Division watched as more and more Marines surrounded themselves, and then looked at the wretched old man who was walking towards them step by step. The fine sweat beads on their foreheads and faces began to seep out. "Maid, do you look like I can fuck him?" Ace lay on Ansa's shoulders, shaking his arms excitedly. The iron cuffs made a crashing sound and roared loudly. The team members were speechless, staring at the yellow ape who was already standing in front of them, and there was already death in their eyes. "Have to stop him, General. It's not like we haven't fought before." One person's mouth was cold and he let out a hearty laugh. "Come on, brothers, desperately protect the captain." Chapter 425. It's your time. As for these sailors on the periphery, after a while, the man was a little helpless. "Leave it alone. Come on. Maybe I will die, but even if I die, I will drag Captain Ace out." At the last sentence, the man gritted his teeth and shouted. All the members of the 2nd Division team present trembled, and then laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, that's a must." A feeling of excitement, trembling all over the body permeated among these people, making all the members of the 2nd Division present inexplicably moved. "You guys." Lying on Ansa's shoulder, Ace was full of emotion, and tears were rolling in his eyes. At this moment, Ace was the most excited and moved. Yes, his mentality is different from the original. But he is not a fool. He clearly knows how dangerous it is to risk his life and death to go deep behind the enemy to save himself in this battle. If one is not careful, one will die without a place to be buried. This is a kind of absolute trust that will hand over your life. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't hesitate, Ace and the others are right in front. Hurry up for Lao Su, knock out these Marines, and join them together. Captain, we are here, hold on. You guys remember, the captains and members of the 2nd Division of the Death God Pirates are fighting against you here. In total, there are 103 pirate ships with 23,000 people. A series of voices emanated from different people, but were especially loud in the battlefield. A smile appeared in the eyes of Ace's group, and they smiled at each other. These voices are very close to them. "Ha ha, Ace, here are all members of our 2nd Division. Then, Ans pointed to the ice in front of him. "There are the other brothers. What they are facing is the large army of naval soldiers." Ace nodded excitedly, his eyes turned, and he stared at Kizaru in front of him. You really make this old man feel a kind of enchanting feeling. However, different positions are destined to destroy you here. Pirates, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? A cold light flickered in Kizaru's eyes, and a brilliant brilliance shone again on his body, and the stabbed people couldn't open their eyes. Huh. The crisp voice sounded, the pirates widened their eyes, and their faces changed dramatically. Stop him. His target is Ace. In an instant, 4 or 5 figures rushed in front of Ace and let out a loud howl, as if giving themselves the courage to face the real life and death. This scene caused Ace's pupils to contract violently, and his heart suddenly accelerated. The next moment, a shocking explosion came out. Bang! 4 or 5 people were rushed to the rear by a huge impact force, and fell heavily on the ground. Their heads were tilted, and they lost their breath. Ace shouted up to the sky, his eyes full of anger. Anger only makes people lose their minds, which in turn affects their own judgment and leads them down the wrong path. Ace, you're still too young. Kazuna withdrew his right leg and said lightly. Ansa's eyes narrowed, forgetting to look at the 4 or 5 people lying still on the ground, turning around and running towards the distance. I can't escape. As soon as Kizaru moved, he was ready to chase after him. Let me stop him. A loud roar came from behind Ace, and the dozen or so team members who had just stood beside Ace immediately surrounded Kizaru. When Huang Kai moved, the 4 or 5 figures happened to be ordinary crew members who had come to support them from other places. In this scene of life and death, the small self sacrifices for the big self, and has the courage to face everything. Oh, it's not easy to do this now. Looks like, you guys aren't the ones who couldn't even stand the old man's foot just now. Kizaru's eyes also became serious, his whole body was alert, and the light on his body became brighter and brighter. On the high platform, Sengoku looked at Anse, who was running fast among the marines with Ace behind his back. His eyes narrowed. Sakazuki. The cloak of justice behind him suddenly fluttered in the wind. Akainu nodded gloomily, jumped down from the high platform, and the hot flame on his body was burning. Sin. Unforgivable. I will definitely rectify this kid on the spot. Until this time, within 5 minutes of the opening, all 3 generals of the Navy were dispatched. At this time, the cadres of the Death God and their captains have not yet been dispatched. Roar. Giants, follow me to fight. Dongli waited for more than 20 giants until this moment, before arrogantly rushed out of the ice. Their voices shook the entire naval headquarters, but no one saw them at this time. After 3 breaths, a huge palm lay on the ice, and then dozens of sounds of bang 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 came out. More than 10. The place where they appeared happened to be the center of the battle between the Navy and the pirates in front. The moment they appeared here, they immediately caused the Navy to scream in panic and retreated to the rear. Hoo-hoo, the Death God pirates. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The giants are here. The giants stood side by side at the front, making a grand and loud thunderous sound that shook the air to the point of twisting. This scene was quite shocking. More than 20 giants stood there, like more than 20 mountains and peaks standing there, making people tremble with fear. Ordinary sailors stood in front of the giant, as small as an ant. Immediately after, when the giants announced their identities, the rest of the Death Pirates also shouted out. The 1st Division of the Death Pirates arrived. The 3rd Division, here. The 4th Division, here it is. The 5th Division. 6th Division. The 7th arrives. The 8th arrival. The 9th squad is here. Team 10. The 11th arrives. The sailors must be arrogant. We are the 12th Division. We are the last division, the 13th Division of the Death God Pirates. Anse kept dodging the attacks of a large number of marines beside him, his eyes cold and calm. Behind him, the team members are constantly fighting with Kizaru. Judging from the corner of the light, the partners united to attack and temporarily fought on the same level as Kizaru, which made him relieved. When he heard each of the 13 divisions announce their names, Anse suddenly spoke up. Ace, it's your turn. Chapter 426. Play a big game. Lying on Anse's back, Ace, who was tightly controlled, was stunned for a moment, then reacted, his eyes became sharp, and he took a deep breath. Death Pirates, 2nd Division, Captain Ace, and all the members are here. His voice suddenly came out, very sharp and high, and it also contained deep anger and domineering, which immediately attracted the color of the sea soldiers. At the same time, everyone in the Death God Pirates had smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha, everyone is here, all the brothers from the 13 squads are here. Let's have a big fight, come and have a real fight with the sea soldiers. It's really refreshing. But, where did the captain and the others go, and our captain, these guys haven't arrived yet. Are you all fools? Look behind you, they are already here. The last sound was extraordinarily loud. The 2 sides in the battle suddenly stopped and looked back. The warring states and other marines also narrowed their eyes and looked to the rear, in the direction of the closed door of justice. Buzzing. The huge sound spread throughout the Marine Corps headquarters. The expressions of the Marines changed at this moment, and the pirates were even more excited. Captain, Captain, Captain. At this moment, these 2 words echoed in the hearts of countless Death Pirates. The expression on his face became excited, and a big smile bloomed. It's finally here. Ace's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth crooked. Angs, run as you like, don't worry about everything, that group, guys. Come on. Beneath him, Anse was also obviously excited and responded loudly. The eyes of Sengoku and others have become very solemn, and Garp glanced at Ace, who was temporarily safe, and looked in the direction of the Gate of Justice. This kid, I finally saw it again. The voice was full of exclamations and complexities. Carp, don't let up, this group of people is terrible. Warring State's voice was particularly solemn and cautious. Karp nodded and looked at his lineup. Shichibukai, a pacifist, and a large number of naval officers. In this war, old, young, strong and weak, no one can avoid it. Woohoo woohoo. A pair of huge palms appeared between the gates of justice, and then they were tightly grasped, and the huge power suddenly erupted. The terrifyingly heavy door was slowly being opened under the power of these hands. This is arrogant under the strong force, and it is necessary to forcefully open the locked door. In this scene, the pupils of countless sailors shrank. And the seamen who manage the gate organs are going to burst their pupils. What kind of person can actually hold the heavy door of justice open? Who's here? Is it the death group? Come on, close the door and close it again. After the officers felt incredible, they roared in anger. If at this time, another person arrives and disrupts the situation, it will undoubtedly be very unfavorable to the Marines. But they were in despair. The power from the gears on that mechanism, like the power of the sky, was simply unstoppable. The sailors tried their best, but to no avail. Gradually, the door of justice opened wider and wider. The gap is gradually expanding, and the guy who used brute force to open the door of justice was also seen by everyone. The tall body, the raindrop-shaped head, and the somewhat sluggish expression made everyone present stunned. Giant guy. Who is this guy? In the naval camp, when the well-informed people saw this person, their pupils shrank and their faces changed greatly. Giant battleship San Juan Bad Wolf. How could he be here with a guy with a huge body like an island that the whole world is terrified of? Deep-sea prison, the evil guy on the 6th floor. The eyes of the sailors were full of incredulity, and then, when they saw the equally huge ship at the foot of the huge battleship, their faces became even more ugly. Grim Reaper. A huge ship, carrying a huge battleship, is traveling at a terrifying speed from the gap where the door of justice is opened. To everyone's surprise, the sea in front of the ship was originally a piece of ice, but as he moved forward, it turned into seawater. They are here. Warring States and others immediately became nervous, all staring closely at everyone on the ship. At this moment, there was a momentary pause in the battle, and everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at the one-of-a-kind ship under the huge body. And after seeing the large number of faces on the ship from a long distance, the faces of the sailors became even more ugly. They are all pirates who were imprisoned in the city. Among them, there are a large number of pirates who have been famous all over the world in the old days, and there are even guys of the same level as Roger and Whitebeard. Warring States clenched his fists with anger in his eyes. Damn it. Death, this kid, has gathered all this group of people, what is he going to do? Does he want to destroy the world? On the Reaper, Yang Qing still had a smile on his face. He sat cross-legged on top of the pitch-black sculpture, wearing a black robe, his long hair was tied up at random, and he was carrying a package on his back. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. There was no breath on him. Behind him are the cadres and members of the Death God group, and further behind are the people who have just escaped from the big prison. A ship was quietly driving towards the naval headquarters. After dozens of seconds, the scene returned to its previous state, and the battle continued. It's really a big battle. Lucifer kid, you didn't lie to us. Ha ha ha, that's really good. Captain, you actually started a war with the Navy, or the entire Navy headquarters. It's cool. It's so cool. Today, we must turn over the naval headquarters and let them see how powerful we are. Valdo, Redfield, Gusius and others all looked at the densely packed sea pirates in front of them with surprise and exclamations of admiration. At the same time, their hearts were also excited. The long-term imprisonment had made these people have endless killing intent and resentment towards the sea soldiers. Ace, have you been rescued? Yang Qing's eyes were good, and at a glance, he saw the members of the 2nd Division of Ace's group who were surrounded by the High Special Service Group. Frowning slightly, he spoke softly. Dyrants, Ace and the others are surrounded, save them. Then, let's play a big game. Chapter 427 Dover. Yang Qing's voice came out, making the pirates of the Death God all smiles on their faces. It was this sentence that announced the beginning of the real war. The Lord is here, we old guys are all ready. At any time, I have to play hard. Sengoku's face was solemn, and his voice was also very heavy. Garp stared at Yang Qing and others, his face was also unusually solemn. Several people on that boat, he was very familiar with the Warring States period, and when they were young, they often fought with each other. This kid, it's really unusual to be able to bring all these old guys under his hands. With the heavy chanting in his heart, Garp's mind also condensed. Roar. The captain is here, ha 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 ha. Brothers, go, the boss is here, let the sailors see and see, our Death God pirates are amazing. On the ice, the pirates of the Death God pirates were beating wildly in their hearts, and their faces were full of excitement. At this moment, the crowd was excited, and the atmosphere was high and lively because of the arrival of one person. Ace, it's really unfortunate. Dillons looked at Ace and the others who were surrounded, with a cold smile on his face. He strode forward, and before disappearing, he said softly again, Captain, undo his handcuffs, can you do it? Hee, no problem, Yang Qing said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Dillons and the group of Death God around him disappeared. The next moment, Dillons and the other leaders of the Death Pirates appeared beside Ace. At the same time, drops of ice blue liquid and body formed out of thin air and entered Ace's handcuffs. Then he fixed the call for a moment, and after a breath, the handcuffs opened with a click sound. Ha 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 ha. Ace shuddered, his face full of smiles. He raised his head and laughed, and jumped off Ance's shoulder. Sailor, I'm back. Woo. The raging flames burned violently from above his body and rushed into the sky, but in an instant, the temperature around Ace's body rose, and the flames formed a huge fireball. Yanji, Yandy, Huang Yuan, get out of my way. With a violent roar, a huge fireball, like a small sun, rushed in front of Kizaru who was fighting against the members of the second team. Run, Captain is free. The team members shouted and ran in all directions. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, a deep pit appeared on the ground, Kizaru's body became a sky full of light, and his eyes became dignified. Oh, the beast broke free, it's really troublesome. On the high platform, when Warring States saw this scene, his pupils shrank and his fists clenched. Ace was rescued. Then, he turned his head suddenly and shouted in a low voice, turn off the broadcast phone bug and stop the broadcast. This scene must not be seen by the world. The Marines responded loudly, and after 3 breaths, the screens around the world went black and the picture was lost. Hey, now that they're all here, let's have a blast, brothers. Dillons glanced at the Marines surrounding him and smiled. Of course, I'm here for this. Drist showed several cards in his hand, with a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, the cards flew out. After a while, several sailors fell to the ground with a groan and lost their breath. Room, slaughterhouse. A circle of air hoods appeared in the field, wrapping a large number of Marines. Luo's face was cold, he strode forward, and rushed into the sea soldiers. Are we playing the role of sharp knives in this war? Bucky laughed, and his right hand suddenly turned downward. Fearless, big explosion. Buzz. 100 meters in front of it, a large pit with a radius of 1 kilometer appeared silently, and countless seamen screamed and fell down in horror, and they were thrown down. In the rear, Glades, Robin, Moria, Landbass, Nips and others smiled and looked at the scene at the moment. Go ahead, brothers. Ace, that wretched old man, hand it over to me. Dillons shouted, took a step, and was ready to go. Good. Everyone shouted, and they all wanted to act. Kizaru stood on the spot, looking at the group of Death God, his face became solemn. It's really hard to handle, these people. Each of them is a well-known big pirate, and their strength is not an ordinary member that can be easily dealt with. At the same moment, a tall figure stood up from the seat and walked towards here quietly. The enemy is finally here. The cold and gloomy voice bloomed from this person's mouth, which seemed very cold. The next moment, all the members of the Death God pirates acted separately to support all parts of the battlefield. In addition to them, there are also members of the 2nd Division who are struggling. Kazuna, I won't let you go. The brothers who were killed by the bomb kept flashing in Ace's eyes, and this enthusiastic and sunny man was extremely angry. He ran and headed towards Kizaru. However, the next moment, a large mass of hot magma fell from the top of his head, ruthlessly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He slammed hard in front of him, burning a piece of ground with white mist. Sin boy, where do you want to go? The general, Sakazuki, with a gloomy face, stood in front of Ace, firmly blocking his progress. Go away, Ace roared. I really don't know what it means. Akainu's eyes became even colder, and half of his body began to burn. When Bucky, who was not far away, saw Akainu, his expression changed slightly. It's that mad dog. Will Ace be an opponent? After a pause, he decided to turn back to support Ace. The rest have already started fighting. The Marine Guards are all officers, and their strength is not comparable to that of ordinary Marines, so it is difficult to deal with. As soon as Dylan's moved, he was about to go directly to Kizaru. The general's combat power is not simple, so he must carry the banner. By this time, he was no longer the one who could only stand behind Yongqing and deal with the little guys. He had the strength to truly fight against the generals. But in the next moment, a dark barb-like needle and thread suddenly stabbed towards him, making his face change, and he immediately avoided it. Where are you going, Dylan's? The cold words made Dylan's cautious, and he suddenly looked to the side, which shocked him even more. Doflamingo. The person here is Brother Doflamingo, compared to the arrogant and domineering one before, this guy at the moment. A look of indifference, calm and terrifying. Chapter 428 The Old Times Guy. After experiencing that battle, Doflamingo has undergone tremendous changes. If his previous personality was arrogant on the surface and vicious and insidious on the inside, then at this moment, he gave people a very gloomy and dangerous feeling from the inside out. Just like a poisonous snake hidden in the depths of the grass, it will give you a fatal blow at any time. Suddenly seeing Brother Doflamingo standing in front of him, Dylan's expression changed suddenly. He actually felt a dangerous aura from the former's body. It's been a long time, you guys, it's really. Brother Doflamingo's more gloomy voice seemed extremely cold. It surprised me. Do you want to seek death by blocking it here? Dylan said coldly, killing intent on his body. Ha ha. With a smile, Brother Doflamingo expressed everything with his actions. Countless dark, sharp silk threads emerged from behind him, and stabbed towards Dylan suddenly. Today, I am here for the purpose of terminate you. Immediately after, his face became extremely crazy and hideous, and a loud roar erupted. End everything for you. Deep hatred. The moment Doflamingo saw the enemy again, it broke out completely. At this time, the people in the 7 Marshalseas also appeared here one by one. In the eyes of the pacifists, there was a dazzling light, which was a laser cannon, and its power was terrifying. For a time, the sea soldiers dispatched their strongest forces, and the battlefield fell into a stalemate in an instant. Kizaru is fast, and every time he strikes, a pirate from the Death God pirates will fly out, and then he will come to the next person at the speed of light. The terrifying speed and the power formed by the speed made him almost unstoppable. At this moment, Dylan's was blocked by Doflamingo. Ace confronted Akainu, but Kizaru was uncontrolled, becoming the biggest gap. Mad, this guy Kizaru. Baji was about to rush to Ace, but his expression changed when he saw this scene. Boom. At this moment, a dazzling fire rose into the sky in the field, the domineering aura swept in all directions, and Ace's roar also came out. I said, get out of here. The domineering overlord aura came out in shock, causing the surrounding Marines to instantly collapse in a large number, and the entire scene of shock was silent. Ace. Garp narrowed his pupils, surprised. Seeing this scene, the Warring States said solemnly, "Now you know how destructive your grandson is, right?" Garp was speechless. He really didn't know that Ace had such potential. The two groups of flames confronted each other fiercely, and the land was burned to black, and even became liquid and body. Quick, dodge. These two guys have amazing destructive power. Ha ha ha, the captain is going to run wild, let's get away from them quickly. The sailors and pirates retreated quickly towards the rear, leaving the huge space to Ace and Akainu. Aokiji felt the explosion behind him, his eyes changed, and he sighed in his heart. Have these two guys started a fight? Then, his pupils narrowed and looked forward. On the deepest ship, the big pirates who escaped from the advancing city have already started to jump off with a big laugh. This battle, from this moment on, has truly entered the moment of great war. Ha ha ha, come on, brothers, kill this group of Marines. I'm going to rush to the Navy headquarters, make Sengoku and Garp kneel down, and apologize to me. Destroy them, looking forward to this day, it has been a long, long time. Or old, or gloomy, or a cold voice came from it. One after another tall figures stepped on the ice and began to head towards the Marine Corps headquarters. Their speed is unusually fast, and they have entered the crowd of the Death God pirates in a moment. Little ones, get out of the way for Lao Su, otherwise, you will be hurt, and the captain will be unhappy. Valdo's breathless voice came out, and the space trembled, and then he ran and took out a small pitch-black bullet from his pocket. Momo fruit. With a flick of his wrist, the originally small bullet was instantly thrown from his hand and accelerated towards the group of high special personnel. When it reached the top of the sailors' heads, the shells suddenly became 100 times larger, which shocked the sailors to panic. What is this? Cannonball. It's a cannonball. How can it be so big? Gosh, is this going to explode? The sea soldier looked at the huge cannonball above his head in disbelief, his whole body trembling. In the Death God pirates' camp, a sneer appeared on the corner of Valdo's mouth. Blast me. The next moment, a bang sounded, the flames soaring into the sky, and countless sea soldiers were blown out, and screams sounded. In the battlefield, countless sea soldiers looked at the old but tall voice, and a trace of fear rose in their hearts. Waldo. Warring States stood on the high platform, his fists clenched, his face ashen. That's a guy from an old age, the same age as Whitebeard, he's already very old. Garp said softly, his voice full of sighs. I know, there are several others behind him. Warring States said with a solemn expression. Soon, Valdo and the huge battleship behind him, Redfield, Gucius and other big pirates rushed into the pirates' camp. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In an instant, a terrifying scream rang out. Ah, vampire. This old man, what's the matter with this old man? Help. The green pheasant's face changed slightly, and he ran towards here with big strides. Thornwood. Crack. A large piece of pointed cone rushed out from the ice surface, and Waldo and the others flashed their eyes, laughed loudly, and swiftly avoided them. Then, the next moment, they looked up and looked forward. Little green pheasant, I remember you, Major General. Redfield licked his tongue and looked at each other interestingly. I'm already a general, Chingzi said helplessly, covering his forehead with a headache. Ha ha, you are a general. Waldo laughed, and then sneered, the sea soldiers are really unmanned. Aokiji's face turned cold, looking at these people in front of him. He felt a lot of pressure, but he had to go head to head. You are all old, what are you still doing? This era is no longer yours. The expressions of Waldo and the others changed, and they looked at the green pheasant viciously. Old. Chapter 429 It's interesting. You're not old, you little baby will know in a while. Valdo said coldly, the pistol in his hand was lifted, a gunshot rang out, and the pitch-black bullets were instantly bored. After a breath, it becomes bigger. Going straight to Qingzi's face, the latter's face changed slightly, and an ice blue shield appeared. Bang! With a sound of fried incense, the ice cubes were not cracked, and the figure of the green pheasant was revealed again. Yo, Aokiji, this way. Redfield's voice was a gentle reminder, but after a short while, his figure had reached the right side of the green pheasant, his long fangs were exposed, and then he fiercely bit down on the green pheasant's neck. Click! The fangs directly bit the green pheasant's neck, and pieces of ice extended up from the fangs. Redfield's face changed and he suddenly pulled out his head. As he pulled out his head, half of his fangs were completely frozen. Frozen. Aokiji's cold voice came out, and his right hand was printed on Redfield. Crack. Redfield's entire body was frozen in an instant, his legs, his body, and his neck. Boy, it's not bad. Then the next moment, the entire body was turned into an ice sculpture. The green pheasant looked indifferent, an ice saber appeared in his hand, and he was about to slash forward. But in the next moment, Ji Yushu's punched over. The complexion changed, and the green pheasant dodged. Boy, you owe me a favor. Gusius said to the ice sculpture with a smile. After a breath, with a bang, the ice sculpture burst, and the figure of Redfield appeared here again. I remember. When I just came out, I didn't absorb enough blood. My strength is only the 3rd level of the peak. Redfield said coldly. Who's not? Waldo also snorted coldly. Then, everyone stared at the green pheasant in the middle, and their eyes were dignified. They are not old, but just out of prison, and their combat effectiveness has not recovered. This is a very serious matter, which means that if it is one-on-one, they are not necessarily the opponents of this guy. Bah, I'm really not reconciled. Valdo spit out and said unwillingly. Come on, this kid is a general. Ji Yushu said with a smile. The next moment, the three rushed up together. Yang Qing stood on the bow of the boat, his eyes kept flashing, paying attention to the overall situation here. Where to show weakness, where to crush, he can see clearly at a glance. After understanding the overall situation, he took a deep look at the two people in the opposite distance, Garp and Sengoku, who were also standing on the high platform, and then looked at Ace and Akainu. Is it fate? Muttering in his mouth, he carefully observed everything in the field. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in the sky, and a long shout spread. Ah! Yang Qing smiled, he looked up to the sky, and sure enough, the familiar straw hat came into his eyes. Monkey D. Luffy. Sengoku and others also saw it, and couldn't help but look ugly, and Garp was about to go crazy with his head held. Ah, Luffy, this kid. The good grandson you taught, Carp. Sengoku scolded angrily. After Luffy and the others landed, they were instantly stunned when they saw the scene present. Nima, what the hell is this? Are they late? What about Ace? Luffy eagerly searched, and when he saw Ace and the others, his eyes widened. Ace! He shouted loudly. Ace trembled, dodging Akainu's punch, pulling away from the former, and turning his head to look. He was also stunned. Luffy, why are you here? I'm here to save you, Ace. Luffy shouted loudly, and then said embarrassedly, but it looks like you don't need to be rescued. Ha ha ha, leave me alone, protect yourself, Luffy. Ace laughed, as expected of my good brother. A big smile appeared on Luffy's face, and he was very happy to see Ace being rescued. Beside Ivankov, he immediately saw Yang Qing standing on the bow of the boat with his sleeves fluttering with a smile on his face, and his pupils shrank immediately. That guy. It's him. He really came to save Ace. What's wrong? Luffy asked curiously. Luffy, look at that guy. Ivankov said solemnly, pointing in the direction of Yang Qing. Huh. Luffy looked over, and the next moment, an incredible expression appeared on his face. It's him. Have you seen him? Ivankov asked curiously. I fought him. This guy is terrible. What? You actually fought him? Are you dying? Ivankov said in shock. This guy is one of the 5 emperors, the strongest man in the world, and the closest big pirate to the Pirate King. He carries countless honors on his back, and in this era, he is someone who has surpassed Whitebeard. Luffy was really unable to recover from the series of names. He looked at Yang Qing in a stunned manner, then opened his mouth and said, "No, isn't it? The ace you want to save is the crew of the 2nd Division under his command. Also, the pirates you see in front of you are all his crew." Ivankov said solemnly, "This guy. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Even your father must be taken seriously." Easy, the new soldier is absolutely unwilling to conflict with him. "So, you must remember, please, don't provoke him." Luffy looked at Yang Qing in shock, and after a long time, a smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha, so he is my competitor." Pressing the straw hat on top of his head, Luffy raised his footsteps and ran towards where Yang Qing was. "Straw Hat Boy, what are you going to do?" Ivankov was careless for a while and didn't look at Luffy, and when he saw the direction Luffy was going, he was immediately shocked. "Ha ha ha, it's alright." The place where Luffy landed was at the rear of the battle between the pirates and the navy, and was very close to Yang Qing. In just 10 seconds, he had already arrived in front of Yang Qing. This scene was noticed by those who were interested in the battlefield. "That Straw Hat Boy, what are you going to do? Don't you want to die? At this time, go and disturb the god of death." Yang Qing also saw Luffy. His eyes narrowed, and he looked down at the character in the original book. Different from the original book, Luffy was looking for Whitebeard at that time, but at this time, the target was pointed at himself. "It's interesting, hee." Surprised at the corner of his mouth, Yang Qing smiled. "Hey." At this time, Luffy had already arrived under the Reaper. Chapter 430 Disadvantages. "Oh." Yang Qing looked down, his eyes indifferent. "One Piece, I will not hand it over to you," Luffy suddenly shouted. Luffy who shouted this sentence, his expression is full of firmness and confidence, but it contains strong fearlessness and courage. However, his courage caused the complexion of Ivankov and his party behind him to change greatly, and even panic. Straw Hat him. He's so bold. Speaking it out, he actually dared to say this, is he dying? On the high platform, Carp's face trembled, staring closely at Yang Qing on the Reaper, his whole body was shaking. Fear. At this moment, the old man's heart trembled. What kind of character is Death? This ignorant guy, dare to provoke such a provocation, is he not afraid of being destroyed by the other party? Even the two sides of the sea soldiers and pirates in the battle flashed their eyes, and there were strange expressions on their faces. Who is this ignorant boy? Boom. The flames flew in all directions, and the ground turned into hot magma. After Ace solemnly hit the Akainu on the opposite side, the corner of his eyes swept to Luffy, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ha 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 ha, well done, Luffy, you must have such courage. As expected of my brother. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the audience in an instant. It also made everyone in the Death God Pirates clearly understand the identity of this kid who dared to provoke death. Involuntarily, smiles appeared on the faces of the pirates. Ha ha ha, it turns out to be Ace's younger brother. To challenge the captain, ha ha ha, amazing. Come on, boy, we support you and kill the captain. The sound of schadenfreude and coaxing bursts out, and even with the battle against the navy, the pirates still did not forget to tease their captain. Luffy stared at Yang Qing on the bow, full of fighting spirit and pride. At this moment, he really possesses the domineering arrogance of the protagonist, and dares to challenge anyone stronger than himself without fear, as if he was born without fear of everything. A smile appeared on the corner of Yang Qing's mouth, and then in full view, his feet moved, and the next moment, he jumped off the bow of the boat. Pat! A clear landing sound came out, and Yang Qing appeared opposite Luffy. The two of them looked at each other, looking at each other. Very good courage. But you seem to have forgotten how fragile you were in my hands. Luffy's eyes changed, and he became much sharper. Last time I wasn't ready. I'm very busy now, but I don't have time to talk to you. Yang Qing's voice faded, and he took one step, crossed Luffy's body, and then stood behind the pirates. His actions immediately made the entire marine group tense. Death is moving, what is he going to do? No way, so early, he's going to act. Sengoku and Garp both clenched their fists and stared at Yang Qing's actions. As long as there is any trouble with the other side, they will immediately jump down here and participate in the war. The Death God pirates are now strong, and the addition of the original cadres and crew, as well as the newly gathered big prison pirates, has allowed them to overwhelm the Marines in terms of their main combat power. Chiwahai, you should move. On the high platform, the warring states said something gloomy. Sitting in the chair below, the members of Kibukai who had been calm all the time, all frowned, and then stood up. Limited by your identity, there is nothing you can do. Eagle-eyed Mihawk pulled out the long sword behind him, and he looked at Yang Qing with his sharp eyes, revealing a fiery fighting intent. However, I'm quite excited to be able to fight with the master again. Boyahan Cook stood up, showing a tall figure, and strode forward. The rest of the Chiwahai, such as Moria and others, all moved. This time, the pressure on the pirates suddenly increased. These Chiwahai are all powerful guys and should not be underestimated. Yang Qing stood behind the pirate with deep eyes, staring at everything in front of him, and suddenly said, "Rush in for me, you guys are too slow." There was an unimaginable majesty in his voice. As soon as a word was spit out, it was swept in all directions. "Our second team brothers, we are still waiting for you." Suddenly, he clenched his fists and slowly raised them up. Boom! The crisp voice came out, and in the eyes of everyone, a circular light wave appeared on Yang Qing's fist, and the whole situation of the Marine Corps was shrouded in it, and it looked lifelike. "Then I'll help you open a way." Buzz! Suddenly, Yang Qing punched out. Sengoku and Garp's expressions changed drastically in an instant, and fine beads of sweat ooze out from their foreheads. This guy is going to explode. With a loud roar, Sengoku's face became extremely solemn. "Get out of the way." However, his voice was not as fast as Yang Qing's punch. In an instant, a rolling shock wave formed in front of this punch, and then swept away toward the opposite side. Almost unstoppable, when the pirates of the Death God pirates were hit by the shock wave, they couldn't help themselves. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Push it to the sides. However, when the shock wave came to the side of the Marines, it made them scream in horror. "Ah, help! What is this? To die, to die!" The sailors were knocked flying and crushed one by one, and the blood from the sky began to render the entire battlefield. Countless Marines were bombarded out by this shock wave, rushed into the sky, and then fell heavily, without breath. Aokiji's face changed greatly, but he was entangled by more and more big pirates in the prison, and couldn't be separated at all. After 3 breaths, starting from Yang Qing, a wide avenue appeared in the depths of the sea soldiers, with no one in the middle, and it was empty. "Follow this road and attack their headquarters." Yang Qing's voice came out again, making the pirates present excited. "Go, the captain has made a way, ha ha ha." Countless pirates were excited, and Sayazi ran on this road, heading towards the interior of the navy. After a short while, the sailors also reacted and blocked the crossing regardless of their health. But it was too late. In just a short moment, the pirates had advanced nearly a kilometer. Once the gap is open, it is difficult to close. On the high platform, the warring state's face was gloomy. Disadvantage, the navy has already fallen into a disadvantage. Chapter 431 Flame vs. Magma. A large number of pirates poured in towards the extension of the Marine Corps headquarters, and in just a short moment, the Marines on the ice had been washed away. Ace and other members of the 2nd Division team received support, and all of a sudden the pressure was greatly reduced, and they became even more excited. The sailors, on the other hand, looked ugly and were under great pressure. Cap. Warring states called out solemnly. Always be ready, we old guys will be dispatched at any time. I know. Garp's face was not very good looking. At this moment, even he felt the danger of the Marines. The battle continued, more intense and anxious. Bucky and Glenn's were on a par with Kizaru, and the laser light wave, the force of the split, spread out, causing the surrounding ice surface to be devastated. The dark and domineering armament color was easily displayed on Bucky and Glenn's. Huang Yuan was completely blocked. At this moment, the old general's face was not very good looking. The strength of the Death God group shocked him. Thinking of the most powerful guy, he hasn't moved, and his heart is even more heavy. Different from the battle on the ground in the original book, in this battle, the Death God group showed a powerful force, and the Death God himself had an unparalleled deterrent power. Whitebeard's group was small in number, and because of his old age, he was outnumbered and died in this battle. By this time, the Navy was already at a complete disadvantage. Aokiji faces more and more enemies who advance to the city prison, and it is also under great pressure, and it is difficult to support other places. Roar! Brothers of the Giants, push forward! Dongli roared loudly, and more than 20 giants next to him advanced step by step. Every step they took, the ground was shaking, and countless sea soldiers were sent flying. The huge battleship also joined it. He was a member of the giant clan, and he was walking in a group at this moment. Just like a moving fortress, the Navy can't stop it at all. Even Chiwahai, in addition to the powerful Eagle Eye, was entangled by the Death God group, and it was difficult to take care of other places. Yang Qing stood at the back, looking at the increasingly empty front, with a smile on his face. Compared with Whitebeard, he is undoubtedly more heroic. Powerful strength, powerful subordinates, and the same number of pirate brothers as the army. Even before the war, he sacked the advancing city and used his freedom to make the people in the prison belong to him and enhance the strength of the pirate group. All of this is something that Whitebeard did not expect in the original book. He did it, and it did it perfectly. Therefore, until this moment in the battle, he is still as stable as Mount Tai, and he does not need to be dispatched, and his position as a commander is stable. Ace. In the blink of an eye, Yang Qing's eyes finally fell on Ace. Will this brother, who is many times stronger than the original, be able to overcome fate and complete the counterattack here? Even if he is no match for his opponent Akainu, can he still survive? At the top of the war, Yang Qing regretted the most, and the sad thing was the death of Ace. So in this battle, he will never allow such a thing to happen again. Destroying the naval headquarters is only the ultimate goal, and the primary goal is to protect Ace's safety. This is Yang Qing's attempt to resist fate, and it is also the most important moment. Ace, fight for your destiny. Speaking silently, Yang Qing's eyes were deep. In the field, there were mainly several major groups. There is one yellow monkey, one green pheasant, and one each of the Chiwahai. Because of Mahawk's strength, the group of death gods had already separated several people over, and after restraining them, they continued to move forward steadily. At the same moment, the Straw Hat Boy Luffy also ran and pushed towards the depths of the battlefield. He was running towards Ace to protect Ace. Looking at Luffy's actions, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Mad Dog, go away. Ace roared. His main enemy at this time was Kizaru, and the deaths of those brothers made him very brooding. The bloodline of sin, today will definitely destroy you here with absolute justice. Akainu's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Ace, you must die here. This is an account of the sea soldiers to the world. Explain. Ridiculous. Ace sneered at the corner of his mouth. Mad Dog, do you think you can kill me? I am the natural rock fruit, and you are the burning fruit. Akainu's face became gloomy, and the hot magma above his right fist rose into a white mist, and the temperature was very high. Innate, I am your nemesis. You are destined to die here. Ace narrowed his eyes and finally became serious. He smiled, his eyes equally cold. Really? Then I'm going to try. You mad dog, can you really kill me? Poof. The raging flames burned fiercely, rushed up from the sky, and then fell, spreading in all directions. The sea soldiers who came into contact with the flame were instantly burned and screamed. "Damn boy!" A kainu flashed and disappeared in place. The next moment, a huge magma fist descended on Ace's head with high temperature. Armed color. A pitch-black fist appeared, and with the flaming flames, Ace punched out. Bang! At the same time, the expressions of the two changed, revealing the color of pain. Magma. Ace realized that the high temperature of the magma was almost the same as the maximum temperature of his own flame, and he suddenly became dignified. This boy. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The burning fruit has been developed to such an extent. The red dog was even more shocked, and the killing intent was even worse. The temperature of the flame is weaker than that of the magma, but this kid is not much different from my temperature. This means that this kid's potential is amazing. His development of devil fruits is almost as good as mine. Must kill him. A kainu roared, and a huge burning meteorite appeared in the sky. Meteor volcano. From a kainu's hands, a large amount of meteor-like fist-shaped magma suddenly appeared, constantly attacking Ace. Before contact, the air that has been burned by the high temperature will be twisted. Ace's eyes narrowed, and the flames all over his body rose violently. Roar. A pair of fists, a huge fire dragon appeared from behind him, and let out a roar in the sky. Fire dragon breath. With the same roar, the pure white flame breath moved forward like a wave, and an unparalleled high-temperature attack erupted. Chapter 432 A Battle of Fate. This battle did not happen in the original book. But at this moment, it was really put in front of everyone. At this time, the naval headquarters was covered by many large-scale attacks, and it can be said that there is a danger of collapse at any time. Every battle with the general must be extremely empty around it. Ordinary officers could not withstand the powerful attack of nature. The white flame carried a terrifying temperature, and it instantly collided with the fist of the meteor flame that filled the sky. Chi. The white aerosol rises, the space is distorted, and on both sides are flames with extremely violent attacks and huge destructive power. This moment touched everything, as if the world was destroyed, extremely terrifying. After a full 5 breaths, the lava flowed along Ace's white flame and slowly approached his body. Magma. Ace's pupils shrank, and he noticed that the opponent's rock berries had a restraint on fire. One is that the magma can actually absorb the temperature of its own flame, and the other is that the magma has an entity, and it can reach itself through the flame. In this case, there is no doubt that the situation is quite unfavorable for him. The phase between the fruits was also mentioned by Dillons and others, but he did not expect that he would actually meet him on this day. The guy in front of him was right. In terms of ability, the other party did restrain himself. Mad Dog, your ability is really good. Ace's pupils flickered and said solemnly. But I'm more than capable. I'm no longer who I used to be. After a roar, the flames on Ace's body went out in a blink of an eye, and on his arms, legs, and body, dark weapons appeared and then solidified. Armed and domineering. Akainu's whole body was shocked, and his heart was incredible. This kid, he has already cultivated his armament to such a level. The next moment, Ace flashed and disappeared suddenly. Blast. Almost instantly, Ace was already behind Akainu, and then he punched out suddenly. His speed, aided by the explosive power of the flames, reached a terrifying level, so fast that even Akainu didn't notice it. So fast. The pitch-black fist directly hit Akainu's back, causing the general's body to leave the ground in an instant, and after a meal, it flew towards the distance fiercely. Ace's figure distorted and disappeared again. When he appeared, he was already above Akainu who was flying, clasped his fists with both hands, and slammed it down. Bang! The sky-shattering voice came out, and Akainu's head was directly smashed down, and then the entire body was smashed into the ground. Below it, a huge deep pit appeared. In this scene, the sound of countless inhaling breaths from the surrounding marines came out. General Sakaski, was actually caught. The sailors shouted in horror. Yang Qing, who had been fighting in the distance, had an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. However, Ace's attack was not over yet. He seemed to continue to be full of anger, and he had to vent it all in this attack. The palms stretched out and out, and the white flames were like bombs, constantly falling towards the deep pit below. Boom! The ground kept shaking, and Akainu's body was filled with white flame explosions. He was in the center of the flame, his face was completely distorted, and his heart was full of rage. Ace! With a roar, Akainu appeared from the flame with thick black mist and magma, and a punch suddenly slammed. Mad dog! Ace's pupils shrank, and the domineering look of his whole body disappeared. Seeing the color. In an instant, Ace became like a leaf. Akainu stood up, punched punch after punch, but was easily dodged left and right by Ace, all dodging. Armed color. After the attack of Akainu's violent storm, Ace's face was indifferent, the top of his right fist was pitch black again, and then he punched out. Bang! Akainu also punched, and the fist was full of dark armament color domineering. His face was gloomy and hideous. Do you think it's only you, domineering? Overlord. Ace was still cold, and 3 words were faintly spit out from his mouth. Buzz. The air suddenly shook, and a domineering aura rose into the sky and spread in all directions. Akainu's expression changed, and he was shocked by this domineering aura. He was inconceivable for a moment, and his body trembled. Then, he felt a heavy force fall on his neck, and he was completely stunned. Crack! Ace's right leg, covered in jet black armor, slapped Akainu's neck, knocking the latter out immediately. Ace was like lightning, and came to the top of Akainu's head again. His voice was indifferent and disdainful. Is this the power of an admiral? I'm so disappointed. Raise your right leg, then drop down hard. Bang! The sound was very heavy, hitting Akainu's head, causing the latter's whole body to be shaken. Just like the last time, it fell heavily on the ground, once again leaving the ground intact. Ace fell to the ground, then looked indifferently ahead. After 3 breaths, Akainu's whole body was wrapped in gloomy aura, and his figure slowly stood up. From the surface, his face is covered with flowing magma, and his dignified and ruthless aura makes him. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He looked a little crazy and ferocious at this moment. Ace, I have to admit, you really surprised the old man. At such an age, he already has the power to rival generals. What Akainu said shocked everyone present. Looking at the young figure, his eyes were full of wonder. Ace actually has the strength of a general. Unconsciously, Roger's son has grown to such a point. At the same time, everyone also glanced at Yang Qing. Putting such a potential guy in his own pirate group, this captain is really powerful. Isn't he afraid that one day this guy will grow to the level of One Piece and threaten himself? Facing the eyes of everyone, Yang Qing just smiled faintly. Then he looked at Ace with deep eyes, and the battle was here, and there was no winner or loser, but just the beginning. Akainu's strength is definitely more than that. In the original book, he was attacked by a violent attack like Whitebeard, but he was still able to stand up tenaciously, and in future battles, he even defeated Aokiji. This shows that among the 3 generals, his status and strength are definitely the top. Kizaru is not necessarily the opponent of this guy. Just as he was staring at Ace, a voice also entered Ace's ears, causing his face to change. Ace, I'm here to help you. Chapter 433 Despicable. Turning his eyes, Ace saw a figure wearing a straw hat running towards him. Luffy. Akainu looked gloomily at Luffy who was running over, his figure slowly disappearing. The next moment, his figure has appeared behind Luffy. Be careful. Ace's face changed greatly, and the surging flames under his feet suddenly rose. Breakout. Akainu's face was indifferent. A tall figure shrouded Luffy's back, the billowing magma was scorching hot, and the air was burned and distorted, and the huge magma fist slowly slammed towards Luffy. Luffy himself, however, was still unaware of the attack that reached behind him unknowingly. On the high platform, Garp was so excited that he couldn't help rushing out. Sengoku hugged Garp hard. "Don't be impulsive, Garp. Let go of me, let me go, I'm going to kill this vile boy. Let go of me, Sengoku, I'm going to kill him." The loud roar came out, and Garp's face was full of murderous intent. The despicability of Akainu was seen by everyone at a glance, including Ace, but there is nothing they can do. "For absolute justice, you should also be executed." The indifferent words entered Luffy's ears, causing his whole body to tremble. "Mad dog." The roar suddenly came out, and Ace's figure twisted and suddenly appeared in front of Akainu. His face was still indifferent, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of Akainu's mouth. "Stupid boy, my target is you. Ming dog." The lava suddenly expanded and became bigger, attacking Ace, and the speed was suddenly nearly 10 times faster. And at this moment, it was the moment when Ace just appeared, and it was difficult for him to react. In an instant, Ace's situation fell into the most difficult position. Luffy turned around in a daze, and saw Ace, who opened his arms in front of him, blocking Akainu's blow, and his whole face twisted. "Ace!" Luffy roared with all his might, and tears rolled out of his eyes. The white mist rose from Ace's body, and the hot magma flowed, making Luffy feel the scorching heat, and his whole body was uncomfortable. But such an attack was completely endured by Ace. In order to save himself, Ace sacrificed himself. This cruel fact made Luffy collapse immediately. Ah! Ace! He originally came to save Ace, but he didn't expect to become a stone blocking the road, but instead dragged Ace back. Ace's back stood firmly in front of Luffy, firmly blocking the scorching aura that melted everything. The back of that stalwart was imprinted in the eyes of countless people in the audience at this moment. Dylan's, Drizzt, Luo, the faces of those who saw this scene changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ace!" At the same moment, they all shouted, their hearts beating violently. "I thought you were a difficult character, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Oh no, you have such a stupid brother. I don't have the strength, but I still like to be in the limelight. It's a brother who makes me happy. This war between us, it seems, is about to end because of your brother. Ace, I should thank your brother, so let me personally send him to accompany you." Akainu's gloomy words contained ridicule, his face was full of cruelty, and he looked at Ace, who was using his stomach, and Shang mouth completely blocked his attack. He believed that no one could defend against this blow. He moved his footsteps and was about to step over Ace. But the next moment, his expression changed. "What?" Ace suddenly stretched out his right hand, firmly grasping Akainu's right arm, preventing it from taking a step. "Who let you go?" The words were full of indifference and murderous intent, and his face suddenly became hideous and terrifying. "Despicable bastard, I'm going to kill you today." Ace's left fist was covered with a dark and domineering weapon, and then the flames burned, and the next moment, it slammed into Akainu's face. Bang! With a loud noise, Akainu flew upside down. This scene shocked everyone who was stunned before, and felt incredible in their hearts. Everyone could see clearly that Akainu's blow, it really hit Ace. However, when he raised his head and stood up, they clearly saw that there was nothing on Ace. Yes, in front of Ace, there is no trace of being burned by the flames. What's going on here? The anger in Garp's eyes subsided, and Sengoku was relieved. He was really afraid that his old friend would run away at this moment. "Akainu, I don't like it," Garp said coldly with a gloomy face. Warring State's eyes flashed, and he sighed helplessly. Yes, Akainu, who will do whatever it takes to implement justice, is indeed very unpleasant, especially when Luffy was taken as a hostage and the vain goal just overshadowed Ace's behavior. However, at this time, the sea soldiers are in need of such talents. The chaotic situation, only the iron fist of strong suppression can end as soon as possible. As the commander-in-chief, he doesn't like it anymore, but he can't say it. After the battlefield. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Fang, Yang Qing's eyes were cold, and he slowly retracted the right hand he had just stretched out. Around Ace, the icy temperature began to return to normal. Just now, Yang Qing used his ability to create ice and blocked Akainu's attack from a long distance. Otherwise, this blow will definitely be able to hit Ace in the same way as in the original book. What a vile fellow. I have to say, Lao Su, even if I saw a scene in the original book. However, when I really saw it, I was really furious. Taking a step forward, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed suddenly. Buzz. A terrifying tyrannical aura rose into the sky, heading in all directions in a mighty manner. In just an instant, in the naval camp, countless sailors rolled their eyes, fell heavily on the ground, and lost consciousness. This domineering aura, like a wave, pushed forward layer by layer, and the sea soldiers who were fighting, suddenly fell down one by one like wheat being cut. At the same time, the Death God pirates pushed the members of the big pirates in the city. This terrible breath. The Overlord is domineering. Valdo and the others were shocked and turned their heads suddenly to look at the young figure. Chapter 434 What a domineering breath this is. Like the whole world, no one can stop it except him. The powerful aura spread out from the entire naval headquarters in a mighty and open manner, and in just an instant, it caused huge damage to the entire naval system. That huge spiritual majesty turned into a tangible attack, cutting cracks in the walls, ice surfaces, and buildings scattered everywhere. Sea soldiers, there is no need to exist. The god of death, Lucifer, who had always been calm, uttered the most powerful words for the first time since he came here. His domineering, combined with this domineering aura, made his thin figure at this moment look like a sturdy mountain. The emperor closest to the One Piece throne, the most powerful man in the world, at this moment, because of Akainu's despicableness, he was completely furious. He started to take the first step, he started to move. He uttered the words to destroy the navy, which alarmed the navy in the entire navy headquarters, and also made the pirates present excited. The domineering overlord arrogance is getting thicker and denser, and the spiritual aura in that figure seems to be endless, majestic and domineering as unimaginable. At this moment, the entire naval headquarters could not be lifted up. That man, he's about to act. On the high platform, the warring state's face changed greatly. Well, yes. Akainu, angered him. Garp nodded, his tone was deep, and his eyes were fixed on the figure in front of him. Kapu. Sengoku looked at Garp with a heavy tone. This is a life and death battle for Marines. I understand. Garp nodded solemnly, and then resolutely jumped off the high platform. The next moment, when the old man fell below, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Buzz. A domineering aura rose again, as if competing with Yang Qing before. This breath was initially calm, but after 2 breaths it became violent and terrifying. In just an instant, the countless pirates of the Grim Reaper group fell to the ground and lost consciousness, just like before. In front of this domineering aura, anyone with less will or spirit must kneel down. After 3 breaths, Garp's domineering arrogance collided with Yang Qing's. Crack. Where the 2 sides domineeringly touch, the space is distorted and torn in half. The rest of the people present were affected by this shock, and even if they could still stand, they were swaying, unsteady, and their eyes were blurred. This shock made countless sea soldiers and pirates feel fear in their hearts, and seeing the power of the strong for the first time made these people completely terrified. They haven't really come into contact yet, it's just a collision of momentum, but it has already made countless people lose their mobility, and even things in the material world have been affected. Cap. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and the aura on his body became more severe. But the next moment, he withdrew his domineering arrogance. The influence of this breath on the 2 sides is mutual. The collision of the overlords of the 2 sides was only the first blow, but a large number of people on the battlefield fell. If it continues several times, Yang Qing is not sure how much his pirate combat power can be maintained. And Garp also withdrew his domineering arrogance with a dignified face. When he first contacted him, he already felt that this guy who was very young in his eyes had the power to really destroy the world. This tyrannical arrogance, because he personally confronted it, he clearly understood that in terms of quality, it was even higher than himself. In other words, this kid's domineering cultivation has surpassed himself. What a horrible fact. How old is this kid? Are there 30? Thinking of this situation, Garp's face became even heavier. Horrible potential. Not only is his potential terrifying, but his strength is also unusual. There was even more solemnity in his eyes, and Garp began to move his footsteps and walked towards the front. As he moved forward, the pirates of the Death God pirates moved. Stop the old guy, he's going to the captain. Haha, let's try the old guy's strength. Are we qualified to fight the old guy? Stop, old man, get past us first. Pirates all know Garp's reputation, but they can't let him get in touch with Yongqing so easily. All of them grabbed their weapons and charged towards Garp. At this moment, the pirates who can wake up are all outstanding in strength. But after a breath, Garp's fist swung out. Bang bang bang. A series of voices came out, and these elite pirates flew out like this, and then fell heavily to the ground, losing their voices. Don't stop him, let him pass. Dylan's avoided Doflamingo's attack and roared loudly at the pirates. All the pirates moved their eyes and moved away. Garp's eyes were indifferent, and the old figure stood up straight at this moment, but there was a touch of domineering that was hard to tell. Old man. Ace's eyes were complicated, and then he became indifferent. On the battlefield, there are battles everywhere. At this moment, what he needs to face is the mad dog Akainu. As soon as he reached out, Ace pushed Luffy behind him. Stay away from the center battlefield, Luffy. Next time, I really may not be able to take you into consideration. Luffy's expression changed, and when he saw Ace's seriousness and solemnity, and even the boiling anger under his calm words, he couldn't help but tremble. Ace murmured softly, This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Ah, his eyes flashed, and he said firmly, I understand, Ace, don't worry. Then, turning around resolutely, Luffy ran away in the other direction. After a short time, Luffy has disappeared. He began to join other battles. At this moment, although his strength could not participate in high-end battles, he could also join in mid-range battles. Ace looked cold and murderous, staring at Akainu who had slowly stood up ahead. Mad dog, I won't let you go. His voice was cold and his expression grim. Ace, I'm going to kill you too. Akainu also roared in a low voice, bubbling from the billowing lava. The next moment, the two hot flames collided again, causing the surrounding ground to explode. Where Huang Yuan was, the veteran General Huang Yuan stared solemnly at the two in front of him, feeling very strenuous. Captain of the 1st Division, Bucky. And this guy, Air Fruit, Glades. All of them are old-fashioned death gods, and their strength is really awe-inspiring. Chapter 435 Fighting Garp. The light shone, and the laser light cannon continued to shoot towards the two of them. On the other hand, Bucky stretched out his hands and slapped them away, and his ability to shatter into pieces could even shoot away light. Glades, air fruit is even more difficult for Kizaru. The space restraint, the air pulling force, and the elusive air cannon all made him feel uncomfortable. With these two people together, Kizaru felt helpless and felt that he was at a disadvantage. They are all people who control the two-color domineering, and there is almost no disadvantage for his natural system. On the contrary, it was the fruit ability of the other party that made him feel embarrassed. I am speechless. Constantly dodging the attacks of the other two, Kizaru turned into a ray of light that flickered continuously. When was he forced to be like this by the enemy? It's a bad feeling. Sighing, Kizaru was helpless. Garp strode forward, the pirates gave way, and the navy would naturally not block it. His face was gloomy, looking at the figure, his eyes were full of solemnity. His ability, domineering, fighting skills, swordsmanship, almost impeccable. This battle is difficult. Warring states, the old man is really not sure. Even Garp was not sure about Yang Qing at this moment. But he wouldn't give up, and he couldn't give up. Yang Qing also stepped up and walked towards the front. As he moved, the pirates automatically separated the road in excitement. 30 seconds later, Yang Qing and Garp stood face to face. Around them, make way for an open space that reaches several kilometers. The combat range of such powerhouses is extremely broad. Everyone, do not want to be affected by them. On the high platform, warring states looked tense and solemn, and clenched his fists. Cap. In the field, Yang Qing stared at Garp in front of him. I sighed in my heart that with the passage of time, these old generation powerhouses are really getting old. White hair and wrinkles are all reflected in this former naval hero. However, what cannot be questioned is that the hidden power deep inside Garp's body is really terrifying. The older you are, the better your experience. Physically weak, these guys have learned how to use the weakest strength to achieve the strongest attack. The older generation should not be underestimated. Although they are old, their strength is equally astonishing. I remember the first time I saw you. You were a stubborn, strong child. Garp suddenly smiled, and he stared at the boy in front of him for a long time. Young, very young. It also has incomparable vitality, and the amazing power hidden in it also amazes Garp. I have to admire that I am old, and the age of young people has come. Your figure has always been in my heart, Yang Qing said with a smile. Among the pirates, Yang Qing's most respected person. Then, in addition to his parents, there is no doubt that it is Garp. He once saved his life, and when he was weak, he did not arrest himself because of his preference. You really have a lot of potential. But why bother with the sea soldiers? Ace, it has been rescued, why not retreat? Garp's voice was deep, more serious than before. Yang Qing was stunned, as if he had never expected Garp to say such a thing, and was stunned for a while. After a long time, he reacted and said, "The Navy caught Ace." The short sentence made Garp's eyes shrink, and then the relief and helplessness alternated, and finally turned into a long sigh. The faction is disturbed, let's take action. Lucifer. Also let me see your growth. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, thank you for your understanding. Then I'm welcome. The eyes of both sides became extremely sharp in the next moment. The breeze was blowing, and after a breath, the two suddenly moved. Garp's fist had reached Yang Qing's face at some point. While Yang Qing's neck was slightly bent, his right fist was already aimed at Garp's mouth. The next moment, the two quickly completed the change of position, and their movements changed accordingly. The punch they swayed was silent, but it made people shudder. According to the original situation, it should have been hit in the face. But at this moment, Garp was already standing behind Yang Qing and raised his iron fist. And Yang Qing lifted his right leg and directly withstood Garp's fist. Boom. This was the first contact after an instant. The sound came out, and the ground beneath the two exploded, sending countless dust flying. After a while, the figures of the two disappeared here. Then, a series of sounds like shelling came out. Bang 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 bang. The voice was so shocking that the people present were dumbfounded, but they looked around, but couldn't see the two of them. Tell the two moving people that their moves are strange and unpredictable. The close-range counterattack will test the combat experience, prediction ability, and comprehensive quality between the two incisively and vividly. Strength, domineering, armed color, these are fully revealed in the next close combat. Soon, when the two separated again, they quietly confronted each other. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. Garp was indeed Garp, and he was indeed of the same level as Whitebeard. However, Garp's physical condition is stronger than that of Whitebeard. Since taking the position of Lieutenant General, Garp has fought a lot, but the damage to his own body is far from enough. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Far from being in the eyes of Whitebeard, at this moment, he is still strong and in perfect condition. Ha! The two who were facing each other, suddenly, Garp let out a loud shout and punched the ground in front of him. Bang! The earth cracked, and countless rubble swept toward the sky. Following closely, Garp's fists were like the wind, constantly bombarding the gravel in front of him. This huge punching power did not crush all the gravel, but formed an unparalleled impact force, which was then transformed into a forward speed, triggering terrifying kinetic energy. As expected of Garp. Seeing the densely packed rubble formation covering hundreds of meters ahead, attacking him at a terrifying speed, Yang Qing exclaimed in admiration. There is no need to doubt the power of these rubble, they are not much inferior to cannonballs. But after 3 breaths, Yang Qing stretched out a finger and stuck it forward. Stop! A faint voice sounded, and the swept stone curtain suddenly stopped, and it stopped in the air just like that. This bizarre scene made countless sailors take a deep breath. What kind of power is this? Can it control everything? Chapter 436 Whole Body Hardening. Seeing all the rubble in front of him, stagnant in the air, a faint smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. On the other hand, Garp's eyes became more serious and deep. Devil Fruit Ability. Garp narrowed his eyes, and a breeze appeared under his feet. Shave. Suddenly, Garp's figure disappeared. Incredibly fast, almost at the same moment, he appeared in front of Yang Qing. Land Feet. 6 form, the 6 form that Garp uses. Any martial arts move has its limits, and ordinary powerhouses can't cause damage to Yang Qing by using the 6 forms. But when Garp moved, the terrifying power that erupted in his body made the air around them dense and twisted. The airflow rolled and spread, creating twisted and weird shapes, and even the light was distorted. Yang Qing raised his hand, and a blue-purple unicorn armor appeared on his right arm. Bang! A loud voice came out, and the violent force caused the ground under the two to shatter and shatter. And this blow, the resulting slash, extended for a full 5 kilometers, before it stopped. Garp's blow almost split the battlefield between the Navy and the pirates in front of the Navy headquarters. His eyes narrowed, Yang Qing's arms were covered with blue-purple scales, and then his fists kept swinging towards Garp, who was in front of him. Paper painting. Garp's figure seemed to be transformed into a leaf swaying in the wind. Yang Qing's fists were incredibly fast, and their strength was even more powerful and terrifying. The hurricane appeared 100 meters in front of its mighty force, but it didn't hit Garp with a single blow. Shave. The attack was abruptly launched, and Garp disappeared in front of Yang Qing's eyes. The pupils contracted suddenly, Yang Qing turned back suddenly, and threw a punch. Bang! The two fists faced each other, and the surging power burst out after a meal, and a huge explosion occurred around them. On the other hand, Yang Qing's expression changed even more. There was a crunch sound on his arm. This was caused by the unsupported bone and joint, which was no match for the pressing force. In terms of strength, he is so terrifying. Yang Qing was shocked. With this blow, he clearly felt that Garp's power was far superior to himself. Even, far better than any opponent he has ever encountered. In Roger's time, Garp's reputation was pushed to its peak. He was called Hero Garp, Iron Fist Garp. Its combat power is the #1 powerhouse in the naval headquarters. He also has a powerful person who has driven One Piece Roger into a corner several times. All of this proves that Garp himself is a man of great power. At this moment, after facing it in person, Yang Qing also truly understood the strength of the other party. The 6 poses that are far beyond ordinary people, the terrifying power, and these 2 points represent its outstanding physique far beyond the limits of ordinary people. That is to say, Garp's physical state is far stronger than the rest, Whitebeard, Kaido and others, perhaps not his opponents in terms of physique. This is a strong man who has cultivated himself to the same level as a weapon. He does not need Devil Fruit ability, and his body is stronger than Devil Fruit. Finger Gun. With a deep shout, Garp stretched out his fingers and poked them towards Yang Qing's mouth. His face changed, and Yang Qing stepped back. The finger gun was terrifying, faster than the bullet, and when it was used in Garp's hands, it really made Yang Qing feel frightened. After taking 3 steps back, Yang Qing's face was still ugly. He couldn't dodge this blow. His right hand trembled slightly, and the package behind him trembled suddenly. The next moment, a streamer suddenly flickered. At the same time, Yang Qing's right hand stretched out, grabbing towards the front. Sing! The sound of the sword sounded, the black package shattered, and a pitch-black sword-like weapon was grasped by Yang Qing. Then the tip of the sword trembled, stopped, and greeted Garp's fingers. When the fingers collided with the metal, and the young swords that were smelted by countless metal essences collided, and there was such a sound of gold and iron. Yang Qing's face changed slightly, and his eyes were full of solemnity. Garp's strength, along with the battle, has now been slowly recognized by him. Far beyond Whitebeard's physical condition 2 years ago, a powerful body. At this moment, Garp is probably even stronger than Whitebeard. Under the power of this finger, the tip of the sword continued to tremble, and finally became calm. And Garp also took 10 steps back, staring at Yang Qing with a solemn expression. In terms of physical skills, it seems that it is very difficult to fight against you, forming an evenly matched scene. Yang Qing said softly, and put the sword Yang in his right hand. This sword has not yet been exercised, and he rarely uses it. Moreover, now, the most powerful is his fruit ability. Let the warring states come together, otherwise, you are not my opponent. Garp's eyes narrowed, and he laughed solemnly. Do you want to use your real strength? You boy, it's really scary. After 3 breaths, a huge unicorn appeared in front of Garp's eyes, with a hideous face, pupils the size of copper bells, and the body was surrounded by lightning and flames, which made Garp feel difficult. It seems that I have to do my best, otherwise, if I really die here, I will not be reconciled. Armed color, hardened. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. Visible to the naked eye, Garp's whole body turned into a dark color. It was pitch black, all over the body, everywhere, it was pitch black. Including his nose, skin, and hair turned pitch black at this moment. Moreover, what surprised everyone even more was that on Garp's arm, the top of his head. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. On the top, the hairs stood up one by one, like needles, standing up to the sky. No one would doubt that the hair had the hardness and attacking power of metal, that is to say, the old sailor at this time, all over his body, became a weapon. It's really daunting to cultivate domineering to a realm like yours. The huge unicorn beast also showed surprise in his eyes, and said with a sigh. At your age, to achieve your current achievements is what I truly admire this old man. Lucifer. Garp looked up in front of him, a behemoth nearly 500 meters tall and nearly 1,000 meters long, full of solemnity and seriousness. The giant beasts at this time, I am afraid that the giant family, may not be able to block his blow. Cap, as I said, let the Sengoku come together. This is just my animal fruit, superhuman fruit, I haven't used it yet. On the high platform, Warring States clenched his fists tightly, and he was full of fear and nervousness about the huge monster. Haha, although it's old. But, I still want to try it. Chapter 437 Garp. Garp, whose whole body was wrapped in a domineering dark-armed color, showed a smile, and an aura that was different from the usual casualness slowly rose from his body, which made everyone present look squarely. I can't remember, it's been a long time since the old man fought such a serious battle. Lucifer, come on, I'm ready. Hearing this sentence, the huge ferocious unicorn took a step forward with its thick legs, causing the ground to tremble. The unicorn that Yang Qing changed at this time was much stronger than when Kaido fought against Whitebeard. It's a stunning physique and a lot of power. Boom. The earth trembled, and the unicorn moved forward vigorously. Soon, this huge unicorn was already standing in front of Garp. Roar. With a loud roar, the wind blew, flames and lightning mixed in the wind, and swept toward Garp together. Shave. Carp disappeared in a flash, and the next moment he came to the air directly in front of the unicorn's huge head, and then he clenched his fist and slammed it out. With a sound, the air twisted, and the billowing space was like a wave tossing the unicorn. This punch gathered a lot of power, and then went heavily towards the unicorn. Cap. The roar of the sky came from the Keelin's mouth, and its big mouth was actually aimed at Captain. And the flames and thunder that filled the sky were completely dissipated in the air when they touched the power of Cap's punch. Ow! The big mouth suddenly closed, and Garp disappeared. However, Yang Qing's huge figure turned around suddenly, and his right claw shot towards the void in front of him. Garp is still there, and the power of that punch is also there. Bang! The huge giant claws collided with Garp's dark arm. In an instant, the ground in a radius of several kilometers exploded, and the sound was deafening, causing the pirates and seamen around them to fall high into the sky. This vibrational force made the ground shake continuously, and cracks spread out like an earthquake. A moment later, shock waves spread out like ripples. Yang Qing's huge figure retreated towards the rear, roaring, his face full of hideousness. But Garp in the sky is Wen Rui Taishan, motionless. Shave. Disappearing again, Garp appeared on top of Yang Qing's head. His face was sharp, his right leg was raised high, and then he fell suddenly. Land feet. A huge slashing wave rushed out towards Yang Qing's head. Armed color. Yang Qing roared violently, a pitch-black domineering spread over his claws, and then rushed towards the slash. Boom. The slash was directly caught by his two claws, but Yang Qing's figure took 3 steps back again. The power contained in Garp's attack, after being covered by his full body of armed color, has been strengthened again, and has reached an unimaginable state. Yang Qing even suspected that with this power alone, Garp would be able to go head-to-head with Whitebeard. What a terrible power! Truly a marine hero. The sailors looked at the field, the dark figure that seemed to stand in the void, and their eyes were full of reverence. How many times Garp has not shot, almost everyone present knows. Over the years, they have hardly seen one. And the name of the marine hero was gradually forgotten by marines, pirates, and the whole world. It was not until this moment that the hero shot again, and the people present realized how powerful he was. As expected of a teacher, Qingzi glanced around, his eyes full of admiration. But the next moment, when he saw the rest of the people who surrounded him with smiles on their faces, he instantly became solemn. These guys were all strong men who fought against the teacher back then. My situation is really dangerous. In the center of the battlefield, Yang Qing's claws were wrapped in pitch-black domineering, and he kept attacking Garp above his head. He is huge, and his every move is like thunder and lightning, and the power is overwhelming, but the small and old figure in the sky that day, but his face is unchanged, and he can easily block the attack that can easily destroy a mountain. Moonstep. Garp kept moving in the sky, looking for the weaknesses and flaws of this behemoth. But after a long time, let him down. Yang Qing's experience is also extremely rich. At this time, although his size is huge and his goals are also huge, he can perfectly defend himself anywhere. It can also defend him from his quick attacks. Although in terms of strength, even if the opponent becomes a giant beast, it is not his opponent. But if it goes on like this, it will still be him who will lose in the end. Because Garp clearly knows that the other party has not used his most powerful power yet, so the kid only used 50% of his power. That won't work. Garp's face was heavy, and after a breath, there were streaks of agitation on his already dark body, and after 2 breaths, strange lines appeared on his dark face, which looked weird but terrifying. What is that? Yang Qing wondered. The pattern looked a bit familiar, but it was somewhat similar to the one on Drago's face. The next moment, Garp's figure suddenly disappeared. The breath is gone. Yang Qing was shocked, seeing that he couldn't find Garp at this moment. After a breath, Yang Qing's stomach suddenly froze, and a sharp pain came, which spread all over his body in an instant, making his complexion change. And get up the whole body, even more involuntarily towards the sky. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Flew over. It wasn't until Yang Qing's huge stature rose 100 meters in the air that Garp's stature was revealed. This scene made everyone even more horrified. Garp's power actually smashed the huge monster into the sky with one punch. Just thinking about it makes me feel incredible and scary. Suddenly, Garp disappeared from everyone's eyes again. When he appeared, he was already standing on the back of the unicorn, his eyes were sharp, and his hands suddenly stuck out. Cap. Yang Qing let out an angry roar, his whole body trembled, and flames burst into flames on the scales. Immediately after that, he controlled the huge body of the unicorn, and made the muscles of its back move like a wriggling mountain, forming a huge tremor force, rolling forward, and surrounded the place where Garp was. This speed is terrifying. Almost as soon as Garp moves, the world around him has already changed. Scary boy. Chapter 438 Seeing that he had just fallen, there were already hills around him, and the scales rushed over, and Garp's face was solemn. His legs were completely intact, and then a majestic force came out from under his feet, and the next moment, his entire body rose to the ground. Buzz. The power under the kick of these feet immediately made Yang Qing's surrounding attack dissipated. His huge body began to fall rapidly from the sky, and the wind whistled in his ears. Its huge body makes the air in a radius of several kilometers thick. The huge pupil squinted suddenly. Yang Qing's expression was sharp. The next moment, he turned around from the high-speed fall, and actually stopped in the air abruptly, and a vortex of airflow was generated under his feet, dragging him and standing in the void. Middle. Almost there. Garp, is this your full strength? Yang Qing's dull voice came out, filling the entire naval headquarters. Garp's face became more solemn. He kept moving in the air, his eyes fixed on Yang Qing. I already know in my heart that the next time is the time to test myself the most. In terms of strength, I'm no longer the opponent of this kid. His body, strength, reaction speed, judgment, and experience have all reached a near-perfect state. His own strength, devil fruit ability, domineering, 3 kinds of power, and his aura are all powerful and shocking. Without responding to Yang Qing, Garp had completely entered a state of battle at this moment. Roar. Suddenly, Yang Qing raised his head and let out a roar. His limbs were all wrapped up in a dark armament color domineering. The next moment, his whole person suddenly disappeared. Woo! The gust of wind suddenly blew, and Garp's face changed, and he turned around immediately. But it was too late, the huge claws were printed fiercely. With a punch, the air vibrated violently. Afterwards, Garp's body was directly smashed down and fell heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and numerous cracks appeared. It was only at this moment that the huge beast was twisted and gradually appeared in the air. Such a scene made countless people take a deep breath. They knew in their hearts that such a situation would happen, just because the speed of the ferocious beast was too fast. And in less than a breath, the giant beast disappeared again. This time, the giant beast had not yet appeared, and above the deep pit where Garp had fallen, the wind had already formed out of thin air, blowing in all directions and below. And, it was accompanied by thunder and flames. In the blink of an eye, Garp's place was covered by a dense array of attacks. This scene that makes people's hearts tangled together suddenly makes countless people change color. Cap. Warring States did not hesitate any longer, and jumped off the high platform. He chose to participate in the war. At this moment, the safety of his old friend for many years made him unable to suppress the worry and anger in his heart. In the rest of the place, Luffy's face changed drastically, and he let out a huge roar. Ace also flashed a trace of pain and worry in his eyes, and there was a trace of distraction. How touching and affectionate. Akainu hit Ace in the face with a punch, and then he fell over and fell heavily on the ground. But, you lost a chance. Stepping forward, Akainu seized this opportunity to fully understand Ace. The strength of the two is not much different, and he restrains the ability of each other. If he seizes the gap to attack, the probability of winning is extremely huge. Shameless mad dog. However, just when Akainu came to Ace, a long stick flashing with lightning appeared in front of him, causing his face to change immediately and jumping towards the back. Anilu. Akainu's face was extremely ugly. Seeing you like this, makes this god feel sick and want to vomit. Anilu's eyes were indifferent, and he made a disdainful voice. It's you again. Akainu's face was extremely dark. He remembered the last time. He was centered on the person in front of him, and the other two were assisted, and he dragged himself abruptly. But at this moment, this guy appeared in front of him again, but it was obviously not as easy to deal with before. Anilu, thank you. Ace got up, spat out blood, and thanked him. HMPH, it's always like this, you're a foolish mortal. Anilu scolded unceremoniously, but it made Ace burst into laughter. Sorry, that's what I am, you already knew that. Let's deal with him first, the two of us, it shouldn't be difficult. Anilu said coldly. Haha, then I won't refuse your help. Ace laughed. He also knew that from the beginning to the present, this guy was in a state of boredom. At this time, I finally couldn't stand the loneliness, and I also chose the guy Akainu. The next moment, the two rushed towards Akainu. Lei Ying. Great Fire Ring. Akainu's face was ugly, but his eyes were full of solemnity, and he started a war with the two. At this time, the speed of the Warring States period was fast, but it had already reached the bottom of the ferocious beast. In just an instant, the golden light shone, and the figure of the Warring States period suddenly became larger, and the whole body seemed to be poured with gold, turning into a huge golden Buddha. Buddha's impact. The huge shock wave was emitted from its already tall body, and it was even more huge. Within 3 breaths, it has swelled to a size of several hundred meters. After a breath, the shock wave hit Yang Qing, who was frantically attacking Carp, causing the latter to be shocked. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Fell to the side. Pain. With a roar, Yang Qing stood up from the ground, swept his pupils, and saw the golden Buddha, which was undoubtedly the Warring States period. Warring States, you finally joined the war. His voice was serious, with a hint of solemnity. The Warring States period took Capra out. At this moment, Capra was still pitch black, his arms were covering his head, and his body was damaged and looked in a state of embarrassment. Cap, are you okay? Sengoku said loudly, his eyes full of tension. Almost, this kid, a strong pervert. Carp's eyes were extremely solemn. Let's deal with him together. Warring States said sternly. But, Garp was startled. He clearly knew that the danger faced by the Marines this time included other people besides death. Otherwise, is there any other way? Warring States said helplessly. Garp was also speechless. The strength of the Navy at the moment was not weak, but helplessly, the entire pirate group of the other party was fully assembled, and it had powerful members and the old pirates who were advancing in the city. Marines are not dominant. Then let's go together. Chapter 439 2-1. In a blink of an eye, the two highest battle powers among the naval forces. Standing in front of Yang Qing, his eyes were full of dignified fighting intent. Although Yang Qing's strength has not been fully demonstrated at this moment, the hearts of the two are already full of fear. For many years, we haven't fought together. Warring States sighed, with a very complicated expression. Yeah, the last time we dealt with the Golden Lion. Carp nodded. The two strongest naval forces are standing together at this moment, staring at Yang Qing's huge body, and the sharpness in his eyes is getting more and more serious. This time, it is the moment when the life and death of the sea soldiers are at stake. They must do their best, otherwise they really don't know what kind of scene will be ushered in next. In front of him, Yang Qing's huge body also changed. After 3 breaths, he turned into his original body. You two, are you finally going to fight together? There was a trace of anticipation on his face, and his eyes were full of war. He clenched his fist sharply and made a sonorous sound. Then, I'm going to let go of my strength. I hope you don't let me down. As soon as these domineering and confident words came out, the expressions of Sengoku and Garp suddenly changed. Their bodies flashed, and they rushed towards Yongqing from left to right. After a breath, Yongqing punched out. With a crisp sound of boom, two small air shields appeared on the fists, carrying unparalleled power, and smashed them towards the left and right. Iron Fist. Shockwave. Both Garp and Sengoku's attacks were terrifying. They moved from left to right, causing the space around Yongqing's body to freeze. Boom. The next moment, a shocking sound came out. Sengoku and Garp's expressions changed, and the ground that kept exploding was flying towards the left and right sides. Under this blow, they were completely crushed by Yongqing, who was using all his strength. In terms of strength, it was completely crushed. At this moment, the power of the air wave mask emitted by Yongqing is far more than 10,000. He integrates the unique ability of the domain-type fruit, and can integrate the weight, energy, and quality within the range. Even though the utilization rate is only about 10%, it is still very scary. You must know that the scope of Yongqing's control at this moment is so huge that the entire naval headquarters may be shrouded in it. How terrifying is its 10% power? With just one blow, the two flew more than 1,000 meters and fell heavily on the ground, bringing up countless smoke and dust, shattering the ground, and the people around them were even more affected, and they were instantly rolled away by the force that was transmitted and unloaded to the sky, severely wounded. At the same time, they held down the part where they had just launched the attack, only to feel the trembling there. In an instant, Sengoku and Garp's faces became extremely ugly. Is this his full power? How terrible! Warring States. A loud shout suddenly sounded. Warring States suddenly raised his head, and when his pupils contracted, he saw Yongqing's excited face burning with fiery fighting intent. Pick me up. The air wave mask appeared again. The Warring States period agitated the muscles of the whole body, and the dark-armed color covered it. At the same time as a loud roar, the right fist suddenly slammed out. The next moment, Genshin's voice rang. The ground where the two were fighting suddenly sank 10 meters, and a large pit with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters appeared. Fist to fist, there was a creaking sound, and the air roared like thunder. Ha 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 ha, cool. Yongqing let out a long laugh. After twisting his waist, his face turned to the back, and then his feet. In just a moment, he had turned his back on the Warring States. Warring States' eyes sharpened, the attack in his hand brewed again, and the shock wave began to expand. The Warring States period was huge, and when the two approached, there was a clear contrast, one big and one small. Bang! The huge air wave came out again, and Garp's face and body also appeared in front of Yongqing. The fists collided and the ground collapsed again. After less than a breath, Yongqing changed positions again, turned around and threw a punch at the golden fist that came down from above. Boom! The ground sank another 5 meters, and this move was blocked by Yongqing. Then, he turned again to face Garp. At this moment, Warring States and Garp fought against Yongqing in close quarters, bursting out with their fastest speed and strongest strength, but their opponents were faster and stronger. Not at all. Quick, quick, quick 1 inch. You have to be faster. The strength should also be stronger, otherwise, it cannot be my opponent. Yongqing shouted loudly, his face full of crazy fighting intent. The two people in front of him are the most powerful in the world, but at this moment in the battle, he still does not have the pleasure and feeling of the battle with Whitebeard. It's not that their strength is not as good as that of Whitebeard. If the two are united, even Whitebeard can't stop them. It's just that in this period of time, he has grown too fast. Even if the full strength is still not used, there is already a tendency to crush. Not enough. Not enough. With a loud roar, Yongqing's right hand trembled, and the ground 3,000 meters around his body shook. Immediately afterwards, there was a rumbling trembling. The dust appeared in the sky, and the ground began to roll backwards, heading towards the place where Garp Warring States was. After a breath, countless roaring ferocious giants Zhang Yawu fluttered and ran over. At the same time, above the sky, a cyan dragon with a length of several hundred meters. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It was also Yang Tian who uttered a dragon roar, and the dragon's might wandered up in the sky, causing countless people below to tremble. Long Wei merged with Yang Qing and transformed into a ferocious beast. At this moment, it has the power of heaven and earth, and it shakes people's hearts and trembles. After 3 breaths, Garp and Warring States looked ugly. They turned around, quickly left Yang Qing's side, and faced the terrifying giant. Garp, shoot! No, come here, I'll block this kid. Garp said loudly, turning around and facing Yang Qing who was walking towards him. Sengoku's face was solemn, his hands clenched into fists, and then he roared, and a shock wave rushed out from above his fists. Ow! The giant long roared and rushed forward, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the front of the Warring States. But it was smashed into pieces by the shock wave one by one. The terrifying giant long was formed by condensing sand and surrounded by layers. Ah, come on. The Warring States period went crazy, and at this moment, a roar of thunder erupted. Chapter 440 Someone is coming. The ferocious giant Long's blood basin opened its mouth wide, and kept biting towards the Warring States period, but was smashed one by one and turned into dust in the sky. Behind him, Garp turned his back to him, looking solemnly at Yang Qing who had come over. They opened the distance to face the giant long attack, but at this time they were already approached by Yang Qing. Boom! The crisp voice sounded again. Yang Qing stepped up, and in a flash, he had come to Garp and punched. Buzz! The space trembled, then began to twist, and Garp roared and punched. Bang 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 bang! The two of them started a boxing duel that was going to be extreme, and they punched dozens of times in one breath, which was incredibly fast. The power of each punch was enough to overturn mountains and seas, causing half of the sky to tremble and tremble. With the passage of time, Garp's face turned red and began to lose weight. Then, he was hit in the body by Yang Qing's fists one after another. For a time, his face became even more ugly. Cap! Warring States noticed that the old comrade in arms behind him was wrong, and with a cry, the giant long in front was almost emptied by him. Can you hold on? Garp gritted his teeth, his figure flashed, he came behind Yang Qing, and shot again. But he was easily stopped by the latter. Then, his eyes flashed and he stood in front of the Warring States again. Veteran sea soldier, began to use the dogfighting method. Don't worry. Sengoku nodded and attacked forward intently. Yang Qing smiled, but didn't care. After the battle, he suddenly found that his power had really climbed to a higher stage. His control fruit, now open to the full range, can cover a radius of 300,000 miles in diameter. What a huge area this represents, it can almost make him omnipotent. Okay. Warring States closed his fists, turned his head suddenly, and then together with Garp attacked Yang Qing again. Yang Qing responded calmly. With a trembling of his hand, the flames appeared and turned into a sea of fire in front of him. God said, "Let there be light." The dazzling light bloomed, making Garp and Sengoku unable to open their eyes in the sea of fire. God said, "There must be thunder to create the world." Boom! Thunder and lightning were born out of thin air, fell from the sky, and slammed Sengoku and Garp hard, turning the two of them over. God said, "I sit on the throne. Words are the law, words are the rules." The thick majesty swept out from Yang Qing's body. At this moment, he was really like a god. It was also at this moment that countless people present looked at him with reverence and admiration in their eyes. His superb ability really became like a god. Sengoku and Garp looked at Yang Qing solemnly, and they were speechless. He's almost invincible. This terrifying ability, what kind of realm did he excavate the devil fruit to? The two of them were shocked. Such power, even Whitebeard, is probably far inferior. Because of the gap between the powers, they have even realized that if the other party wants to end the battle early, they will be able to achieve it in a very short time. I just said it. Sea soldiers, you can disappear. Sengoku, Garp, you two can't stop me. Yang Qing's voice was full of majesty and strength. Just when he finished saying this, Taizu in the sky let out a roar, then fell from the sky, squatted behind Yangqing and the two of them in front of him, and let out a roar. Majestic growl. True dragon. Sengoku and Garp were both shocked and couldn't believe it. Maybe you haven't figured out what my fruit ability is. Then I'll tell you. The sound spread, so that everyone present could hear it. My fruit is called control. I can control everything I touch, skin, palm, breath, anything I touch, I can control it. This is the fruit of the gods. And at this moment, the range under my control is 300,000 miles. I can control everything within 300,000 miles. In these 300,000 miles, I am God. Unique, powerful and invincible deity. When Yangqing personally revealed his fruit ability, the faces of the people present were full of shock and fear. Sengoku, Garp, you two alone can't stop me. Today, the naval headquarters will be destroyed here. Today, it will also herald the rise of pirates. The world will witness the birth of One Piece, and today, I will ascend to the throne. Yangqing's words left countless people stunned and unbelievable. In an unknown place in the dark, a conversation came out. How's it going, Atlan? Are the videophone bugs installed? Of course, as early as 5 minutes ago, the whole world saw everything in the Navy headquarters, and now everything is being broadcast live. This is what my brother-in-law arranged for me to do, and of course I will use all my strength to do it. When the beautiful woman heard Atlan's complacent voice, she laughed and scolded, and then she looked at the man in the middle battle. Sister, today is the moment to witness my brother-in-law ascending the throne. So excited, Atlan said excitedly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Concentrate, Lucifer got all this with hard work and life. Asuna said. Yeah, Atlan nodded heavily. The world sees everything that is present. Yangqing's voice also clearly spread throughout the world. That guy, the throne he said is One Piece. It's One Piece, right? It must be, haven't you seen it? The Marine Corps has been messed up by him. Ace has been rescued. This time the sea soldier has lost his lord, and his prestige will definitely be suppressed to the lowest level. As the second wave of the era of pirates coming, people all over the world watched the battlefield on the huge screen, trembling in their hearts, but there was a trace of inexplicable excitement. They were standing against the screen everywhere, watching the battle between Death and the Navy. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. This group of people actually suppressed the sea soldiers, occupying a huge advantage. In this battle of the enemy, such a result was achieved, which is really incredible. Death. They are death. Mumbling voices came from the mouths of countless people. At this moment, the life of the god of death was known to the whole world. Look, there, the door of justice trembles. There are others. Suddenly someone pointed loudly at the corner of the screen and screamed. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 441 to 460. Chapter 441 _ What? People looked at the direction the man pointed in shock. On the screen, it was only a small corner, but it was true that the door of justice that had just closed in an emergency was shaking, and it was shaking violently. Suddenly, the entire huge door shook suddenly. Bang! The door of justice shattered, and countless pieces of metal flew out everywhere, making a sky-shattering sound. This sudden scene immediately attracted the eyes of countless people in the naval headquarters to turn there. Old man, Whitebeard. Come on. A majestic and domineering voice spread throughout the audience in an instant, and then, groups of ships with white-bearded pirate flags erected frantically poured in from the Gate of Justice. Whitebeard, here we come. The fleet that Whitebeard brought was not many, all of them were strong men and elite crew members under his command. But as soon as he appeared, the expressions of the sailors present changed greatly, and some even screamed. Whitebeard, it's Whitebeard. The second 5 emperors, my god. Are the sea soldiers finished? What should we do? Can the Navy still handle the Whitebeards? A group of ships came to the frozen sea openly, and then Whitebeard stood on the bow and looked inside. When he saw the situation on the field, he let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, it seems that the old man is late. Has Ace been rescued? Sea Soldier, it doesn't look like your kid's opponent, Lucifer. Whitebeard looked at Sengoku and Garp again and laughed. You two guys are really old, and you two are together to deal with one person. Do you think I'm no pirate by doing this? His voice was deep and powerful, and as soon as the words came out, the captains of his division suddenly let out a loud roar to cheer him on. Whitebeard is here too. There was a hint of helplessness on the faces of Sengoku and Garp, which really added fuel to the fire. A Lucifer has made them want to cry rarely. At this time, Whitebeard joined the battle group again, and the pressure on the seamen really increased sharply. Just when they thought it was like this, suddenly, a domineering aura spread out from the door of justice and entered the door of justice like a rampage. The faces of the Marines present changed again, and despair appeared in their eyes. The Third Emperor. Although the person has not yet arrived, the momentum that dominates the world is clearly the momentum of the Emperor. The pure overlord-colored aura reverberated mightily in the naval headquarters, attracting everyone to keep breathing. Then, gradually, they saw a red ship. On it, the red-haired Shanks in the front stood there, his eyes staring, his right hand grabbed the hilt at his waist. Behind it, Beckman, Yasuope waiting for the others to stand one by one, they glanced at the Marines present with a spirit of war. Hi. Red-haired Shanks. It's them. It's over now. There are already 5 emperors, can the sea soldiers resist it? Will the whole army be wiped out? At this moment, not only the Marines, but also everyone watching the battle all over the world had this doubt in their hearts. The Emperor, the reason why it is called the Emperor. That is, they are not only amazing in the strength of the pirate group, but also have a powerful strength that surpasses all countries. It can be said that it is very difficult for any emperor to deal with by the naval headquarters. Under the hands of the 5 emperors, the forces are intricate and complicated, and even the sea soldiers are difficult to deal with. But at this moment, there are already 3 people present. Faced with such a huge pressure, not to mention the Marines, even the civilians are sweating for the Marines. Has it all arrived yet? It seems I'm late. The red-haired Shanks looked at everything present, and when he saw that Ace had been rescued, he was obviously relieved. Fortunately, this kid Ace, nothing happened. Then, he looked towards Yongqing, and when he saw that Yongqing was fighting against 2, his pupils shrank and he was shocked. Is he so strong already? The captain's realm, he may have reached it. Shanks knows how powerful Garp is in the Warring States Union. The opponents who have driven One Piece into a desperate situation for several times, these 2 not only have extraordinary strength, but also have unimaginable wisdom and talent. But even so, things seem to be working against them. Unconsciously, he is stronger. Shanks' boat approached slowly and stopped on the right side of Whitebeard's group. The battlefield fell silent for a while because of the arrival of the 2 emperors. The Coast Guard looked ugly and moved close to each other to prevent others from attacking. Facing the 3 sovereigns, different voices have already appeared within the sea soldiers at this moment. It is inevitable that when faced with an impossible battle, many people give up. Just when everyone thought that the pirates had come to an end, suddenly, a loud roar came in from the Gate of Justice again, causing the warring states to turn black, and the sailors were completely desperate. Ha 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 ha, here I come. Marines. Look at you, can you kill Lao Su today? If you can't kill it, I will destroy you today. A group of ships came in, and the man at the head was tall, with 2 long horns reaching into the sky, and his face was grim and gloomy. It's Kaido. Ah, it's really over, it's the end of the world. The sailors are over, it's over, it's over. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. 4 of the 5 emperors have already come here. It can be said that this is simply a destructive action from the Pirate Alliance. The demonstration of the Marines has completely disintegrated at this moment. The 4 emperors gathered together without fighting, and the domineering arrogance that exuded made countless people dizzy and could not even stand up. Warring States, the situation is not good. Garp and Warring States retreated, a few hundred meters away from Yangqing. I know, but I can't help it. Sea Soldier, maybe. Garp sighed, his eyes sparkling. They are not stupid. At this moment, it has been seen that under the leadership of Yangqing, the Marines have already lost, and they have lost completely. The four emperors came together, and the destructive power and combat power were extremely terrifying. With the strength of the naval headquarters at the moment, it is impossible to stop it. The previously noisy and fierce battlefield fell silent at this moment. The pirates and sailors of the war were quickly divided into two distinct sides. For a time, there were only a few large groups left in the battlefield. Kizaru and Bucky, Glades, Aokiji and the big pirates of the advancing city, Akainu and Ace, Analu. Then there are the Chiwahai people, and the confrontation with the death gods. The war has fallen into silence at this moment, but there is no doubt that it will break out again in the next moment. Chapter 442 Marines. At this time, the sea soldiers had really entered a desperate situation. Although the pirates' presence stopped temporarily, but looking at the three emperors not far from the Gate of Justice, the death god who had already met Garp in the Warring States period. All the sailors looked desperate. They have not felt a glimmer of hope. Over the years, pirates have never come together like this. Because among the sea soldiers, there has never been a true king. This group of people is the most free group on the sea. They are arrogant, and they will never really convince anyone in their hearts. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to unite this group of people. The strength of the sea soldiers themselves is extremely powerful. They have a large number of elite sea soldiers, far more powerful than any pirate group. However, no one expected that. After a lapse of about 10 years, among the pirates, such a powerful group has suddenly emerged. He gathered most of the pirates at the entrance of the New World, and almost completely cleaned up the chaotic pattern before, turning them all into his own power. Just this move is to make its strength and status leap to the level of the four emperors. Immediately afterwards, he rushed into the depths of the sea and fought against the four emperors, winning in one fell swoop and becoming stronger. His prestige spread far and wide, and he became one of the 5 emperors, and the pirate group under his command also refused to come, and its strength was rapidly expanding. To this day, only in terms of heads up, not even the Navy headquarters is its opponent. He even became the leader, leading the third of the 5 emperors to come here. How shocking this is! The entire pirate system, except for the immature pirates who have not yet entered the New World, almost all forces have been captured by it. And this is such a huge force. Sengoku, Garp, what are you going to do? Yangqing laughed, and he stood up. With an ugly face and falling into silence, Garp and Sengoku looked at each other with a hint of firmness. Sea soldiers, never lose. Today, live and die with the Navy. Their voices were firm and deep, spreading across the battlefield in an instant. Countless sailors shuddered when they heard this sentence. Immediately afterwards, Akainu's angry voice came out again. Justice cannot be blasphemed. You scum of the world must be wiped out today. The justice of the Navy is upheld by the Navy. Evil pirates, the Navy will never be defeated. Come to fight. His voice was wild and loud, containing a strong inspiring power, which instantly made the blood of the sailors boil. For a moment, the sailors regained a trace of confidence in their eyes. Yes, they are Marines. They are righteous sailors, they represent the bright side of the world, they protect thousands of common people and fight against the power of evil. If they fall, what about the good folk? They cannot fall, even if they die, they cannot fall. They have to fight and fight, no matter how strong the enemy is. So what? The sea soldiers can't fail. Today, the old man sacrificed his life, and he won't let you succeed. The smile on Kizaru's face has long since disappeared, replaced by a heavy expression. His voice is equally determined, and it clearly spread throughout the entire naval headquarters. The old man has been in the sea soldiers all his life. The honor of the sea soldiers has long been integrated into the bones of the old man. Even if you are now the 4 emperors together. But, old man, how can you give up? How can you not do your best? How can we not maintain the justice and honor of the navy? Aokiji, who was fighting against the pirates who pushed the city, also had a deep voice. Yeah, over the past few years, I have seen a lot clearly, the corruption of the sea soldiers, the darkness. Yes, I think the sea soldiers should change, even, sometimes I think, this darkness, corruption, almost a cloud of muddy water should the naval system be destroyed. This sentence attracted countless sea soldiers in the field to look at Qingzi, and their eyes were full of surprise. As a general, Qingzi actually said such words, which really surprised everyone. But, sea soldiers, after all, they are still sea soldiers. He always represents justice. He represents the bright side of the world. No matter how weak or dark he is, he can't erase the contribution he made to the world and the people in the past. He can't doubt that he will still be in the future execute his justice. He has a purpose. He must exist too. Sea soldiers, just sea soldiers. Qingzi's voice was sonorous and powerful, like the sound of a sword. As he spit out his words, the icy aura around his body became much heavier, and his eyes were already full of fighting intent. Better to die, sea soldier, than to perish. After Qingzi's words ended, the lieutenant generals also stood up one by one. Facing the powerful coalition of the 4 emperors alliance, after the initial surprise and despair, they finally figured it out. Yes, we are Marines, we cannot perish. Behind us, there are thousands of innocent people. If the pirates run wild and the Marines perish, what will the world look like? If the Navy is going to lose today, I will definitely not see it, haha. Yeah, I can't see it, because I will definitely die before the sailors. My life is for the sailors. Countless lieutenant generals and major generals grasped the weapons in their hands again at this moment, with proud smiles on their faces, and unwavering determination in their eyes. At this moment, they have already started to die, and even if they die, they will die in front of the sea soldiers. I am a sailor and I am proud. I am a sailor. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. I am 35 years old this year. I have helped 138 civilians over the years and saved them from the hands of pirates. Today, I want to protect the honor of the sea soldiers, live and die, and die. Come on, pirates. We are Marines, born to be your enemies. Come on, pirates. We are Marines, born to be frightened by you. Countless sailors roared hard at this moment. At this moment, no one is driving, no one is mobilizing the atmosphere. All of this is the voice of everyone who is rooted in the Marine Corps and voluntarily uttered. They are Marines, they should be Marines by nature, their lives are in Marines, and their future is in Marines. They are light, they are justice. How can light be destroyed? How can justice disappear? No, impossible, none of this is possible. Even if justice will dissipate, light will hide, and darkness will come. Then, they will also die in the light, before the darkness. Chapter 443 Pirates, come to fight. Freedoms who can only flee on the sea, come on and fight to the death. Just today. Countless roars rang out, and the atmosphere of the naval headquarters was instantly mobilized. The sailors looked excited, and their eyes were full of fighting intent. They grasped the weapons in their hands and rushed out at all times. At this moment, the blood of these Marines has been fully mobilized, and they are all ready to dedicate everything to the Marines. Kid Reaper, Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido. Warring States took a deep breath, his eyes instantly became extremely sharp, and a domineering aura rose to the sky. Beside him is Garp, and behind him are thousands of sea soldiers gathered together, fighting spirit high. The sailors and the pirates are two sides that are born to oppose each other. Today, at this time, Marine soldiers will never be captured. If you have a seed, let's fight. Let you also see the spirit of the sea soldiers. My warring states, on behalf of the Navy, declare war on you. The rapid and loud voice spread throughout the entire naval headquarters in an instant, and also spread throughout the entire world. At this moment, whether it was the Marines present or the civilians watching the battle from all over the world, a word called burning also appeared in their hearts. They felt that their blood was boiling, and they would give everything for honor and for the seamen. In just a moment, the seamen who were surrounded by the big screen and did not come to the headquarters this time were full of tears. This is the seamen, this is them. Never give up, justice is their highest honor. I want to go to the headquarters, I want support. I want to kill all the pirates. At this moment, countless sailors shouted in the sky. They saw the strong and iron bones of the sea soldiers, the spirit of the sea soldiers, and a strong army standing and living. And the civilians all over the world also changed their faces slightly and sighed. The sea soldier is also a moving guy. Although they are the lackeys of the Tianlong people, these people have paid a lot for us after all. Speaking of which, they really perished, and it's a bit reluctant to bear it. In the Marine Corps headquarters, a word from the Warring States period aroused the fighting spirit of all the Marines. When Whitebeard heard this, he immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, the Warring States period. The old man really admires you, but whatever, we are not here as stones. Since your navy wants to fight, we pirates finally got together. Suddenly, Whitebeard's face turned gloomy, and his voice was like a nail. Then let's fight. Roar. One side of the Whitebeard pirates let out a roar that was soaring to the sky, and his face was also very excited. The red-haired group, with sharp faces, all stood on the bow, holding down the weapons at their waists. They were ready to fight at any time. Since you have been made king, let's begin your road to kingship. It will open today. Kaido roared up to the sky, his face was hideous and crazy. Sea soldiers, kill all of you, roar. Today, kill all of you. As soon as the screen turned, Yang Qing's expression was indifferent, and a mocking expression appeared on the corner of his mouth. Warring States, Marines. Honor, justice. He took a step ahead, and with a sound, the overlord domineering and mighty crushed away, making the faces of the Marines present changed, and they were instantly shocked. Contributed to the world. I have to say, your eyes are too narrow. Although Dorag is very close, their sight is much farther than you. He tried to reform, so he became an innovative soldier. You rotten bucket of water can only make the continuously added water become cloudy, unpleasant, and disgusting, instead of becoming clear by itself. Only by dumping them and clearing the bucket can it be clean. Speaking of 1,000 words and 10,000, naval soldiers only serve the nobility. Yes, the economic base determines the superstructure, and politics will always serve the nobility. However, the master behind you is too ugly to eat. It's so ugly, it makes me want to throw up. Since each sticks to his own path, then you should be destroyed. My death will not be changed by anyone. Step by step, Yang Qing's words came out casually, causing the world and the sea soldiers to shrink their pupils. This man's mind is too dangerous. In the world court, the eyes of those in power changed, some felt trembling, and unknowingly clenched their fists. And in a chaotic country, several people shrouded in robes are quietly watching the scene here. Long, he said you looked close. He's too extreme, but he's right, it's time to change the water. The poor will change, the change will pass, and the common will last. In today's world, there is a wall ahead, blocking all futures. But, how to push away this wall? The eyes are complicated, and the man hidden in the black robe is confused. Then fight. Whoever stands last wins the victory, and gains a. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Cut. Carp said in a low voice. This sentence has opened the ultimate war in this world. A battle of incomparable scale, fighting everywhere. Pirates, for the first time declaring war on the Navy, launched an attack. All over the world, countless civilians shouted with excitement. In their eyes, they couldn't tell whether it was fear or excitement. Ah, the war is coming. In the Marine Corps headquarters, Yang Qing raised his right hand. Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, and the others also raised their hands. Death pirates. Kill me. The killing intent was awe-inspiring, and it broke out suddenly. The swords were choking and contending, and the pirates were roaring frantically. In a word, the densely packed death god pirates began to charge towards the place where the sea soldiers gathered. The red hair pirates, come on. The red hair fluttered, Shanks roared, and jumped off the boat, followed by all the red-haired pirates behind him. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard pirates, follow this old man. Today is a day when times change. And we are the witnesses. Ooh. Countless pirates of the Whitebeard pirates followed Whitebeard's leap, landed heavily on the ice, and rushed towards the other party with a roar. Kaido let out a loud roar, without any nonsense, and jumped off the boat. Kill with Lao Su. Chapter 444 Destroyed. In just an instant, the battle between the pirates and the sailors started again. Both sides held the purpose of killing, at this moment, howling, burning anger towards each other, running frantically towards the front. Boom 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 boom. A series of artillery shells sounded, which was an attack on the hard walls surrounding the naval headquarters. Boom. Whitebeard looked up, a swirling air wave appeared on his right hand, and then he punched forward. Buzz. The hard barrier twisted and crumbled quickly. The seamen who controlled the shelling platform screamed and fell from the high platform. After a casual blow, Whitebeard moved on. His walking speed is not slow, but because of his tall stature, he is also very fast. In a short period of time, he has entered the very center of the war. Seeing Whitebeard, the lieutenant generals and major generals in a large number of marines surrounded him, and it was absolutely impossible for one person to be Whitebeard's opponent, so at this moment, the marines adopted a sea tactics. However, the effect is very small. Sea soldier, you underestimate me. With a wave of the huge naginata, countless sailors screamed and flew out. Whitebeard rammed like a bulldozer, and no one could stop his power. The red hair, at this moment, is already fighting with Hawkeye. The two had fierce fighting intent, the long swords in their hands kept colliding, and there was a sound that shocked the Marine Corps headquarters. The sharp breath caused cracks to appear on the ice surface and the ground. I haven't fought for a long time, let's decide the winner today. Mihawk said in a low voice. Mihawk, you shouldn't be involved in this battle. Shanks said quickly, colliding with Mihawk again. Oh, is that so? I just wanted to see the realm of the strong, but it's a worthwhile trip to meet you. Mihawk smiled. At the same time, the pirates in the three pirate groups all chose their targets independently. Marco finds Dylan's and then fights Doflamingo. In just 2 rounds, Doflamingo had an extra wound on his body and was kicked out by Marco. What a shabby situation. Brother Doflamingo looked at the battlefield around him, his eyes flashed, and he said coldly. Then, his figure flashed, and he disappeared directly in front of the 2 Dylans. The scumbag, running away again. On the battlefield, it is not easy to find someone. Even with the use of seeing and hearing, the atmosphere on the battlefield is chaotic, and it is rare to find someone. Now, the combined strength of the Marines and pirates is huge, and it is naturally even more difficult to find such a despicable guy as Doflamingo. Go to the next place. Marco said. Dylan's nodded, and the 2 of them rolled their eyes and stared at Kiwi in the distance. After a while, Huang Yuan's complexion changed greatly, and he started to dodge in a hurry. The effects of 1 strong man and 2 strong men are absolutely different, and 2 strong men and 4 strong men are absolutely painless. Looking at the 4 famous guys in front of him, Kizaru had an ominous feeling in his heart. If he attacks, in an instant, he will face 4 people shooting at the same time. And escape, under such circumstances, he absolutely cannot do such a thing. Akainu, I heard that you were the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters. Ace and Analu were fighting against Akainu when suddenly a huge figure appeared behind Akainu. Ace and Analu's expressions changed slightly, they stopped abruptly, and looked at the person who came. And Akainu, when he heard the violent and crazy voice, his whole body trembled, and the pupils in his eyes shrank. This voice. It's Kaido. Just when he realized who the person was, a huge force descended directly from the top of his head, but for a moment, his head was stunned, his whole mind buzzed, and his eyes were full of little golden stars. Roar. Let me try your strength. With a violent punch, Kaido directly punched a deep pit on the ground, and Akainu's head was bleeding with this punch, and he spewed a mouthful of blood from the sky, and was directly smashed to the ground. The Five Emperors Kaido's sudden attack, who was deeply caught in the attack of Ace and Analu, was completely unaware. Hey, big man, this is our opponent. Ace suddenly said. Kaido looked at Ace fiercely, who showed no weakness. HMPH, the boy of the god of death, I don't have time to talk to you now, get out of here. This mad dog is mine. Kaido said loudly. Analu pulled Ace and left. Trust me, that mad dog, he'll be beaten to death. Dodging the next, Kaido's crazy punch, Analu whispered to Ace. Ace was stunned, then remembered the battle between Kaido and the captain, and nodded involuntarily. That crazy attack, I am afraid that unless the captain, the existence of Whitebeard's level, other people can't stop it. And next, Kaido's roar and strong fluctuations proved this. Roar. Bang. One after another cracks continued to extend from the ground, and the air kept shaking. Sakazuki's blood spurted wildly in the sky, and under Kaido's frantic attack, this navy's highest combat power was actually very difficult to resist. Weak. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Too weak. Kaido roared violently, with strong dissatisfaction in his heart. Because of dissatisfaction, he was even more angry, and he shot harder. Akainu, at this moment, is about to be killed. And Yongqing, once again facing Carp and Sengoku, his eyes have become extremely sharp. This time, I won't leave any more hands. The next blow will destroy the entire naval headquarters. Sengoku and Garp looked gloomy, and they were also ready. If you can, just try it. No more nonsense. Yongqing stretched out his right hand, and then leaned forward. His 5 fingers spread out, passing through Sengoku and Garp, as if he had grasped everything in the entire naval headquarters. Control. Boom. A circle of invisible masks emanated from Yongqing's body, covering the entire naval headquarters in the blink of an eye. With the release of this mask, suddenly, the atmosphere of the entire naval headquarters became a little strange. Everyone present felt an inexplicable aura passing over their bodies. Destruction. Suddenly, Yongqing clenched his right hand in front of Garp and Sengoku. The next moment, the overwhelming dust fluttered out from the back of the Warring States period, and all the sailors changed color instantly. Headquarters, destroyed. Chapter 445 _ Boom. A loud sound like thunder came from the naval headquarters. The smoke and dust in the sky rose from the ground to the sky like snowflakes. Countless sea soldiers glanced back in shock, and then their pupils shrank in shock, opening their mouths and being speechless. The once spectacular buildings seemed to be squeezed from all directions by a huge invisible pressure. Then they started cracking, shattering, shaking. In less than 3 breaths, the large buildings began to collapse, and the smoke and dust spread out from the ground. The earth began to churn and rush, and the air seemed to be wrapped in invisible pressure. At this moment, the naval headquarters fell into the doomsday. No one can describe the magnificence of this moment, and no one can understand the feelings of the sailors at this moment. I watched helplessly as the rows of huge buildings collapsed one by one, and watched as the headquarters, which was built with countless labors, quickly collapsed and deformed. The Navy headquarters, destroyed. It was difficult to build, but the destruction was only in an instant. When the pirates saw this scene, they let out a sky-shattering roar, imposing like a rainbow. The sea soldiers were dark in their hearts, but after a short while, they roared furiously, and their hearts were full of anger. Unforgivable. Kill. The shouting and killing sound shook the sky, and the atmosphere of the entire naval headquarters was even higher. Yongqing's palms slowly folded together, and the headquarters behind the sea soldiers completely turned into ruins. Pieces of rock and dust ruins quickly gathered together under his strength, forming a hill that was as high as 100 meters. Originally, the headquarters with many high-rise buildings and distinct layers turned into a flat ground at this moment. Next, it's not over yet. He slowly stretched his hand to Garp and Sengoku's side, where there was a barrier built around this place, all made of steel, and it was difficult for ordinary attacks to work. At the same time, Sengoku and Garp's faces were already filled with extreme anger. "Boy, what the hell did you do? Ah!" With an angry roar, Garp and Sengoku flashed in front of Yangqing. The two were on the left and one on the right, launching an almost violent attack. Boom! Yangqing temporarily stopped, seeing the color and using the ability fruit together to fight against Sengoku and Garp. The two people who were in a rage, their fighting power rose to a new height again, and even Yangqing was unable to spare for a while, so he could only fight seriously. Bang bang bang. The two fists were constantly pounding Sengoku and Garp's attacks, and Yangqing began to retreat at this moment. The strength of the golden fist of the Warring States period is magnificent, the light is shining, and the shock wave is contained in it. Every blow makes the air tremble and the ground cracks. And Garp's whole body is covered in armed color, and under the rage, the power bonus is even more powerful. If he punches down, I am afraid that the ground in a radius of 1,000 meters will crack, which is even more terrifying. And they are all skilled in the existence of 6 styles, and the speed is terrifying. At this moment, the combat power of the two people superimposed, and they were able to compete with Yangqing. Step by step back, Yangqing's footsteps continued, and his face became solemn. Land feet. Shockwave. Finger gun. Iron fist. One after another attacked towards Yangqing frantically. Yangqing's face was solemn, his hands had no shadow, and he couldn't see quickly. A large area of the ground was cracking rapidly, and then suspended under the power of the 3 people, charging towards the sky. Ah! Garp and Sengoku roared wildly, and Yangqing quickly resisted. In a short 5 breaths time, Yangqing has retreated nearly a kilometer. Under his feet, there are a series of traces, and around each footprint is a deep pit with a diameter of 1 meter. Suddenly, Yangqing's footsteps stopped, and his pupils shrank violently. The next moment, Garp's pitch-black fist slammed into Yangqing's cheek. Bang! Yangqing raised his head, quickened his pace, and took 3 steps back, leaving his head blank for a moment. Buddha's impact. The Warring States jumped up, and pushed a palm toward the bottom, and the shock wave in the palm instantly became a radius of 100 meters, and the power began to distort the space. Then, the sky wave pressed down with the attack of the Warring States period. Yangqing raised his head abruptly, and the violent wind blew his face into pain. The shock wave was truly terrifying. The speed was also unbelievably fast, but it was already in front of him in an instant. Get rid of me! With a loud roar, a swirling air wave appeared between Yangqing's right hand. Boom! After a breath, the 2 attacks collided together, causing a huge explosion, and a large area of the ground began to crack. Yangqing took a leap and retreated 100 meters to the rear. Sengoku and Garp also avoided the aftermath of the attack. After the explosion dissipated, the 2 sides stared at each other closely with sharp eyes. Call. Suddenly, the figures of both sides disappeared. In the place where the explosion just now, there was a huge shock again. After a short while, a figure was knocked out, slammed into the ground heavily, dragged a long trace, and then quickly stood up with red eyes. People glanced out of the corner of their eyes, but it was the Warring States period, a golden Buddha of the Warring States period. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. He shouted and rushed towards the battle group again. Shave. Garp's figure disappeared instantly. Yangqing's eyes narrowed, his right fist clenched tightly, a vortex-like air wave formed, and then suddenly blasted towards the right side. Bang! A loud noise came out, and Garp's eyes were shocked. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He covered his face with his arms, and was hit by the force of the punch and dragged on the ground for hundreds of meters before stopping. Buddha's impact. The warring states also rushed up at this time, condescendingly, and punched down. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, his left fist gathered strength, a vortex-like air wave formed, and the armed color was domineering. "Let me go." With a loud roar, the left fist met the shock wave. Buzz. The two attacks collided together, and a stalemate was formed at this time, and a series of air explosions sounded. As soon as Yang Qing gritted his teeth, warring states let out a loud roar. Garp also slowed down at this time, stared at the ground with his right foot, disappeared again, and then appeared on top of Yang Qing's head. Iron fist shattered bones. This is a violent blow, powerful, with a domineering armament, capable of shattering anything with one punch. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and the right fist gathered the ability of fruit, and moved towards the top to resist. Control. With a sound of boom, the surrounding space fell into Yang Qing's control. Garp's punch landed on the top of Yang Qing's head by 1 centimeter, but he couldn't swing it. The next moment, Yang Qing roared again. Garp and Sengoku both flew out. Chapter 446 Stronger. Roar. A huge roar emanated from Yang Qing's mouth. His facial expression became ferocious and crazy, but his eyes were full of excitement. Garp and warring states were forced to fly out by Yang Qing alone a moment ago, which shocked everyone. As for Whitebeard and Kaido, seeing Yang Qing's actions at this moment, a trace of strangeness appeared in their eyes. This kid is going to go wild. He is finally going to use his full strength. There were smiles on the corners of their mouths, both of them staring closely at the two people in the field. Sengoku, Garp, come on. Yang Qing roared and took big strides. Every step he stepped on, he smashed the ground, making a rumbling sound, causing the ground to be torn apart, and the gravel poured out in all directions like bullets. The power to control the fruit covers his whole body at this moment, and controls every muscle, bone, and even cell of the whole body. At this moment, his state has all been perfect, and his combat power is all rushing out. The scorching hot essence and blood swept up into the sky, causing the surrounding space to distort. At this moment, it was difficult for outsiders to intervene in the attack of the three. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, no one dared to stay here. Ow! With a roar, Yang Qing's figure disappeared instantly, and his figure was indistinct. In the eyes of everyone, on the road that was only a kilometer away from the two in front of him, he only flashed 3 times, and he had reached Garp's place. In front of him, his right fist in the air turned black, a vortex-shaped impact formed, and it slammed down fiercely. Garp's face changed greatly, his right arm raised, gathering strength, his meridians burst, and he also threw a punch. The warring states on the side also attacked. Boom! A circle of shock waves spread out, causing a gust of wind to whistle. Garp was unbalanced by this punch, and his body fell backwards. After rolling for more than 10 meters, his whole body trembled. When he raised his head and looked forward, his pupils shrank, but he had already seen another punch from Yang Qing hitting the warring states. The speed of this punch is lower than before, but the power is stronger. Shave. With a full body movement, Garp came to Yang Qing's back and smashed it with a domineering punch. Boy, stop me. Bang. The warring states flew out, and it could be seen that Yang Qing's eyes were about to burst from the punch. The power of this punch was unimaginable. At the same time, Garp's punch also hit Yang Qing in the face, causing the latter's face to be instantly distorted, and the whole person rolled and flew out. After a full 300 meters, he just slammed into the ground and smashed a big hole, stopping the castration. Woohoo! Garp stood together in the warring states period, panting violently. The two kept coughing and spitting out bloody spit from their mouths. Yang Qing's fist was so heavy that it hit his body, causing their bones and joints to vibrate. Crash! After 2 breaths, Yang Qing stood up, tilted his neck, and made a clicking sound. The side of his cheek was swollen high and purple, which was beaten by Garp. However, His expression at the moment was strangely crazy and excited, which made Garp and Sengoku both feel even more heartbroken. Go ahead, this battle is getting more and more interesting. Huh. Suddenly, Yang Qing's figure disappeared again, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Garp and Sengoku, and their expressions changed greatly. He is stronger. Warring State's eyes were ugly. From the beginning of the battle to the present, this guy in front of him was as bottomless as a monster. With the battle, he became stronger and stronger. No, he is not getting stronger and stronger, but just tilting his own strength a little bit through battle. This kid is growing up too fast, but he lacks fighting and doesn't hone his strength. At this moment, he is using Sengoku and Garp as sharpening stones, becoming stronger and stronger. What a terrible boy. Whitebeard stared at the battle of the three of them, and his thoughts were full of thoughts. He still remembered that in the battle with him, this kid was far from being so violent and powerful at this time. The scene of this battle was indeed not as grand as his first battle, but the danger contained in it was even greater. More powerful and faster. In the field, Yang Qing appeared this time, with a ferocious smile on his face, and let out a long string of laughter, and the swirling air waves above his fists turned pitch black. The combination of armed color and fruit ability increased his attack power to a terrifying place. Then, with a bang, Garp flew out from the Warring States period, hitting the ground heavily, and cracks split open from the ground. After a breath, Yang Qing disappeared on the spot, his figure twisted and appeared above the two of them, his legs and legs trembled, and he stepped down suddenly. Ha 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 ha. The loud laughter came out at this time, and Yang Qing became like a devil, frantic and arrogant. Go! Sengoku let out a loud roar, and Garp quickly avoided the attack. Kankan avoided Yang Qing's step, but large slates hit the back of the two people everywhere, making their expressions change. In an instant, the three of them opened 100 meters away from each other. Woohoo! Panting, staring at Yang Qing in the middle, the corners of Garp and Sengoku's mouths were already full of blood. The violent attack was like a torrential rain, causing Garp and Sengoku to return. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It was really unbearable. It was just a short moment. They were already injured. One of them was punched, and they were all in pain from the blow. Just now they were hit by the slate, and the back was swollen again, and the pain spread all over the body. You guys are really powerful. Yang Qing exclaimed in admiration. Only he knew how powerful he was at the moment, which was far beyond the power of Whitebeard, but the two of them were so able to resist, they were able to stand under their own attack, which really shocked him inconceivably. Ahem, boy, if you have any other skills, just use it. Yes, today, the two of us gave up our lives long ago. Sengoku and Garp said loudly, and the war intent in their eyes did not retreat at all. Yang Qing stepped out with his right foot, his eyes were sharp, but the words in his mouth became gentle. Speaking of which, the two boys admire and like the most are the two. Ha ha ha, do you like me and admire me? Why don't you retire? This war, just count as you pirates won. Cap laughed, but was still in the mood for a joke. Chapter 447 _ That can't be done. The war is now, and it is no longer under my control. Shaking his head, Yang Qing said with a solemn expression. Next, defeat the two of you, and the battle is over. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, stopped talking, took a few deep breaths, and calmed down. Seeing this scene, Yang Qing nodded secretly. These two old guys are indeed the existence of the highest combat power in the naval headquarters. In a short period of time, he has almost made up for his previous losses. Then, the three of them let out a loud roar almost at the same time, and their figures disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, there was a thunderous sound from the center. Boom, 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 boom. A series of sounds are even more shocking than the shelling. The powerhouses who have a little free time are all paying attention to this war and their eyes are gathered. The three of them, at this moment, are almost punching for punches, and the strength is extremely condensed. Garp punched Yang Qing in the face, the latter immediately took 3 steps back, his body was bent, and the ground under his feet cracked inch by inch. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing roared wildly all his life and punched the Warring States in the face. In an instant, the Warring States period flew out, causing the ground behind him to raise a cloud of dust. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing punched Garp again, and the latter dragged the ground for dozens of meters. Then, the shock wave of the Warring States came again, knocking Yang Qing directly to the ground. The rhythm of the battle of the three was so fast that they could almost hit each other with every blow, but because of their strong will and excellent fighting ability, they could endure a very short amount of pain and attack again in an instant. Out! Bang 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 bang! The voice kept ringing, and the battle of the three shook the hearts of everyone in the naval headquarters. The blood began to drip on the ground, splashing beautiful traces like plum blossoms, and the sound of violent gasps came out, which shows how violent the battle of the three was. Lucifer! Sengoku jumped up and stepped down from the air, the golden light shone incomparably. And at this time, it was the moment when Yang Qing punched Garp out, and he couldn't dodge it at all. However, Yang Qing suddenly turned his head and clasped his hands together. He actually embraced Warring States' right leg in his arms. What? Warring States was shocked. It's stronger again. Garp just got up, and when he saw this scene, his heart trembled. Ah! 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 Yang Qing grabbed the right leg of the Warring States with both hands, let out a roar, and slammed into the legs of the Warring States and turned. Sengoku's face changed greatly, and he tried to pull out his right leg, but there was no way. After 3 breaths, a huge force drove him and rushed directly into the air, and Yang Qing threw him out abruptly. Bang! Another punch hit Yang Qing's neck, which shocked his whole body, but this time, Yang Qing did not step back or lose his balance. This kid! Garp shuddered and had a bad premonition. Turning around slowly, Yang Qing looked at Garp's surprised eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched, revealing a hideous smile. Then he clenched his right fist. After a breath, Yang Qing's punch slammed into his right face, making a terrible sound, and at the same time Garp flew out. Boom! Sengoku and Garp fell to the ground almost at the same time, knocking out 2 large pits. Cough cough. Woohoo! This time, the two slowly stood up after a full 10 breaths. It's just that this time the 2 of them were shaking a bit, and their spirits looked much more sluggish. It's really old and strong. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and sighed, the strength of the 2 of you is really strong. Old, Garp sighed, his whole body was dark, but even so, his cheeks were swollen high, his body was covered with blood, and he had been seriously injured during the battle. On the golden appearance of the Warring States period, there were also blood stains on his clothes. At this moment, he was panting and couldn't even speak. Although he is powerful, he usually uses his own brain more, and his combat power is not as strong as that of Cap. Do you want to come again? Yang Qing said again, a few more times, you will die. My strength is only a little bit closer to completion now. I'm 3 times stronger than when I started. This precise sentence came out, and Garp and Sengoku felt even more pressure and fell into silence. After 3 breaths, they spoke. Well, it looks like this old man is going to die among the Marines for the rest of his life. Boy, don't keep your hands, or die. Sengoku and Garp spoke, their tone full of open-mindedness and firmness, but without a trace of fear. I admire the 2 of you. Yang Qing nodded, and then he said seriously, then I will use my strongest strength to show respect for the 2 of you. Garp's eyes narrowed, and then he said, come on, kid. The breeze suddenly blew, and the 3 fell into peace for a while. Kaido here, punched the roaring Akainu into the deep hole again with 1 punch. His eyes changed, and he looked closely at Yang Qing. After 3 breaths, Akainu roared and stood up again, burning lava on his body, and rushed over. Frowning his brows and narrowing his eyes, Kaido became angry. He strode forward, raised his fist high, and smashed it towards Akainu fiercely. I have no time to pay attention to you. You are really courting death. Dad will do. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Kill you, kill you. Roar. Kaido went crazy. With one punch, just one punch, Akainu was smashed into the ground again, and then the frantic attack began. The huge fist fell from the sky like a hammer and landed on Akainu's body, causing his whole body to keep shaking. Poof. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Akainu's mouth, and under Kaido's frantic attack, Akainu's whole body kept shaking, and there was a crackling sound from the bones. This means that the bones of his whole body are almost smashed by Kaido. A frantic smashing lasted for almost a minute before it stopped. When Kaido closed his fists and stood up, Akainu shuddered twice, and was silent. What a disgusting guy. Kaido looked disgusted, raised his right foot, and stepped on Akainu's head. After a breath, with a pop sound, a mass of plasma floated out, and the strong bloody smell made people vomit. With his hands clasped together, Kaido looked at the three people in the field. And in the shadow, in a very inconspicuous place, a team of pirates also appeared here. It's so intense, the navy is over. Death, it's really powerful. Captain, look, there, Ace has been rescued. Chapter 448 Alliance. The tall and ugly man with a hideous face turned his head and looked at Ace, his eyes flashed, and he was surprised that hatred appeared at the same time. It really surprised me. It can only be said that the sea soldiers are really incompetent. It's really disappointing that I can't even execute the execution in front of the death gods. There was indifference in his flat voice, although he was smiling in his words, but there was no smile on his face. Titch, what should we do next? What? Blackbeard thought for a moment, then showed a sinister smile. Look, isn't that guy fighting? He is really powerful and terrifying. Such a powerful ability is really enviable. Find a suitable opportunity to kill him. Then, won't we be famous all over the world? Blackbeard laughed and said, looking a little crazy. His words also shocked his colleagues. The strength of the death god is so terrifying. I am afraid it is just a ripple. They are not even sure whether they will survive or not. Blackbeard actually wants to kill such a person. There is no doubt that these words are inconceivable to them, as if they were idiots. Hey, Captain, you're not joking, are you? How can we kill such a powerful guy? The crew said in horror. 10,000 people in their hearts were unwilling to do this. They are ambitious and not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean they don't want to die. Actions like Blackbeard's are like dying. Who said we acted alone? Look, aren't there two sailors there? Blackbeard said with a smirk. Hearing what Blackbeard said, the others looked at Garp and Sengoku in the field. Are you trying to fish in troubled waters? No, this is called strategic cooperation. Blackbeard laughed. Then his legs trembled, he fell from the high platform, broke into the chaotic battlefield, and quickly disappeared. The crew behind them looked at each other, and after a moment of hesitation, they also jumped down. The people on the battlefield were chaotic, and it was difficult for anyone to find them, so the group was not worried about being discovered. Blackbeard is bold and careful, and is good at seizing every opportunity. He dared to break in and fight, and at this moment, he made a plan to attack the god of death secretly. This decision, as long as a normal person would not dare to make it. Even a general, facing the battle between Yangqing and the three of them, is difficult to intervene. With a force of this scale, as long as it is a touch, it is either death or injury. But Blackbeard dared, he made a decisive decision and acted directly. From this point of view, although this person is sinister, he has a clear head and is good at seizing opportunities. If he does not die, he will definitely become a generation of heroes. His natural character is also destined for him to be able to reach the top after going through extreme difficulties. In the original book, he killed Whitebeard in the Battle of the Top, and successfully became one of the 4 emperors, and can be called one of the final bosses. Soon, Blackbeard quickly approached Yangqing and the 3 of them. Suddenly, his running footsteps suddenly stopped, and his eyes narrowed. Doflamingo. There was a hint of surprise in his tone, and Blackbeard was a little surprised. He adjusted his expression and laughed. Ha ha ha, why are you here? What are you doing to stop me? Titch, I want to cooperate with you. Brother Doflamingo said in a dark voice, I have probably guessed your plan. Let's do it together. Brother Doflamingo suddenly appeared here and said directly. His words made Blackbeard's face stagnate and his smile faded, but his voice was still honest and honest. Hee hee, what are you talking about? What cooperation? You want to take a shot at Lucifer, right? Brother Doflamingo simply and rudely dismantled it directly. He has been paying attention to this group of people for a long time, especially the guy in front of him has the effect of incapacitating the devil fruit ability, which surprised him even more. I have a deep hatred with the Grim Reaper. You can make Lucifer incapacitated, even if it's just for a short moment. I can shoot directly. You, me, Garp, Warring States, 4 people, take a shot together and seize a chance. Even if he is the god of death, no matter how powerful he is, we still have a chance. The words lingered in his ears, and Blackbeard's eyes flickered. He was thinking. After 3 breaths, he laughed. Ha ha ha, well, we are all Chihuahai, we should work together. But. Suddenly, Blackbeard's eyes became gloomy. The reputation of the Queen of Death is all mine. Brother Doflamingo narrowed his eyes gloomily. Your ambitions are really disturbing. The times have gone wild, so let's go with you. Seeing that the cooperation was reached, Blackbeard showed a smile on his face. He walked over and stretched out his right hand, showing a forthright and sincere expression. Brother Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, and then he held Blackbeard's right hand. Then, let's get started. The temporary alliance is reached. In the center of the battlefield, the powerhouses who ended the battle all looked at Yangqing and the 3 of them. The sound of heavy breathing came out, and the 3 of Yangqing looked at each other and stood in a triangle. Among them, Yangqing's eyes flickered, and his eyes kept scanning the 2 of them, with a smile on his face. At this moment, his attention has been completely focused on the 2 of them. This is a crucial battle. Both of them have already sprouted death desires. It is difficult to judge what kind of power they will burst out in the end. Suddenly, the Warring States roared, and the golden body suddenly froze. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Disappear. Yangqing raised his head quickly. The huge golden palm shrouded his head, and the shock wave expanded rapidly. It had expanded to 500 or 600 meters in an instant, covering a large area, and the energy suddenly made the ground where Yangqing was sunk by 1 centimeter, and it was shocked. At the same time, Garp's whole body rattled, his bones and joints rubbed each other, his cells began to boil and roar, his feet smashed the ground, and the whole person disappeared. When he appeared, it was already Yangqing's place. Behind him, he suddenly raised his foot and swept towards Yangqing's neck. This leg carried the strong wind, and every inch of advance, the air was compressed and distorted and cracked. At the same time, there are ripples that spread out, and the clods and rocks that they touch dissipate and dissolve in an instant. In just a moment, Yangqing's head and back were attacked. The next moment, Yangqing's mouth opened wide, revealing a smile. The sole of his foot moved. 1 foot was the axis, and the other kicked the ground violently, and it started to spin. Chapter 449 The True God. Buzz. This rotation brought up the sky and the wind, just for a moment. Whistled, but the sand rolled up again, wrapping around him, making a strong wall for him. A moment later, the huge shock wave of the Warring States period, accompanied by the golden Buddha palm, was severely suppressed. This palm slammed down, carrying infinite power, but in just a moment, the strong wind and sand broke apart, gradually revealing the rapidly rotating figure of Yangqing inside. Yeah! Warring States roared frantically, pressing his right hand to the bottom. Yangqing's rotating body began to slow down, the expression on his face was indifferent, and his eyes were shining like the light of stars. The next moment, he raised his right hand, his palms closed suddenly, a world appeared in his palm, and then he lifted it up and greeted it towards the Warring States period. This is realm in the palm. Warring State's pupils shrank, then his eyes widened and he roared angrily, "Kid of Death, die!" At this moment, the shock wave seems to have doubled again, reaching a radius of thousands of meters, containing terrifying power. Suddenly, their attacks collided. Buzz! The space began to collapse on a large scale. The air waves on the ground were rippling and trembling, and the radius of 10,000 meters was trembling and shaking, and the smoke and dust moved towards the sky. The attack of the two was just touching, and a power that shocked the world came out. At the same time, Garp's roar also came out. "Kid Reaper, you underestimate us." Above the pitch-black punch, a hot flame burned due to friction and rubbing the air, and the space in front of it retreated layer by layer due to the power of this punch and began to collapse. Then, in the end, the punch hit Yang Qing's right face. A strong impact rushed out through Yang Qing's head in an instant, and then slammed into the corner of the battle between the sea soldiers and pirates. After 3 breaths, bang, an explosion caused the fighting pirates to rush into the sky, screaming and terrified. Yang Qing was hit by Garp's punch, and his head was immediately stunned, and the shock wave of the Warring States period immediately prevailed and pressed down. Ah! Warring States roared furiously, and in the end, the golden giant palm forced Yang Qing into the ground. The ground began to crack continuously, and cracks like spider webs extended out. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, and it continued to vibrate, and the shock wave began to spread out. After pressing Yang Qing down with one palm, the shock wave of the Warring States period was released 10 times in a row again. Garp gasped for breath, and the punch took too much energy. He coughed continuously, and blood spurted out of his mouth, staining the ground red. In the face of this scene, the entire battlefield fell into a moment of calm, and people watched in disbelief. Yang Qing, who was still strong just now, was actually smashed into the ground by the 2 people who suddenly burst into the ground. Directly hit by such an attack, will Lucifer, the god of death, die? Whitebeard, who was watching the battle from a distance, narrowed his eyes and showed a smile on his face. These 2 guys, the power under the rage, is really terrifying. In just a few short breaths, the strength and speed of the 2 were much higher than before. This is also the reason why Yang Qing did not resist and was driven into the ground. Everyone watched silently. They all believed that the battle was not over so soon, and the god of death would definitely come out. After 3 breaths, the ground began to vibrate violently, and the dust spewed out from the ground, and the radius of 10,000 meters began to tremble. Sengoku and Garp's expressions changed and they quickly retreated. Stronger. They were shocked beyond words. The power fluctuations from under the ground were stronger than what Yang Qing felt just now. "Give me up." A roar rushed out, rippling like a continuous shock wave, causing everyone present to tremble. Following that, the ground with a radius of 10,000 meters moved rumblingly, as if a major earthquake with a magnitude of dozens of magnitudes. The entire ground was shaking and shaking frantically. After a breath, the earth began to roar, and began to rise into the sky. In the middle, Yang Qing's figure reappeared, and a sharp peak was formed in an instant, reaching a height of 999 meters. He stood on it, exuding a cold and sharp aura. Under his feet, the 10,000-meter earthquake continued to tremble, as if thousands of troops were madly charging towards the Warring States Garp and the 2. A moment later, the ferocious beasts formed by the huge ground began to launch frantic attacks on Garp and Sengoku. Continuous, terrifying force. Boom 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 boom. The sound of the explosion came out, Sengoku and Garp dodged, and the attackers smashed the beasts into pieces. After taking responsibility for them to eliminate more than a dozen of them, his face changed greatly. He's actually able to combine armament with such an attack. This kid, it's too scary. Their mouths were a little dry, and they were shocked when they saw all the strange beasts crawling out of the ground in front of them. The next moment, a more severe attack unfolded. The ferocious beast formed by the armed color and the original element is no longer so easy to deal with. Bang! The punch from the Warring States period was forcibly resisted by the fierce beast. Then the next moment, the fierce beast stood up, its eyes were like copper bells, it roared loudly, and another fist was thrown. Warring states dodged, the beast's punch smashed a big hole in a radius of 50 meters on the ground, and its attack power was terrifying. Stand. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yang Qing on the top of the mountain suddenly stretched out his hands and closed his eyes. Buzzing. The air was shaking, twisting, cracking, and then clouds of dust, rocks began to appear out of nowhere in the sky. After a short 5 breaths, the light above Garp and Sengoku's heads dissipated, and darkness descended. God. Is he a god? He created a land with a radius of 10,000 meters out of thin air. My God. It's a miracle. The god of death is terrible. Did he create this land to combine the ground where Garp and Sengoku are located, and then crush them directly? All over the world, the Marines present saw this magnificent scene, their whole body trembled, and they watched this scene in horror. For them, what Yang Qing accomplished was really like a god. He created an entire land out of thin air, he transformed, changed matter. He is the real god. Chapter 450 Shouldn't Die Like This. Boom. The rocks in the sky, the dust is gathering fast. In a short period of time, they have been integrated, and then they just floated there quietly. Below, the ferocious black beasts kept attacking Garp and Sengoku, so that they had no time to take into account the scene in the sky. But out of the corner of their eyes, the two of them saw this shocking scene, and their faces were extremely difficult to see. On the top of the mountain, the wind roared, Yang Qing raised his right hand, and then stuck out his index finger, pointing to the huge integrated land, his red lips opened, and his voice was indifferent. Fall. A voice was like the sound of gold and iron. Under the control of Yang Qing, the huge land that was thousands of meters high in the air suddenly fell. The solid ground instantly fell towards Garp and Sengoku below. The huge volume and mass, as it fell, triggered terrifying gravitational waves, and everything on the ground was shaking, collapsing, and melting. Those pitch-black beasts, which were still roaring a moment ago, have disappeared at this moment. In the fall of this huge land, there was a howling wind, lightning and thunder. A dark shadow shrouded Garp and Sengoku, their faces were grim and sweating profusely. Looking up together, I watched this huge land crashing down. How is it? Is it all right? Okay. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other and exchanged silently. How could it be possible to die here? That kid still underestimates us. Then let him see our power. The two spoke quickly, and the whole body gathered strength again. Isn't it just a land? Just smash him. Warring States roared, and stretched out his golden Buddha palm to the sky. With the sound of boom, the shock wave condensed again and expanded rapidly. Garp was shocked, and there were more complicated and mysterious lines on his face. This was the same line on Dorig's face, which made him look a bit hideous and ugly at the moment, but the power on his body increased a little again. Roar. The two let out an earth-shattering roar together, and the sound wave shattered the void. The huge land suddenly accelerated at this moment, as if roaring and demonstrating. The speed is terrifyingly fast, and the air pressure in the air is rapidly changing with the fall of this huge land. The pressure caused the land under their feet to collapse instantly. Ah! The land fell faster, lightning dashed, and the wind howled. 3 breaths, 2 breaths. The huge land has reached the top of the two of them, and the pressure is strong, and the strength of tens of thousands of miles comes at this moment. The space began to collapse, Sengoku and Garp roared in the sky, and the power in their bodies was also accumulated to the limit. Boom! With a breath, the land finally fell. In an instant, the huge land touched the shock wave of the Warring States period. In an instant, successive explosions began to spread, and the land shook and began to split, as if it would shatter at any time. However, at this moment, above the peak, Yang Qing's palm stretched out, as indifferent as a god. Press. One word was uttered, and this huge land began to condense rapidly. The dust squeezed, the density changed, and it became rock. The rock was squeezing, and it became harder and harder. The pressure of the warring states increased instantly, and Garp rushed into the sky, constantly bombarding with iron fists. The land trembled again, but because of the huge weight, it was still falling arrogantly. Withdrawing his right hand, Yang Qing calmly looked at the magnificent scene in front of him and did not make another move. The ground became tighter and stronger, and Garp and Sengoku couldn't resist after all, and were forced into the ground piece by piece. Boom! In the end, the huge land landed and pressed closely with the ground below. The figures of Garp and Sengoku disappeared, and they were completely pressed down. You should be satisfied with this burial method, right? Sighing, Yang Qing's eyes were a little melancholy. At this moment, his power has finally reached its perfection. In the battle with Garp and Sengoku, his ability to improve rapidly was finally completely controlled by him. He has become stronger, and at this moment, he has become the most powerful man in the world, and even Whitebeard is no longer his opponent. Is it over? The eyes of countless people are complicated and muttered. In the dark, they came to the black-bearded group closest to Yang Qing, their eyes flickering. What to do, Captain? The Grim Reaper is too powerful, Sengoku and Garp together are not his opponents. Being pressed down by such a large piece of land, they may not survive. The Blackbeard crew spoke to each other, looking at the man at the top of the peak. They were a little frightened and apprehensive, but also fortunate. Fortunately, they didn't rush up just now. Otherwise, being pressed down by such a huge land, I am afraid that it will be shattered. Brother Doflamingo's eyes were cold, but Blackbeard could still sense the man's disappointment and frustration. Wait a minute, Blackbeard said in a strange way. Even he didn't believe that Garp and Sengoku were still alive under such an attack, but somehow, he still had expectations. Is it because of ambition? Or maybe it was his eagerness to try. The strong always have a restless heart. Blackbeard considers himself to be a strong man, even if he is not now, he must be in the future, so by nature, his blood is manic. At this moment, the world is silent. Sea soldiers, defeated. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Sengoku and Garp, the two oldest and most powerful old guys in the headquarters, ended up like this. The god of death is too powerful. What is the difference between him and the gods? In this world, who else can stop him? When a person is as powerful as a god, a deep sense of powerlessness arises in everyone's heart. In the corner, the tall figure shrouded in black robes clenched his fists, and without saying a word, he turned and walked. Dragon, where are you going? Behind him, someone shouted loudly. Old man, he shouldn't die like this, he's not dead yet. The tall figure said such a sentence in a deep voice, but of course when we went to look for it again, there was no one in sight. Damn, this guy must have gone to the naval headquarters. What shall we do? It's very close to the naval headquarters, only one island away. Shall we go there too? The strength of the death god and the chaos of the Marine Corps headquarters, they could see clearly. In such an environment, even he may not be able to retreat completely. We, too, innovators have no dragons, and their existence will be meaningless. The crowd was shocked and then laughed. Chapter 451 End. In the battlefield, the Navy fell into a slump for a while, and the high fighting spirit before was reduced, but some people have completely sprouted the will to die. They knew that they were going to die here, that they would have no way out, and they burst out with even more powerful forces. Under the attack of the death gods, the yellow monkey retreated steadily, there were scars all over his body, and he was out of breath. If his fruit ability escapes, it is indeed difficult to catch him, but he just stands here and carries it hard. And Qingzi, even after repelling one person, was punched far away by another person, slid a long distance on the ice, and then escaped the attack of another person, looking embarrassed. In this battle, he is completely at a disadvantage and has no advantage at all. Looking up at the pirates surrounding him, Aokiji looked solemn. There are so many people. It seems that today, you are really going to put me to death. Muttering, Aokiji's eyes became sharper. This battle must be fought desperately. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Sengoku Carp, and there was a hint of worry on Aokiji's face, but he immediately retracted it after a short while. The war is not over yet. Yangqing stood on the top of the peak, the wind blew his robe slightly, and his eyes were sharp and bright as he looked at the land below that suddenly became towering. He was very calm. 5 minutes have passed since the huge land was pressed down. But there is still no response. Maybe the two old guys are really dead. With a flash of eyes, Yangqing was about to jump down the mountain and peak. But suddenly, a slight sound entered his ears. With a trembling of eyebrows, Yangqing's gaze shifted, looking towards the center of the land below. There, it was the place where Sengoku and Garp were buried. Not dead yet. Gently spit out a sentence, a smile appeared on Yangqing's face. It's beyond his expectations, but it's fun. Boom. There was a thunderous sound under the huge land, the whole land was shaking, and dust was thrown up. This scene even caused the pupils of the people in the naval headquarters to stare. Not dead. Marshal is not dead. Lieutenant General Garp is not dead. The sea soldiers roared excitedly, and the power in their hands was stronger. We still have hope. Fight. Brothers. Ah. A roar came out, and through the heavy ground, it floated across the entire naval headquarters. People stared closely and saw the central position of the land, and cracks began to appear, like irregular black lines, extending in all directions, very fast. Yangqing's right hand just stretched out and was about to exert force again, but his pupils shrank, with a surprised expression. It was too late, and the middle of the land began to rapidly collapse and crack, and the dust in the sky began to fly. The next moment, two figures rose into the sky, with dust and unparalleled aura, entering the sight of everyone present. After 3 breaths, Garp and Warring States stood under the peak together, looking up at Yangqing at the high place, his eyes full of fighting intent. The two of you are really old and strong, let the boy admire. With a faint smile, Yangqing withdrew his right hand and did not shoot. Hoo-hoo. The two were panting, with a trace of pain in their eyes. After all, the huge land still hurt them a lot. At this moment, both of them are overloading exercise, and the limit has long been reached. After this war, maybe he will die. Looking at each other, the two revealed the same meaning at this moment. But they have no regrets. Garp clenched his right fist and threw it out suddenly. Bang! Gao Feng trembled and began to collapse. After 2 short breaths, Yangqing's feet became empty. The tall mountains and peaks were shattered by Garp's punch, leaving only Yangqing standing alone in the void. Fight, go on. The whole body of the Warring States period shone with golden light, and the majesty of the Buddha emanated from him like a surging river. Condescendingly, Yangqing smiled and smiled. Come on, then. Boom. Almost in an instant, the violent power erupted again, and the figures of Garp and Sengoku disappeared. When they appeared, they were already in the air, and they attacked Yangqing again from left to right. The huge Buddha palm covered the sky and the sun, carrying a shock wave shrouded down, and the dark-armed fist was an explosive force. At this moment, the two of them exerted the most powerful strength in their life. But after a breath, the three fell into stillness. One left and one right, Yangqing grabbed the wrists of the two of them tightly, and actually controlled the actions of the two in his own hands in an instant. It's not enough. When the figure turned, the wrist trembled slightly, the arm flicked, and then released. Garp was like a shooting star in the Warring States period, and was thrown away fiercely. After a breath, 2 huge roars came out, and the two hit the ground below, causing the ground to crack. Hey, Tich, when are you going to do it? Brother Duofu Langming said coldly. Wait, now is not the best time. Blackbeard said, sweating profusely. At this moment, he was also very nervous. He understood in his heart why Doflamingo asked this question. This guy was also worried that Garp and Sengoku would not be able to hold on to it and were directly killed. Then they. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The plan undoubtedly failed. Wait, How long are you sure they will live? Brother Doflamming said, full of doubts. Blackbeard's face trembled, then he clenched his fists and said calmly, wait. After 3 breaths, Garp and Warring States stood up again, soared into the sky, and attacked Yangqing again. However, with the sound of bang bang, the 2 of them were punched by Yangqing and fell down again. Immediately after, they attacked again. After 4 repetitions, the 2 of them were out of breath, their muscles were shaking, and it seemed that they could no longer move. Frowning slightly, Yangqing whistled down from the air, heading towards the Warring States period. Come on, you 2 have reached your limit. It's pointless to fight. The right fist stretched out, and a vortex-shaped airwave appeared, and there was a scene of the Marine Corps headquarters inside. His right fist was calm, but it sent out the trembling fluctuations in his heart, which was terrifying. This punch is in a state where all his abilities are released, and with just 1 punch, the Warring States period cannot be resisted. Call. Like a gust of wind, Yangqing came to the front of the Warring States and threw a punch. Chapter 452 Big Turning Point. Warring States' pupils shrank, and as soon as he raised his head, he saw the swirling airwave attack that condensed his power to the extreme and had already arrived in front of his forehead. It's over. There was a shudder in his heart. At this moment, if he suffered such a blow again, he would lose his combat effectiveness in an instant. What's even more terrifying is that the speed of this kid is so fast that it is difficult for him to find it. Am I reaching my limit? Faintly, he heard Garp's terrified roar. Warring States. It's over in the end, there's no way, it's too powerful. How can he be so powerful? He said helplessly in his heart. Sengoku felt a little unwilling. At the same time, Blackbeard, who had been the closest to the center of the battlefield, suddenly turned grim and let out a loud roar. Hands on. Almost in an instant, the matter on the ground under the feet of Brother Doflamming next to him turned into a sharp black matter, rushing towards the front. Every time this black thread substance goes, it infects the substances in front and around it into the same substance, which is the awakening of the superhuman system. On Blackbeard's hands, a pitch-black vortex also appeared, and the powerful pulling force instantly swept Yangqing in front of him. Ah! Blackbeard roared loudly, and the crew behind him immediately separated nervously, protecting Blackbeard and preventing anyone from approaching. With a punch, Yangqing, who was in the air, suddenly felt his whole body tense, and the shock of the air wave exuding great power disappeared. What was even more terrifying was that he felt his whole body tremble, and it was inexplicable. The strength of the pull toward the rear, and instantly opened a distance from the Warring States period. This is... Suddenly, Yangqing changed color, and he had an ominous premonition. Quick, shoot and kill him. Brother Doflamingo's speed was unbelievable, his killing intent was lingering, and countless sharp claws appeared behind him. At this moment, the overwhelming sunlight blocked the sky and rushed towards Yangqing. Blackbeard kept roaring and roaring, and a thick black breath emerged from his fingers, blocking the huge resistance from Yangqing. At this moment, under the power of Blackbeard, Yangqing was unable to move at all, and was dragged for a while. Devil fruits are mutually reinforcing, and as long as the difference is not too big to defy the sky, they can all produce effects. Blackbeard's fruit ability can make other fruits lose their effect, which has a great influence on Yangqing at this moment. A moment ago, Yangqing was able to end the battle with one move, but at this moment, the situation was reversed, making people unable to react. Garp's figure flashed in the distance, and he reached the top of Yangqing's head, who was standing still in the air with Blackbeard. Bang! Yangqing's figure sank directly, hitting the ground, and a big crater appeared. Darkness devours. Blackbeard was sweating profusely and was extremely nervous, and suddenly pressed the vortex in his right hand to the ground. In an instant, the dark shadow line quickly extended, as if a hand, grabbed Yangqing directly, made his whole body tight, and could no longer resist. Kill him. I can't hold him for long. Blackbeard yelled angrily. The resistance force from the other end made him terrified and almost escaped. It is too powerful, he has never seen such a powerful force in his life. The warring states had also reacted. He raised his right hand high, and the airwave impacted and expanded, instantly 300 meters, then 500 meters, and then another expansion, reaching 1,000 meters. With a loud roar, the shock wave slammed into the big pit ahead. Bang! The ground was torn apart, dust was flying, and a larger deep pit appeared, with a radius of 10,000 meters. Carp's face was gloomy, his right fist was clenched, his elbow was raised, and he elbowed again at the controlled figure below. Boom! The domineering power made the space suddenly tremble, Yang Qing's head trembled, and his eyes were full of gold stars. The three powerful attacks made him spurt a long string of blood from his mouth. However, this is not over. One move was suppressed, and it happened to be the moment when he attacked. The old force is not over, the new force is living, and it is difficult to even avoid resistance at this moment. He could only passively accept the blow. Die! The icy and cruel voice came immediately, and Doflamingo came here with a sharp linear object in the sky. Then, the terrifying claw-like attack stabbed towards Yang Qing. Puff puff puff. The continuous voice came out clearly and slanted out like a bullet. The attack frequency of nearly 100 times a second made the land start to roar. At the same time, Doflamingo's excited and crazy voice also came out. Ha ha ha, die, die, god of death, die. Go to hell. This attack lasted for a full 10 seconds. Like raindrops falling on Yang Qing's body, blood spurted out, dyeing Brother Doflamingo's face red. Captain. Lucifer. Reaper Boy. The sudden change made everyone present startled, but they did not react. Even the sailors were stunned. Titch. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, looking at the Blackbeard whose hands were full of darkness, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. Titch. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Ace let out an angry roar, the flames all over his body rushed into the sky, the whole person trembled and ran towards there. Doflamingo. Dylan's also roared, and he took one step and disappeared here. But a golden light flashed, and a foot kicked him straight out of the space. This is a huge turning point, you must not pass it. Kizaru's voice was indifferent and appeared in front of Dylan's. Go away. Dylan's roared and stood up with Kizaru. Huang Yuan is not in a hurry, this moment is the biggest turning point in this battle. If the god of death is really killed or seriously injured, then there is still hope for the Marines. At this moment, all that is needed is to stop everyone who can instantly feel the center of the battlefield. As for those who want to run past, I am afraid it is too late. Glancing at Bucky and Glades, Kizaru didn't care. However, he ignored Anilu, the lightning flashed, and Anilu disappeared. One more. Kizaru narrowed his eyes and turned into a ray of light, blocking him in front of Anilu. And at this moment, the frantic attack was finally over, blood stained Doflamingo's robes, making him laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 453 _. But even so, the people around Yang Qing were still worried. This young guy is so terrifying, so powerful that they are terrified and unbelievable. There are still such powerful human beings in this world. The shock wave of the warring states was brewing again, and Garp also launched an attack on Yang Qing. Boom 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 boom. The sound of the explosion made the ground almost shatter. Gathering the strength of the four masters, at this moment, Yang Qing fell into a desperate situation. Looking at the blood stains on Brother Doflamingo's front clothes, the group couldn't help trembling and palpitating. Come on, I can only hold on for 3 seconds. Blackbeard's roar came, and at this moment, a terrifying shock wave had gathered in Whitebeard's hands. Kaido roared even more, jumped high, and came towards the center of the battlefield. Shanks slashed Mihawk with a sword, roaring and rushing towards the center of the battlefield. Suddenly, the battlefield boiled. Garp and Sengoku punched downwards, and they clearly saw that on the ground, the young body was full of holes and blood was flowing, but they were still worried and continued to attack. Such a strong, Young person is too dangerous, and he must not be allowed to survive. And after Doflamingo accumulated strength, he launched his own terrifying attack. Yang Qing, who was besieged by 4 people, seemed to have no movement at this time. Under the rapid attack, his whole body kept shaking and shaking. Will it die? Or is it already dead? The 3 breaths passed quickly, Blackbeard stopped panting, and the darkness dissipated from his hand. Although it was only a short time, it took all his strength to stop this man. Ha 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 ha. However, Blackbeard laughed loudly. It succeeded, he succeeded. In the center of the battlefield, the breath of the god of death has completely dissipated. In this state, there is no doubt that he is really dead. Woohoo! A violent gasp came from the mouths of Garp and Sengoku, who were staring at the person in the deep pit. Is it dead? Should be dead, so it's not dead, that's too bizarre. The conversation between the two came out, which made people in the battlefield tremble in their hearts. The powerful god of death died like this. Captain, dead. No, it can't be. How could he die? Who is that guy? What trick did he use to make the captain incapacitate? The death god pirates are in chaos. They can't believe that the powerful captain will die like this. How is this possible? He is the god of death, he is the most powerful man in the world. Titch. At the same time, a loud roar came out, and Whitebeard threw a punch. The space trembled, rolling shock waves from far to near, but in an instant it came to Blackbeard's eyes, causing him to scream in horror. Protect me, protect me. The Blackbeards were all nervous, trying to block Whitebeard's blow. But when the space was distorted and the ground trembled with cracks, they were desperate. The next moment, the shock waves swept over their bodies, sending the group of people flying into the sky, spitting out the blood like running water without money, and finally fell heavily on the ground, dying. Blackbeard even let out a terrifying cry, and this pain made his soul dissipate. Kaido fell from the sky condescendingly, roared hideously, and appeared directly in front of Brother Doflamingo. Despicable boy. This is a pirate war, how dare you do this? Doflamingo was sweating profusely and was extremely nervous. That aura like a prison made his whole body tremble and tremble uncontrollably. Go to hell. The fist suddenly shrouded down, and Brother Doflamingo quickly gathered his ability to resist. After a breath, he was slammed out, blood sprayed out in the sky, and then fell heavily. Kaido moved abruptly and stepped on Doflamingo, who had just landed on the ground, causing the latter to spit out a mouthful of blood again, and his face narrowed slightly. Such a weak scum, actually hurt that person. How sad. He grabbed Doflamingo's head, then raised it high, and with a strong arm, threw it towards the battlefield. This guy, I'll leave it to you, the death gods. Bang. Brother Doflamingo was thrown in front of Ace by Kaido. The latter's eyes were full of flames, and when he saw the enemy, he was instantly jealous. Who, go to hell. Ace was roaring all over his body, the color of the flame changed to white gold, and the air was scorched and twisted, and then he stretched out his fist, and fell fiercely. Fire fist. A huge flaming fist hit Doflamingo's body, causing the ground to explode. The latter's whole body burned and roared in pain. The flame only lasted for 3 short breaths, and Brother Doflamingo was reduced to a mass of ashes. This guy who has a subversive aura and confuses people's hearts. At this moment, Ace finally died. Whitebeard strode forward, and at this moment he was already standing in front of Blackbeard, his eyes flashing with icy light. He glanced at Blackbeard's group, and his killing intent was Ling Ran. Titch, you despicable fellow, let me down so much. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. He grabbed Blackbeard's mouth with one hand and lifted the latter easily. Dad, I was wrong, forgive me, I know I was wrong. Blackbeard struggled in horror, begging for mercy, his eyes full of fear. At this moment, death was too close to him, and he really felt the breath of death. Whitebeard will kill him, he will definitely kill him. You must die. You are a pirate's disgrace, Tiki. A generation of kings, you are actually plotting against you like this. The shock wave condensed on the right fist, and then Whitebeard threw a fist. Bang! The shock wave rushed out from behind Blackbeard, his whole body trembled, blood began to drip from the corners of his mouth, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually dissipated. Inside the body, there is a click sound, which is the sound of bones breaking. He threw the Blackbeard away, and the Whitebeard walked towards the center with heavy steps. Soon, he stood on Kaido's side and looked at Sengoku and Garp on the opposite side. The war is not over yet, Sengoku, Garp. Next, let us play against you. Kaido stared fiercely at Sengoku. Don't let me down, sea soldier. At the moment when they were about to fight, in the deep pit, young Qing, whose body was covered with holes and whose blood was almost dry, trembled slightly with the fingers of his right hand. The next moment, his eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 454 Stronger. With blood all over his face and broken body, young Qing at this moment is like a bloody killer from hell, as evil as a ghost. If you stand up like this, you can scare the courage of countless people. His breath was almost non-existent, the appearance of his body was broken, and his internal organs were even torn apart. Blackbeard controlled him, the power of the dark fruit made him unable to use his power in an instant, and the pulling force made it difficult for him to move his whole body. Blackbeard with all his strength, in this short period of time, can actually have an impact on him. This point, not only young Qing himself did not expect, but also shocked everyone. But after all, the most powerful man in the world is still alive. His blood was tattered, there were eye-catching wounds everywhere, and the bones in his body were even more broken, and it was difficult for any bone and joint to move at this moment. If he looks like this, if it is replaced by anyone, he is already dead and can no longer die. But he is still alive. The pupils are like beasts, and the tyrannical aura awakened from his remaining will and radiated toward the outside world. Master, backtrack. The 4 words were extremely difficult to spit out of his mouth, and the next moment, an inexplicable force swept through the whole body. Every cell, every bone, every inch of skin, and even hair are shrouded in this strange power. Immediately afterwards, the sound of clicking began, and the broken bones were growing and healing at an unimaginable speed. In just 3 short breaths, his arms recovered, his leg bones recovered, and the broken bones recovered as before. After 2 breaths, the hole in his body began to heal. In the short 5-breath time, from the outside, except for the tattered clothes and blood, he was completely intact. However, at this moment, he still couldn't move. There was no blood in his veins, and the blood had already drained out. The bursting attack hit it, and I don't know how many large arteries were broken. At that moment, he was like a target, unable to move, only to be attacked. Eyes trembled, young Qing blinked slightly, and the next moment, the blood molecules that had dried up and had infiltrated into the ground for an unknown amount of time began to slowly float towards his body. The first to bear the brunt was the blood stains on his robes, which quickly faded, and then entered his skin and blood vessels, returning to the appearance of blood. Immediately afterwards, a large number of blood molecules surrounded his body. This scene, viewed from the side, seems to have endless red light enveloped him, attacking his body. At the same time, he was punched away by Whitebeard, and the right finger of Blackbeard, who had died before, trembled suddenly, and the next moment he opened his eyes. Panic and fear filled his eyes, causing his whole body to tremble, and bright red blood kept flowing from his mouth. But to everyone's surprise, he didn't die. Not dead. I am not dead. I am not dead yet. Even Blackbeard was shocked that he was still alive. He touched his right mouth, and then sighed in panic. The heart there had stopped beating, but on the left, there was still a faint beating sound. He actually has 2 hearts. At this time, the crew members also ran to his side weakly, looking at his open eyes, showing a happy expression. Captain, you're not dead, that's great. Run, take me out of here. Blackbeard said weakly, losing a heart, which caused him great damage. Come on. The crew quickly picked up their blackbeards and ran outside the station. Their actions were seen by those with a heart, and they immediately paid attention, but everyone felt that if they were attacked like Whitebeard, they would surely die, so they didn't pay much attention. Poison Q, help me find a healthy heart. Being resisted on his back, Blackbeard said weakly, I am useful. Blackbeard's powerful physique brought him exaggerated vitality. A heart is broken, but he can change it. And just when they ran to the edge of the battlefield, a place where no one was paying attention, there was a sudden gasp from the entire battlefield, which caused several people to look back. When Blackbeard turned back and saw the figure standing up again in the center of the battlefield, his pupils shrank suddenly. How is this possible? The sound of inhalation came from the mouths of Blackbeard and the crew, shocked, too shocked. How could someone come back to life? How could this kind of thing happen? He's not dead yet. The figure standing in the void, except for the broken robe, even looked the same as before. The crazy attack just now was like a dream, making people doubt its authenticity. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard's eyes showed a look of extreme fear. Run, run! He urged anxiously, and the crew naturally knew what this meant. They stepped forward and left here quickly, panicking in their hearts and nervous all over their bodies. This is no longer human, just like God. Yang Qing's body reappeared in the field. He was so quiet and unpredictable that he appeared in the sky above the deep pit, only 1 meter away from the flat ground. His expression was calm and light, but his eyes were full of endless madness and coldness. Anyone can see that this guy is completely angry. The Marine Corps headquarters fell into a strange silence, and the dead were resurrected, making everyone feel strange and terrified. Even Whitebeard was stunned, unable to react. Yang Qing's breath just now, he is very sure, is dead. There is no suspense of death. The heart stops beating, the blood flows, the bones. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's all broken, so it's not dead, isn't it a monster? Garp and Sengoku's faces sank even more, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. Almost. Yang Qing's voice finally spread out, and there was a violent storm under the calm, which made everyone's heart tremble. Almost, I'm going to die. It seems to sigh, and it seems to be stating a fact. Yes, just a little bit before he died. It was the real death, and he had never felt that death would be so close to him. Seeing Yang Qing's figure, the Death God crew members showed consternation on their faces, then excited, but looking at Yang Qing, who was in a strange state at the moment, they didn't speak, they all listened quietly. But fortunately, I survived. Not only came to life. Yang Qing's pupils changed suddenly, golden vertical pupils appeared, like dragon eyes. I'm stronger. Chapter 455 Victory. Yes, he is alive and stronger. At the time of his life and death, his powers were finally fully integrated and reached a new level. The range of his control fruit has skyrocketed again, and now it has reached a terrifying 1 million mile range. What a terrifying distance! It can easily cover an island and a sea area. It can be said that wherever he descends, he is a god. He is so powerful that at this moment, he can't even control the power that is about to go berserk. Glancing at him, Yang Qing was looking for, perhaps the only guy in the world who could restrain himself. However, after searching the entire naval headquarters, his eyes became even more gloomy. Sure enough, he has escaped. Just because at that moment, he almost died, but fortunately, his 2 devil fruits, Armed Color, Knowledge Color, and Overlord Color, improved again after this time. In this way, he can fuse the power of the 2 fruits to produce a terrifying control of resilience, and even the blood outside the body can force him to return to the body again. It can be said that no one in this world can kill himself from this moment on. Sengoku, Garp, it's over. The faint words spread throughout the audience, and along with his words, strange power ripples out, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Shanks, who had just come here, paused, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. What power is this? His ability, Shanks said in shock. People within a radius of 10,000 miles have their eyes dignified. Whitebeard's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that boy, we don't need to take action. What an awesome power, I don't know if it can kill me. Kaido said excitedly. You guys, you can continue to watch the battle. Yangqing said softly, staring at the warring state's carp. It will be over soon anyway. His eyes were as sharp as swords, looking at the opposite side, making Sengoku and Garp nervous. This is no good, I've reached my limit. Carp shook his head and sighed. Then you can only go beyond the limit. Warring States said, if you give up, then it's really over. Both of them were trembling all over their bodies, which was the characteristic of their strength being exerted to the limit. Whitebeard and Kaido looked at each other and stepped back. When their huge bodies jumped, they stepped back a few hundred meters, and in an instant, they were already a long distance from the battlefield. People all over the world looked at the two sides facing off on the screen with extreme tension. Is it over? The Grim Reaper is too powerful. The combined attack of the four powerhouses only endured the attack, but he still didn't die. He didn't even look like he had any scars. How can there be such a powerful person in the world? He is still so young. It's terrifying. While they were watching, Yangqing, who was in the field, suddenly disappeared. His figure disappeared very suddenly. It was there a moment ago, but now it was gone. Be careful, Sengoku shouted, and saw that the air on the side of Garp in front of him began to twist. A bland fist seemed to descend through space, without a hint of fireworks, and landed gently on Garp's cheeks covered with strange runes. Then, Sengoku clearly saw that Garp's right face began to twist, his feet were off the ground, and his eyes became dim. In less than a breath, this sturdy man disappeared from his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. 3 times in a row, the first sound, Garp flew out of a kilometer, hit the ground heavily, a big crater appeared, dust flew up, and the second sound, Garp bounced off the ground, and then fell again, causing a big crater on the ground again. Bounced up for the third time, and then fell again, knocking the ground out of the crater, and dragging out a long trace before it stopped. At this time, Garp, who was still standing before, trembled twice, his pupils were full of weakness, and blood slowly flowed out of his mouth. Lying there dying, has lost the combat effectiveness. One punch, just one punch, Garp flew nearly 3 kilometers away, and 3 big pits and a long trace appeared in the battlefield. Hi! Looking at Yangqing, who was only slowly showing his figure at this moment, countless people took a deep breath. What a fast speed, what a huge power, and only one blow killed Garp. It made people unable to imagine how powerful this young man was at the moment. Cap! Sengoku let out a roar, and when he saw Garp's appearance, his whole body was shaking, and then he burst out. Ah! I'm going to kill you! He roared loudly, and the golden Buddha body rose into the sky, his right palm was facing down, and it slammed down. Yangqing's face was dull, and his golden vertical pupils were full of icy coldness. He raised his right hand and easily blocked the blow of the Warring States period. Then the next moment, as the palms and fingers clasped together, the void trembled suddenly, and a huge palm with a size of 10 feet appeared. Just one close, it grabbed the golden Buddha body of the Warring States period in the palm, and the latter was startled and struggled to break free. But he couldn't break free. Then Yangqing raised his right hand, and his huge palm rose into the sky, grabbed the Warring States period and came to the void 300 meters away. The next moment, he suddenly sank and pressed him to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, blood spurted out of Warring States' mouth, the whole person trembled a few times, and immediately fell into a state of malaise. He and Garp had already reached their limits, and if they received such a heavy blow at this moment, they immediately lost their combat effectiveness. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Between the two highest combat powers of the naval forces were easily defeated by Yangqing. This scene made the sea soldier completely silent, and his heart trembled. Powerful, so powerful, Yang Qing's strength has already made it impossible for anyone to rise up against the power of confrontation. In this battle, the pirates will win. Slowly falling on the ground, the dust swirled, and Yang Qing's voice spread all over the place. No one objected, no one spoke. But the war continues, and every sailor will fight to the end. At this moment in the Marine Corps headquarters, I don't know how many corpses have fallen on the ground, how many blood has been drained, and the large pools of blood are shocking. This is a brutal war, and death and despair are its themes. Kill, support the headquarters, the Navy will not be defeated. At this moment, in the open door, countless warships drove in, and the densely packed warships looked shocking. People turned back, looked at the door, and were surprised. There are overwhelming sea soldiers, every warship is crowded with soldiers, and every soldier's face is full of excitement and high-spirited fighting spirit. Chapter 456 It's all over. These sailors are all from the islands close to the headquarters. They are very close to the headquarters, but because their combat power is not strong, they were not recruited in this war, but after seeing the death of the headquarters, they felt a sense of honor in their hearts. The sense of responsibility broke out. They didn't care about their own strength and weakness, and regardless of their own life and death, they came here with blood. They are special agents and Marines. Under such circumstances, they did not abandon the honor of Marines and came here. There are many such people, and the number is at least 5 times more than the elite Marines who participated in this battle. This is a very large group of people, their strength is only slightly higher than that of civilians. In the world, there are still many ordinary people, but only a few strong ones. However, when these ordinary people gathered, the majestic population base made the pirates' presence shudder. There are too many warships, sailing in from the Gate of Justice, almost endless, such a number makes the scalp numb. More ants kill elephants. You can't imagine the exact number of sailors at the moment. All pirates look at the past and have only one feeling, that is, there are many, dense and frightening. Even characters like Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, and Yang Qing couldn't help frowning at this moment. As soon as possible, I didn't expect the Marines to have support. Yang Qing said softly, taking a step forward and arriving at the battlefield. His right hand trembled slightly. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was lightning and thunder. And Anilu was also lifted into the air by the side. They wanted to brew a powerful thunderstorm, destroy the entire naval headquarters, and turn everything here into ashes. Only in this way can this war be truly stopped. Kid Death, the sea soldiers who are coming in now are the weakest, there is no need to kill for nothing. This war, you have won. Whitebeard's dull voice came over. Yang Qing turned his head, his eyes were cold, but he still nodded. He naturally understands this truth. He is not an evil demon who kills and kills. He can deal with the backbone of the sea soldiers without hesitation, but these ordinary sea soldiers, his tyrannical appearance can shake a large area of ordinary sea soldiers. People, but there is no need to take action. I understand. In just 10 breaths of time, a large cloud of clouds gathered over the naval headquarters because of the combination of the two. Thunder and lightning dashed recklessly, and half of the sky reflected was golden, flickering. Boom, tilde. In the sky, there were thunderstorms, and the wind began to blow. The next moment, golden lightning struck the ground. In the battlefield, thunder and lightning rose up and down. Under the control of Yang Qing and Anilu, these thunderbolts were extremely precise, and in a matter of seconds, countless sea soldiers fell, losing their combat effectiveness, and their whole bodies were covered in charred smoke. Pirates, end this war. Standing high in the sky, Yang Qing's golden vertical pupils are extremely majestic, and the iron pillars turned into a huge dragon body wrapped around him, roaring loudly. One person and one dragon stand together, forming a terrifying majesty, which makes countless people below in awe. Lightning filled the air, a giant dragon hovered, and one person stood proudly in the void. I believe that such a scene will not be forgotten by the world no matter how many years have passed. The pirates became even more excited when they heard Yang Qing's words. their strength increased greatly, and they fought hard to attack the sea soldiers in front. Huang Yuan was surrounded and attacked by many strong men. In a short period of time, he fell into a disadvantage. After 5 breaths, his whole body was covered with fine wounds. Yu Guang glanced at the center of the battlefield. He saw that the 2 old men were constantly exerting their strength, but they couldn't stand up, and he couldn't help but sighed. The air is exhausted, the navy is over. From the center of the battlefield, Garp and Sengoku saw the ordinary sailors pouring in at the entrance. Tears in their eyes, they exerted their last strength and struggled to stand up. They still have to fight, they can't help but fight. However, the cruel reality made them desperate. They had already reached their limit, and their severely injured bodies were no longer enough to support them to stand up again. Yang Qing still stayed in love and did not kill them. But because of this, the 2 old guys were even more unwilling in their hearts. This is a dignified plan, that is, they want them to watch how the sea soldiers are defeated. Lying on the cold ground, Garp and Sengoku Yuguang glanced at the battlefield. The sailors were retreating, and the ordinary sailors at the entrance wanted to pour in. However, with a wave of Yang Qing's hand, a curtain of thunder and lightning was directly blocked, cutting off hope. The 2 generals, Aokiji and Kizaru, have been completely at a disadvantage and are in danger of death at any time. As for Akainu, I searched the entire battlefield and didn't see his figure. I'm afraid he cares about the bad luck. Sea soldiers, world imperial courts, CP organizations, pirates, countries, civil organizations. Intricate forces, chaotic world. The storm has come. Warring States closed his eyes, and his heart turned upside down. He has seen what kind of troubled times will be ushered in after the defeat of the naval forces today. The future is already unstoppable. Grandpa. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Sengoku opened his eyes and saw the boy with the straw hat bent over and crouched beside Garp, his face full of worry. He couldn't help but startled, and then shook his head. This old fellow Garp was God sent to subvert the naval system. 1 son and 2 grandsons are not Marines, they all work against Marines. If it weren't for Garp being his friend for many years, the 2 knew each other very well. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Garp was caught as a spy. Forget it, it's over. On one side, Luffy looked at Garp worriedly, his eyes full of anger. Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely beat that guy and avenge you. Garp opened his eyes and looked at Luffy in front of him. You stinky boy, you never listen to Grandpa. He tried so hard to pull out his hand to hit Luffy, but he couldn't, and finally he could only sigh. I will definitely defeat him and become the Pirate King. Luffy replied, I will definitely avenge Grandpa. I'm not dead yet, Garp said angrily, but you said you beat him. How ambitious. At this moment, he lost his strength and was seriously injured. Although Garp was still some distance away from death, he really couldn't move at all. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will definitely defeat him. Luffy said confidently, causing Garp to roll his eyes. Chapter 457 Destroy Everything. How powerful that kid is, Garp is very clear in his heart. Only after the real battle with him will he know that the guy has really left the category of human beings. He has never seen a person with blood flew all over his body, broken bones, and a dead person who can no longer die, but can still get up from the ground, except for some tattered clothes. There is no difference. This guy has truly surpassed them, and even Roger is no longer his opponent. Lightning flashes and thunders in the sky, the storm is getting stronger and stronger, and the gale has plunged the entire naval headquarters into doomsday. Luffy, get close to Sengoku with my back, I have something to tell him. Garp said to Luffy. Yes, Grandpa. Luffy was taken aback for a moment, then he carried Garp and walked over. Yang Qing saw this scene clearly, but didn't say anything. The 2 had no more fighting power, so he didn't have any worries. Concentrating and controlling the thunder and lightning from the sky, but within a short time, the combat power of the naval forces on the ground has been reduced by most. In 5 minutes, he estimates, the war will be completely over. At that time, the naval headquarters was completely destroyed, and the majesty of this system no longer existed. Marines who have lost their headquarters will become rootless duckweed. At that time, the sea will run wild, and countless civilians will pour into the sea and become pirates. A crazy, scary age of great pirates is coming. It's a free, scary time. As an analogy, the Liberty is like a car that loses its brakes after a short while, accelerates to top speed on the highway, but can't slow down. It's out of control, it's going berserk. Under the power of this rampant, nothing of the old will be destroyed, and no one can stop it. At this time, Luffy had already carried Garp to the front of Sengoku. Warring states, it's time to announce. After pondering for a moment, Garp spoke heavily, listening to the constant screams from among the Marines. Sengoku's whole body trembled, then he sighed deeply and nodded. Afterwards, he took a deep breath and prepared to loudly announce the words he never wanted to say. Suddenly, a figure entered the sight of the three of them. The large black robe will cover the entire body of the person in the future, and a strong aura is rippling around this person, making him know at a glance that he is not an ordinary person. Appearing here very suddenly, the visitor looked down at the two of them and made a dull voice. Fortunately, I caught up. Hearing this voice, both Garp and Sengoku were shocked, and their eyes flashed with incredible expressions. It's you. If you want to announce something, hurry up and announce it. This kid Lucifer, under his gentle appearance, hides a devil's heart. If you don't say it, he won't give you another chance. The person who came was shrouded in black robes, glanced around the battlefield, and then fixed his eyes on the man in the sky. Who are you? Luffy asked stunned. You have grown up so much. With a sigh, the visitor sighed, and then said deeply, the road in the future is destined to be full of thorns and ups and downs. You have to be brave and brave. No matter what setbacks and hardships you encounter, don't give up. Luffy was stunned, not understanding what it meant. Also, don't get into conflict with that person until you become stronger. His power is far beyond your imagination. Then, he turned his attention to the warring states. Marshal, announce it, it's nothing. When that person made the decision, the Marines had already decided the outcome. Next, what he has to do is truly earth-shattering and daring. Sengoku's eyes narrowed, thinking of something incredible. He's going to set things right. Make the world reborn. No, he's going to destroy everything and create a new world. The visitor sighed. Garp and Sengoku looked at each other and fell into complete silence. Then the two looked at Luffy again and couldn't help but be speechless. Compared to Luffy's dream of becoming the Pirate King, that guy's pattern is too big. When Luffy was only aiming at everything in the sea, that person had already set his sights on the whole world. This is a real big pattern, a big change, a big event that opens up the world. Taking a deep breath, the warring states is finally about to be announced. The next moment, his dull voice spread out, spreading throughout the entire Marine Corps headquarters and all over the world, making the Marines startled and the world into peace. The Marines are defeated. Now, all members, retreat. As long as you are alive, there is hope, so let me withdraw from the naval headquarters. The voice of the warring states was very high, and in the noisy battlefield, the transmission was very clear, so that the sailors who were fighting were stunned in an instant, and then shed tears. Lost, they still lost. They also understand the difficulty of the warring states saying this, and if they continue to fight, it will only be a meaningless death. In this war, the Navy paid too many lives and lost too much. Yang Qing stood in the air, looking at the warring states. The movement in his hands suddenly stopped. Here, the war ends. It's pointless to fight anymore. Reaper pirates, stop attacking. Dillons roared and stopped the action of the Death God pirates. During the war, their ships. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. There are casualties as well, which is inevitable. Whitebeard pirates, gather. Whitebeard also let out a loud roar, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates quickly gathered up. Only Kaido still stared at the battlefield frantically, muttering to himself, "It's over. How can it end like this? No, fight, keep fighting." The Kaido pirates are still madly killing, and still not stopping. Yang Qing frowned, and when he held his right hand, a high mountain appeared in the sky, and then, rumble, Kaido was suppressed under a 900-meter high mountain. "Kaido pirates, stop fighting." The cold voice spread all over the battlefield. Kaido roared, rebellious. "Kaido, after the war, I will fight with you, stop fighting now. This war is over," Yang Qing said coldly. Only then did Kaido stop. Being pinned under the mountain, he said extremely reluctantly, "Kaido pirates, close your troops." Then, with a shock, he climbed out from under the mountain, moved his body, and made a crunch sound. "Help me up, Luffy." Warring States sighed. Even if he loses, he still has to stand. Chapter 458 I Am One Piece. Luffy helped Sengoku, and at this time, the man in the black robe also helped Garp. Who the hell is he? Luffy couldn't help asking. This man in black robe, he always felt inextricably related to himself, and had a feeling of déjà vu. "You'll find out later," Garp said solemnly. The man in black robe glanced at Luffy, making Luffy feel as if he was smiling at himself. The war ended, and the pirates and the navy separated again, becoming two distinct groups. "Sea soldiers, get out of here." Yang Qing stood in the air and made a sharp voice, which was very strong. Warring States was angry, but he sighed again in a blink of an eye, and shouted loudly, "Retreat! Retreat!" Confused expressions appeared on the faces of the sailors. Retreat. Where are they going? Where else could they go besides the seamen? Go home. Or the original base. At this moment, the sailors were all confused. They didn't know where to go, and when the navy was defeated, so were they. Tears were streaming down their eyes, but they didn't know why. The whole scene was very quiet, no one moved, and the sailors all stood there, crying silently. "I said retreat. The navy has been defeated, so hurry up and retreat." Sengoku suddenly roared, his eyes spewed out angry flames, and after he finished speaking, he gasped violently. Some of the sailors have already cried out, drawing the emotions of thousands of people. "Don't cry. At this moment, you are still Marines." Kaibu roared loudly, even though his eyes were full of crystals. Aokiji was silent, full of emotion at this moment. The next moment, a sailor suddenly faced the direction of the headquarters, facing the collapsed ruins, bent his knees, knelt on the ground, and pressed his forehead tightly to the ground. One person fell, and then countless sailors all fell to the ground. They faced the naval headquarters and their hometown, with their foreheads on the ground and on the ice, their eyes filled with tears. Woohoo! There were crying voices, and at this moment they were a defeated army, and they lost their glory. After a full breath, these coast guards stood up. Then they didn't panic, they seemed to have lost their minds. They boarded the warship in despair, and then drove the warship from other ports of the Navy headquarters to leave here. The Navy soldiers who had just come to support were also disappointed and turned to leave here. The Navy was defeated, and they had no reason to stay here any longer. "Luffy, I want to take these two guys out of here, take care." The man in black robe gave Luffy a solemn look at Yang Qing in the sky. "Yeah," Luffy nodded. However, Garp directly vetoed with Sengoku, "We are not going anywhere. The battle is not over yet, we are not dead yet." In the face of the words of the two old men, the man in black robe didn't talk nonsense. "I'll leave it to you here." The man in black robe nodded to Luffy, then hugged the two of them, and was about to leave. But in the next moment, the space in front of him was distorted, and a figure stood there, watching him quietly. Pupils contracted, and the man in black robe said softly, "What? Don't let me go. This war has nothing to do with you, leave them and you can leave." Yang Qing said in a low voice. "The middle and lower levels of the Marines can leave, but the management has no choice. Only when the real management is completely paralyzed will the Coast Guard completely disappear. You know, I can't let go. Lucifer. The man in black robe sighed. Yang Qing was silent, just quietly looking at the man in black robe. Suddenly, with a bang rumbling sound, a big explosion broke out in the place where the pirates were, causing countless pirates to scold and howl. With a flash of eyes, Yang Qing turned back slightly, but in an instant, the figure of the man in black robe disappeared. With a frown on his face, Yang Qing was about to chase after him. Stop, you can't go. Luffy roared and launched an attack. The figure just flashed. Yang Qing easily dodged Luffy's attack, his eyes were full of sharpness, and he just took one step, and he was already in front of Luffy. It's so fast. Luffy was startled, and just about to step back, he saw the guy in front of him stretched out his right hand and flicked his fingers. Bang! A huge force hit him directly on the forehead, causing Luffy to fall down with a scream, and he dragged a full 300 meters on the ground before it stopped, and he kept screaming in pain. Luffy, the man in black robe, was already in the air at this moment. After showing his figure, he glanced at it before he was relieved. He floated here again and disappeared. At this time, a group of ships in the direction of the Gate of Justice appeared here, and some people roared anxiously. Long, come on, we must go now. The sailors have all been evacuated, but this group of pirates is furious. They are all targeting us. Quick, quick, we can't stand it. After 3 breaths, Long appeared on the ship with Garp and Sengoku, and then the ship started instantly and quickly disappeared in front of the pirates. At this moment, most of the pirates are on the ice, and it is too late to track them. It's a new soldier. Whitebeard recognized the person and said strangely. Yang Qing landed next to Whitebeard and said softly, "That's right. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading." That black-robed man was Dorag, who saved Sengoku and Garp. Why didn't you kill them? Let Drago save them. Whitebeard wondered. Yang Qing didn't answer. His figure flashed, and he came to the group of death gods. That boy Lucifer, he appreciates people who have a righteous heart and a strong person. Besides, Garp and Sengoku will probably not have much influence on his future plans. Under the overturned nest, how can there be any finished eggs? The sea soldiers are finished. Shanks came from behind, with the red hair pirates behind him. At this moment, the complex forces of all parties have begun to retreat, and the battlefield quickly becomes clear. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, Yang Qing's voice came over. From now on, I, the god of death, Lucifer, will be the new generation of One Piece. Those who obey me will prosper, those who go against me will perish. This domineering and indifferent voice spread in an instant, causing the pirates present to be shocked. Their pupils shrank, and their faces changed to look at Yang Qing. This is a terrible signal that death is about to become king. After defeating the Marine Corps headquarters, this guy directly became the king with unstoppable sharpness. This domineering momentum will change the situation of the whole world. So, what would the other 4 emperors think? Chapter 459 Admit. At this juncture of the sea soldiers' defeat, the god of death made the king in one fell swoop. He carried the unparalleled sharpness and momentum, and in front of the entire system of sea soldiers and pirates, he unceremoniously announced this shocking announcement. There is no doubt that these short words will make the whole world boil, which is unavoidable. It has been many years since Roger the Pirate King died. Over the years, pirates have been ruled by the 4 emperors, but there has never been a king. To this day, someone has finally led thousands of people to be unable to do so, and I said this statement that shocked the world with the aura of being alone. Did I hear it right? Death, the god of death, is he going to be the pirate king? Whitebeard, Kaido, Redhead, Big Mom, the other 4 emperors, and so many pirates, will they agree? Can he succeed? This kid is really sharp. He is slowly becoming like an irrational beast, crazy, but no one can stop him. Maybe, it can really be done. The naval soldier was overthrown by him. At this critical point, he should have gone back to recharge his batteries, regain his strength, and then proceed gradually and conservatively before he can ascend to the throne. However, he has great spirit, directly declared to be the king, and put himself in the eyes of the world. Quote, "There are 3 emperors by his side. As long as they nod their heads, his name as a king can be directly established. Grim Reaper, Grim Reaper, Grim Reaper, will be the new generation of One Piece." At this moment, all over the world, countless eyes are watching here. Old and mysterious old people, strange and unknown powerhouses, and groups of silent forces are all staring at the big screen, the scene in the Marine Corps headquarters. This is a shocking scene that the world cannot imagine, and it is also an exhilarating and exciting silent war. Deep in the Chambord archipelago, the Red Soil continent, Mary Joa. Tianlong looked at the screen with deep eyes. He was leaning on crutches in both hands, his expression was indifferent, and he seemed to be contemplating. "Sir." Just then, behind him, a middle-aged man with a bubble on his head bent down and called out respectfully. "Well," the old man nodded, then said, "Get ready, it's time for us." "Yes, my lord." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then after seeing the cold-faced young man on the screen, he understood and quickly turned around and disappeared. Afterwards, living in the depths of the Red Earth continent, the people of Mary Joa began to make noise. The World Court, the Tianlong races from all over the world, under the order of the clan, quickly gathered and gathered. Any Tianlong person has a deep expression, and they know that a huge change is coming. The moment they moved, the World Court was aware of it. This group of scum of the world will meet the wind. The scum is an appearance. If this group of people is really so useless, it is impossible for them to survive until now. At least when it comes to assessing the situation, the old foxes in the clan are still very good at it. What do you think of this kid being king? The 5 old people, either cross-legged or cross-legged, looked at the big screen in the center of the house, and spoke indifferently. He might really be able to change the world. However, in the end, we have to pass this level. The imperial court of the world is not a naval soldier. The succinct and cold words that came out of their mouths delivered an extraordinary message. This kid's offensive is fierce and domineering. He has already achieved a general trend, and it is difficult to stop him. Then let him slow down. Gradually, the 5 fell silent. After a while, someone spoke and summoned outsiders to enter. Tell Sora, and then notify the political kids in the World Court to get them ready. How to prepare, the soldier did not know, but he answered quickly. Understood. The soldier turned and walked away quickly, informing the order. The events on the screen, the whole world is watching, everyone knows that troubled times are coming, and the world will never be calm again. It was a terrifying war that no one could have imagined. And this war was started by the young man on the screen. Among the naval headquarters. The naval headquarters, which had been reduced to ruins, was blowing with a slight sea breeze, blowing the robes of every pirate present. They had just won the Great War, but the battle didn't seem to be over. In the field, Whitebeard, Red Hair, Kaido, Death, the 4 invincible emperors stood on the ground, their expressions seemed solemn and serious at this moment. A dignified and deep atmosphere passed through everyone's heart, causing the pirates to swallow nervously. The 4 big pirates, the crew slowly backed away, making way for the 4 people in the center. Yang Qing's words made the atmosphere of the pirates, which was still harmonious before, instantly become embarrassing, and it was a little more chilling. Kid Reaper, you are too impatient. Whitebeard said coldly. One Piece, it's not so easy to be. Although your ship is very close to Ralph Drew, you still haven't set foot on that island. You haven't really finished the journey of One Piece. Yang Qing's eyes flashed and he looked at Whitebeard. This sentence sounded simple and easy to understand, but the inner meaning was to tell him that you are too impatient. Although you are very close to that position, you are still in a hurry. Not reached. Hee, Whitebeard, I think I'm qualified enough. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Smiling, he said directly, making Whitebeard's eyes narrow. Kid Reaper, today, I really want to know if you can kill me. Kaido laughed, his eyes full of ferocity and hideousness. You're still a pirate, so I won't kill you as a reward for your participation in the war today. Yang Qing chuckled lightly. The red-haired right hand was pressing on his waist, but his expression was complicated at the moment. When he saw Yang Qing put his eyes on him, he sighed and knelt down on one knee. My red-haired Shanks, accept the order of the god of death Lucifer One Piece. His voice clearly spread throughout the entire pirate world, and there was a touch of excitement on the faces of the members of the Death God Pirates. The Emperor has admitted his identity. It's scary. This time, his chances of becoming a king have increased a lot. Whitebeard and Kaido obviously disagree. What are they going to do? People watched all of this in astonishment. The Navy failed, but a bigger event happened. Can the ownership of One Piece be established today? Chapter 460_. One of the three emperors present has surrendered, which is undoubtedly sending a signal to the outside world. At this moment, people all over the world are heart beating fast, nervously watching the scene on the screen. You too, don't you agree with my status? Yang Qing's words were indifferent and cold, containing a touch of domineering majesty. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and he grabbed the naginata with his right hand. I said, boy, One Piece is not easy to ascend to the position. I want to try. Today, can you kill me? Lucifer, Kaido said excitedly. Really? Yang Qing murmured, and then he glanced at the audience and punched. Those present, whoever doesn't recognize my status, can stand up. Today, I will establish the throne by force. I know that there are many powerful seniors present. Pirates, you just came out, and you don't know much about the situation in the outside world, but I can give you a chance. This is a grand occasion for pirates. Anyone who is dissatisfied, or who has a different opinion on my position as the Pirate King in Shanghai City, can stand up. As soon as his words came out, they immediately caused uproar and surprise from those present. Take the throne by force. Anyone with a different opinion can stand up. Such a statement, how confident and courageous. The imposing manner of the god of death reached its peak at this moment, making countless pirates long for and worship. One Piece Roger only got this position after conquering the Great Waterway, and today, Yang Qing really has to use his strength to conquer everyone present, conquer the whole world, and force them to admit his position. And as soon as he said these words, several figures rushed out of the people watching. Ha ha ha, since God of Death, you are so confident, then I'll join in the fun. Valdo roared loudly and stood on Whitebeard's side. Following Redfield, who also stood out, Goosey's eyes flashed and he smiled, but he didn't come out. In addition, Crocodile also turned into a puff of dust and came to the field. Then see the demeanor of the God of Death. If I don't even have the courage to fight against you, then I, Crocodile, are too cowardly. Crocodile's eyes were cold and his words were indifferent. And his appearance surprised everyone present. Prior to this, although Crocodile was one of the 7 seas, it was not in the eyes of the people present. But at this moment, in the face of the God of Death's invitation to martial arts, this guy dared to stand up, and he had to admire it. Everyone knows how much courage it takes to stand up under such circumstances. The establishment of the position of One Piece requires the approval of many pirates before it can be successful. Yang Qing's move was also to completely lay his foundation. The only question now is whether Yang Qing will be able to gain a firm foothold and become the king in such a situation of powerful enemies everywhere. Lucifer, I have to say, you are really brave. Whitebeard glanced around him, and when he saw Waldo and Redfield who were the same era as him, he narrowed his eyes and said in admiration. The two people beside him are both terrifying powerhouses with incredible power. Although it has been said for so many years, their strength may be somewhat different from their own, but it is still no problem to match the generals when they erupt. Especially Redfield, this guy is powerful, but it is truly feared by people, and he is the only powerful person in the world who can fight against the sky at this moment. At this moment, Redfield was like a gentleman, with a faint smile on his face. He didn't speak, just looked at Yang Qing, as if he was observing. "Is it just you?" Yang Qing looked at the crowd in front of him and said with a smile, "Then why don't we start here?" After saying a word, Whitebeard's eyes became sharp, Kaido clenched his fists, and Shanks also slowly pulled out the western sword from his waist. Although he surrendered, he still wanted to participate in this battle. With a toss from Waldo's hand, a cannonball the size of a fingernail appeared, undulating as he threw it. Redfield smiled, revealing his ferocious fangs. People all over the world were boiling, staring at the screen excitedly. This is a battle of kings that is even more spectacular than Roger. This scene is destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Sengoku and Garp, the two highest naval forces, did not let the god of death show his full strength. Is it okay for these strong men to gather? I am so excited. This battle will surely shock the world. In the Marine Corps headquarters, the rest of the pirates kept retreating, leaving a place for these people in the field. The next battle must be so powerful that they cannot imagine. Stay here and they will be in danger. In the battlefield, several people moved slowly and surrounded Yang Qing in the center, with sharp eyes and killing intent. This is a terrifying battle, and it is also a necessary battle. They are all pirates, and no one will show mercy. Compared with Sengoku and Garp, there is no doubt that this battle will be more terrifying and exciting. Quietly confronted, Yang Qing's eyes shrank suddenly. Come on. The first one to do it was Shanks. When his western sword was waving, the figure actually appeared in front of Yang Qing. The moment he stood in front of Yang Qing, the western sword with terrifying sword intent and cutting power also came to Yang Qing. At the same time, a loud roar suddenly came out. Kid Lucifer, die! It was Kaido. His violent body leapt high in the air, his legs trembled and stretched out. He was about to fall from the sky and directly trample Yang Qing to death here. Whitebeard Naginata waved. The huge weapon in his hand was like a tooth. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. As light as a sign, it descended on Yang Qing's head with a shock wave. At the same time, between Crocodile's hands, there was also a lot of sand and dust floating out of the sky. Valdo's cannonball shot out suddenly and instantly became bigger. The time it took to leave him 1 meter away had already expanded 100 times in size, causing the eyes of everyone around him to tremble and a little surprised. Redfield's smile was extremely gentle, but his figure was flickering, but he was already in front of Yang Qing in 3 strokes and launched a fierce attack. Suddenly, these most terrifying masters in the world launched a fatal blow on Yang Qing. Compared to Garp and Sengoku, this battle was almost 10 times more dangerous. The number of people, the superposition of the strong, the pressure, and the strength are already increasing in multiples. Under the pressure of these terrifying attacks, Yang Qing grinned. That's enough. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 461 to 480. Chapter 461 _ The strong wind swept across. The black hair on Yang Qing's head fluttered, his eyes were like the light of stars, and there was a wanton smile on his face. So cool. Really awesome. At this moment, the blood in his whole body boiled. Deep in the cells, the surging molecular power surged frantically, roaring like thunder and lightning. In less than 1/10 of a second, he moved. The first blow, Shanks' sword, came straight to the neck. The dark package behind Yang Qing suddenly burst, and a black streamer flickered. After a short while, it was already in front of him. He raised his right hand. When the western sword touched the young sword, his right hand also held the sword handle. A powerful force was transmitted out, causing the airflow around it to tremble suddenly. When the sound of gold and iron came out, Shanks' face changed and he suddenly stepped back 100 meters. The turbulent sword energy spread out, twisting the air a bit. This is an unstoppable force of terror that no one can confront head-on. Immediately after, Whitebeard stepped forward, and the huge Naginata savagely pressed down, and the air pressure greatly increased. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, his right hand loosened, and the young sword floated in the void. His right hand was clenched tightly, a circle of air appeared, and then he punched the top of his head. Bang! A circle of air waves spread again, causing strong winds all over the sky, hitting the naval headquarters, making countless people unable to open their eyes. The Naginata collided with his fist, and Whitebeard took 3 steps back, his face slightly changed. Following him, Kaido was condescending, and the terrifying strong wind on his legs had already descended on Yangqing's head, causing his black hair to flutter. The other hand stretched out suddenly. He came out, his hands were in a posture of lifting the sky, and he suddenly clenched. Kaido's frantic laughter froze for a while, and this grip grabbed his legs, followed by a force that spread throughout his body, and he was thrown out fiercely. Bang bang bang. It hit the ground 3 times in a row before it stopped, and when Kaido got up again, his whole body was shaking. At this moment, the huge cannonball also came to Yangqing. His face was indifferent, and then with a wave, there was a sound of bang, and the ground within a radius of 100 meters burned with raging flames. But after a breath, Yangqing's figure stepped out, as fast as lightning, and had already arrived in front of Valdo. The right leg swept across, making people unable to react quickly. Valdo's face changed greatly, and he was swept out by a leg, dragging a 1,000-meter mark on the ground before he stopped. It's unreasonable to be strong. The sandstorm was overwhelming at this moment, and countless sharp blades formed in front of it, bombarding Yangqing on the ground. Turning around, Yangqing saw Crocodile in the sky. It was at the same time that the countless desert blades had already headed down towards him, causing dust to fly on the ground in an instant. Yangqing walked on foot, as light as a wild geese, walking up the desert like the water of the Milky Way pouring down. In less than 3 breaths, he has come to Crocodile. This kid. Crocodile's eyes widened in shock, but he didn't hesitate. The right fist was covered with armed color, and a punch suddenly slammed out. Yangqing clenched his fists tightly, and the armed color was also covered with domineering, and then he came first and punched Crocodile in the stomach. Let his whole body tremble, the shock wave pierced out of the body, and the blood spurted wildly, and instantly slumped a lot. This punch directly knocked the Crocodile-like elemental body out of its original shape, and hung directly above his fist. With just one punch, Crocodile lost his combat effectiveness. With a flick of his hand, Crocodile was thrown to the ground, trembling twice, and could no longer move. The huge power made him no longer able to resist in an instant. "Dyrance, it's a shame to pull that guy back," Drizzt said while covering his forehead. Dylan smiled, took one step, came to Crocodile, grabbed him with one hand, and then took another step, returning to the base camp of the Death God pirates. With a cold face, Luo stepped forward to check on Crocodile's body. Soon, the latter regained a little bit of fighting power. "How do you feel? Boy, you have the courage to challenge the captain." The crew at the rear laughed, but their tone was not sarcastic, just sarcastic. "Humph." Crocodile snorted coldly, sitting on the ground panting, looking towards the field. The power of the Death God was beyond his expectations. He believed that even Whitebeard would not be able to deal with him so easily, but the Death God moved like a swallow of light, but it made him lose his combat effectiveness so easily. This fighting power really frightened him. That man is already beyond ordinary. Almost without a single blow, Yangqing repelled those present. At this moment, he punched Crocodile, and his robe suddenly trembled. One more. He turned around suddenly and punched out, and Redfield's sharp fangs suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hey, Lucifer, taste my power." Redfield sneered, and his figure flashed, actually dodging Yangqing's punch. After a breath, his sharp fangs appeared directly on the neck behind Yangqing. The cold air was gloomy, causing Yangqing's hair to explode. The pupils shrank, and Yangqing's whole body suddenly trembled. Above the neck, there is a dark armed color domineering and quickly covering it. At the same time, Redfield's fangs snapped. Ding! With a change of face, Redfield's figure suddenly retreated, leaving Yangqing's body. Just when he left less than 1/10 of a second, a black light penetrated from the temple where he was just now. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. However, with the slight wind, it was Yang Qing's sword. It's so dangerous. Redfield was sweating, completely frightened. How on earth did this kid cultivate? He's so strong. Leadfield, don't shoot alone. The 5 of us will go together. This kid's strength is far beyond all of us. 1 up, you will be killed in seconds. Whitebeard's voice came, and the words were full of solemnity. The next moment, the 5 masters surrounded Yang Qing and surrounded him. Everyone's face was full of solemnity and seriousness. Whitebeard, Kaido, Shanks, Waldo, and Redfield, each of them is an emperor-level combat force, stronger than a general. Although Valdo and Redfield have not recovered their peak combat power, they are still not to be underestimated. The dark streamer around Yang Qing's body hummed and vibrated, and stared at everyone present. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Come on. Chapter 462_. The 5 masters were all dispatched in this second, and their attacks were violently poured out in an instant. In an instant, before the contact, the aftermath spread out, making everyone watching the battle at the rear couldn't help but close their eyes. The wind was so strong that even with the thunder and lightning, the ground began to tremble, as if an earthquake broke out. Ah! The roar came out, and the 5 looked grim at this moment, and attacked Yang Qing in the middle. Their speed was terrifying, with each punch being followed by the next. Let the air freeze, then collapse and twist. Such an attack caused the ground to vibrate, tear, and cracks appeared. Under Valdo's roar, his whole body was covered with a domineering armament color, and it became extremely dark and shocking. A person who has cultivated domineering to such a degree is already considered a top-level expert. At this moment, the 5 people used all their strength, and when they shot, they were shaken, and the momentum was astonishing. In the beginning, only 100 meters in a radius were cracking, but after 3 breaths, the range has spread to 3 kilometers, and after 5 breaths, a radius of 30,000 meters is shaking. Standing in it, Yang Qing's eyes were astonishingly bright at this moment, and the dark pupils turned into golden vertical pupils again, looking indifferent. Iron Pillar. Yang Qing roared loudly, facing the almost inexhaustible attack of 5 people at the same time. He was under great pressure. At this moment, only passive defense. Roar. Hearing Yang Qing's roar, a giant dragon spread across his body in the sky and quickly descended. Boy, Benlong is here to help you. With a loud roar, Taizu suddenly descended on the top of the 5 people at an extremely terrifying speed, and the giant tail swung towards the 5 people. Drop the long tail. Kaido. Whitebeard roared loudly, Kaido roared likewise, and punched Taiju's tail with a punch. A moment later, a loud voice came out, and Taizu roared and retracted his tail. But after 2 breaths, he was condescending again, and his long claws grabbed towards Whitebeard. As a real dragon, Taiju's strength is also extremely terrifying. Although he is far from mature at this moment, his strength is also very terrifying. Whitebeard shouted loudly, and could only fight. The shock wave was wrapped around his fist, and he punched out. Bang! The iron pillar was thrown out, and the body trembled in the air, and it was only then that the shock was resolved. Looking at Whitebeard's eyes, there was already some fear. This white-bearded old man has a strange wave of power on his body, which can even hurt his internal organs. Boy, that old man is amazing. I'm not an opponent. With a loud roar in the sky, the iron pillar circled in the air. Yes, that's enough. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. Taiju's trouble just now gave him some room to buffer. At this moment, he has freed his hand. The golden vertical pupils blinked suddenly, and a shocking breath swept out, causing the faces of the 5 people who besieged him to change in an instant. The right hand was raised high, and the pitch-black sword fledgling turned into a streamer, blocking the attack of the 5 people. The ability of the fruit spread out, covering a radius of 100,000 meters in an instant. These ranges are already very easy for him. The next moment, the ground and air in a radius of 100,000 meters trembled. Whitebeard's face changed suddenly, and he shouted, "Fast back. This kid is going to make a big move." Kaido also roared loudly, and his figure suddenly catapulted towards the sky. The other three, who were fast, retreated to the rear in an instant. Sure enough, after a short breath, the ground in a radius of 100,000 meters trembled violently, and then like a giant dragon roaring, the ground swept up towards the sky, at an unimaginable speed, towards the place where the 5 people were. Fall. This is an earth-shaking scene. Yang Qing's fruit ability at this moment has truly reached a power far beyond the awakening. Boom. The large land submerged 5 people, and there was no resistance at all. The sky, ground, air, and space with a radius of 100,000 meters are all chaotic and unimaginable at this moment. With just one blow, the 5 people were hit in pieces, and their bodies were surrounded by enemy attacks. At this moment, a radius of 100,000 meters has become Yang Qing's domain. He is the god here, and everything has to act according to his will. Even though they couldn't control the actions of the 5 people with overwhelming force, everything they saw was the enemy within their range. All you see are enemies. Valdo was running on the ground that was constantly rising and falling and turned into a terrifying attack, sweating profusely. Is this kid a man or a god? He can't do anything. He kept jumping up and down, quickly dodging the squirming on the ground, and his face was extremely difficult to see. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see that the other 4 were also resisting this large-scale attack. The terrifying attack covered a radius of 100,000 meters and seemed to be endless. Is there no time limit for such an attack? It lasted for a full 30 seconds before the huge range of attacks stopped. Looking at the naval headquarters again, it has become a devastated, sighing. Up to now, even the walls surrounding the naval headquarters have been completely torn down, and only the broken walls are still standing there, showing the desolation of the battlefield. Standing here, they could see the huge whirlpool current outside, spinning slowly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Staring at Yang Qing, who was standing in the position just now, who had not moved, the eyes of the 5 of them contracted, and their hearts were shocked. Attack! Whitebeard suddenly roared. He clenched his fists hard, and then waved. Crack! A loud voice came out, and where Yang Qing was, a wave of shock waves swept out. The ground was broken, the space was broken, and everything that could be seen was broken. The power of the shock wave was transmitted to Yang Qing, causing his whole body to tremble. He retreated 2 kilometers to the rear, and slammed into the platform behind him, causing the 300-meter platform to shatter. Immediately after, a cannonball as huge as a hill roared, swept through the air, and bombarded the place where Yang Qing was. Waldo, Momo fruit. A smile appeared on the corner of Yang Qing's mouth. The old guy was not using a model of a cannonball the size of a fingernail, but a real cannonball. The power of this blow can be imagined. However, to the helplessness of everyone present, the huge cannonball stopped steadily before and after it came to Yang Qing, and was easily caught by his outstretched right hand. Chapter 463. The autumn wind sweeps the leaves. To you. The right hand trembled, and the huge cannonball drew an arc and attacked Valdo again. The cannonball carried a terrifying speed and force and brought a series of sharp sounds in the air, but it was already in front of Waldo in an instant. My God! When Waldo saw the cannonball come back, he was completely stunned, but after a short while, he reacted and began to run frantically towards the rear. The artillery shells he himself sent out naturally knew the most powerful destructive power contained in them. Sure enough, after 3 breaths, he just ran for thousands of meters, and a huge sound came from behind. His eardrums were shaking, and there was a terrifying impact directly behind him, making him tossed out. Boom! A huge explosion came from the center of the battlefield, and the red flames rose to a height of 300 meters. The scorching temperature and shock wave made everyone terrified. The power of Valdo's cannonballs is no small matter. After falling heavily on the ground, Valdo quickly stood up and felt pain all over his body. Even under the protection of the armed color, he still couldn't withstand the impact of the explosion. The 5 powerhouses in different places looked at the flaming flames in the center. Their hearts became more solemn, and they stared there closely, and then they began to look for Yang Qing's figure, but in the next moment, their pupils shrank. What about people? That boy is gone. Waldo, be careful. Under the shocked eyes of the 4, and Waldo's stunned expression, Yang Qing's body stepped out of the flames, then stepped out and disappeared suddenly. When it reappeared, it was actually in front of Waldo. His speed made people tremble in the bottom of his heart, but with just one punch, Valdo couldn't even do the slightest dodging movement, and was directly knocked off the ground. The punch hit him in the face, and with such a strong force, his entire body spun and was thrown off the ground, flying towards the rear. The wind whistled in Waldo's ears, and his head was a little dazed at this moment. He didn't feel any pain because the punch was so powerful that it had completely numbed him. Suddenly, Waldo's eyes trembled. He saw a figure, followed by a foot, fell from the sky and landed on his stomach. Bang! The terrifying shock wave directly stopped Valdo, who was telling the flight in the air, and then came out through his body and hit the ground, causing it to spread out into a big crater. Immediately afterwards, Valdo's body fell and hit the ground a second time, expanding the scope of the crater again. In a very short period of time, Valdo was completely abolished by Yang Qing and lost his combat effectiveness. Such a powerful crushing force made the hearts of those present accelerated and the whole body tense. It's so strong, it's unbelievably strong. The 4 quickly converged, and after making eye contact with each other, they quickly ran towards Yang Qing. The corner of Yang Qing's mouth twitched, showing a smile. His golden vertical pupils were cold and ruthless. He stepped on the ground and suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. His speed is so fast that it is difficult for others to find him. Here he is, right side. Shanks' complexion changed, he suddenly shouted, and the western long sword turned into a stream of light and suddenly disappeared. When the sound of golden iron came out, and the distance between Shanks' sword tip trembled, and the whole person kept retreating toward the rear to relieve this surging power. The next moment, Kaido was smashed out of the battle group by Yang Qing's punch and flew out fiercely. At the same time, the buzzing sword chick plunged towards Redfield, directly piercing his shoulder, causing the latter's face to tremble and his eyes more solemn. The fists kept attacking the pitch-black long sword that attacked around him. Bang! The spreading shock wave came out again, and Whitebeard's fist was blocked. Then, the tall old man took 5 steps back, his eyes full of shock. Power, too much. Yang Qing, who was surrounded by 4 people, was attacking fiercely, like a violent storm. In just a moment, everyone who gathered together was separated again. Immediately after him, he appeared in front of Redfield, his fists descended like tigers, and he was as majestic as mountains and rivers, continuously attacking. Bang bang bang. After resisting Yang Qing's 10 punches one after another, Redfield spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth and flew out from the ground, rising into the sky. He was finally hit, and Yang Qing hit his uppercut with an uppercut, hitting him in the chin, sending him straight into the sky. Call. The breeze blew, and Yang Qing's figure disappeared. When it appeared, it was already on top of Redfield's head, and then he punched him. Bang! A deep pit with a radius of 3,000 meters appeared on the ground. Redfield trembled violently, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he lost his fighting power. Up to now, the battle has not started for a long time, but the 3 of them were easily beaten by Yang Qing as if the leaves were swept away by the autumn wind, and they were unable to fight back. It is true that, like Waldo, Redfield's strength is far from regaining the strength when they were consummated, but it can still prove that his strength is far higher than these people. He is completely crushing everyone with powerful force, conquering everyone, pirates and the world with tough force. Immediately following, the 3 people behind him rushed, roaring, and attacked him again. Yang Qing turned around and moved quickly, causing layers of phantoms to appear in the air present. His fists are like the wind, his left and right fists challenge Kaido and Whitebeard, and Jonshu is under the control of Yu Jonshu. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Clashed with Shank's western sword, and let out an incessant sound of sword chants. But even in the face of the three masters at the same time, Yang Qing's face is still relaxed, and he even has the energy to use the devil fruit ability to change the state of the ground. Crack! The icy temperature suddenly came, and the ground was covered with a layer of ice as hard as steel. Let the Whitebeard and the three secretly pay attention. The speed of this ice covering is unimaginable, but in an instant, it has already covered a radius of 3 kilometers. Then, when Yang Qing said a word in his mouth, "Get out!" a series of sharp ice blue icicles suddenly rose above the ice surface, causing the three people's complexions to change greatly, constantly undulating, avoiding this strange attack. These sharp icicles, as hard as steel, are like the most terrifying weapons. If they are stabbed by one, they will lose their mobility immediately. And with this large-scale attack, Yang Qing stepped out and came to Kaido with a smile. "Kaido, it's your turn." Hearing Yang Qing's voice, Kaido's face changed greatly. Chapter 464 Admit. If at the beginning, Kaido can still maintain his strong posture, with some confidence. However, in the few rounds of battle, the opponent maintained a strong crushing pressure on him, which had caused a shadow in his heart. Without any hesitation, Kaido roared and threw a punch at Yang Qing. His fist was violent and powerful, and when he punched out, the air wave oscillated, and there was a gust of wind in front of him. However, this punch was easily dodged by Yang Qing. Even, because of his huge size, Yang Qing, who looked thin in turn, was already standing under him. Then, a no-frills punch. Bang! The shock wave rushed out from behind Kaido, and a high uplifted mountain and hill behind it collapsed. Ah! Kaido's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and then he fell to the ground softly, losing his fighting power. For someone like Kaido, as long as he doesn't die, he can fight. But after being hit by Yang Qing's punch, it was as if all the energy and spirit of the whole body had been dissipated by this punch, and he had no strength, and could only be soft to the ground without any resistance. This means that Yang Qing's strength has completely left Kaido behind. Quickly cutting through the mess, Yang Qing's shot was neat and tidy, every punch was full force, and simply and rudely, there were only two people left to challenge him on the field. Whitebeard and Shanks stood together with shocking eyes. Looking at Yang Qing, who was still calm at the moment, he didn't know what he was thinking. After 3 breaths, the two gathered their spirits and rushed over again. Yang Qing strode forward, stepped out, teleported 100 meters, and in just a few steps, the three of them fought together. Boom 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 boom. A series of attacks, like artillery shells, cracked the ground and shook the air. After the 5 breaths, Shanks was punched by Yang Qing, and the whole person rolled back on the ground for 1,000 meters, his nose was blue and his face was swollen. Just wanted to stand up and enter the venue again, but his face changed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and reluctantly gave up. This punch dissipated his physical strength, leaving him in a slight tremor all over his body, unable to move at all. For a while, only Whitebeard was left in the field. Whitebeard, haha, you old guy, don't give up. Yang Qing was in high spirits, laughed loudly, his fists were like dragon roars, his body was as flexible as ape and leopard, and he attacked Whitebeard. His offensive is fierce and fast, leaving the opponent only defensive for a while. Boy, you are really perverted. At this moment, Whitebeard had to admit that every wave of power coming from the Naginata made his whole body tremble. You know, his attack is the real condensed power of the shock wave. With every punch, Whitebeard took a step back. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths of time passed, but Whitebeard had already retreated 1,000 meters. In front of him is a huge trace, like a ditch and a gully. The venue, because of the powerful energy attacks of the two, has become terrible. Amazing, awesome, as expected of a Whitebeard. Yang Qing was full of energy, let out a long howl, and slammed out a series of fists. The last punch was extremely powerful, and then he punched it outright. Bang! The huge sound shook the whole ground, and the Whitebeard finally couldn't resist, and flew out, landing heavily on the ground. Gasping for breath, there were strands of blood on the corners of his mouth. What a strong pervert! Coughing and sitting up, Whitebeard sighed. At this point in the battle, only Yangqing was left in the field, which meant that the victory of this battle was undoubtedly attributed to Yangqing. The gust of wind was blowing, and the gust of wind caused by the battle of the few people just now has not been extinguished at this moment. In the field, however, it was peaceful. Everyone, looking at the scene in front of them, fell into a sluggishness. All lost. Grim Reaper, too strong. Hi, does the position of One Piece belong? The pirates shuddered and said these words. Their pupils were full of shock. The god of death established the king by force, and at this moment, all the three emperors were defeated. With absolute power, he crushed everyone and won the battle, causing countless people present to take a deep breath, with awe in their eyes. And the whole world was turned upside down at this moment. Countless people, at this moment, muttered the words, One Piece, in their mouths. Yes, One Piece, at this moment has been established. Even though he has not been to Ralph Drew and has not reached the end of the Great Waterway, at this moment, this young figure, with his powerful strength, reached the peak of prestige and gained all the fame. The wind was blowing gently, and the violent air current fluctuations caused just now have calmed down a bit at this moment. Whitebeard struggled a few times, but couldn't stand up. He sighed and finally spoke. Boy, I admit you. In this sentence, there is nothing unwilling, but full of deep sighs. Whitebeard is fully aware of Yangqing's strength, and Yangqing's character is not that kind of crazy and ferocious. In this way, admitting this kid doesn't seem to make him dissatisfied. I also admit that you are much stronger than me. Kaido shouted weakly, and that punch was about to shatter his mind, and this guy was completely convinced. Admit. Admit. Redfield and Waldo smiled helplessly and raised their right hands. At the same time, Crocodile also stretched out, shocked, silently. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Expressed his position. At this moment, all those who challenged Yangqing on the field acknowledged his identity. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yangqing was facing the camera, clenched his fist, and raised it high. From today onwards, I am One Piece. His voice quickly spread throughout the audience, but also all over the world. The world was silent at this moment, and everyone clearly recognized Yangqing's young face. Even though he is standing at the moment, his robes are tattered, but that face must be remembered by everyone. Da da da. A series of footsteps began to stand behind Yangqing, and soon, Dylan's and other key crew members all stood behind Yangqing. This is all the members of the Grim Reaper. At this moment, everyone's faces are full of smiles, and some even shouted excitedly. This is a historic point. From this day on, everyone will remember Death, Lucifer, and everyone in this pirate group. Gradually, there were many more people beside the god of death. One with red hair, one with Kaido, one with white beard. At this moment, they stood together and silently announced the power of the pirates. Chapter 465 _ On the large screen, people from all over the world looked at the large number of pirates, especially the four powerful guys at the front. In a short period of time, escaped from the innovation ship here. Carp and Sengoku finally woke up. The first sentence they heard after waking up was Yangqing's majestic and domineering voice. Staring at the huge screen, looking at the ruined naval headquarters behind it, his eyes became complicated for a while. It's finally over. After a long time, Warring States sighed, his face was full of frustration. Carp even clenched his fists and stared at the picture on the screen, speechless for a while. The end is also another kind of beginning. This era is already chaotic. Drago came over slowly and said with a smile. That kid has already reached a terrifying level, which is really shocking. Warring States said unwillingly. He defeated Whitebeard, Kaido, Shanks, Redfield, Waldo, and Crocodile with the power of one person. The offensive was ferocious and unreasonable, and the combat power was as strong as a god. Drago said solemnly. What? You mean that Kid has won the victory alone against the others? Garp said in shock. Yes, he has become the Pirate King. Drago said, his eyes deep. Next, is the beginning of the real era. The naval forces are defeated, and the prestige of the World Imperial Court will also be suppressed to the lowest level. It is indeed an era of great chaos. Warring States' eyes also became serious. That Kid's energy is no trivial matter. He has the ability to influence the general situation. The Navy is isolated and helpless. It is the effect of various gains. Before attacking the Navy, he probably already had a deployment. Ace, it's just a lead. You will use Blackbeard's hand to catch Ace, and it's only in his expectations. I've been studying it for a long time. That kid Lucifer, at least half a year ahead of your sailors, has already begun to deploy this matter. It would be weird if you guys could win in a situation like this. Drago said slowly. He seems to have already controlled everything, and he also has a huge and terrible plan in his heart to defeat the sea soldiers and become One Piece, which is only his first part. Sengoku and Carp looked at each other with incredible eyes. What the hell is he trying to do? I'm afraid it is going to subvert the whole world. Drago sighed. What? Shock, deep shock filled the minds of Sengoku and Garp. Is this possible? Does he know what kind of power the World Court holds? With his current power, I'm afraid it's far from enough. I don't know. Next, it depends on what he will do. This person is getting more and more terrible. Drago said solemnly. The expansive screen quickly turns into snowflakes and then goes dark. The Battle of the Top ended with the pirates winning and the Navy losing completely. From this moment on, the prestige of the Navy has been hit to the lowest point, and the trust of the World Court in the plane has also been seriously insufficient. No one knows what a court with insufficient credit means. It can be said that the era has quietly entered another point in time from a moment. World Court, Red Continent, Mary Joa. Quick, quick, quick. Emergency meeting, everyone, speed up and gather in the conference room. Within an hour, all the World Court management must come to the meeting room to gather, and no one must be absent. The piercing siren, the majestic sound quickly spread out. With nervousness and anxiety on their faces, the figures quickly ran towards the conference room. Marshal, the time has come. The burly figure nodded, and a fierce light burst out in his eyes. He raised his head, then glanced majestically around, ignoring the noisy crowd, and spoke directly. I'm empty. Now, everyone here, please shut up and listen carefully to everything I say. His voice is magnetic and majestic, with a touch of domineering aura. It was obvious that Sora had mixed domineering arrogance in this speech. As soon as the sentence came out, the people present became quiet and looked at the figure on the rostrum. The former Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, and the current commander of the World Imperial Court, Gangji Yukong, is actually this guy. After the people present saw it clearly, their eyes were all condensed, and they quietly waited for Kong to speak. I'm running out of time, I'll keep it short, so I won't talk nonsense. The current situation is very clear. The naval headquarters has been destroyed, and the complete naval system of the naval forces has completely collapsed. Because the headquarters system has been paralyzed, the branches around the world will also face a huge blow, and the people's panic and emotions, it's more of a tough point. Quote. The pirates headed by the Grim Reaper have achieved great prestige in this battle. This group of vicious pirates has developed to a terrifying situation. The regime of the World Court is also shaken at this moment. The empty words were sonorous and powerful, and the speed of speech was very fast, but it was clearly transmitted to the ears of the people present. Right now, the situation is dangerous for everyone here, and for the world. So, I hope to. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. During the downtime, everyone can unite and don't be half-hearted. Intensive footsteps sounded, and a large number of army soldiers ran in, quickly occupying all the main points. Their eyes are indifferent, their faces are expressionless, and they are very cold. After this scene, the officials present were taken aback for a moment, and then they immediately became serious. They have already sensed a bad breath. The people didn't come together. Did the Tianlong people disappear collectively? Air sneered coldly, then said. It seems that this group of scumbags in the world is surprisingly fast in judging the situation. Chapter 466 It's time to change. With just a glance, Sora can see that there is no group of people with bubbles who pretend to be lofty, but useless. But he didn't care, just sneered and continued to speak. The Death God pirates become the Pirate King, and the power of the pirates will undergo earth-shaking changes. It is hard to imagine how powerful the four emperors will be when united, but this is definitely not good news for the World Court. No matter from which point of view we consider it, we should prepare in advance. Next, I will make a general arrangement for the court work. First of all, the first point, all the court personnel here, please use your expertise to stabilize people's hearts. The rise of pirates will inevitably usher in a wave of fanaticism again. And this is unstoppable. You need to do it's just, let the peaceful civilians not have too many fluctuations in their psychology. Secondly, after the leaders and representatives of various countries go back, please quickly maintain and stabilize, so that their respective countries can be stabilized, and there should not be too much turmoil. As for the pirates, everything is handled by the World Court. My request is very simple. We must do our best to stabilize the hearts of the people, the military, and the regime. At this moment of turmoil, a little disturbance may cause a huge storm. What you have to do is to let this little disturbance calm down completely. The empty words spread very quickly and clearly in the conference room. After listening to the audience, their eyes flickered, and after 2 seconds, someone sneered. We are court personnel, why should we listen to your army guy's orders? This voice spread quickly and far in the quiet conference room. Kong's eyes were cold, and then he waved. Kaka kaka. A series of gun bolts sounded, and the soldiers standing beside pointed their guns at the man. In just an instant, cold sweat appeared on the man's forehead, and his whole body couldn't help shaking. Kong, what are you doing? I'm a procurator of the Imperial Court of the World. The man said loudly, but he had no confidence. Everything I said is an order, I hope you can remember it. Kong said coldly. The next moment, the sound of gunshots rang out. The man trembled 3 times and finally lost his breath. Under Sora's iron fist, there was no difficulty in the subsequent meeting, and all orders were arranged in an orderly manner. The huge machine of the World Imperial Court is quietly operating. After the meeting, Sora quickly walked outside, followed by many generals. The Marshal, the Battle of the God of Death, the Marshal of the Sea Soldiers, the generals and many other generals have all lost contact. The entire naval headquarters was completely destroyed, the central system of the naval forces was paralyzed, and many elite naval officials disappeared. In addition, the pressure of the naval forces in each branch has increased greatly, and many pirates have begun to rebel. Sora frowned and said solemnly, in general, the current situation is a mess, right? Yes. After striding forward, Sora came to his office and sat down on the leather sofa. What a piece of shit. You unify the entire world court with an iron fist, will there be no problem? The general next to him asked cautiously, very puzzled in his heart. For a long time, political power, military power, and legislative power have been separated into 3 powers. But at this moment, Kong, with the power of thunder and iron fist, directly unifies the 3 powers, and is extremely powerful. The 5 old guys don't know what they are thinking. If this goes on like this, the world will be in chaos. I'm too lazy to deal with them, we'll do it ourselves. The air is extremely tough. Sengoku, is there no news from Garp and the others? Not yet, but a group of naval generals led by Huang Yuan already have news. How many people? Sora asked with a relaxed expression. As long as there is still the management of the Navy can be temporarily stabilized so that it does not collapse more quickly. At this stage, in the face of such a change, it was a pleasant surprise to Kong that there was still a general in the Navy. Most of the fleeing Marines, General Kizaru, have gathered, about 120,000 people. It seems that he has gathered most of the Marines together. Sora breathed a sigh of relief. Where are they now? On the Red Soil continent. Very good, order Kizaru. Let him temporarily act as a naval marshal, and then rebuild the naval headquarters on the Red Soil continent. And tell him that from this moment on, the World Court will declare war on the pirate gang in an all-round way. The general looked startled and looked at Sora in shock. 5 old fellows, we'll do it ourselves. Issued an order and told the whole army to prepare for battle. Next, the war began. With a hard voice, he slapped the table fiercely. The naval headquarters was destroyed, 1 general was dead, 1 general was missing, the headquarters marshal was missing, the rest of the generals were killed and wounded, and the number of dead sailors could not be counted. This fact completely slapped the world's court in the face, as well as Sora's face. Of course, to a certain extent, this result is also the result of the game within the world court, the forces of all parties, and the game. Because of this, Sora was even more angry. It took 5 months to process all the different sounds. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Now, it's time to fight those vicious criminals head-on. Sora's eyes were full of anger, and his eyes were very sharp. Take action, you must be fast. Finally, with a low roar, the generals beside him quickly took command and then retreated. After everyone left, Sora clenched his fist and tapped it on the table in front of him. Damn, where did Sengoku and Garp go? These 2 were once his subordinates, and the 3 of them had a good relationship. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the 2 is crucial to the next situation. On the Drago boat, the wind is blowing, and the moon shines on the sea. At this time, it was night time. The quiet sea made people quiet. The blood and noise of the day have all left. Father, what are you going to do next? Drago came to Karp and asked. Plan. Maybe I'll go back to Windmill Village. I'm old and it's time to retire. Sighing, Karp shook his head. Drago was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He could feel his father's loneliness. However, he could not easily let go of his father. Actually, Lucifer's approach can't be wrong. This world, it's time to change. Chapter 467 The End of the Great Channel. Is this why you betrayed the sea soldiers and established the new soldiers? After pondering for a while, Karp said solemnly. The will inherited from the times will never end. As long as people are still alive, their hearts are free. The world's imperial court has accumulated too much negativity. This day will come sooner or later. Power will never bring peace, but will brew stronger resistance. Lucifer's actions are only the inevitability of historical development. Drago said slowly. You look very open. Warring states sighed and walked over. However, war will make civilians suffer more. Before dawn, there is always darkness. Violence is not the only means, but it is the most effective. Dorag shook his head, and then he frowned. I just worry about whether that guy will really be enchanted and crazy. What do you mean? Karp asked. I had contact with him in Rogue Town. It can be said that it was almost inevitable that Lucifer became what he is now. When he was young, he already had the idea of changing the world, and now, I am afraid that the idea has become more mature. Quote. It's just that I can't judge what he will do. Drago said solemnly. The sea in this world occupies a huge area, and the distribution of islands means that it is difficult to form a truly unified world, but the meaning revealed between the lines is to unify the whole world into a whole plate. Then, the nations merge to form a flat city world. And before that, what he has to do is to destroy the world. Garp and Sengoku looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and wonder. That mighty man already possesses power that no one can imagine. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart, but at this moment, after the dissection, it was shocking. I'm afraid you want to retire. It's not that simple. Seeing the expressions of the two, Drago shook his head and smiled. The Navy is no longer what it used to be. As the generals of the defeated army, we have no face to go back. Then let's stay. We can't calm down when the times are troubled. And I also need your help in the next series of actions. Drago smiled. Don't worry, my behavior will definitely not be without him. So intense. Garp and Sengoku hesitated for a while, but finally sighed and agreed. After all, they are more familiar with Drago than Lucifer. Also, if I don't help my son, who will help? In the naval headquarters, the huge fleet began to sail, and the victory of the war made the pirates so high at the moment that 5 people could stop them. Kid Reaper, what are you going to do next? Whitebeard's voice buzzed, and after taking a sip of wine into his mouth, he asked loudly. Everyone else is looking at Yangqing. The identity of One Piece has been established. This guy with the highest position in the pirate world, what will he do next? Go to Ralph, I'm curious, what's there? Yangqing smiled. This seems to be what One Piece must do. It's not important. I'm asking, what do you want to do next? Whitebeard said solemnly, don't you realize that the world has become chaotic because of your actions? Listen to the screams from that island. You've started an age more violent than the one Roger started. And you, too, must be responsible for this era. Yangqing's smile faded and his eyes were deep. You are right, freedom is not an excuse for violence. Pirates are synonymous with freedom, not looters. The first thing I have to do is to change the world. Change the world. Whitebeard and the others looked at each other, not understanding. You will soon understand. Yangqing smiled and closed his eyes. Although Yangqing stopped talking, Whitebeard and the others were relieved. They were really worried that Yangqing was the kind of vicious guy who set off the whole pirate riot, and then ignored it, leaving the world in ruins. The fleet began to spread out on the second day, and gradually, only Yangqing's Reaper remained. The rest of the crew headed towards the new world. They are all preparing, planning ahead for the next era. When the Reaper reached the Chambord Islands, it slowly docked. Yangqing climbed into the palace of the Tianlong people alone, which is actually very close to the World Court. At that meeting, the World Imperial Court ignored the Tianlong people and completely excluded them from the system. There was no doubt that the signal was already being released. Half an hour later, Yangqing stood face to face with the old man. How's the preparation going? Yangqing asked, raising the teacup and taking a sip. The clansmen from all over the world have all gathered together. Just need your order, our family, all support you. The old man said. Well, it still needs to be brewed. Inside the pirates, it is not monolithic. What I want to do, I will never allow half-hearted people to exist. Yangqing nodded. His eyes were full of sharpness. You want to unify the whole pirates? The old man said incredulously. Those who advocate freedom are not so easy to give in. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Freedom without a bottom line is not freedom, but arrogance. In this world, there is no law, no reason, people are inhuman, and the world will be chaotic. Yangqing said coldly. It is precisely because of this that this world can need to change. The old man was silent, and after a long time sighed. They always underestimated you. I'm just thinking of standing in front of you. Yangqing said indifferently. In addition, during this time, protect yourselves, the World Court, I'm afraid there will be no peace. Actually, this group of people couldn't hold it any longer. As the worms of the world, Tianlong people are naturally missed and hated by countless people. However, because of our deterrence, they did not dare to act rashly. The old man smiled. Yeah, Yangqing nodded, his eyes flickered, but he understood that Tianlong people must have a powerful force that they didn't know. Existence is justified, otherwise this group of worms would not have survived for so long. Well, I have to get up and go to the new world, where I have to go. Yangqing stood up and prepared to leave. Ralph drew. Nodding, Yang Qing's figure disappeared. Chapter 468. Green Pheasant Joins. The Reaper is moored in a hidden port in the Chambord Islands, and now the big era has begun. Although it is calm at the moment, a huge wave is already brewing. It can be said that time is very urgent. Yang Qing has many things to do and must do. Quietly arriving at the port where the Reaper was located, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. On the bow not far away, Dylan's and the others were shouting with a smile on their faces, very happy. The victory of the battle is indeed a joyous thing. Walking forward, Yang Qing is about to approach the death god. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he looked strangely at the figure that suddenly blocked him. I didn't expect to meet you here. With a smile, Yang Qing said softly. I want to talk about something with you. The person came in a deep voice, and seemed to have a lot of things hidden in his heart. Slightly glanced at Dylan's and others not far away, Yang Qing thought for a while, nodded, and then left with the people. Under the shade of a quiet tree not far from the port, Yang Qing stopped, and there was no one else around. He turned around, smiled, and asked. Say your intentions, Aokiji. The person who suddenly appeared to block Yang Qing was Qingzi, the general of the Marine Corps headquarters. After the war, he did not return to the Marine Corps headquarters, but came to look for Yang Qing. The sea soldiers were defeated, the world was everywhere, and pirates were rising. The next situation will fall into an unbearable chaos. The originally calm sea turned a storm into an endless danger. Is this your purpose, Lucifer the god of death? Aokiji's voice was heavy, and he asked sharply. Yang Qing raised his eyebrows, then smiled. The sea is never calm, isn't it? Even on the sea with clear skies, there will be sudden storms. As for my purpose, the current situation is just a process, and it is still far from that destination. What do you want to do? Qingzi asked in a condensed voice. What do I want to do? Yang Qing smiled and looked at Qingzi. Actually, you have already guessed it faintly, haven't you? Innumerable free warriors, for so many years, regardless of their own lives, forge ahead bravely. What are they pursuing? What did they want to obtain? What they want to pursue, I am also pursuing. It's just that I'm further away than they think. The world is chaotic, there are hundreds of ethnic groups, but there is no equal environment. I just hope that these ethnic groups can generally gain mutual respect and fairness. When the weak meet the strong, they don't have to kneel down and feel fearful. Instead, they can talk to each other. Dragons and snakes are mixed together, shoulder to shoulder. I want a good society. A relatively equal and fair world. There is a person in the top management who lives alone and commands everything. He is the representative of the world. He stands for the emperor. Under the supervision of all ministers, the system leads the people, and the soldiers defend the people. That's the world I want to create. A world that, although not yet very complete, is 1,000 times stronger than this fallen court. Qingzi listened to the young man's words, and his heart was turned upside down. He didn't expect that this person would have such lofty ambitions to live in the world. He once had the idea of changing the world, but in the end he gave up. In the naval system, he saw too much servility, too much helplessness, too much darkness and transactions behind him. Behind the world court, there is too much filth and corruption. The people underground, they are just the most vulnerable ants. What the upper layers want to do is completely in one thought. Do you really think so? Aokiji asked excitedly with a complicated face. And to complete the world I want, the first thing to do is to cut off the umbrella of the old world. Aokiji, I not only think this way, but also do it this way. It's just that this road will undoubtedly be very difficult and dangerous, and I don't know if it can be completed in the end. However, just as I believe, I have to do this, and I also believe that even if I can't complete it, countless people who come after me will inherit my will, and one day, this world will come. Isn't it? Smiling at Qingzi, Yang Qing turned around and prepared to leave. Please wait a moment. At this moment, Aokiji had already taken the honorific title. Is there anything else? Yang Qing saw that the green pheasant was not here to fight, and turned to ask. But when he turned around, Aokiji took a deep breath, then bent down and bowed. I also want to do something for the world, please take me with you. The younger generation will always have fantasies about the world and the road to be taken in the future. They have ideals and dreams. Nor was it defeated by endless setbacks and pain. Therefore, they dare to struggle and can struggle. Aokiji is not very old, he still belongs to the category of young people. He also wants to change the world, but he has never found a way. But, at this moment, he has met a person who is like him. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Of course I welcome you. Immediately following, the two got on the Reaper one after the other. When they saw the green pheasant appearing on the Shinigami, the eyes of the Shinigami group all flashed, showing a puzzled expression. Captain, who is this uncle? Finally, he said. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. It was the little loli who asked first. Aokiji's face turned black, and some sighed. That time was merciless, and in a blink of an eye, he was already an uncle-level figure. He is Aokiji. Oh, he won't be called Aokiji in the future. Kuzan, his name is Kuzan, and he will be a member of our pirate group from now on. Yang Qing introduced with a smile, which surprised everyone in the boat. Ace glanced at the green pheasant in a daze, then burst out laughing and walked towards the green pheasant. Ha ha ha, you guy, finally gave up on the dark, let's fight together in the future. Aokiji raised his fist, and also bumped with Ace, and answered in a deep voice, it seems that you guys have already decided what to do. I don't know, they didn't tell me the captain's purpose until they were rescued. It's a very exciting, risky thing to do, though, isn't it? Ace laughed loudly, and the rest greeted Aokiji with a smile. Okay, let's talk about the past, now. Yang Qing clapped his hands. Drizzt, start the ship. It's time for us to go to Lovedrew. Chapter 469, The Epitome of the Times. Okay. Drizzt responded with a smile and walked to the rudder. The Grim Reaper roared, then started slowly, followed by acceleration, and quickly disappeared here. Yang Qing was still as usual, sitting cross-legged at the bow of the boat, blowing the sea breeze, smiling and closing his eyes slowly. At this moment, all the crew on the Reaper were there. Ace, Bucky and the others were fighting each other, while Lambus was holding the romance novel in his book and crying, making Robin and Moria secretly laugh. Over time, the crew of the Reaper grew, but it wasn't crowded at all. Little Loli played happily with Nips the fishman, making bursts of happy sounds. Everything seemed extraordinarily warm and sweet. Aokiji leaned against the wall of the ship, calmly seeing the state of the people on the ship, and his heart was quiet. He actually knows the feelings inside the Death God gang very well. It can be said that since the establishment of this pirate group, he has dealt with it countless times. To a certain extent, he was familiar with this pirate group to an incredible realm. At this point, even the officers in the headquarters who study the Death God all day can't compare to him. For the first time, in the Battle of Robin, he faced this pirate group in person. At that time, they were still in their infancy. Compared with the power they have now, it can be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Even he did not expect this pirate group to be able to come this far at such a speed. And later, he has dealt with this pirate group many times, and it can be said that he is very familiar with it. Casting his eyes on the figure in front of him, who was cross-legged, Aokiji also turned around, facing the sea and the sea breeze, letting the wind blow his hair up. In fact, the reason why he joined this pirate group is on the one hand because he did see the difference in this pirate group, and on the other hand, he wanted to use his own experience to verify whether the man in front of him will be maddened, lost in power. Only by standing here can he understand, supervise, and make his choice at a critical moment. Soon, the Reaper crossed the ocean floor and reached the New World. About 10 days later, the Reaper came to the New World, Dressrosa. And at this moment, storms around the world have finally begun to sweep. The victory of the Grim Reaper made the pirates completely arrogant. Countless civilians rushed to the sea because of the pirates' power. Pirates are the masters of this era, brothers. Let's go be pirates. Stop being oppressed by the world court, we want freedom. Ha 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 ha, the pirates have won, it's great. They yelled, took weapons, and formed a pirate group to go to the sea. Compared with the previous era of the great pirates, the era of Lucifer, the god of death, was even more unstoppable. The larger the range, the more ferocious it is. In the first half of the Great Fairway, on an island, the pirates laughed, set a naval station on fire, and then pushed down the wall. Ha 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 ha, sea soldiers are already a thing of the past. Now, the world belongs to us pirates. Wearing a captain's hat, the hideous-looking pirate captain laughed loudly. Here, it is already the 13th naval garrison he occupied and overthrown. After the failure of the navy, pirates all over the world went completely crazy. They no longer had to tolerate the pursuit of them by the navy in the past, but instead took the initiative and launched an attack on the navy. Among them, there are powerful stations to resist, but there are more in this battle, completely collapsed. It can be said that the navy has completely fallen into a crisis in this catastrophe, and their strength has been weakened too much. This is a chaotic world. After the death gods defeated the Marines and overturned the Marines' headquarters, this was his chain reaction. Mad, I'm so angry that Thorlod has the lead again this time. At the port, looking at the flaming navy station, another pirate group shouted angrily. Captain, our supplies are not enough. We are also consuming due to the battle with the navy in the past few days. The brothers are very tired. Behind the tall, slender man with a sharp chin, another said. Aren't there civilians on this island? Ask them to ask for supplies, I believe they will give it. The captain turned his eyes and looked at the village next to the naval station, with a grin on his lips. Hearing what the captain said, the crew all laughed. Yes, they also believe these guys will give. Half an hour later, in the midst of screams and cries, the pirate group entered the village. Captain Thorod, Fields and the others have gone to raid the village on the island. Thorod, who was intoxicated with the burning flames in front of him, was suddenly awakened by the crew's voice, and he could not help but frown. What a disgusting guy for bullying unarmed civilians. Sighing fiercely, Thorod stood up and drew the long sword from his waist. Come on, brothers, teach me a good lesson to those guys with no bottom line, they are really the scum of our pirates. Thorod shouted loudly. Yongqing opened up a chaotic era, where fish and dragons are mixed, and both evil and justice bloom in this era of black and white flowers. Where there is good, there is evil. Thorod was ruthless towards the navy and focused on fighting the navy, but never on civilians. There are pirates like him, and there are also ferocious and bottomless pirates, such as Fields. This island is just. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A microcosm of this era, and only the beginning. With the passage of time, these guys who dare to take action against the sea soldiers will be more daring, and they will one day extend their hands to the high world court. Yongqing became the pirate queen, and did not make any statement to restrain the pirates, but fell into silence. He is condoning, yes, he wants to let go of the thinking of the times and let them know that princes and generals would rather have a seed. All of this was within his expectations. He calculated it very clearly, and was brewing in his heart, waiting for a fruit to ripen. In the village, the two pirate groups soon exchanged fire. Suddenly, the captains of the two sides confronted each other and stood up. Hey, the villagers, get out of here, I have to deal with the scum in this pirate first. Thorod said loudly. The frightened civilians, watching the two pirate groups fighting, gritted their teeth and ran out of the village. Thorod, you are courting death. Fields roared angrily, he had long disliked this guy. Chapter 470 Fujitora. In an instant, the two pirate captains were fighting together. They are all ordinary pirates without fruit ability, relying on excellent martial skills and movement skills to fight quickly. Beside him, the crew of the two pirates also fought. Compared to the unarmed civilians, Phil's pirate group was obviously challenged. However, the combat power of the two pirate groups is actually similar, so it is impossible to tell the winner for a while. Just when there was chaos within the island and the killing was inextricable. Along the coast of the island, a small boat approached here. Sitting cross-legged on the boat was a big man with closed eyes, with a wide and narrow long knife on his leg. At this moment, when he heard the shouting from the island, his tightly closed eyes trembled, but he never opened them. The boat docked, the big man got off the boat, and he quickly came to the side of the panicked villagers. "Excuse me, what happened here?" the big man asked suspiciously. He was burly, standing there like a hill, very deterrent. "Blind man." The panicked civilians heard the voice and turned to look at him. They couldn't help but be surprised. The pirates have come to rob them. Another pirate who killed the sailors is fighting against the robbery pirates. "I think you have a boat. Get out of here quickly. Our family is here and we can't leave. But you, an outsider, should escape as soon as possible." "Yeah, you can't see, it's too dangerous, get out of here." The villagers kindly opened their mouths and suggested that they all persuaded the big man to leave here. "Pirates." The big man sighed, his expression very complicated. Then, he picked up the knife and walked towards both sides of the battle on the island. The villagers behind called him loudly, but got no response from him. This chaotic era is really the misfortune of the common people. In the end, when will it end? This is tragic. The burly man closed his eyes, but he seemed to be able to see everything around him clearly. His speed was very fast, and he came to the front of the pirates in the battle after a while. The pirates were busy fighting, and no one had spare time to take care of him. Therefore, this particularly conspicuous burly man was ignored. "Come on, this wretched battle." Slowly, the big man pulled out his long sword. Then, holding the hilt of the knife in both hands, he slowly slashed forward. Buzz! The air suddenly twisted, and a huge air pressure was suddenly generated. In the area where the pirates are fighting, a strange gravity is generated. Suddenly getting so heavy. "I can't move, what's going on?" The pirates shouted in horror, but the words just came out. The shock wave spread out, and the pirates who were standing all disappeared. At the place where they were before, there was a deep pit with a range of 300 meters. A faint smell of blood came from the deep pit, and the hustle and bustle of the previous war was gone. The burly man slowly put the long knife into the scabbard, then turned around, revealing his face in the shape of a Chinese character. With tightly closed eyes, pursed mouth and lips, the big man looks like a taciturn person, but the aura of justice on his body is shocking. In troubled times, those who make trouble should die. It's a blessing to ignore things. There are too many filthy people in this world that people can't bear to look at. Then, the big man took a step and left the island. No one knows what the big man is called, but in the original book he is a naval general, known as Fujitora. His strength is unfathomable, and his heart is full of justice. The depths of the new world, at this moment, have already boiled. At a glance, the end of this new world is densely covered with ships. On the masts of these ships, the pirate flags fluttered and trembled. On the boat, the laughter of the pirates, the noise came in bursts, like thunder. There are too many pirates here, even covering the entire sea area. Looking at it, it is shocking and unimaginable. Pirates have never had such a spectacular scene as they are today. Ha ha ha, there are too many. There are simply too many pirates here. To tell the truth, I have never seen so many pirates gathered together. This is the first time I know that there are so many people in our pirate gang. That's not true, the pirates here actually have the same idea as you. A grand occasion, a grand occasion. Look at the 4 innermost places. The 4 fleets are adjacent to each other and separated by 1,000 meters. Those are the 4 emperors. They are Shanks, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Death. You are wrong, the Death God pirates are now the Pirate King. Oh, that's right, that's the 3 emperors, one king. Today is the day when the death god pirates stepped into Ralph Drew. It has long been spread in the world, so there are so many pirates gathered together just to witness this spectacular scene with their own eyes. The pirates chatted loudly, and the captain of the pirate group, whom he did not know on weekdays, was like a good friend whom he hadn't seen for many years, and he had a very lively chat. I have to say that such a scene is a miracle in the history of pirates. Where's the Reaper? Hasn't it come yet? Not yet, it is estimated that it will be soon, the time has come. This is the closest place to Ralph Drew. There are so many pirate gangs gathered today, and many of them are contradicting each other. However, none of these people will go to war today. The Pirate King is here, and everyone has to give him one face. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Quote. Hee, according to legend, Lucifer is powerful and has become the world's #1 powerhouse, and he is decisive in killing. On this day, who would dare to break ground on Tai's way? It was also extremely chaotic, very noisy, and they were all discussing the death of the gang. Or they are telling the story of their past, or they are studying the strong men of their gang. From cadres to captains, and even those soldiers with a bounty of 20 to 30 million, have been thoroughly studied. In the deepest part, the three emperors are separated everywhere. That boy Lucifer, he hasn't come yet, so it's today, right? Hee, it doesn't matter if the time is late. It's the first time I know that there are so many pirates. To be honest, it's really shocking to see such a number of pirates gathered together. Whitebeard talks to Shanks. Some of these pirates are guys who once gave up their identities. The Pirate King was born, and they naturally came back. Even so, this number is too much. Shanks sighed. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come on. Chapter 471 Enthroned. Shanks said the word, and Whitebeard also turned his eyes to the place where his line of sight was. At the moment when the two turned their heads, there were bursts of thunderous whispers from the densely packed pirate ship. Come on. The Death God pirates are here. That's it, the Reaper, here it comes, here they come. In an instant, the originally noisy sea calmed down. Countless pirates turned around with excitement on their faces and looked back. On the wide sea behind, at the extreme sea level, a black spot slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the huge canvas and the pirate flag flying wildly against the sea breeze. The ferocious skeleton and the dark sickle are like death descending, with awe-inspiring majesty. Except for the first few reminders, all the pirates fell into silence. The entire sea area was silent at this moment. They are all watching. A new generation of One Piece reigns in the world. The Reaper sailed into the wind, breaking the waves, keeping a constant speed. In people's eyes, his speed does not seem to be fast, but he has unknowingly approached the large number of ships. At the front, Yang Qing smiled and sat cross-legged on top of the pitch-black sculpture. Beside him, Lolita's drooling eyes looked curiously at the scene in front of her. Behind Yang Qing, on the side of the statue, all the members of the Death God pirates divided their fighting forces and stood on both sides of the bow arc in a fan shape. Everyone, at this moment, saw the shocking scene in front of them. Have the pirates from all over the world come? It's really shocking. No, these are just the pirates of the New World. They are all here to welcome us and see us rule the world. Accept their worship, brothers, ha ha ha. Drizzt, Luo, Dylan's, Bucky, Ace, etc. actively crossed, laughing. Aokiji looked at the dense pirate ship in front of him with a little daze, and at a glance, it seemed like a large group of crows formed in the sky, and he was also a little shocked. He had never seen such a large scale of pirates gathered together. Slowly, the Reaper got closer and closer to the massive fleet. The sea breeze was blowing quietly, and there were seagulls soaring in the sky, fighting against the sea water and flying to the sky. Approaching. Get out of the way for One Piece. Suddenly, an explosion sounded, spreading throughout the fleet. The huge pirate ship suddenly became nervous at this moment, and then moved. Maid, hurry up and make way for One Piece. There was a little noise in the fleet, but after a while, it was quiet again. A spacious sea road slowly appeared in front of the Death God. Go straight all the way, the Death God's speed does not decrease. Just before entering the seaway, Yang Qing slowly stood up, and lowly looked at the person beside her suspiciously, not knowing what he was going to do. Lori, use your eyes to see all the current situations clearly. This is our pirate group, the most peak and peak scene. Remember him for a lifetime. From this moment on, you are the crew of One Piece. Saying these words softly, Yang Qing stretched out his hand behind his back. In the next breath, the sound of sword chants resounded, and a pitch-black long sword was lifted by him. Roar! With a roar in the sky, the incomparably overbearing tyrannical arrogance suddenly radiated in all directions. In just a moment, the entire sea shuddered. The expressions of all the pirates changed slightly at this time. Is this the spirit of One Piece? Too scary. My legs are shaking. I feel like I can't stand anymore. What a terrible momentum. I didn't dare look him in the eyes, not even him. It was horrible. Don't talk nonsense. The God of Death is still domineering after control, otherwise, it is impossible for you to even wake up now. In the fleet, bursts of low roars came out. At this moment, all pirates were deterred by the momentum of One Piece. The Grim Reaper slowly moved along the unfolding channel, heading towards the innermost. While it was advancing, in the corner of the pirate fleet, many people quietly removed the camera of the videophone bug. At the same time, the scene here has also appeared on screens around the world. As you can see, in the sea area in front of Ralph Drew, at this moment, a large number of pirates have gathered. And here, the most shocking event in the history of pirates is happening. One Piece Lucifer, the Death Gods, is ascending the throne and holding his coronation ceremony. 10,000 boats greet each other, clear the way for them, and one boat walks alone to become king. This is the enthronement ceremony of Lucifer, the god of death. At this moment, the whole sea area is filled with its domineering aura, and countless pirates are nervous even breathing at this moment. They are witnessing the advent of a new era in the history of pirates. Compared to Roger the Pirate King, Lucifer's enthronement ceremony is undoubtedly larger in scale. His momentum is like a rainbow, and with one person, he is actually a pirate group that has gathered the entire new world. There is no doubt that the summoning power of this new One Piece is countless times greater than that of Roger. Almost all over the world, everyone swallowed their saliva and watched the ceremony of Yang Qing's enthronement. This scene made them nervous. As the man on the screen said, it was the biggest event ever. In the quiet sea area, among the densely packed fleets, on a spacious seaway, the Death God trotted on the waves, and soon, it had reached the middle of the three emperors, and then stopped steadily. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The domineering aura slowly dissipated, and the sea returned to calm again. Next, One Piece will set foot on the last island, Ralph Drew, and finish his journey. Countless people swallowed their saliva and widened their eyes nervously. Didn't Big EPUB come? Yang Qing glanced at it and asked calmly. If you didn't come, those old ladies, who are arrogant, won't come. Kaido said with a smile in his heart. After all, someone will not give you face. Lucifer boy, what are you going to do? So it is. Yang Qing nodded, and then said lightly, since this is the case, there is no need for 4 emperors on the sea. This plain sentence undoubtedly clarified the fate of Big EPUB, one of the emperors. On today's day, if his face is swept away, he will naturally not show mercy. At the enthronement ceremony, the pirate king Lucifer said one word and decided the fate of Big EPUB, one of the 5 emperors. Chapter 472 Destroy Ralph Drew. This new king is unexpectedly strong and domineering. On the screen, a calm male voice said slowly, making people all over the world tremble. Obviously, the king was angry. Immediately after, they saw that the king ignored the topic, turned around and looked at the island not far ahead. Here, it's Ralph Drew. Yang Qing's eyes flickered and he murmured. Yes, according to legend, Roger put all his treasures there. Boy Reaper, do you want to see it? Whitebeard laughed. Roger became the pirate king. Wealth, treasure, maybe too many to count. Oh, that's a crazy amount of money. Hearing this sentence, people in the world were a little excited and went crazy. Does it really exist? One Piece. Really, Roger's treasure belongs to Lucifer, the god of death. I really want to see what One Piece is. People are all excited, staring at the screen, wanting to know what Lucifer will say next. Sure enough, Yang Qing on the screen then spoke up. Of course I'll see, that's what I'm here for today. With a faint smile, he waved his hand, and the Reaper set sail again, heading towards the island that was already close at hand. What is the mysterious treasure? How attractive is the thing that set off the entire age of pirates? The pirates on the whole sea area are looking forward to watching the huge ship at this moment, sailing to the island, and then mooring when it reaches the coast. Time passed slowly, and 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye. When they saw the Reaper humming and driving again, their hearts were itching. What the hell is a One Piece? Did he get it? One Piece, this moment will truly be born. The Reaper approached the huge fleet again. When Yang Qing arrived in front of the three emperors with contemplation, suddenly, an excited voice came from among the pirates. Tell us, One Piece. What the hell is there on that island? Does One Piece really exist? What is it? Yes, One Piece, tell us quickly, is our pursuit wrong? Roars came out one after another, showing the mental state of the pirates at this moment. All over the world, people are constantly shouting such words in the sky. People all over the world, at this moment want to know the existence of One Piece. Headquarters of the World Court. Damn boy, don't talk nonsense anymore. Sora clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table. He is also helpless in his heart, and he clearly knows that at this moment, it is useless to say anything. The general trend, I just hope that the legendary treasure is a trick to deceive people. Hearing the pirates suddenly ask aloud, Yang Qing was taken aback for a moment, then turned around and smiled at the huge fleet. One Piece. Yes, he is real. A simple sentence completely ignited the whole world. At this moment, countless people have excited expressions on their faces, and they actually exist. The truth is crazy. I don't know how many people, and their hearts have the hope of becoming the pirate king at this time. However, after that, Yang Qing said another sentence. To be honest, seeing you guys so happy, I really don't want to do the next thing. However, I think it will make you more aware of what a One Piece is. These two sentences made people all over the world a little confused, they didn't understand. But the next scene made their faces change greatly, and they completely understood the meaning of Yang Qing's words. Drizzt. One Piece roared and called out a name they were all familiar with. Then they saw Drizzt answer and stand by the rudder, steering the boat, aiming at the huge Ralph Drew ahead. After a breath, a sturdy, pitch-black cannon barrel stretched out from the front of the Reaper. The barrel of this cannon, with its dark body, shone with penetrating light, making people shudder. It was also at this moment that everyone had doubts in their hearts. Lucifer, what are you going to do? Woo! The dull sound spread throughout the sea, and the huge barrel at the front of the death god finally stabilized, pointing directly at the island in front. Bombed him! Yang Qing roared loudly, causing the entire sea and the whole world to change their faces. Kid Reaper, what are you doing? Whitebeard was shocked. Lucifer, no. Shanks was also horrified. Ha ha ha, fun, fun, One Piece, destroy Ralph Drew. Kaido laughed. And people all over the world are even more stunned. What is this for? Is One Piece going to destroy Ralph Drew? Is One Piece going to be destroyed? Why is this? Our hope is completely cut off. Countless people hugged their heads and cried. The meaning of many pirates to survive is this illusory hope, but at this moment, as a pirate, Lucifer, I am going to shatter this dream. Roger kicks off the era of the great pirates, announcing One Piece. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Existence of CE. Then, when I, Lucifer, became One Piece, I have to tell you another thing. What exactly is the One Piece in my heart? At this moment, Yang Qing's voice rang out. With his back to Ralph Drew, his voice was as majestic as a god. Save energy, Analu, Drizzy's slow voice rang out. And, Ace, let's help too. Ace and Analu quickly got on the platform, and then touched one of the buttons. Qingzi's eyes narrowed, looking at all this, wondering in his heart, what are these people going to do? He had never seen a weapon capable of destroying an island. Could this pitch-black barrel do that? Unless... Aokiji's face suddenly changed, and two words came out of his mouth, Pluto. The Reaper began to shake violently, and energy began to accumulate in front of the pitch-black barrel. In the terrified eyes of all the pirates, in front of the huge barrel, a spherical blue and red air wave appeared there. There is violent energy inside this air wave that is constantly rotating, colliding, and changing violently, and it looks very dangerous. After 3 breaths, the air wave suddenly expanded to a 3-jong radius, making a crackling sound. After another 2 breaths, Drizzy's pupils shrank and he let out a loud roar. Shoot. Chapter 473 1_ Buzz. It can be clearly seen that after Drizzt roared, a large area of void began to twist in front of the huge pitch-black barrel. The scorching high temperature caused white fog to rise on the sea below it. After an instant, a huge impact force came out from the barrel, hitting the air wave of the high-energy aggregate violently, causing it to rush into the sky and draw a beautiful arc. Bang! The huge voice came out just now, and the eyes of everyone around the world were focused on this crazy shelling at this moment. Time seems to slow down, some people cry at this time, some people are stunned at this time, and some people scream in despair at this time. But no matter what they do, they can't stop it from happening. After a breath, the explosion that shocked the whole world came out, making everyone's heart tremble. The soaring flames rushed into the sky, and half of the sky was reflected in red. The entire island of Ralph Drew trembled wildly under the bombardment of this highly compressed energy. Shake up. At first glance, it was as if this emotionless island was frightened and frightened. Boom. Flames, lightning, white smoke, and dust filled the sea. The seismic wave also began to spread out at this time, and ripples appeared on the sea surface, rippling towards everyone's ships. Dylan's took one step forward, stretched out one hand, and let out a soft sound from his mouth. Stop. All the shocks that can spread to people in front of people in an instant, suddenly stopped. The explosions continued, and the island of Love Drew began to collapse, and sink into the bottom of the sea. With the sky-high fire as the background, Yang Qing once again faced the world. Ralph Drew is destroyed, and Onti Ice is gone. Tell me, what else did you see? Fire, lightning, dust, or the island that's sinking to the bottom of the ocean? After a pause, Yang Qing's eyes flashed with infinite light, and his voice suddenly became high. I was right, the One Piece is real. Ralph Drew is ruined, but the One Piece lives on. I tell you, what is it? In a few words, the eyes of the whole world were attracted by Yang Qing. Countless people's eyes were turned to him at this moment. They were hesitant and overwhelmed at the moment, and they all disappeared at this moment, and they were full of hope again. The so-called One Piece is that. Yang Qing's voice became very high, and the next moment, he shouted loudly. It's freedom. It's a dream. It's an unbreakable inheritance will, and it's the most precious and precious thing in your heart. In a child's heart, One Piece may be just a rag doll. In a woman's heart, it may be a man who ran away from home, and a person trapped in prison is freedom. It is hope, freedom, light, fearlessness, courage, dreams, and the splendid fire that can burn in your hearts. It is not wealth, not fame, not status. It is what you want most in your hearts. Got something? Roger ignited the greed, desire, and desire in your hearts, and let him take root, but at this moment, I tell you what it is. Of course, none of this matters at this moment. In this era, One Piece is change. It's change. It's your power to pursue equality, your dreams, and your happiness. Any violence and privilege that is on your head should be overturned. What the heck is a One Piece? It is the happy country you want to build in your dreams. This is the One Piece. It will not be given any physical form, it is just a spirit and a righteous energy. It is our driving force to change, move forward, and take risks. Every sentence, every sound is extremely high and shocking. At this moment, under Yang Qing's explanation and shouting, countless people's hearts trembled, and enlightenment appeared in their eyes. There were smiles on their faces, and their eyes were a little erratic. They seemed to think of what they wanted to protect and get. Boom. Ralph Drew, who was behind him, was finally silent in the firelight, and the huge voice also shook everyone to shiver. Now, everyone who feels that life is unfair and wants to pursue happiness. As long as you still have the courage and want the future, stand up and change the world with me. No more kneeling, no more bowing, no more humiliation, no more crying. This world is too turbid, let us change it together and create a brand new world. Go get that real One Piece. Yang Qing's voice continued, and when Ralph Drew sank completely, his voice also calmed down. In the whole sea area, it was quiet, and every pirate's face was a little dazed, a little sluggish, and a little overwhelmed. But then, when they saw the young figure standing in front of them, their hearts trembled. This is the One Piece. Freedom, equality, dream, pursuit, courage, fearlessness, change, revolt. No kneeling, no bowing, no more submission and power. People murmured in their mouths, their faces. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Gradually tears appeared, smiles appeared, and they wept. People who have never experienced suffering do not know how precious happiness is. People who have never experienced starvation have no idea how a grain of rice can save your life. They live in this unequal world, so they understand more about the preciousness of the words freedom, dreams, courage, and equality. History is blank, it's not scary. The scary thing is that the will of the ancestors passed down from generation to generation has been forgotten. The scary thing is that you have forgotten what you once wanted to do. This is the One Piece. Slowly, Yang Qing spoke again. Damn it. At the imperial court of the world, Kong punched the tabletop, and the wooden table made of solid wood shattered into pieces. His eyes swept away, and when he saw the sea soldiers standing here, his eyes flashed, full of confusion and emotion, and he immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. This kid, he's about to cause another big change. The scope this time is the whole world. Above the sea, the pirates who had been quiet for a long time finally had their eyes firm. It turns out that One Piece, I already got it. Roar, brothers, let's all change the world. Roar. The entire sea was completely boiling. Chapter 474 Destroying Big Mum. Whitebeard, Shanks, and Kaido looked in shock at the pirates who were completely in a frenzy on the sea, and their eyes were full of incredible. If anyone else said these words, they would not have the same effect as Yang Qing. But at this moment, accompanied by the silent Ralph Drew behind them, the sky-high fire, coupled with Yang Qing's identity at the moment, under such comprehensive conditions, the accuracy and convincing power of these words have risen countlessly times, set off a change in the whole world. From this moment on, the brilliance of faith and hope ignited in everyone's heart. Courage, fearlessness, the pursuit of equality, and the dream of justice filled people's hearts. Everyone had a twinkle in their eyes, a smile on their face, and hope. The world needs a leader and an enlightenment. And there is no doubt that Yang Qing has become the leader. He will be a rebel, the first changer who will lead countless people to change the world. The scope has spread from this moment, and it is no longer narrow only for pirates. The sea boiled for 3 days and 3 nights, the singing continued, and the strong smell of wine rushed into the sky and filled the sea. Everyone is crazy and celebrating. Ralph Drew's silence set off a prelude to a new era. No one was sad anymore. No one was hysterical anymore, but a new light was born in their hearts. On the Reaper. What the hell is going on with this kid's strength? It seems to be getting stronger. Whitebeard looked at Yang Qing, who was sitting on the bow, in shock. His eyes were full of strangeness. His fruit ability seems to have advanced to a new level, and it is getting stronger every moment. Dylan said vaguely. He himself is not very clear, just heard what Yang Qing said in his spare time. With time, his power will probably reach an outrageous state. Shanks sighed. I really want to know how he became stronger. Kaido's eyes flashed. The bouncing loli heard the conversation of several people, and then ran over happily. I know what's going on with the captain. Huh. Several people turned their attention to her, looking at her with interest. Big Brother once told me that his fruit ability is increasing every moment, and it won't take long for him to cover the entire world of pirates. At that time, he will be truly invincible. Cover the whole world. Everyone gasped and felt horrified. How huge is the pirate world, the 4 seas, the Great Waterway, the New World, countless islands? Can Yang Qing's fruit ability actually cover the entire world? Is it true? Muttering, Whitebeard said. Maybe it's true, because a few days ago, the captain's coverage has reached 3 million miles. Dylan said. Hi. Taking another breath, they were speechless. What a huge range of 3 million miles, coupled with Yang Qing's fruit attributes. What a powerful ability. It's like a real god. Is this kid still human? In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Among the 4 emperors, there has always been an emperor who has never met a new One Piece. At the coronation ceremony of One Piece, the emperor did not come. On this day, One Piece's ship finally sailed to this sea area. Everyone knows that this is a battle of extermination. The 4 emperors Big Umum, no matter how defiant the sky is, will definitely not be able to withstand the destruction of the fleet of One Piece. Above the vast sea, the fish jumped over their bodies, and a huge ship split the waves and moved forward quickly. Under the eyes of the crew of the Big Umum pirates, this huge pirate ship came quickly, causing them to panic. Come on, they're here. Who's here? What are you panicking about? One Piece, Lucifer. The Death God pirates are here, they are here to destroy us. At the coronation ceremony of One Piece, everyone could hear clearly what Lucifer said. Therefore, this time, the purpose of the arrival of the Death God pirates is very clear to everyone. Soon, the crew passed messages to each other, reporting to Baikumum. Is Reaper here? It's really fast. Captain, what should we do? The crew said in panic. What should I do? Big Umum looked at the crewman. The huge pressure made the crewman's face change immediately. Others recognize him as the Pirate King. Mom, I don't recognize him. Hit him. What are you afraid of? Kill him, and we'll be one piece. Big Umum's voice made the crew members immediately stunned, and then there was ambition from the heart. Mom is right, kill One Piece. Isn't that the new One Piece? For a time, the crew of the Big Umum pirates became excited, and the initial fear slowly dissipated. Mom is right, let's kill them, One Piece is ours. The crew began to shout excitedly. In an instant, a ship sailed out of the port. Then, it launched an attack towards the huge pirate ship approaching. Boom 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 boom. A series of shelling sounds made the originally calm sea immediately noisy, and the smell of gunpowder smoke filled the air. On the Reaper, Yang Qing stood on the bow and looked forward calmly. Drizzt, are you ready? Okay, the energy is finished, and it will be launched immediately. Drizzt laughed, and the people on the boat were all over the place. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Is looking forward. After 2 breaths, the sky was covered with a rain of pitch-black cannonballs, falling towards the Death God. However, a sharp sound suddenly came from the entire huge sea area. Huh! In the horrified eyes of everyone, a spherical energy light group rose into the sky above the huge barrel that stretched out in front of the Reaper. Like the hottest rays, this energy is terrifyingly fast. instantly piercing the pitch-black cannonballs in the sky, causing them to explode, forming a continuous flame, exploding in the air like fireworks. And this huge air wave fell into the position where Bigu Mum was, and plunged down. Boom! An incomparably huge explosion came out, terrifying flames covered a huge sea area, and a large area of sea water was evaporated into white mist. The mushroom cloud rose from the front, and the surging shock wave rippled out layer by layer, setting off a gust of wind, blowing away sand and stones, and the wind caused the ships in this sea area to be lifted up. On the sea, there was an uproar, and a huge tsunami occurred. In a trance, as if entering the end of the world. Chapter 475 _. The ripples spread out from the sea, and the tsunami roared and set off huge waves, heading in all directions. In the area where the Bigu Mum pirates were before, a huge mushroom cloud rose up, with white eyes, rushing high into the sky. This is an extremely spectacular scene, like the destruction of Ralph Drew. Only flames and lightning, the high temperature wiped out everything. No one could save their lives under such a terrifying attack. The terrifying attack completely wiped out the entire Bigu Mum pirates in an instant. The thundering means of the death god pirates shocked the whole world. Bigu Mum, it's over. The entire island, as well as the surrounding waters, was completely evaporated by that blow. Is that huge explosion an ancient weapon? According to legend, an ancient weapon has the power to destroy an island, and the death god and ancient weapons are probably not much different. People were talking in horror, and they were completely shocked by the power of the death god gang in their hearts. The naval headquarters, Kong is also here at the moment. The newly built naval headquarters has not been completely completed, but the main part is almost there, and it can be used here. This is the power of ancient weapons. This kid, Death, really got ancient weapons. It's really abominable, Kong said angrily. Kizaru also had a solemn expression on his face, and in the Battle of the Top, the navy was severely damaged. The originally huge naval team has shrunk by an unknown amount since then. And what is even more frightening is that the naval headquarters has lost its ability to monitor the entire sea. All over the world, I don't know how many villains attacked the Marines. Even the Marine garrison that was preserved before was scattered because they could not bear such pressure. In such a state, the Navy can be said to have officially withdrawn from the stage of history. There must be sailors in this era, Kizaru, and you must resume all work as soon as possible. I control the world's military power, but it is difficult for the army to fight in the sea, and it is impossible to hunt down pirates on the sea. Kong said, he is telling the truth. The army is indeed very strong, but it is absolutely impossible to fight in the sea. The pirates, led by Lucifer, the Pirate King, and developed by the 4 emperors as their branches, have become completely mature and are difficult to fight against. Kizaru shook his head and said, Marshal, your mission is too difficult. Marines, the pressure is too great now, and after that war, prestige has declined and civilians have lost trust in the Navy. Quote. And, what's even more terrifying is that the words of One Piece Lucifer that day, he ignited the rebellion and insidiousness of this world, and then, the world will completely explode. No one can stop such a great era. Sora's face was gloomy, and his expression was very ugly. Unite the nations of the world and attack the pirates all over the world. Before they gather together, break them up for me. Kong said sternly. Soon countries all over the world received such orders, and they issued orders one after another. The army united, blocked the sea area, and launched a fatal blow to the pirates. In a very short time, above the sea, the battle between the pirates and the world court started. The imperial court of the world is furious, ha ha ha. They are afraid, they are afraid, they are afraid that the will of One Piece will destroy everything they are now. They are afraid of the people who were under them before, but instead ride on their heads. The wrath of those in power, it's so much fun. Above the sea, pirates are the most free. These temporarily organized armies, compared with the Navy, are simply negligible in combat effectiveness, and cannot have any effect on the pirates at all. They fight whenever they want, and leave when they want, but they leave the armies of these countries helpless. In a sea area, the panting Blackbeard jumped up. Whoosh, it hurts me. One heart was destroyed, and he replaced another, but compatibility with the body was a big problem. This made him suffer from pain every day and night during this period of time. Tiki, what should we do now? One Piece has been completely established. If Lucifer sees us, he will definitely kill all of us. I really don't want to live in the plateau area like this. One by one the crew members complained, making Blackbeard's eyes flash. Lucifer, he did a good thing too. Let's sail, and we're going to occupy a country. Blackbeard said directly, very bold. What, Titch, did you make a mistake? I'm not wrong. Lucifer ignited people's hearts, Roger guides people to the sea, and this kid leads people at sea to overthrow the old world. This is the general trend. We are pirates, and naturally we should do such a thing. Blackbeard laughed. There are many blind people in the world, but Blackbeard clearly understood the meaning behind the series of things that Yang Qing was sitting on. Is it really going to take down a country? The crew's eyes flashed, and it would be great if they could really rule a country too. Born as a human, who doesn't want to be a human being? But over the years, the World Court Alliance and the nobility have been established, and subordinates without rights cannot rise to the top at all. You still don't understand. The world has changed. Ship. Blackbeard shouted loudly. On the Reaper, Dillons looked at the fire in front of him. What shall we do next? This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The new world is the territory of pirates, so let him become a complete world. Yang Qing's eyes were deep and he said softly. Drizzt, drive the ship 300 miles forward. I want to try, can my idea work? Drizzt was taken aback and didn't understand what the captain was going to do, but he complied. After a while, the Reaper came to the sea. The people on the boat glanced around, and they found that there were 5 islands not far from here. And the Death God is staying at the center of these 5 islands. Aokiji's eyes flashed and he came over. Lucifer, what are you going to do? I want to try, with my ability, whether the land can be unified. The chaotic situation is precisely because of these scattered islands. If the islands become one, the land becomes extremely large, and all people live on the same land. What will happen? Yang Qing smiled. What? Can this be done too? Aokiji looked at the 5 huge islands and said in a daze. Chapter 476 Whether they believed Yang Qing could do such a thing or not, the latter had already flew over the head of the pitch-black sculpture, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Yang Qing began to spread out his fruit ability, the ability to control the fruit, wrapped his spiritual power, and instantly covered a huge area at an extremely fast speed. 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 300,000 miles, 500,000 miles, 100,000 miles, in less than 2 breaths, his divine sense and fruit ability have already enveloped the range of 1,000,000 miles. Within 1,000,000 miles, everything is his domain, and a single thought can turn the world upside down. In an instant, he had covered all 5 islands not far away within his own range. After exuding all his abilities, a strange color suddenly appeared in his eyes. Interesting, the battle on the top. You ran away. I didn't expect to see it here again. It's really good luck, Titch. At that time, I had no time to take care of you. Now, can you still run? With a call, after 5 breaths, a winding and long dragon body appeared in the sky, roaring endlessly, roaring towards Yang Qing below. What do you tell me to do? Is Benlong still busy? On an island 130,000 miles northwest of here, Blackbeard's group. Destroy them. Facing Taiju's doubts, Yang Qing said quietly. And, Taizu snorted, then swayed and left here. The eyes of the crew on the ship turned cold, especially Ace, who was even more angry. Titch, Captain, let me go. No, Tizu is enough. That guy, his strength is not so terrible, but he is very skilled in timing and fighting. Eyes flashed. It is not 2 years later. 2 years later in the original book, Blackbeard has grown into one of the 4 emperors, replacing Whitebeard. His strength is naturally terrifying, but at this moment, although he is also powerful, it is far inferior to the original. Call. Closing his eyes, Yang Qing exhaled slowly, then inhaled, his pupils suddenly turned golden like vertical pupils. Next, he will focus all his energy on the big event in front of him. Compared with Blackbeard, if this can be done, it will have a profound impact on the entire pirate world. It's just a small attempt, but it's crucial. In his mind, everything on the 5 islands was clearly seen by him. Devil Fruit's ability radiates quickly, covering everything above it. Of the 5 islands, 3 are desolate, and 2 are inhabited by humans. It's all islands floating on the sea. Very good, it can be done, and the difficulty is reduced a lot. Some islands in the sea have foundations connected to the surface of the planet, which are very solid and difficult to move. But some are floating on the sea. Just because they are heavy, it is difficult to move. If you want to let him move and change this kind of island, it is very simple. These islands are much larger than the islands controlled by the Golden Lion. Those controlled by the Golden Lion, although huge, are mostly created by others, and they are not as huge as the real nature. Slowly, Yang Qing wrapped his abilities around 5 islands, and manifested himself on 2 inhabited islands. The people on the 2 islands live and work in peace and contentment, and their days are leisurely and natural. It was a sunny day, and many people were laboring, watering the vegetables in the fields, or sitting and chatting in the yard. At this moment, out of the corner of their eyes, they suddenly saw a large area of brilliant rays of light in the sky, converging and changing, and they were immediately surprised. What's that? Those rays of light are converging, as if they have become one person. God manifested. My God, is this true? People were shocked, and some even fell to their knees and worshipped. At this moment, the rays of light condensed and condensed together, forming a figure of light and shadow, about 10 feet long, standing high in the sky, and the sound floated down from the sky. Don't panic, everyone. Next, I will use my strength to bring together the 5 islands in this sea area and integrate them into one to increase your range of activities. There may be some shaking in between, please don't worry. For safety's sake, in addition, please stand up immediately in the house and gather in the open space. After this loss, I will help you make up for it. The move will start in a quarter of an hour, please act quickly. The majestic but gentle voice spread across the 2 islands, which contained a touch of domineering, which was imprinted in people's hearts. Soon, the people on both islands ran, came out of the house, and stood in the open space. The deity in the sky was obviously not an ordinary person, and the people on the island listened carefully to what he said. During this quarter of an hour, even the animals in the mountains and forests ran out obediently, standing not far from humans, without panicking. What a god, even animals can understand his words. The villagers exclaimed, and they were even more convinced of what the light and shadow in the sky said. It must be a god. He said that the 5 islands will be merged into one, is that true? That way, when we do business with those islands, we don't have to drive the boat that far, which is great. It's definitely not wrong for the gods to say so. The villagers were talking to each other with excited expressions on their faces. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Just as the villagers were talking, someone with sharp eyes suddenly saw the 3 islands in the distance tremble violently, and the dust suddenly rose up. Look, those 3 uninhabited islands are moving. Really, all 3 islands moved. On the Reaper, Yang Qing's eyes became sharp, his fists clenched tightly, and all his strength was concentrated on the 5 islands in front of him. On 3 of the 5-person islands, there was a rumbling tremor, cracks appeared on the ground, and dust formed a look that covered the sky. The trees above are also swaying. There were a lot of bubbles in the sea around it, and the fish began to flee in panic. The 3 islands were all controlled by Yang Qing at this moment. They began to tremble, and then moved. It's really heavy. Gritting his teeth, Yang Qing suddenly stared. Move me. Boom. At this moment, the three islands trembled violently, and at the next moment, they really started to move on the sea like ships. Chapter 477 Magnetic Field Fusion. A large piece of seawater began to vibrate violently, and bubbles rolled out. The entire sea area swayed in an instant, and the three fast-running islands rammed into each other, like ferocious beasts running over the sea. The three islands were constantly shaking, and the beasts on them fled in fear, not knowing what happened. On the ground, cracks began to appear. This is the huge fruit ability to drive everything, and the vibration force caused by it is unavoidable. Because there are no human beings on these three islands, Yangqing did not have any reservations when he exerted his power. When the humans on the other two islands were observed, they were all ready. Yangqing squinted again, and carefully surrounded the two islands with the power of the devil fruit. Boom. Trembling suddenly, with a shake, the people on the island were all shaking, and many people sat down on the ground, causing countless people to panic. But then, the shaking was much smaller, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. Then, they felt that the island under them began to move slowly. The speed is not multi-block, but it is really moving. Moving. Really moving. Gods, there are really gods moving the island, my god. Are the five islands really going to merge? Really? People shouted excitedly, and some even got down on their knees reverently and began to worship. Everything Yangqing was sitting on at this time was really like a god. 3 hours later, the three uninhabited islands collided with each other first. With a loud bang, dust covered the sky, and layers of ripples spread out from the sea. As Yangqing waved his hand, the dust in the sky was bound together by an invisible force, and then fell to the ground, forming a hill. Immediately afterwards, the cracks on the island began to heal, and in just a few moments, they were fully restored. This is Yangqing experimenting with his ability to control the island, and the result is as he thought, his power has reached an unimaginable level. Nodding, the speed of the two-manned islands began to speed up. The sea wind blew on the faces of the people on it, causing their hair to flutter, but these people were not panicked at the moment. Their eyes were full of excitement as they watched the three islands get closer and closer. In about 2 hours, the five islands slowly approached. By this time, the people on the two islands had been able to clearly see each other on the opposite side, and they were all very surprised. The islands are only tens of meters apart, which is very close. At this moment, the speed of their movement also became extremely slow. The closer he got, the more serious Yangqing's face became. 10 minutes later, the two uninhabited islands collided, causing people to fall to the ground with the huge shaking and shaking. The sound of rumble spread almost all over this sea area, causing the sea to churn continuously. Yangqing's face was serious, and the ability of the devil fruit covered the island, and began to merge the places where the two islands touched together extremely quickly. This island contains a lot of metal, soil, and various elements. At this moment, in front of his powerful ability, it quickly merged. And the three five-person islands also roared and came into contact with these two islands, and under their abilities, they quickly merged into one. The sweat on his forehead slowly seeped out. At this point, the five islands have been initially merged together. His experiment has also reached the final step. My god, the gods really fused these five islands together. Our range of activities has increased 5 or 6 times at once. That's a guy from Dora's Island, I just went there the other day. At this moment, the people on the two islands looked at each other in shock, their eyes full of surprise. The fusion of islands is not only a huge change in land, but also represents the fusion of civilizations. Economy, culture, history, will all fuse and collide at this moment. This is comparable to a god, a creator-like means, which makes people full of admiration. Crack. At this moment, thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. Visible to the naked eye, the space around the entire island seems to be a little distorted, and colorful rays of light appear. Suddenly, the new big island became colorful, but it also made the people on the island panic. They can all see that beneath these beautiful lines, there are endless horrors hidden. The thunder and fire began to split, and one after another landed on the ground, and a large area of the ground began to scorch black. What's going on? Isn't it successful? Ace shouted, his eyes full of doubts. It's the magnetic field. The fusion between the islands changed their original magnetic field, and the magnetic field also fused again. Staring at the huge island in the distance, Drizzt said solemnly, if the magnetic field fusion goes wrong, then the 5 islands there will be an explosion, and it will sink into the sea in an instant. Quote. Because, at that time, the climate will become very strange and even affect this sea area. Everyone looked up, and sure enough, a large cloud of clouds had appeared in the sky, with thunder snakes wandering among them, and the wind began to sweep. These are all natural phenomena caused by the disorder of the magnetic field. The reason why the Great Waterway has magical islands and various strange phenomena is because of the different magnetic fields. Qingzi's eyes were solemn, and he looked at Yang Qing, only to see that he was also very serious at the moment. In fact, at this moment, Yang Qing's heart is also extremely cautious, and the 5 islands and land have been completely integrated. But a more important problem arose, that of combing that frantic magnetism. The original magnetic force of the island, invisible and intangible, shrouded the sky above the island, distributed in lines, and surrounded it. But at the moment, 5 different or elliptical, or cone-shaped magnetic forces collide together, causing them to deform and then stagger. Thus, this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. There was an immediate problem. At this time, Yang Qing was sorting out the chaotic lines. He controlled his ability, quickly combed these lines one by one, and then shaped them into new orbits, allowing them to become stable again around the new island. This speed, Yang Qing is very fast. Magnetic disorder is a very serious phenomenon. In the previous life, if the magnetic force of the Earth was disordered, it would cause the seasons to be chaotic, earthquakes, and even rays from outside the universe would come, creating a world-destroying scene. Here, the disturbance of the magnetic force will cause the island to be destroyed in an instant. Chapter 478 The Death of Blackbeard. The magnetic force is invisible and people can't see it, but in Yang Qing's eyes, they can feel it exactly. One by one, these chaotic lines were quickly sorted out. This speed is very fast, and in just 30 seconds, most of the magnetic force has been gathered together by him. At this time, the violent thunder and lightning on the island had begun to slowly disappear, and the entire island calmed down again, making people breathe a sigh of relief. 3 minutes later, the magnetic lines on the island had been completely stabilized by Yang Qing. The strong wind dissipated, the thunder and lightning disappeared, and the scene of the dark clouds over the sea disappeared instantly. Woo! Slowly heaving a sigh of relief, Yang Qing finally relaxed. Although this experiment was the first time to do it, it was complete and completed perfectly. If you do it next time, it will undoubtedly be faster and easier. It's stabilized. Captain, even the magnetic force can be controlled now, it's really scary. Drizzt exclaimed, standing on the bow, looking at the island in the distance, with sincere admiration in his heart. This is really the means of the gods, just like the creation of the world. Is it done? Qingzi came over and asked softly. Not yet, I have to test here for a few more days. Yang Qing shook his head, looked at the island in the distance, and said with a smile. At the same time, Tizu's winding dragon body has also reached an island, standing above the 9 heavens. This real dragon, with its golden vertical pupils, is condescending, and it clearly reflects the country of the island below. A group of people is walking down from the dark and heading towards the country on the island. I can't help but blow my nose, and the white air bursts out. That kid asked me to clean up these guys. The one who took the lead was the one who plotted against that kid in that battle. Haha, the plot is good, that kid was beaten badly. Benlong went down and cleaned up this kid now, doesn't it prove that I am much stronger than him? Ha ha ha, that's really good. Taizu rolled his eyes and saw the group of people, his body swayed, and he quickly rushed down. Above the ground, the Blackbeard pirates just landed. This country is not big, but it has a lot of wealth, which is suitable for us to occupy. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed loudly, and the crew members behind him also had light in their eyes. Captain, it looks like we're going from pirates to kings, which is awesome. Stupid, we are still pirates, looting this country, just to give us enough strength to plan what we will do in the future. Titch, what else are you doing? With that kid Lucifer here, it's not bad for us to be alive. Wait for the opportunity, it will eventually fly up to 9 days. How noble is one piece, how can the king of a mere country be compared? Blackbeard's eyes were full of ambition. A group of people stepped forward, the speed seemed to be slow but fast, and walked towards the country. Just as they were heading towards the palace, the iron pillar above the sky roared, and the dragon claws stretched out and out, bringing a strong wind and grabbing towards one of the people below. In an instant, his distance was getting closer and closer to the Blackbeard group. The wind was strong, blowing the hair of several people. Why is it suddenly windy? Q asked in confusion, and couldn't help but look up. It was this look up, his face changed instantly, and a loud roar immediately popped out. Be careful. The 2 words made the Blackbeards react instantly, but it was still too late. A huge dragon claw stuck out, just grabbed it, and when Titch turned around, he saw that his partner was missing. Roar. Long Yin continued, and it was really boiling for 9 days. They looked up, and in horror they saw an incomparably huge giant that spread across the sky was staring at the few people below. The cyan scales on its body are sparkling, and the 5 dragon claws are powerful, one of which is holding one of them. The next moment, when the dragon claws exerted force, the blood mist dissipated in the sky, causing everyone's eyes to shrink. Ow, boy, die. The long dragon body moved at a terrifyingly fast speed. In just one breath, the ferocious dragon head had already arrived in front of several people, roaming past quickly, grabbed by a few dragon claws, and then flew into the air. In less than 30 seconds, Blackbeard found that there was only one person left beside him. This dragon, it's Lucifer's. He swallowed his saliva in horror, stretched out his right hand, and wanted to use his fruit power. But the next moment, the gust of wind swept in all directions, and the huge, hard, dragon's tail was slapped on his face in an instant, making him instantly stunned, and the whole person flew out backwards. Pain. His face was covered in blood, and when Blackbeard stood up, he shouted. But Taizu obviously didn't give him any time to rest. With a loud roar, the breath of the dragon came instantly. A large piece of flame blew over like a gust of wind, but in an instant it blew across Blackbeard's face, causing him to scream in pain. After 2 breaths, the huge dragon claws descended again, grabbed Blackbeard's body and took it to the sky. How did such a weak guy plot against that kid? Taizu easily cleaned up these people, his head was full of doubts. His long dragon body swam high in the sky, and the dragon claws grabbed Blackbeard's entire body. After 3 breaths, he pressed the weak human into the sea. In an instant, Blackbeard's whole body was limp and weak, and his eyes shone with stars. After 2 breaths, the iron pillar. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He pulled up and ascended into the sky, and then, when the dragon's claws exerted force, Blackbeard's whole body burst into pieces, and a blood mist came out. At this point, Blackbeard is dead. In fact, Blackbeard itself is by no means weak. His grasp of fighters and timing is quite mature. And having a dark fruit makes him even more powerful, and can easily deal with fruit-capable people. However, compared with Yang Qing, it is far worse. In the Battle of the Top, Yang Qing can stop his attack and rely entirely on the fruit ability. Afterwards, Warring States, Garp, Doflamingo, these 3 powerhouses added up to hurt Yang Qing. If Blackbeard and Yang Qing are singled out, I am afraid that they will not be able to make a single move. The gap between them is too great. Even if Taizu shoots, he is not an opponent. After tidying up the Blackbeard, Taizu let out a dragon roar, twisted his body, and quickly moved towards where Yangqing was. At this moment, everyone on the Death God made a sound of exclamation. The boss is so powerful that he can even change the climate. He's changing the island's magnetosphere and indirectly changing the climate. Chapter 479 Everyone on the Reaper could see that the climate was changing rapidly on the island in front of them from a distance. A moment ago it was a sunny spring, followed by only 3 minutes, but it turned into a hot summer. The sun was hot, and then it turned again. It became autumn when the autumn wind was blowing, the leaves were fluttering, and finally, the blood flowers were scattered. The temperature dropped a lot. The climate of the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn and winter, changes rapidly on this small island, which amazes everyone. From now on, this small island has 4 seasons of the year, the climate is suitable, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Yangqing slowly stood up and said with a light smile. At this moment, the magnetic field on the island was completely stabilized and changed by him. This experiment, which also represents his experiment, has been truly successful. The world will change dramatically in the near future. Then, the Reaper slowly sailed away from here. Captain, what shall we do next? The oncoming sea breeze made Dylan's black hair curl and flutter. He asked suspiciously. Next, Yangqing raised his eyebrows with a smile on his face. Wait. Everyone looked at him with questions on their faces. Wait for the world to ferment, and when we're born again, the world will change for it. Facing the sea breeze, Yangqing's murmured words drifted out. In the days that followed, a young man with a straw hat followed the vice captain who used to be One Piece and practiced hard. His eyes were full of firm flames, and in his mind, the figure like a god and demon was deeply imprinted in it. And all over the world, I don't know how many countries have been completely overthrown before the general trend of the future. There are more and more pirates, and the entire sea is in chaos. The naval forces continue to decrease, and the power of the world court is shrinking more and more. This is the general trend and no one can stop it. Under the leadership of One Piece, the hearts of every human being are aggressive and fearless. They formed an army, turned into pirates, overthrew the old world, and worked hard to build a new world. Headquarters of the World Court. Sora frowned, unable to do anything in the face of this chaotic situation. The man disappeared, and after the destruction of Baikumum, he disappeared. But the crazy sea did not calm down. What is he going to do? Why didn't you stand up at this critical juncture? For some reason, Sora always had a bad feeling in her heart. He could feel that that kid must have a bigger conspiracy brewing, but he couldn't guess it. The world is in complete chaos. In just 2 years, the influence of the World Court will drop to the lowest level in history. This world is about to end. Sora sighed. There was nothing he could do. The 5 old guys, what are they going to do? They are indifferent. Doubt, helplessness, and unwillingness filled the heart of this veteran, which made him experience the most difficult days in his life. The times have gone wild and I can't stop it. With the passage of time, the world is undergoing tremendous changes every day. Looking at the nautical chart, the red dots were clearly marked, and he sighed heavily. These red dots represent the country. Each red dot is a country, but the red color represents that they have fallen or are about to be destroyed. There have been 32 such destructions in just half a year. This speed is too fast, the superiors are ousted, and the country has a new owner. The chaos of war and the war of soldiers have once again displaced countless people and lost their homes. Pain and destruction swept the world, and such chaos made the whole world bloody. And all of this comes from that person's handwriting. It is conservatively estimated that Lucifer's words will at least cause civilians in 100 countries to fall into war. This is a world of great changes. If we want to truly expand our ideals, we can only quickly occupy the power and make us stronger. Drago wrote. However, how to quickly occupy and unify our regime is a huge problem. Carp frowned. I am now worried about what is going on in that kid Lucifer. This guy is absolutely impossible to calm down. He kicked off the era of displacing the poor and not doing anything. What are you going to do? Drago was very worried in his heart. Compared with his ambition, that guy was even more of a careerist. Sometimes, just thinking about it a little bit would make him tremble. In this era of long snakes, many powerful forces were born in the four seas and in the Great Waterway. The pirates finally set their sights on the land. They walked to the islands from the sea, and then occupied countries and islands, divided their forces, and formed vassal states. In such a large environment, the connection between islands is more rapid, resulting in new technological means. Times are changing rapidly, at an astonishing rate. In the face of such changes, the world court is helpless. In the face of the general trend, no matter how powerful a machine is, it will appear powerless. Unconsciously, a year has passed, and the crazy and rampant trend that started has finally slowed down. The division of power has also come to an end. And from then on, the aggressive erosion began. The forces of the vassal states and between the islands began to fight for the territory. The new generation masters, unable to restrain their ambitions, finally began to attack each other. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. And at this time, the depths of the New World. A huge pirate ship, the mast of the Huchung pirate flag fluttered and fluttered. It's time to set sail. Chapter 480 A Flag. The huge ship rides the wind and waves, and the speed is unbelievable. And while it was sailing, one after another sound came out from it. Ha ha ha, Captain, this year, the world has changed a lot. I think the era of the great pirates should be renamed the era of the great princes. Bucky laughed out loud. I let go of the beasts in their ideological cages, so these crazy guys go and conquer the world. Yang Qing smiled faintly. But now, it's enough for the beasts to splash, and the world should be quiet. Yeah, this year, the pirates have been busy fighting for territory, there is no empty battle, and there are not many casualties. But recently, some ferocious guys have begun to kill and slaughter, and there have been casualties among the civilians. Appearing, this is not a good phenomenon. Dylan's nodded. This era is caused by you, so you must be responsible. Yang Qing was silent. Dylan's was right. He set off this crazy era, and I don't know how many people lost their lives under his word. I know that next, I will rule the world and tell them what the new world is like. With a bright smile on his face, Yang Qing said softly. 3 days later, on Lanster Island. A year ago, an ancient kingdom had been established on this beautiful island with a year-round spring-like climate. Their king is inherited by a clan that has been passed down for more than 200 years. Among the islands, unimaginable wealth is gathered. And this country is also one of the allies of the World Court. But, 8 months ago, it was overturned. Here comes a group of pirates. They have great strength, vicious character, cruel and indifferent character. In just 1 month, the nobles died and the king's head was hung at the gate of the city. In this era when there are no sailors and pirates, the national power on land islands is as fragile as shit. At the same time, groups have also emerged in the country. The working class, the peasant class, the aristocratic class, each class competes with each other. The pirates established a new kingdom, a kingdom in chaos but full of bloody violence. The king with scars on his face, wearing a golden silk robe, sat peacefully in the palace. Kailansi admitted that he was not used to the sudden change from captain to king. But that was just the beginning. 3 months ago, he had already begun to enjoy the feeling of being in a high position. He forgot the suffering and dreams he once had on the sea, and he also forgot the ideal that he once wanted to establish in equality, fairness, and democracy, so that those who were injustice could feel happiness. He has fallen. So, he is more brutal. After slowly tasting the bright red wine on the table, Kailansi looked outside the palace. There, a figure came quickly, and then bent over. Captain, the leader of the group who took the lead in causing trouble today has been executed, and I have hung the head on the city gate. The person who came here said with a smile. Call me Lord King. Kailansi frowned, then said after a pause, these students are just daring. I started to have a good temper, and they probably forgot what I did before. Standing up slowly, Kay Lancey's eyes flickered with a ferocious light. Aren't those working-class guys still willing to surrender? They said they wanted to build an equal and better world by themselves, refused to cooperate with us, and said. The visitor paused, a little hesitant. What? Kay Lancey asked lightly. They said, Captain, you didn't keep your promise. At that time, you made an alliance with each other, but now you regret it. They disdain to cooperate with you. Kay Lancey clenched his right hand sharply, killing intent in his eyes, then he slowly released it and laughed. Haha, it's really interesting, but it's just a bunch of guys with no power to tie a chicken. If you don't agree, then destroy them. Visitor was startled and hesitantly said, Captain, this is not good, there are hundreds of thousands of them, although we have a lot of troops, but if we really kill them, then I'm afraid, the blood is really going to converge into a river, right? This is so cruel. Those who resist me will be suppressed. There is no need for this group of ignorant guys to exist. Kay Lancey said coldly. The visitor's eyes flashed, he sighed in his heart, and then stepped back. He felt that the captain had changed. Energy can really erode a person's mind. Desires and desires will never end. Walking out of the palace slowly, the man looked at the clothes on his body and was even more emotional. In the past few months, our lives have been at ease, and our hearts have been at ease. However, there are more people who have lost their lives under their hands. In just 1 month, nearly 10,000 people died directly and indirectly on them. When a pirate becomes a king, the sins will be even worse. God of Death, is your intention to turn us into executioners? Hee. With a helpless smile, he walked away from here. But at this moment, a huge flag brought a gust of wind and howled from a distance, bringing up the dust and causing a huge shock. What is that? He thought in horror. That thing flew too fast, too fierce, almost instantly, it came to him from the distant sea level. When he saw it clearly, he realized that it was actually a huge flag with a vague pattern on it. Because of the speed, he could not see clearly for a while. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. What is it? As soon as this thought flashed in his mind, there was a loud bang behind him, causing him to turn back suddenly. Ship, Captain. When he turned his head, he was horrified to see that the huge flag smashed the roof of the palace abruptly, and then lowered it directly, inserting and piercing the entire body of his captain. Bright red blood flowed out quickly. The indifferent and ruthless captain just made a few and then disappeared. Who is it? He thought in a panic, staring at the flag from the corner of his eyes. The cloth on the flagpole trembled, as if the violent force had not dissipated. However, the pattern on it had already been clearly seen in his eyes. Skull, hideous skull is printed on it. In this era, such a pattern only represents one identity, that is, a pirate. And on the skull's neck, the sickle hangs on it, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. Side skull banner. This is, the god of death.